Chapter 1 Waste Son-in-law. Rubbish, why are you still dawdling? Today is the family's annual event. Do you want to make our family late? A snarky woman shouted. Jiang Feng shivered when he heard this and hurriedly replied. It's almost done. Mom, I'm sure I won't delay you guys. Really, I really don't know what the old man thought at that time. Recruiting you, this trash, to join the family, the woman said while looking into the mirror. At this time a woman appeared in the living room. Willow leaf eyebrows, bright eyes, tender white complexion, lithe body, slender legs. Looking in the direction of the kitchen, she faintly said, Mom, there's still time, don't rush. Even if we go over there right now, they won't think highly of you. At least we won't be scolded, the woman said without a trace of anger. Jiang Feng stole a glance at the woman in the living room and sighed in his heart. And Jiachi, not bad, it was his wife. Jiang Feng's famous but not real wife. But he hadn't even touched Jiachi's hand from the time they got married until now. Because of Jiachi's beauty and excellence, Jiachi had been subjected to the family's glare for the past 3 years, which also made Jiachi hate Jiang Feng to the bone. The woman who had just scolded Jiang Feng was his mother-in-law, Kong Lijun, who hadn't been able to look at Jiang Feng since he entered the house. Jiang Feng was originally the first son of the Jiang family in the capital, but he was framed by a traitor and fled to central China, where he happened to be rescued by the family's old man, who, after seeing the blood pendant on Jiang Feng's neck, resolutely decided to marry his most beloved granddaughter to Jiang Feng. Since then, Jiang Feng has joined the family. I just didn't expect Elder Ren to die a year later, but he didn't tell Jiang Feng's identity until he died. Jiang Feng was fine when he was alive, but when he died, Jiang Feng fell straight into hell, and along with him, the Jiachi family's status in the family was in tatters. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Feng had never given up on revenge, just that his martial arts foundation had been destroyed, and no matter how much he practiced, it didn't help. Every day, he lived in the pain of not being able to kill his enemy. Looking at Jiachi who didn't even want to look at himself in the living room and Kong Lijun who was filled with disgust, Jiang Feng didn't have a single expression on his face. Rubbish, are you done yet? What time is it? Kong Lijun's disgruntled roar came from the living room, walking towards the kitchen as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng hurriedly shouted, Alright, Mom, the pot is ready. After saying that, Jiang Feng skillfully dished out the dishes in the pot, and served the various food items on the table. Seeing that breakfast was ready, Kong Lijun muttered, What a waste that can eat and, no scolding and no work. And Jiachi looked at Jiang Feng, who was skillfully arranging the tableware, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. If it wasn't for the family's reputation, she would have wanted to divorce Jiang Feng long ago. Seeing Jiang Feng's coy expression, and Jiachi couldn't wait to go up and give Jiang Feng 2 slaps. He didn't have a background, so it was fine if he had some real skills, but it's been 3 years. He had never done anything other than sweeping, washing and cooking at home, and Jiachi really couldn't figure out what it was about this loser that made Grandpa look at him. Her grandfather, who had always loved her the most, had married her off to a loser. Jiang Feng, however, has long been accustomed to, and Jiachi's attitude towards himself Jiang Feng did not have dissatisfied. The two in the absence of any emotional basis for the situation, married himself, from the proud daughter of the sky into the laughingstock of the crowd. Jiang Feng is actually very understanding of Jiachi. On the other hand, ever since he was kicked out by the Jiang family, Jiang Feng was constantly admonishing himself to stay alive, to stay alive. Therefore, even though the people of the family looked down on him and treated him like a nanny, or even worse than a nanny, Jiang Feng still endured it. He always kept in mind the fact that he was no longer the young master of the Jiang family who possessed many halos. Now he was just a door-to-door son-in-law who was meticulously trying to stay alive. After we leave in a while, clean up the house before you go. When you get to the hotel, find yourself a corner and stay quiet. Don't talk nonsense. Hear me. Kong Lijun looked at Jiang Feng and said with an impatient face, Got it, Mom. Jiang Feng answered, and Jiachi, who was on the side, but said with a frown, Does Jiang Feng still need to go today? You think I want him to go? It's a family rule that all family members must be there for the family event. Kong Lijun said in a bad mood, Don't I know that it's a shame for our family if he goes? Jiang Feng squatted in the kitchen with his bowl and listened to Kong Lijun and Jiachi's conversation without the slightest ripple on his face. He had gotten used to all this a long time ago. The only person in the house who didn't give him a face was his father-in-law Jinshan who wasn't at home. When Jiachi and Kong Lijun finished breakfast, they didn't even greet Jiang Feng and directly left the house. Jiang Feng then came out to clean up the dishes. Looking at the mess on the table, Jiang Feng still had a flat face as he cleaned up. A son-in-law on the doorstep is worse than a dog. Phew! Jiang Feng exhaled a self-deprecating breath. Ringing, Jiang Feng's phone rang. Looking at the caller, and Jiachi's name, he muttered, Must have forgotten to bring something. Jiang Feng, the annual event, everyone has to give gifts to Grandma. you'd better go buy a gift. And Jichi's icy voice came from the phone. Oh, well, but, Jiang Feng said with some hesitation. And Jiachi, who was holding the phone, frowned and asked impatiently, but what? Say, I don't have any money. Jiang Feng finally said what was on his mind. Why can't you find something to do? 3 years you eat in family, spend in families. Forget it, what am I talking to you about this for? You're just a waste of space. A moment the money is transferred to you. And Jiachi's tone is full of contempt and helplessness. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng received a message from the bank in his cell phone. Jiang Feng looked at the time and immediately started to clean up with sharp movements. And after changing into the most decent set of clothes out of all the clothes, he went out. Arriving at the antique market, Jiang Feng casually picked his way through the stalls. For Jiang Feng, with limited funds, he could only try his luck with his own eyesight as a young master of a once large family, to see if he could pick up something of a higher grade. After some selection, Jiang Feng picked a pair of calligraphy and painting, which was quite passable. The grandmother of the Yin family was from a big family, and her love for calligraphy and painting was simply to the point of madness. When Jiang Feng came out from the antique market, he looked at the time and realized that there were still 2 hours before the banquet started. He did not intend to go that early, because even if he went he would be the laughingstock of the entire Yin family. Not only would he have to endure the abuse, even Jiachi would have to suffer along with him, as well as the mother-in-law who was like a rabid dog. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng couldn't help but shiver. Snort! A brake sounded. When Jiang Feng raised his head after he saw a speeding sports car was crashing into himself, and then he was unconscious. The car came down a 20-something young beautiful woman. Exquisite body, tender white skin, willow leaf eyebrows, melon face. At this time is a face of panic looking at the ground Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jiang Feng was lying on the ground with a face of blood, unable to distinguish where exactly the blood flowed out. What are you waiting for? Quickly see if the person is alright, the onlookers hurriedly said when they saw the beautiful woman dumbfounded on the spot. The crowd helped Jiang Feng up with all their hands and feet, and the beauty called the emergency number. Just what everyone didn't notice was that the blood-colored jade pendant hanging on Jiang Feng's neck emitted a hidden light after it was stained with Jiang Feng's blood. Jiang Feng, you did this, the old ancestor cursed in a harsh voice. Great-grandmother, great-grandmother, I'm going to kill this villain with my hands. Jiang Feng, this slap is for my wife. Young master, don't blame me, I have to live. The unconscious Jiang Feng's mind kept echoing the situation 3 years ago when he was put to death by the Jiang family. At this moment a voice echoed in Jiang Feng's head. Ha! The foundation of martial arts is destroyed? Wonderful, wonderful, now I'll send you a destiny. Since you have obtained the blood pendant, it is fate. From now on, you are my Pillfather's disciple. The destruction of your martial arts foundation makes you suitable for practicing my Xiangong. So it's fate. This is my life's work. My disciple must master it well. You will save the world and heal the sick. Apprentice, remember, I'm going. Chapter 2, Fake Paintings. Who are you? A large amount of information filled Jiang Feng's brain, causing the unconscious Jiang Feng to have a headache and yell out. Then he opened his eyes and realized that he was actually lying on a hospital bed. Turning his head to look, on the side of the bed was sitting a flamboyant beauty. At this moment, looking at himself waking up, was full of joy. Great, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. The doctor said you only had a superficial wound, but when you didn't wake up, I thought you were going to die. The beautiful woman kept slapping her chest with one hand. The violent trembling made Jiang Feng feel dizzy in front of his eyes. Too late to look at the beauty's spring color. Jiang Feng hurriedly looked at the time. 11:30. Damn, it's going to be late. Where's my painting? Jiang Feng bounced up from the hospital bed in a flash and looked around. The beautiful woman saw Jiang Feng jumping up and was startled. She hurriedly said, your painting was smashed by me. It just so happens that I have one in my car. You take it first. Thanks a lot. Jiang Feng didn't even look at it, picked up the painting and ran out of the ward. Hey, leave your phone number. The pretty girl looked at Jiang Feng's back and hurriedly shouted, my name is Li Mengyao. But what answered Li Mengyao was a slamming door. Jiang Feng, who was running wildly on the road, suddenly stopped and looked at his hands, feeling his heartbeat. Jiang Feng's palm at this time is having a shape like a red birthmark, exactly the same as the blood-red jade pendant he bought. Jiang Feng suddenly burst into tears. At this time Jiang Feng's body was having a constant flow of internal energy, and his already ruined martial arts foundation was actually repaired. The sea of medical knowledge in his brain, the surging internal energy in his body, implied that this was all true. Really, everything was true. Jiang Feng shouted in excitement. What was just now wasn't a dream. It was real. Good heavens, you finally opened your eyes. Jiang Feng raised his head and shouted at the sky, unable to stop the tears from flowing. This person is a psychopath. Right, he should be. Running and suddenly stopping to cry. Passers-by looked at Jiang Feng's appearance and commented, There were even people who raised their voices to ridicule, but Jiang Feng didn't care. Instead, he felt happy, so that it would be more real, telling himself that this was indeed not a dream. Why did the Jiang family back then chase after him? Just to set me up for injustice. Jiang Feng muttered with a cold face. Since God has given me a chance, I must find out, and not take this revenge, and the forces that I've worked so hard to establish. Why aren't they looking for me? Still, without knowing who the person behind it is, I'm a door-to-door son-in-law. Jiang Feng was determined to secretly investigate the events of that year. Now that his martial arts roots were restored and his medical skills were in his hands, the Jiang family, the people behind this, wait for my wrath, and he could truly face Injechi. These 3 years, Jiang Feng has fallen in love with this woman. Looking at the time, Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped a cab and rushed in the direction of the hotel. Sitting in the car, Jiang Feng still couldn't calm down the excitement of regaining a new life. Just when he thought he was about to muddle through his life, God gave him another chance to live again. The most important thing right now is still to hide my identity. When Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Injechi was already waiting there. Have you prepared the gift for Grandma? Injechi looked at Jiang Feng's mess filled with disgust and glanced at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng lifted the calligraphy and painting in his hands and said with a smile, prepared. Definitely won't lose face this time. In the car, Jiang Feng looked at the calligraphy and painting that Li Mengyao had given him. It was many times better than his own. It was the real handwriting of the world's most famous artist, Wang Fenglu. Injechi didn't even look at it, but frowned and said, don't talk nonsense later? All the relatives will be there today. Sneering at you is already the norm. No matter how unpleasant it is, you have to put up with it for me. In fact, Injechi would have liked Jiang Feng to rebel once. At least she could still see his backbone. But Jiang Feng had never been one to go against the grain. Injechi just didn't want Jiang Feng's nonsense to drag him down to become the laughingstock of others. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, but his face had such a hint of not caring. Looking at Jiang Feng's attitude, Injechi snorted coldly and directly turned around and walked into the hotel. Jiang Feng had long been accustomed to this and bitterly smiled as he followed behind Injechi. Yo, Jechi, why are you guys just arriving? Couldn't be that you didn't prepare a gift and were too embarrassed to go in? Is Jichi preparing some kind of surprise for Grandma? The relatives of the Yin family greeted Injechi familiarly, but Jiang Feng was left out to dry. But Jiang Feng didn't care, and was a bit happy that no one would make fun of him. Just when Jiang Feng thought he could dodge a bullet, someone obviously didn't want to let him go. Injechi's cousin, and Kaiwan, every time they met, making things difficult for Jiang Feng had become a habit. Jiang Feng, what's in your hand? Is it a gift for Grandma? And Kaiwan looked at Jiang Feng with a disdainful face. You didn't buy this at a stall, did you? Yes, Jiang Feng said honestly. Upon hearing this, the relatives of the family were all roaring with laughter, and Jichi's face instantly reddened. He didn't expect that just after arriving at the hotel, Jiang Feng would have to even disgrace him. However, Injechi didn't say anything. In fact, Injechi had never treated Jiang Feng as a family member, so as long as the flames of war didn't lead to himself, Injechi wouldn't say anything. Rubbish is rubbish. Family feast, preparing gifts for Grandma. So uninterested? I really don't know what Grandpa saw in you back then. And Kevin said with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Let's show you mine. This painting cost me $300,000. And Kaiwan proudly displayed the painting in his hand. Hurry up and throw your trash away. Don't disgrace yourself here. Jiang Feng, however, didn't say anything. Glancing at Injechi, he kept in mind that Injechi told him not to talk nonsense, so he chose to remain silent. And Kevin, almost done. How rich you are has nothing to do with us. There's no need to show off in front of us, Injechi said indifferently. Injechi did not intend to get involved in Jiang Feng's affairs, but Jiang Feng was ultimately his husband. There was a wedding. Everyone knew about it, and even though they had never been in the same room for 3 years, and had never even let him touch himself, it still did not change the fact that Jiang Feng was his husband. Jiang Feng looked at Injechi with surprise. This was the first time she had helped herself in 3 years of being in the Yin family. Showing off? Jechi, do you think I would show off with a punk like you? And Kevin said with a cold snort. I just think he doesn't pay attention to Grandma. And also, do you not know anything about him? Knowing that you have found a trashy husband, you still don't help out a bit. Humph. You. And Jechi was blushing at Kaiwan's words. Since her grandfather passed away, her status in the family had directly dropped to the lowest, and her financial condition was naturally inferior to Kaiwan's. Jiang Feng is looking at Kevin said lightly, you have money can show off, but I'm afraid to be cheated still do not know. Oh, perhaps you are simply making a fake painting to coax Grandma. Your painting looks like it's artificially made old. My painting is trash, but it's real, unlike you who made a fake painting to coax Grandma. Jiang Feng's words were like a bomb, causing the entire Yin family to look at him in shock. Jiang Feng dared to refute Kevin. He even said that Kaiwan's painting was fake. Chapter 3, Saving People from Car Accidents. What the hell are you saying? My painting is fake? And Jechi looked at Jiang Feng with a face full of shock and anger and drank. And Jechi looked like she didn't recognize Jiang Feng. In her memory, Jiang Feng had never looked like he was being bullied and never retorted. Today he even dared to retort against Kaiwan? I say your painting is simply a fake painting made old with the smudging method. Jiang Feng sneered and said, and the way you made this painting old is so rough that the coconut shell flavor on it was not even removed. It's only white people like you who would buy it. And Kevin was laughed out of anger and said with a sneer, you punk son-in-law, talking like it's true, just based on the fact that you know about paintings too? Jiang Feng, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Don't slander Kevin, Kan Lijun said from the side. Yeah, don't even look at what kind of goods you are. What kind of professional are you pretending to be? How come I didn't see that you could also pretend to be a pussy before? To say that he can distinguish what is salt and sugar is still reasonable. After all, we'll only cook at home. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter once again came from the hotel, which seemed particularly harsh. Smoking method, the counterfeiters will be placed in a closed room, with lit coconut shells or incense produced by the smoke. After many days of smoking, the paper comes out coffee-colored. Ask yourself if it smells like leaves. Jiang Feng said with a cold smile. The calligraphy and paintings of the Jiang family were all produced by famous artists, and his grandfather was a deep researcher in calligraphy and paintings. Jiang Feng naturally knew more about calligraphy and paintings than these people. And Kaiwan put the calligraphy and painting on his nose and smelled it. Then his face changed. The crowd guessed from Kaiwan's face, guessing that what Jiang Feng said was the truth. No one thought that this waste of a son-in-law of the Yin family really knew about paintings. At this moment, Kan Lijun looked at Jiang Feng with some surprise. This painting is real. A voice sounded behind Kevin. The crowd turned around to look and realized that it was actually Kevin's father, and Jechi's second uncle, the Yin family's head of the Yin family, and Mingwei, who was looking at Jiang Feng with a cold face at this moment. But, Pa! Before Jiang Feng could finish his words, and Mingwei slapped Jiang Feng's face and said in a cold voice, what kind of status are you? A waste of a son-in-law, to dare question Kevin? This slap caused blood to spill out again from the place Jiang Feng had just grazed. Second uncle, and Jechi called out with a frown. Shut up, and Mingwei shouted coldly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the family head harboring in Jiawan, but no one dared to speak, for the banquet that followed, and Jechi's family was placed in a corner and Jiang Feng's gifts were placed at the bottom. This family feast, like every year, ended with Jechi's family in the cold. After leaving the front door of the hotel, Jiang Feng walked towards the door alone, looking at Jiang Feng's back, and Jechi ghostly called out, get in the car. At those words, Jiang Feng looked at Jechi unexpectedly, but Kan Lijun had a disgusted expression, but didn't object. On the way home, the three people in the car didn't speak. Jiang Feng sat in the back quietly looking out the window out of his mind. Suddenly the car slowly stopped. Jiang Feng raised his head to look forward and realized that there was a traffic jam. Go down and see what's going on? How far is the traffic jam? Kan Lijun said to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng then got out of the car to the front to check, walked closer, but found a group of people are surrounding together. It was hard to squeeze in before realizing that the original is a car accident. At this time a woman is holding a man squatting on the ground. The man's body is full of blood. The woman is helplessly shouting, quickly call an ambulance. Who helped to call the ambulance? Jiang Feng looked at the man in the woman's arms. His brows furrowed and he hurriedly stepped forward, squatting down. The woman was startled when she saw Jiang Feng suddenly arrive. What are you doing? Saving people, Jiang Feng said. You're a doctor? The woman asked with a look of surprise on her face. He's going to die if you keep nagging, Jiang Feng said with a frown. With a glance just now, he could already tell that the man was suffering from massive internal bleeding in his body at this moment. The woman froze, then handed the man over to Jiang Feng's hands. Not speaking, Jiang Feng put the man to lie flat, and said in his heart, meeting me is also considered your good fortune. If this had happened the day before, Jiang Feng would have been at his wit's end. But today, Jiang Feng had already received the medicine ancestor inheritance. This man was destined to have a bad fate. Time was urgent. Jiang Feng didn't have time to think, and he didn't have any golden needles on hand, so he had to utilize his true qi. He used his qi to control the needles. Jiang Feng was about to move, but he heard Jechi's voice, Jiang Feng, what are you doing? At this time, Jechi came closer, looking at the scene in front of her, yelling at Jiang Feng, and Jechi in the car did not see Jiang Feng back. This time get out of the car to the front to see. Walked close to the front is to see Jiang Feng in the car accident on the body of the man mess point. Suddenly angry. You're not a doctor. What's the mess here? Jechi said furiously. Jiang Feng didn't have time to pay attention to Jechi. He quickly made a few points on the man's body. Then a large amount of blood spilled out of the man's mouth. Alright, the internal bleeding has been stopped. When the ambulance comes in a while, tell the doctor at the hospital to transfuse blood as soon as possible. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "This will do?" The woman looked at Jiang Feng with an unbelievable face, thinking in her heart, she wouldn't have met a liar, right? Xiaowan, are you alright? The woman was being skeptical, but the man on the ground had opened his eyes and muttered, "Husband, you're awake." The woman shouted in surprise, "Little brother, thank you so much." The woman hurriedly said to Jiang Feng, "Thank him?" And Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng with a surprised expression. "He really saved that man's life? Make sure you remember what I just said." Jiang Feng said indifferently. The ambulance had already arrived at the scene just as Jiang Feng's words fell. Jiang Feng helped the doctor put the man on the car and turned back to Jiechi's side. "That man seems to be the eldest son of the Wang family. Looks like it to me too. I can't believe this young man is a doctor." The crowd began to talk at this time, and Jiechi's heart was already full of anger at this time, and she said to Jiang Feng in a cold voice, "Go back, get in the car." She concluded that Jiang Feng must have been a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead rat. Having been a member of the Yin family for 3 years, would she not know if Jiang Feng could practice medicine? In her heart, she was even more annoyed with Jiang Feng, a man you can be incapable of, but clambering up is unforgivable. Back in the car, and Jiechi couldn't help but say, "Do you know what you were doing just now?" "What did he do?" Kang Lijun heard in Jiechi's words and asked in confusion. "He saved the Wang family's youngest master." The others said he was a doctor, and Jiechi said with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Kang Lijun's face changed and she slapped Jiang Feng's head, scolding, "You loser, do you know you'll get into trouble like this? If the Wang family's young master dies, do you know that the whole of Zhengzhou will be shaken? Just pray that the young master of the Wang family is fine. What will you do in case you're put on the spot?" Chapter 4 is Mr. Jiangyan, and you, why don't you stop him a bit? Kang Lijun said to Jiechi, and Jiechi however bristled. When she went over, Jiang Feng was already saving people. How could she stop him? But Jiechi didn't say anything. "Ugh, why don't you go quickly and wait for people to come back to look for them?" Kang Lijun said in exasperation. "Day in and day out, you don't make things happen. You really think of yourself as a divine doctor." And Jiechi started the car and glanced back at Jiang Feng, but found that Jiang Feng was looking out the window with a bland face, seemingly not taking his mom's words to heart at all. Something wasn't right, and Jiechi frowned and looked at Jiang Feng. Since noon today, Jiang Feng is like a different person, everywhere through the weird. In the past, Jiang Feng at this time must be constantly apologizing with their own mothers to the right, never so calm. With a puzzled mind, and Jiechi drove back home. On Jiechi's trio's way home, the surgical director of the first hospital of Zhengzhou was staring at the man on the hospital bed, his eyes full of unbelievable colors, muttering under his breath, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He has been practicing medicine for more than 20 years. He has never seen such a miraculous maneuver. This has simply overturned his cognition. The wound is not stitched, but it will not bleed, and even the ribs have been moved. In a position close to the heart. Mrs. Wang, the other party really didn't use anything?" The surgical director looked at the woman and asked, "Director Liu, you've asked me several times already. How is my husband's condition?" The woman's eyebrows lightly frowned as she looked at the year-old man in front of her wearing a white lab coat and asked, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's really because the other party's method of saving people is too amazing. I'm a bit in disbelief." Director Yu's eyes showed a touch of apology and smiled bitterly. "Xiao Chen, go find that young man and send my business card. When the young master is healed, I want to feast on him." Just at this time, a serious-looking old man in the middle of the ward spoke in a deep voice. "The Wang family, one of the prominent ones in the central state. Elder Wang is a pivotal figure in the central state, and has only one son, who almost sent his son away." The gratitude in his heart for the young man mentioned by his daughter-in-law can be imagined. Moreover, a person who is so skillful is also worth the friendship of the Wang family. No matter in which way, it is right to thank Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. Several people just entered the door. Kang Lijun's phone rang. After picking up the phone and saying a few words, Kang Lijun hung up the phone, then said to Jiechi with an excited face, "Jiechi, in a moment, your great-aunt is going to come over." "Oh," and Jiechi responded absent-mindedly, "and little Wu is coming along too," Kang Lijun said happily. Jiang Feng sniffed and frowned lightly. This mother-in-law of his was always thinking of ways to get himself and Jiechi divorced so that he could find himself another dragon son-in-law. And there was another person who was equally keen, and Jiechi's great-aunt. The Xiaowu in Kang Lijun's mouth was the person introduced by Jiechi's great-aunt this time. "If you want me to say, just let Jiechi go and take the initiative to divorce, so that Jiechi can find another good family." Kang Lijun turned her head to look at Jiang Feng and said with a cold snort. Before Jiang Feng could say anything, Jiechi said with a cold face, "Mom, you should hurry up and ask your elder aunt to lead that person away. I am not going to see it." "How can you not see it? He came to see you on purpose." Kang Lijun sniffed and hurriedly said, Mom, do you think this is appropriate? Arranging a blind date for Juchi in front of her husband? Jiang Feng glanced at Kang Lijun and said. Kang Lijun was stunned by Jiang Feng's words, then she was furious. How dare you talk back to me? Saying that, she was about to go forward to hit Jiang Feng, but after seeing Jiang Feng's eyes, Kang Lijun subconsciously stopped her movements. At this moment, Jiang Feng was looking at Kang Lijun with a cold face and icy eyes. Seeing this, Anjechi said lightly, if you really don't want your wife to get a blind date, don't do nothing all day. After saying that, Anjechi went upstairs. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth raised in a subtle arc. She was provoking herself? Then a knock came. Kang Lijun hurriedly opened the door. A woman with heavy makeup and a handsome-looking young man with a white face walked in. The young man's hands were carrying quite a few gifts. Auntie Kong. Small gifts. No honor. The youth said with a smile. I said casual. Xiao Wu said that you can't come to the house empty-handed for the first time. This child understands things. And Jiechi's great aunt said with a smile. When Kang Lijun saw the gifts, she immediately said with a joyful smile, look, little Wu, you're too polite. You should be. The youth appeared courteous. After the two sat down, the youth began to look around and did not find Jiechi's figure. How could Kang Lijun not understand the youth's meaning? And hurriedly said, Jiechi heard that you're coming. Go above and change your clothes. Then she turned to Jiang Feng and said, why don't you go make Xiao Wu a cup of tea? Jiang Feng, however, didn't move. Asking him to make tea for someone who was on a blind date with his wife? Dream on. This is Jiechi's trashy husband? The youth looked at Jiang Feng and said with a smile. Only the smile carried a strong disdain. Before Kang Lijun could say anything, Jiang Feng sneered and said, calling someone's wife Jiechi in front of their husband. You really have thick skin. What's wrong with you today? Talking so much. Go back to your room. Kang Lijun immediately scolded Jiang Feng when she saw him mocking Xiao Wu with his words. It's alright, Auntie Kong. I won't get on with this kind of person. It's better to let Jiechi come down, Xiao Wu said with a smile, appearing very cultured, only looking at Jiang Feng with a strong smugness in his eyes. At this moment, on the stairs of the second floor came Jiechi's voice. Mr. Wu, please go back. I won't get a divorce. This is just my mom's wishful thinking. Wu heard the voice and immediately raised his head. Looking at Jiechi on the stairs with her exquisite figure and stunning face, a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. A smile immediately surfaced on his face and said, Jiechi, why waste your time on this waste of a husband? Someone like you should find a better one. Jiang Feng, however, spoke from the sidelines. What qualifications do you have to say that you're better than me? Me, in terms of status, I'm the manager of the Wang Group. And in terms of looks I'm 10 times better than you. Which point is not better than you? A punk? I can crush you with one finger. Xiao Wu was interrupted by Jiang Feng. He was very unhappy in his heart and said in a cold voice, your appearance is 10 times better than me? The foundation you put on your face and uncovered can cut a bowl of ramen. You're a big man makeup. How do you have the nerve to say it? Jiang Feng said with a surprised face. Put. And Jiechi on the stairs was amused by Jiang Feng's words, but in her heart, she was wondering what was wrong with this Jiang Feng today. You. Xiao Wu was angered by Jiang Feng's words for a moment, so he could only say, if I were you, staying home all day and not going to work, I would definitely find a river to throw myself into. That's right, don't you look at yourself? Xiao Wu is only 25 years old and is already the department manager of Wang's group. What about you? Still struggling with firewood, rice, oil and salt every day. And Jiechi's great aunt said, knock knock knock. A knock came from the doorway once again. All looked at the door unexpectedly. Who could it be at this hour? Kang Lijun opened the door and outside the door was a young man in a suit, smiling and asking, may I ask if Mr. Jiang is here? Chapter 5 100,000. Mr. Jiang? Which Mr. Jiang? Kang Lijun asked suspiciously. If it wasn't for looking at the pricey suit on the person outside the door, Kang Lijun would have closed the door long ago. Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, the youth said with a faint smile. Jiang Feng sniffed, came to the door and said faintly, I am. Which one are you? Mr. Jiang, I'm Mr. Wang Jinglong Wang's secretary. My name is Chen Shu. You can just call me Xiao Chen. Chen Shu said with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded and said, is there something wrong? Hearing that the other party was from the Wang family, Kang Lijun panicked in her heart, and before Chen Shu could speak again, she hurriedly said, he's just temporarily living in my house. He has no relationship with us. If you take him away, take him away. Mom, what are you talking about? And Jiechi on the stairs frowned when she heard that, although she was also apprehensive in her heart. It must be because Jiang Feng had a problem rescuing someone in the afternoon, and they had come to her door. However, and Jiechi still came down from the stairs and said, Jiang Feng was just eager to save people at that time. He didn't mean anything else. Chen Shu froze when he heard Kong Lijun and Injichi's words. Then he said, "You guys misunderstood. I'm here to thank Mr. Jiang on behalf of the Wang family." "Thank Mr. Jiang?" Both of them froze at the words, but Jiang Feng gave way and said lightly, "Come in and sit down first." And Xiao Wu on the sofa had already stood up after hearing Chen Shu's name just now. When he saw Chen Shu come in, his heart was shocked. "It's really Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen, why are you here?" Xiao Wu said hurriedly. Chen Shu looked at Xiao Wu in front of him, frowned and asked suspiciously, "We know each other?" "Ah, I am Wu Jingguang, the manager of the company's project department," Wu Jingguang said with a flattering smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu nodded and said, "Oh, it's you." It was considered a response. In fact, Chen Shu did not know who Wu Jingguang was at all. There were hundreds of different types of project departments in Wang Company alone. Who knows which manager you are? What are you doing here? Chen Shu suddenly thought that this was Jiang Feng's home, then asked with a puzzled face. Wu Jingguang didn't know how he should answer. He couldn't say that he was here to steal someone's wife, right? Jiang Feng, however, came in front of him and said with a derisive face, "He's here for a blind date with my wife." "A blind date with your wife? Mr. Jiang, you've confused me." Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Chen Shu asked with a bitter smile, "To put it simply, he wants my wife to divorce me and then he'll marry my wife." Jiang Feng said indifferently. When Injichi heard this, she immediately felt a burst of anger in her heart. So blandly talking to someone about your wife's matchmaking, even if there is no reality of a married couple, you shouldn't say that, right? Then, coming to the side of several people, she said, "Mr. Chen, don't misunderstand. Jiang Feng is joking. This is a relative from my great-aunt's family." "Right, great-aunt." And Jiaqi's great-aunt was a smart person. From just now when Chen Shu entered the door to look for Jiang Feng and his respectful attitude towards Jiang Feng, as well as when Wu Jingguang saw Chen Shu with a pleasing face, she hurriedly said, "Yes, it's not that I came to my sister's house today to visit relatives, so I came alone." Right. I came to visit relatives." Wu Jingguang was also sweating profusely and said, "Really?" Chen Shu looked at Wu Jingguang with a sullen face. Following Wang Jinglong for many years, Chen Shu's vision was as sharp as they come. Plus the investigation of Jiang Feng in the afternoon, he knew that Jiang Feng was the door-to-door son-in-law of the Yin family. So Chen Shu understood what was going on at once. He just didn't know why Jiang Feng with such medical skills would be reduced to the level of a door-to-door son-in-law. Really? Wu Jingguang said hurriedly, then turned to Jiang Feng and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry for the offense just now. Please forgive me. That's not what you said just now. You seemed to say that you could crush me with a single finger." Jiang Feng said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu looked at Wu Jingguang with a frown and said, "Get lost. In the future, if I find you coming to harass Mrs. Jiang again, leave the Wang clan immediately." Yes, I'll get lost. Don't be angry. Saying this, Wu Jingguang hurriedly walked towards the door, and almost fell down as he passed the doorway because he was walking too fast. And Jiaqi's great-aunt also hurriedly got up and said, "I still have things to do at home, so I'll leave first." When Jiaqi's great-aunt left, Kong Lijun only reacted. Everything happened too fast just now. She hadn't reacted yet. "Mom, pour a cup of tea for Mr. Chen." Jiang Feng spoke. "Oh, good." Kong Lijun hadn't yet reacted from the shock she had just experienced, and when she heard Jiang Feng's words, she subconsciously answered, waiting until she came to the kitchen. "This punk even asked me to make tea?" But since he had already come in and there was a Chen Shu in the living room, he had no choice but to stop. "Mr. Jiang, young Wang is no longer in any serious trouble. The old master specially asked me to thank you, because I didn't know your phone number, so I used some means to know that you live here. Please don't be angry," Chen Shu said with a smile. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, "No harm done. It's good that people are fine. Thanks to Mr. Jiang's medical treatment on the way, young Wang was able to save his life." Chen Shu said with a smile, "This is what the old master asked me to give you, because I don't know what Mr. Jiang likes, so I can only be cheesy." After saying that, Chen Shu took out a check from his suit pocket and handed it to Jiang Feng with both hands. Kong Lijun, who had just come out of the kitchen, heard the phrase "thanks to Mr. Jiang's healing" and saw Chen Shu handing Jiang Feng the check. Her just sobered brain was once again in a daze. What on earth did this punk do? Surprisingly, he made the secretary of the Wang family personally come to thank him. It's just a show of hands. It's too polite. Please take it back, Jiang Feng said with a smile, although he was very short of money right now. But to be thanked with money just because he saved a little bit on the way, more or less made Jiang Feng a little uncomfortable. After all, as a person from a big family, he hadn't reached the point of seeing money. Since Mr. Chen has a peace of mind, it's not good to reject it so much. It's better to accept it. Kong Lijun, however, said as she took the check, anxiously looking at the numbers on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros, $100,000. Mom, what are you doing? How can you just ask people for things? And Jechi saw this and hurriedly said, but Kong Lijun was already deeply attracted by those 5 zeros and said nothing to let go. Jiang Feng frowned a bit, but didn't say anything. Mr. Jiang, the old master also asked me to invite you. Some other day when the young master is discharged from the hospital. You must come to sit at home. Chen Shu said with a smile. Depends on the situation. Jiang Feng said indifferently. After the matter was done, Chen Shu got up to say goodbye. After Chen Shu left, and Jechi was furious. Mom, do you know that you're embarrassing yourself like this? Shameful for what? Didn't you hear him say that Jiang Feng saved the Wang family's eldest son? $100,000 is not enough for me. I've got my eye on a bag yesterday, he said and sat on the sofa happily. Mom, that's Jiang Feng's money, and Jechi said in annoyance. These 3 years he ate and drank from the Jiang family. Besides, I'm his mother-in-law. Who will he honor if not me? Kong Lijun said. At those words, and Jechi was furious and turned around and went upstairs. Jiang Feng didn't want to talk to Kong Lijun and followed in Jechi upstairs, but went back to his room. After both of them went upstairs, Kong Lijun's heart changed its view of Jiang Feng. Has this kid gotten the hang of it? He made $100,000 in one shot. Well, I saw that he wasn't right when I was at the hotel in the afternoon, but I didn't expect him to get the hang of it. I just don't know how he saved the Wang family's major. Chapter 6, Are you concerned about me? And Jechi lay on her own bed, recalling the events of today, her heart somewhat puzzled by Jiang Feng's transformation. It could be that I've misread it. He's just a bit more lucky today. Thinking, and Jechi went into dreamland, and in the room next door that was supposed to be a storage room, Jiang Feng was sitting cross-legged on his own single bed, with wisps of white qi rising from the top of his head, a beautiful sight. Since God had given himself a rebirth opportunity, he must seize it. Following the gongfu memorized in his brain, Jiang Feng kept trying to communicate with his dantian. At one time, Jiang Feng was a Zhongshe martial artist, and now he had the assistance of a top-level gongfu. It wasn't a difficult task to regain his strength, and right at the early hours of the morning, a muffled sound was emitted from Jiang Feng's body. It was followed by an indescribable relief in his limbs and bones. Jiang Feng's dantian had recovered and regathered his internal energy and true qi. Jiang Feng, who opened his eyes, as if a light flashed in his eyes, slowly retracting the gesture of performing gong. Jiang Feng muttered, I can finally practice martial arts again. The next morning, Jiang Feng got up to make breakfast as usual. Although last night, Jiang Feng's dantian had already started to store true qi again. Right now, Jiang Feng still didn't intend to give up his identity as the son-in-law of the house. In the past, the enemy was in the dark, but now it had become himself in the dark, so it would be convenient for him to investigate some of the things that happened back then. And Jechi woke up and came to the dining room, looking at Jiang Feng who was busy in the kitchen. She said in her heart, I guess I've been too tired lately. I hallucinated yesterday. He's still the same loser. The rice is ready. Get ready to eat. Jiang Feng seemed to notice in Jechi's arrival and said with a smile. Serving breakfast on the table, Jiang Feng was then about to turn around and return to the kitchen. Why did you get up so early today? And Jechi asked faintly. Jiang Feng turned to look at Jechi and said, I get up this early every day. It's just that today is different because mom isn't home. And Jechi looked at Jiang Feng's whole body. It was only one night, but Jechi felt that the temperament on Jiang Feng had changed. But where exactly had changed? It was hard to tell. The clothes were still the same. The breakfast was still so delicious. Everything was telling Jechi that Jiang Feng was still the same Jiang Feng. A Jiang Feng who would only surround the kitchen. But, eyes. It was the eyes. Jiang Feng had one more thing in his eyes today. It was what Jiang Feng didn't have before, which was confidence. Looking at Jechi, Jiang Feng said, hurry up and eat. You'll be late later. Those people from the Yin family will be looking for you again. After saying that, Jiang Feng continued back to the kitchen, sat on the stool that belonged to him, and ate his breakfast. After 3 years of marriage, Jiang Feng was not qualified to eat at the dining table. This was a rule set by Kong Lijun, and Jechi didn't refute it. And Jechi would not be able to hear the meaning of Jiang Feng's words just now. It was just that every day on his own mother was egging on Jiang Feng. Mom, where did it go? And Jechi asked. I don't know. Went out early in the morning. Jiang Feng returned, then the two stopped talking. When Jechi had eaten her breakfast and was ready to go out, but she turned around and said to Jiang Feng, actually, you can go find a job. Get a job? Then who cooks at home? Jiang Feng said lightly, 3 years, which time I went out to look for a job wasn't called back by your mom. I understand. It's just that she wants me to live off of the Yin family's nose, saying that I don't earn money and am a waste. But have you guys given me the chance to not be a waste? And Jechi sniffed and frowned deeply. If you were really capable, How could my mom call you back every time? Ha! Jiang Feng snorted and didn't say anything, turning around to go back to the kitchen to continue cleaning up. Regarding Jiang Feng's attitude, Anjechi felt a bit angry and said furiously, I'm doing this for your own good. What kind of attitude is this? Even if we separate in the future, you have a skill. You can still live. Since we're all planning to separate, there's no need to worry about it. Jiang Feng said as he spread his hands. You, who said to separate? You are simply unbelievable. Anjechi turned around and opened the door with force, about to go out. Not separating? You're concerned about me? Jiang Feng said somewhat derisively. You, bang! The door of the room was slammed heavily and Anjechi who went out felt like she was about to explode now. Jiang Feng was still the same Jiang Feng. Still a waste. No, not just a waste, but also a bit shameless. When Anjechi left, Jiang Feng also followed out the door, but not to find Anjechi, but to the medical center. If you want to recover your strength quickly, you need to have a marrow cleansing pill, and to have a marrow cleansing elixir. One needed to refine the elixir. Jiang Feng came to the place with the most medical halls in Zhengzhou, Huacheng Street. After casually finding a less crowded medical center, Jiang Feng walked in and handed the prescription in his hand to the boy selling the medicine. There was an old Chinese doctor with gray hair sitting in the medical center. After looking at Jiang Feng, he ignored him and then closed his eyes to rest his mind. After Jiang Feng had grabbed all the medicines on the prescription, he came to the old Chinese doctor's body. Old sir, may I ask if you have any pill stoves and golden needles for sale here? Jiang Feng asked. The old Chinese doctor opened his eyes, glanced at Jiang Feng and said without any humor, Young man, what do you need a medicine stove and golden needles for? Can't it be that you're a doctor too? Kid just needs these two things. If old sir doesn't have them here, I'll just look elsewhere. Jiang Feng finished paying for the medicine and was about to turn around and leave. Jiang Feng walked to the door but collided with the person outside. The one who collided with him was a woman, holding a child in her arms. The woman and the child were about to fall to the ground. Jiang Feng reacted quickly and pulled the woman and the child, so that they did not fall. The woman had no time to complain to Jiang Feng, but ran towards the old Chinese doctor inside. Dr. Zhang, the baby fainted again, the woman said in an urgent voice. The old Chinese doctor sniffed, sighed and said, Sister Qin, this is just a small medical center. I've already told you that you need to go to a big hospital for the child's illness. But, Dr. Zhang, how can the family afford it? The baby is my heart's flesh, and it can't be left untreated. The woman said with tears already flowing out of her eyes. I first wake up the child, said Dr. Zhang took out a silver needle to be applied on the child's body, while at this time Jiang Feng glanced at the child in the woman's hands, but said, You're overdrawing the child's life. As soon as Jiang Feng's words fell, the three people in the medical center all looked at Jiang Feng with surprised faces. Shut up, my master is seeing a doctor. Why are you interrupting? The medicine boy in the medicine cabinet rebuked Jiang Feng in a cold voice. Dr. Zhang also frowned at Jiang Feng. Little friend, a doctor? Slightly knowledgeable. Jiang Feng nodded and said, Slightly knowledgeable? Then what makes you so sure that I'm overdrawing the child's life? Dr. Zhang said with some displeasure. Jiang Feng sighed and said, Is there a black line on the child's back? It has spread to the back of the heart. When Dr. Zhang heard this, he hurriedly lifted up the clothes on the child's back. And sure enough, how could this be? Chapter 7 Life Renewal 7-star Needle. That's why you're overdrawing his life force. By the time this black line spreads to the brain, the boy won't have long to live. Jiang Feng said with a frown. After Dr. Zhang was shocked, he looked at Jiang Feng and said in a deep voice, Little friend, but doctor. Jiang Feng nodded, then sighed and said, Get out of the way. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang immediately made way for the consulting table. Jiang Feng came to the front of the consulting table and signaled the woman to turn the child's back towards him. The woman had also heard the conversation between the two just now, and without any further hesitation, she directly lifted up the child's clothes again. Jiang Feng drew out 7 silver needles from the needle capsule on the table, and after gazing at them for a moment, he quickly landed on the 7 acupoints on the child's back. His technique skillful and competent, and the needles fell accurately. Life Renewal 7-star Needle? Dr. Zhang, who was on the side, exclaimed in shock. Jiang Feng glanced at Dr. Zhang and said, I can't believe you recognize it. When I followed my master to learn medicine in my early years, I read about it in ancient books, but they were all scraps, and this kind of needle technique of my master's has already been lost. Dr. Zhang muttered. Jiang Feng didn't continue talking. Instead, he checked the child's pulse, then said to the woman, Big sister, I have to apply the needle to the child one more time before he can wake up. Oh, well, you please. The woman sniffed and hurriedly said, Alas, even if he wakes up, Sister Qin, you still need to take the baby to a big hospital. Dr. Zhang sighed and said, This is a good medical center. but some diseases still need to go to a big hospital to be cured. No need. After I perform the needling and prescribe medication, the child will be fine in the future, Jiang Feng said indifferently. What? What? Dr. Zhang's jaw dropped as he looked at Jiang Feng and shouted. The woman was even looking at Jiang Feng with an unbelievable face. The child's illness, before Dr. Zhang had already said that it was something growing in the brain, and needed to go to a big hospital to open the knife. And yet this young man in front of him said that he would be fine in a while. Young sir, are you telling the truth? The woman asked in an urgent voice. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Then 3 silver needles were in his hand. 2 of them fell directly on the sides of the child's head. Then a palm was attached to the child's chest. His left hand held the needle. Surprisingly, it was stabbed directly into the 100 club point on the top of the child's head. Ah, no! Seeing this, Dr. Zhang hurriedly exclaimed in a hurry. But Jiang Feng's movements were too fast, and before he finished speaking, the silver needle had already landed on the top of the child's head. After the silver needle fell, the child's body burst, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the woman in front of him, and said softly, Mom, am I sleeping over again? Awake! It's good to be awake! The woman cried with joy. Since the child got this disease, every time he passed out, she was worried that he would never wake up again. When you go home, give the child more salt water. The child may have some snotty nose by tomorrow. That's due to the stuff in his head being discharged, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Jiang Feng wrote down another prescription on a piece of paper and gave it to the woman. Follow this prescription and take the medicine for a week and you'll be fine. Before the woman received the prescription, Dr. Zhang grabbed it and read it. Looking at the prescription in his hand, Dr. Zhang's hands trembled, muttering, Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Waiting for the woman to leave with 1,000 thanks, Dr. Zhang looked at Jiang Feng and said, That, sir, what do you have to say? There's no harm in saying it straight. Jiang Feng looked at Dr. Zhang and said, Can I keep a copy of this prescription? Dr. Zhang asked apprehensively. It was important to know that many doctors wouldn't show their own unique recipes to others to prevent leaking their own stunts. Keep it if you like it, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Thanks. Dr. Zhang smiled at his words. Sir, please forgive me for being disrespectful just now. You asked for a medicine stove just now. I happen to have one here. Why don't you take it? Jiang Feng said. No need to take it away. I wonder if you can lend it to me. Even if Dr. Zhang gave him the stove, he had no place to put it. Take it home? How to explain to Enjechi and Kong Lijun, saying that he made the medicine himself? Would they believe it? Of course. Go ahead, Dr. Zhang said. Jiang Feng wasn't polite and directly followed Dr. Zhang to the inner room where the pill stove was. Unfolding the medicine he had just grabbed in his hand, he lit the furnace. Dr. Zhang saw this, turned around and left the inner room. Jiang Feng's impression of Dr. Zhang was a few points better, and ordinary people would have gotten the idea of stealing from the master at this point. Jiang Feng is not preventing Zhang Dafeng, if it is the refining of ordinary pills, and even Jiang Feng will point out Zhang Dafeng, but this time the pills are marrow cleansing pills. Is a martial artist can use the pills. It might not be a good thing if Dr. Zhang knew about it. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng put away the refined marrow cleansing elixir, went out of the inner room, and after saying goodbye to Dr. Zhang, he went straight home. After looking at the time, Jiang Feng came to the kitchen and said to himself in his mind, I was so focused on refining pills that I forgot to buy food, so I'll make do with a meal. When Enjechi returned home and saw Jiang Feng busy in the kitchen, her brows furrowed again. This man still looked like a housewife, rotten to the core. Ignoring Jiang Feng, Enjechi went upstairs and went to change her clothes. It wasn't long before Kong Lijun also returned home, carrying a lot of things in her hand, especially the Chanel bag on her arm, which was placed on the wine rack like an offering by Kong Lijun. Jiang Feng served the prepared meal on the table. Kong Lijun looked at the 2 dishes on the table. Her brows frowned and asked in doubt, Just 2 dishes today, and a soup. Jiang Feng said indifferently, Nothing? Nothing. At those words, Kong Lijun nodded without saying anything and turned around to wash her hands. Jiang Feng looked at Kong Lijun's back with some surprise. In 3 years, this should be the first time Kong Lijun didn't get angry, right? It seems that the charm of money is still bigger. Came upstairs, gently knocked on the door of Enjechi's room. Jiang Feng said, The meal is ready. Let's eat. Got it. I'll go down now. After saying that, there was no more sound in the house. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly and went downstairs. Enjechi, who came to the dining table, looked at the 2 dishes on the table, and then looked at Kong Lijun. She was equally a bit surprised. She didn't care much about eating, but today her own mother didn't even look for trouble from Jiang Feng. This made her feel very surprised as well. But after seeing the Chanel bag on the liquor cabinet, Enjechi instantly understood everything. He knew that his own mother was powerful, so he probably didn't get angry because he was looking at Jiang Feng's $100,000. But Injechi's heart was also a bit strange. Could it be that Jiang Feng also felt that he had earned $100,000 and his waist was straightened? Why are there only 2 dishes today? Injechi asked lightly. Jiang Feng sniffed and said, I was busy with some things in the afternoon and forgot to buy vegetables. What kind of things can you be busy with? Injechi asked with a frown. Chapter 8 I'm afraid that you idol me too prominent. Went to Hua Cheng Street for a spin. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Injechi's frown deepened as she looked at Jiang Feng and asked, Jiang Feng, have you ever thought of doing something? Last night, Injechi thought a lot. No matter yesterday's matter is true or false, her heart still expects Jiang Feng to become better. After all, he is her man, even though there is no emotion, but they are husband and wife. These 2 words are simple to say, but the bond in it can't be described clearly with words. She is not satisfied with this marriage, but there is a grandfather personally arranged. She is still not willing to make it to the point of enemies, although for Jiang Feng she is more disgusted. Jiang Feng remembered that this was the first time in 3 years that Injechi had asked him. Before that Injechi had always been indifferent to him. Could it be that this was giving himself a chance? If you can, open a medical center for me. Jiang Feng looked at Injechi and said indifferently, Chinese medicine center. Jiang Feng said as he looked at Injechi, traditional Chinese medicine? You're still so impractical. Do you understand? Injechi couldn't help but frown at what she said. You were just lucky yesterday. Don't think that just because you coincidentally saved the Wang family's young master, you think you really know about medicine. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly at his words. It's true that Injechi's prejudice against herself didn't happen overnight. If he doesn't know how to do it, who in this world dares to say that he knows how to do medicine? Understand some, and family opened a beauty salon. Beauty is considered a branch of the medical arts. I want to help you, so I also studied a lot. Wait for the future I will give you to blend a beauty holy product. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Alright, let's eat. Injechi said indifferently, then lowered her head and started eating, no longer speaking. She believed that at this moment, Jiang Feng might have the determination to work hard, but she didn't believe in Jiang Feng's principle. Looking at Injechi's appearance, Jiang Feng shrugged his shoulders. Sure enough, he still didn't believe in it. Both of them stopped talking, but Kong Lijun said, actually, opening a medical center is not bad. Jiang Feng glanced at Kong Lijun. He definitely wouldn't be naive enough to think that Kong Lijun was there to support him, because Kong Lijun, who regarded money as her life, just wanted Jiang Feng to make more money. What's not bad? It's not like he really knows medicine, Injechi said without a trace of anger. Kong Lijun, however, said in disbelief, if he doesn't know medical skills, he would have saved the young master of the Wang family, and even made a special trip to the door to thank him? If you ask me, maybe it's really like what Jiang Feng said. He usually researched some. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense, okay? Injechi said somewhat angrily. It was just a coincidence that day. When the ambulance came, Jiang Feng was just helping to help the young master of the Wang family to carry him to the ambulance. What? Jiang Feng didn't cure him? Kong Lijun screamed at the words, but she still looked at Injechi and Jiang Feng in disbelief. Why are you looking at me? Things are just as I said, Injechi said lightly. Kong Lijun saw Injechi's look, and also saw that Jiang Feng didn't explain. She finally believed Injechi's words, and then said, then the Wang family won't know about it and ask for the money back afterward, right? I can tell you, Jiang Feng, if the Wang family wants the money back, you'll give it yourself then. Kong Lijun said viciously. It's not like I spent it. Why should I give it? And I didn't ask for it at that time. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Kong Lijun immediately said furiously, do you really think you're a divine doctor? How dare you talk back to me? I should have known better than to let Xiao Wu go that day. Look at what you've done. So what if I spent the money? When the time comes, the Wang family will be looking for you. Humph. Jiang Feng didn't even bother to look at Kong Lijun as he silently ate his meal. Humph. A waste is a waste. Net rely on pitfalls to get money. Kong Lijun said disdainfully. And Jechi on the side was really a bit unable to see past it and said, Mom, you spent the money. How can you let Jiang Feng pay for it himself? Besides, with the way he looks, where are you going to get him to get $100,000? If the Wang family comes back to ask for it, if you don't give this money, I will return it to the Wang family. How dare you? You all want to go against the law? Your father isn't home and you're bullying a woman like me? Why is my life so miserable? Married to a loser like your father, and you found a loser husband. I don't want to live anymore. As soon as Kong Lijun heard that Injechi was going to pay back the money for Jiang Feng, she immediately quit and started to play hard to get. Looking at Kong Lijun like this, Injechi frowned and directly put down her chopsticks and said I'm full and went straight upstairs, and also closed the door heavily. Jiang Feng looked at Injechi's remaining half bowl of rice and frowned. Originally the bowl of rice did not hold much. How can the body stand after eating only this little bit? Looking at Kong Lijun with some displeasure, Jiang Feng also put down his bowl and chopsticks. What kind of eyes are you looking at me with? You're a punk who eats and wears the family's food. What qualifications do you have to look at me like that? When Kong Lijun saw Jiang Feng's stern face, she immediately cursed with fire, and the more she cursed, the worse it became. Seeing that Kong Lijun had some tendency to want to develop, Jiang Feng snorted coldly and looked at Kong Lijun coldly. Kong Lijun was startled by Jiang Feng's eyes. What kind of eyes did this punk have? Why is it so scary? Although in her heart, she thought, he's just a punk. But Kong Lijun still collected herself and just muttered in a small voice. What are you playing hard to get with me? If you have the ability to go out and make money. Jiang Feng ignored Kong Lijun and got up to start cleaning up the dishes. Just back to the kitchen. Jiang Feng thought about it, but recooked a bowl of noodles. The noodles also put an egg. After cooking, served up to the second floor, came to Njiechi's room, knocked on the door. What is it? Njiechi's voice came from inside. You didn't eat much at night. I cooked you a bowl of noodles, Jiang Feng said softly. With a creak, Njiechi opened the door to her room in her pajamas. Looking at the noodles in Jiang Feng's hand, she should have been touched, but a fire of anger suddenly sprang up in her heart. Jiang Feng, why can't you do something meaningful? Even if it's a few $1,000s a month, surrounding the kitchen all day long. Do you think it's interesting? Njiechi looked at Jiang Feng and said angrily, and are Jiang Dishao, eyes are wearing pajamas. Njiechi attracted. Pajamas are loose, Njiechi and in their own rooms, buttons and not buckle tight, just now, and did not think much on the door. At this time, Njiechi's chest position is revealing a large area of snow white, so that Jiang Feng feasted his eyes. Following Jiang Feng's gaze, Njiechi whooshed and wrapped her clothes tighter and said with an angry face, what are you looking at? You're just a loser. Do you think I'm a disgrace to you? Jiang Feng asked flatly, seemingly not the least bit concerned by Njiechi's anger. Or maybe he had long gotten used to it. You still know? Njiechi said with a stern face, even if you had a decent job, I wouldn't mind you, but look at yourself. Looking at Njiechi's stunningly beautiful face, a touch of uncharacteristic gentleness surfaced in Jiang Feng's eyes. In the past, I wasn't competitive and always disgraced you, and in the future, I'm afraid that you'll dislike me for being too prominent. Chapter 9-2 Going to the Antique City. I'm going downstairs. As the words fell, Jiang Feng placed the noodle on the floor and walked downstairs on his own. Afraid you're too prominent? Njiechi murmured, looking at Jiang Feng's back, but in her eyes, there was more than a touch of indescribable flavor. She realized that the Jiang Feng of this moment had changed, not the extremely wimpy guy from before. There seemed to be an undisguised pride behind that blandness. Jiang Feng, who finished cleaning up, returned to his own room, that corner utility room. For this, Jiang Feng did not have any unaccustomed to, although he is a big family son of origin, but compared with those unusual rich second generation, but not as petulant as them. Moreover, as a child of the Jiang family, he had to practice martial arts from a young age, and the pain that he needed to endure to become a martial artist was enormous. After sitting on the bed, Jiang Feng directly took a marrow cleansing pill. Jiang Feng basically stayed up the whole night. Along with the marrow cleansing pill, he kept running his internal energy around his body, and as one acupoint after another was opened, the strength in his body was rising by leaps and bounds. When Jiang Feng woke up early in the morning, checking his cultivation, Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. This Gong method is really marvelous. I believe that it won't take too long to regain his previous cultivation, or even stronger. Jiang Feng was already at the cultivation level of a martial arts master. If he hadn't been deprived of his martial arts foundation, in the past 3 years, it was estimated that Jiang Feng would have already been at the peak of martial arts. Njiechi, who woke up, was slightly stunned the moment she saw Jiang Feng, feeling that Jiang Feng's entire aura had become a bit different. If last night it just felt like Jiang Feng had changed, but this morning's Jiang Feng was giving off a sense of transformation. During breakfast, looking at Kong Lijun's cold face, Jiang Feng consciously carried his own dishes to the kitchen where he belonged. He really didn't want to continue listening to Kong Lijun's ink, while Njiechi's heart had a trace of regret. If she didn't tell the truth last night, Kong Lijun wouldn't have turned nasty to Jiang Feng and even become colder than before. Jiang Feng, come over to the table and eat, Njiechi said towards the kitchen. Kong Lijun looked up at her daughter and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Njiechi's eyes. After all, we're a family. This will make others laugh if they see it. Humph, I've never treated him as my own family, Kong Lijun said with a low hum. Jiang Feng, come over to the table and eat, Njiechi called out again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng had no choice but to carry his bowl and come over to the table. It couldn't be helped. Who let himself fall in love with Njiechi? Besides, being able to take the initiative to let himself come to the table to eat, at least the attitude was much better than before. In the morning, Why don't you go to the bookstore and buy some beauty books? Learn more and you can get a job at it in the future. And Jechi said lightly, don't think about those unrealistic things. Which one of the Chinese medicine practitioners became famous when they weren't already gray at the temples? By virtue of the fact that you just read a few books, how can you get a quick result? Although Njechi's words were full of blandness and disdain, Jiang Feng still heard a hint of concern from Njechi's tone. Good. Jiang Feng nodded and said, what's the use of him reading books? Your position in An's is much worse. What can he do if he goes? Kong Lijun, however, said as she splashed cold water on the side. How could Njechi not know her own situation? But she still said, even if my status isn't high, if Jiang Feng can work hard, going to the company as a salesman in the future is still a job. Salesman? Jiang Feng muttered in his heart, she doesn't believe me after all. Then he laughed. 3 years of waste, what else would he want Njechi to hope for him? You still have the face to smile? Did you grow up eating? Kong Lijun looked at Jiang Feng laughing. Her anger was not in a single place. Since last night Kong Lijun's heart had not subsided. Originally thought of climbing on the Wang family this tree, the future days of soaring, but how do you know? Jiang Feng just happened to save the Wang family's eldest son. The Wang family does not come back to look for has been fortunate, not to mention the soaring. And yesterday he greeted a few poker friends to go shopping together. Has boasted out of their son-in-law will be the dragon soaring 9 days. The results of the sky and the ground instantly, which makes her how can not be angry. Now she saw Jiang Feng smiling shamelessly. She was even more angry, so she spoke out to reprimand him. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, but suddenly looked up at Kong Lijun. The icy coldness in his eyes made Kong Lijun feel a bone-chilling chill, and then he stopped talking. And Jechi looked at her own mother somewhat strangely, surprisingly just being looked at by Jiang Feng. She stopped talking. This was something that was simply impossible before. If Jiang Feng dared to look at Kong Lijun like this, it was already a blessing that he wasn't afraid of cursing to death. In these 2 days, Jiang Feng had become a little too strange. After breakfast, and Jechi went to work, while Kong Lijun went out to play cards as usual. Jiang Feng also went out of the house, came to the bookstore, but not according to what Njechi said to buy some beauty books, but bought 2 Chinese medicine ancient books translation. Then Jiang Feng came to the antique city again, wanting to try his luck and buy a pair of silver needles. As for gold needles, that was something that could not be found. Many Chinese medicine practitioners nowadays used steel needles, which didn't require any special techniques at all, which led to the fact that many Chinese medicine practitioners nowadays might not dare to use silver needles even if they had more than 10 years of experience in administering needles. After all, the advantage of steel needles was that they could be used quickly but the patients were more painful. The advantage of using silver needles is that the patient is only a little pain at the beginning of stabbing into the time, and the therapeutic effect is better than the steel needle. Gold needles, needless to say, a lot of traditional Chinese medicine needle technique lost in fact, and now the emergence of steel needle has a big relationship. Jiang Feng came to the antique market is a bit of a surprise, and the last time to come to the time is different. This time Jiang Feng in the antique market to look at the objects inside, even can see the top of the faint emanation of gas. Try to take a gas lighter objects in the hands, carefully check, found that only from the handwriting of famous artists, and is not an old object. After several comparisons, Jiang Feng realized something. It was that the heavier the qi, the older the object was, which meant that it was worth more. However, in this kind of antique market, most of them were imitations, and the best ones were only the works of contemporary masters, so it wasn't that easy to find a real old object. After checking out half of the antique market, Jiang Feng didn't find anything to his liking, and was about to turn around and leave when he was attracted to a small stall in the corner, because there was an object placed on the stall, above the thick qi, straight to the roof, as if the lightning in the dark night is eye-catching. In the entire antique city, he was the only one who shone the brightest. Chapter 10 Disappointment. Jiang Feng came to the small stall in the corner, looking at the floor of old-made antiques, pretending to casually rummage through them. Little brother, take a look. I have all the good stuff here, the vendor said with a smile and a mercenary face. Jiang Feng nodded and continued to look through it. When he saw the object that was heavier in qi, he was a bit surprised. It was an ordinary porcelain vase that couldn't be any more ordinary, roughly 60 centimeters in height. There wasn't even the slightest bit of surprise. Seeing Jiang Feng's eyes stayed on the porcelain vase, the vendor's face was full of disappointment. Even the words are instantly no strength. This thing he knows, just a modern imitation, not worth money, and most importantly, there is no way to fool, because the workmanship is so rough that even people outside the circle can see that this is an imitation, or imitation of a very poor kind. Little brother, you don't have your eye on this one, do you? The vendor said breathlessly. Jiang Feng put down the porcelain vase in his hand and asked with a smile, how much is this one? 3,000. I'll give you the original price. When I collect it, it's 3,000, but you can also see, This imitation is really rough workmanship. A clear-eyed person can see it at a glance, the peddler said spitefully. Jiang Feng sniffed and got up to leave. Little brother, don't go. Why don't you follow the rules? You more or less return the price. Ah, the vendor shouted helplessly. The people loitering next to him heard the vendor's words and laughed, then glanced at the porcelain vase in the vendor's hand. They all shook their heads. No wonder this little brother didn't pay back the price. It wasn't an object in the first place. It was estimated that he wanted to rip off the people and was recognized by this little brother. Jiang Feng once again turned back to the stall, stretched out 2 fingers and said, 200. Okay, I'll take it. 200? The vendor's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. I opened the price at 3,000, and you're returning the price at 200. Little brother, there's no such thing as a counteroffer. I was looking at him as big enough to buy back pickles. If you don't buy it, big deal. I'll buy a few small ones to go, Jiang Feng said, with a wry smile on his face. But your price is too low, the vendor said with some reluctance. Jiang Feng, however, shook his head and said, even someone like me who doesn't know anything about antiques knows that this thing is simply defective. If it wasn't for the fact that it can hold some salted vegetables, I wouldn't even look at it. The onlookers let out a burst of laughter. This little brother's words were good. For things that are useless, it's just a free gift. It's too much to put it at home to take up space. Add another 50. You take it, the vendor said as if he had made up his mind before saying. Jiang Feng turned around again and said, I was thinking you'd give me another 50 cheaper. You still want to add more money. Keep it for yourself and pickle it. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed. This little brother had a funny way of talking. You come back. Take it away. Take away. 200. No less, the peddler said helplessly. Jiang Feng was once again saying, can't be cheaper by 50? 200. Not a penny less. Any less. I'd rather smash it, the vendor said impatiently. Jiang Feng reluctantly took out $200 and handed it to the vendor, picked up the porcelain bottle and said to himself, well, it should be able to hold 10 pounds of pickles. The crowd of onlookers felt that Jiang Feng was a little cutie. Spending $200 on a pickle stall wasn't a little cutie. What is it? Only Jiang Feng himself knows that this porcelain vase must have something inside. Otherwise it is impossible that the entire antique city at Qi is the heaviest. And the vendor heart is also happy. Spent 50 to collect a piece of crap surprisingly sold 200. Jiang Feng returned home, saw Kong Lijun and Injiachi surprisingly are in. Some surprise asked Injiachi said, are you off work so early today? As for Kong Lijun, Jiang Feng didn't need to ask much and knew. She must have lost money playing cards outside. Injiachi didn't answer Jiang Feng's words. She was just surveying the things in Jiang Feng's hand. Looking at the 2 translations of ancient Chinese medical books in Jiang Feng's hand, her eyebrows deeply wrinkled, and she said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, didn't I tell you to buy 2 beauty books? Why are you still buying books about Chinese medicine? Still dreaming of your Chinese medicine? Jiang Feng said with a smile, I just like Chinese medicine more. Giving you money to buy books is not for you to buy messy things. Don't forget, you're spending the family's money. Kong Lijun could be considered as the outlet she found, venting all her unhappiness from counting money in the morning on Jiang Feng. Also, what are you carrying in your hand? A broken bottle? What did you buy him for? Is it because your family has too much money? When Kong Lijun saw the porcelain bottle in Jiang Feng's hand, she was so furious that she couldn't control it any longer and cursed. You punk, you know how to waste money. You can't help the family at all, not to mention that you're idle all day long. Look at your Aunt Wang's son-in-law. Every New Year's holiday will give the mother-in-law tens of thousands of pocket money. What about me? Not to say that I can't spend a penny of your money, but I still have to put money back. Kong Lijun's eyes were filled with disgust when she looked at Jiang Feng at this moment. After seeing the porcelain vase in Jiang Feng's hand, Injiachi also frowned tightly and said, why did you buy this? I think this thing looks pretty good, Jiang Feng said. Of course he wouldn't tell Injiachi that he could see its chi. Upon hearing this, Injiachi's frown deepened. She felt that Jiang Feng was hopeless, still not doing his job the whole day. Tell me, where exactly does this thing look good? If you don't tell me the truth today, get the hell out of here, Kong Lijun said furiously. Say it. Rubbish, Kong Lijun asked again. Jiang Feng, however, was too lazy to explain to Kong Lijun and just stood there without saying anything. And Jiachi looked at Jiang Feng's appearance and felt more and more that Jiang Feng was a loser. Her heart was disappointed in Jiang Feng and she got up and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, returned to his room at the sound of Kong Lijun's curses, put down the vase and carefully observed it. Look at the surface, but there is nothing colorful. But how does its chi come from? Jiang Feng studied for half a day, also did not study a reason out, so he had to put the porcelain bottle in the corner. And Jiachi in the room was sulking. Originally, He was kind enough to want Jiang Feng to buy a few books on beauty, but he didn't expect him to buy books on Chinese medicine? Doesn't he know that saving the Wang family's youngest master that day was just an accident? Does he really think he's a miracle doctor? Living in fantasy all day long but not doing her job made Njechi very angry, and she even felt the urge to make a clean break with Jiang Feng. Just after Jiang Feng left the antique city, there was a young man in a suit who was looking for something in the antique city with an anxious face. Coming to the stall that had just sold Jiang Feng the porcelain vase, he looked at the eye vendor and couldn't suppress the elation on his face and said, "I finally found you." Chapter 11 Jiang Feng. What are you doing? Doing? What? The vendor said with a wary face as he looked at the suited youth. In their line of work, they often encountered people who bought things and wanted to ask for them back. Boss, hello, did you collect a piece of scrap in the Ding family villa before? It was an imitation porcelain vase, the suited youth said sharply. Don't be afraid, I really need this thing. I can buy it back, for any amount of money. Upon hearing this, the peddler was stunned. Wasn't the youth talking about the porcelain vase he just sold to that silly boy? I haven't collected this thing. I collect antiques here. How could I collect rags? The peddler would not easily believe the youth's words. He had encountered this kind of thing too many times. The youth was anxious and said, I'm really useful. That's not something valuable. How much do you want is what you say. I'm pretty sure you're the one who collected it, said the youth. From his pocket pulled out a stack of cash directly into the hands of the peddler. Said, these enough. All to you. Peddler saw the youth pulled out so much cash at once. Should not be because of a thing in hands, and that vase. He seriously and carefully looked several times. Definitely not what antiques. After thinking about it, the peddler said, it was just sold by me to a young man. Sold? Know where that person lives? The youth asked sharply. Don't know. I can't sell something and still check people's accounts, right? The vendor rolled his eyes and said. The youth sniffed, and no longer cared about the peddler, but stood in place pondering what to do. Young man, do you want to go look at the surveillance? Maybe you can find it. That young man looks very kind. If it's important to you, it should be given to you. At this time a grandpa next to him said, right, the surveillance. Thank you, grandpa. The youth was delighted at his words and said hurriedly. After thanking the grandpa, the youth hurriedly ran towards the management office of the antique city, leaving behind a shocked vendor. Just one sentence and so much money? The peddler looked at the money in his hand and said with some disbelief. At this time, a middle-aged man next to him said, I see that person just now seems to be the son of the Ding family. Yes, that's him. I've seen him on TV. Besides, the Yin family. And Njechi was lying on the bed, thinking about the Chinese medicine books Jiang Feng bought in that porcelain vase. Her heart was angry. Married for 3 years, Jiang Feng is really good to him. No matter how cold he is to him, he is always the same to himself. But marriage is not just about being good to one and their familiar girlfriends, boyfriends or husbands. Which one is not a successful career? Only Jiang Feng will only do housework at home all day, thinking about some unrealistic problems. Jiang Feng looked at the time, then went out to the garden at the back of the neighborhood. Here, because of the back of the shade, usually come to very few people. Finding a more remote place, Jiang Feng took a starting position, then began to swing a set of palm techniques. The beginning of Jiang Feng's movements are still very slow, gradually getting faster and faster. The surrounding fallen leaves Jiang Feng's body of the power to drive in his surroundings to form a wall of fallen leaves. Suddenly, Jiang Feng slapped his palm to the big tree next to him. After hearing a loud boom, the tree broke. Looking at the tree in front of him, Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. Since then the realm of martial arts master had finally returned. Jiang Feng believed that relying on the techniques in the jade pendant, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the martial arts. He had just practiced the palm technique. He had already sensed that he was very close to that realm. Kang Lijun at home after seeing Jiang Feng go out, but came to Jiang Feng's room, opened the door full of disgust at the simple room. Kang Lijun began to look for, finally found the porcelain vase that Jiang Feng had just bought back in the corner and muttered, I told you to spend money recklessly, see if I won't throw it away for you. After saying that, Kang Lijun walked out of Jiang Feng's room with the vase in her hand, only to meet Njechi, who was also going out. On her way out, Njechi looked at the vase in Kang Lijun's hand and said with a frown, Mom, why are you just entering Jiang Feng's room? That punk bought such a rag back. If your great aunt and the others see it that day, they will definitely laugh at our family being poor. They've started collecting rags. I have to throw it away for him. Kang Lijun said with an angry face. Njechi sniffed, but said helplessly, Mom, and you said many times, don't associate with your great aunt's gang. Since grandpa's death their attitude wouldn't be unknown to you. This is not at all what relatives do. Mentioning your grandfather makes me angry. When he was alive he obviously loved you the most. Even the president of the Yin group was going to be given to you. But what happened? Actually found you such a trashy husband. If it wasn't for that loser, our family would have become a laughing stock? If it wasn't for that loser, would your father have been transferred to that hole of a place abroad? The more Kong Lijun said, the angrier she got. And if it wasn't for the fear of smashing the floor, she even wanted to smash the porcelain vase. And Juchi knew that what Kong Lijun said was the truth. But things had already happened. So what could be done? She also couldn't figure out why her grandfather would let himself and Jiang Feng get married. She couldn't see a single thing out of the ordinary in Jiang Feng. After Kong Lijun finished speaking, she also didn't care about Injechi, and directly carried the porcelain vase and headed downstairs. After leaving the door, she directly threw it into the garbage bin, accompanied by a cracking sound. Kong Lijun had a smug smile on her face and turned around to go home. Just what her did not expect is that the trash can and the porcelain vase at this time but not broken. Just in the edge of the place dropped a few pieces of debris. Inside there is still a layer. After Jiang Feng returned home, he did not return to his room at the first time, so he did not even know that Kong Lijun had thrown away the porcelain vase he had bought. It was only when Jiang Feng returned to his room after cleaning up after dinner in the evening that he realized that the porcelain vase was gone. Jiang Feng's eyebrows deeply wrinkled, directly came downstairs, looked at Kong Lijun who was watching TV on the sofa and asked, "Where did the porcelain vase in my room go?" Kong Lijun raised her head and glanced at Jiang Feng, saying with a mocking face, "What? You cheated the Wang family out of $100,000 and now mom doesn't even call? I'm asking you, where did that porcelain vase go?" Jiang Feng said in a cold voice. Kong Lijun, however, said indifferently, "Put it in the house as an eyesore and threw it away." "You threw it where?" Jiang Feng asked. "Forgot." Kong Lijun deliberately didn't say where the vase was thrown to, looking at Jiang Feng with disdain. Jiang Feng took a step forward and looked at Kong Lijun coldly. His fists clenched and cackled as he said, "Where is the vase?" Looking at Jiang Feng's eyes, Kong Lijun was startled. "Why are this punk's eyes so scary? He won't hit me, right? Jiang Feng, what are you doing? How are you talking to my mom?" At this moment, Anjechi who wanted a drink of water was standing on the stairs of the second floor drinking at Jiang Feng. "One porcelain vase and you're yelling at my mom." Chapter 12, Throwing Away. "So, you know it too?" Jiang Feng said with a flat face. Anjechi frowned tightly and said, "So what if I know? I've already put something in my room? In your way?" There was a slight anger in Jiang Feng's tone. Seeing Jiang Feng talking to himself like this, Anjechi also had a bellyful of anger and said in a cold voice, "I know. So what? Do you want to hit me too?" Jiang Feng's tightly clenched fist slowly loosened and said indifferently, "Don't dare." After saying that, Jiang Feng directly turned up to the second floor, passing by Anjechi, but he didn't say anything. Anjechi saw Jiang Feng treating him like this for the first time. Was this a silent confrontation? Jiang Feng's back was lonely, causing Anjechi some inexplicable heartache, but she still didn't speak, didn't care. Although she knew that this matter was her mother's fault, she still couldn't put her face down to apologize to Jiang Feng, and she still felt angry at Jiang Feng for buying some useless things. And the reason why Jiang Feng was like this wasn't because of how valuable the vase itself was, but rather Anjechi's attitude towards him. Even if he had saved the young master of the Wang family and was misunderstood by him, he didn't feel this bad. In the Yin family, it turned out that he didn't even have the right to buy a favorite item. The night was silent, and the following morning, looking at the cold kitchen, Anjechi's brows furrowed a bit, while Kong Lijun stood directly at the bottom of the stairs and started cursing. "You dead waste, but just threw you a broken porcelain vase. How dare you play with your temper? You also don't take a piss to see what kind of person you are. Do you have the right to play with your temper? You're a piece of... I'll just throw it away. If you're capable, don't come down all day." Only for Kong Lijun's curses, Jiang Feng didn't respond. Anjechi was a bit strange. At least Jiang Feng always has to come out for a bit. Then she also got a bit angry and went up to the second floor to Jiang Feng's room. After opening the door to his room, he found that Jiang Feng was not in it, and the bedding was neatly folded, as if it had never been moved. Could it be that Jiang Feng went out last night? It shouldn't be. Anjechi thought silently in her heart. When Anjechi was being surprised, Jiang Feng was walking in the door. Looking at Kong Lijun was cursing at the upstairs, a little surprised, then looked up and saw Anjechi at the stairway. Jiang Feng said with a smile, "Went out to buy breakfast. Just came back." Looking at the breakfast in Jiang Feng's hand, Anjechi sighed in her heart. Sure enough, he's still that trash. How dare a punk rebel against Kong Lijun? Everything last night was just for show. After breakfast, Anjechi was ready to go out to work, but when she was about to go out, she heard the doorbell ring. So early, who could it be? Anjechi thought with a puzzled face. After opening the door, she found that a young man in a suit was standing at the door, looking at herself with a smile on his face, and then asked, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "Miss, hello, may I ask if the family bought a porcelain vase yesterday?" the youth asked politely, but in his tone, he looked a little anxious. And Jechi's first reaction upon hearing the youth's words was that the porcelain vase wasn't bought by Jiang Feng, but he stole it from someone else's house. Angry immediately, she shouted towards the inside, "Jiang Feng, someone is looking for you." When Jiang Feng came to the door, he looked at the youth in front of him. He was also a bit surprised. He didn't know this youth. What was he looking for? "Sir, it's really you. May I ask if the porcelain vase you bought in the antique city yesterday can be transferred to me? How much do you think is appropriate?" The youth was very happy the moment he saw Jiang Feng, the same person as the photo. Yes, it was him. "You mean that porcelain vase?" Jiang Feng asked with a frown. "Yes, it's that imitation. It's a bit broken," the youth said. When Jechi heard that, she realized that she had misunderstood Jiang Feng, and thought to herself, it seems that her preconceived notions about Jiang Feng were too deep, that she would have thought of Jiang Feng stealing something in the first place. Kang Lijun also came to the door when she heard the voice and looked at the youth at the door and asked with a puzzled face, "Who is this?" The youth ignored Kang Lijun and said to Jiang Feng, "Sir, how much do you think is appropriate to transfer to me? I am really useful. Please help." Jiang Feng shook his head and didn't say anything. "Sir, I really need that porcelain vase. Please help. How much money is fine?" the youth said again. Jiang Feng sighed and said helplessly, "It's not a matter of money. If it's in my hands, even if you don't pay, if you really need it, take it. But the problem is that the vase has been thrown." "Throw away?" The youth sniffed as if struck by lightning, murmured and asked, "How could it be thrown away?" Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Yes, where did you throw him?" The youth's face slumped as he looked at Jiang Feng with a shocked expression and said, "I don't know. I didn't throw him." Jiang Feng didn't care about the youth's tone and said indifferently. When the youth heard that, he said in a cold voice, "It wasn't you? Then who threw it?" "It was her," Jiang Feng said as he pointed to Kang Lijun by his side. "You threw that porcelain vase?" The youth looked at Kang Lijun with a bad face and said. Only then did Kang Lijun understand that this person was here to find that porcelain vase, but seeing that the other party was just a person, that shrewishness suddenly erupted again. "I threw it? What's wrong? What's wrong with my own things I threw? Who are you? What are you doing in our house? Get lost. If you don't get out, I'll call the police," Kang Lijun said shrewdly, but in her heart, she thought, could it be that the vase is very valuable, so that this person is willing to take it back no matter how much money? Heart also some regret, had known not to throw away good. The youth smiled coldly and said, "Good, good, good. This is the first time I have seen someone who dares to let me ding Asian roll." After saying that, the youth once again asked, "Where did you throw it away? Old lady let you hear it today. Roll. Get the hell out of here right away. I'll throw it wherever I want. I won't tell you." Kang Lijun cursed at the top of her voice. "Say, where did you throw it?" The youth forced himself to hold back his anger and said, he had not easily found Jiang Feng on the surveillance. Who would have thought that the vase had been thrown by this foul-mouthed woman in front of him? How could he not be angry? Jiang Feng was watching all this with cold eyes, but Jechi was a bit surprised that the visitor was Ding Yizhen, the young master of the Ding family. You, Ding Yizhen said 3 good words in a row, pointing his finger at Kang Lijun, so angry that he could no longer speak. It was probably because he had a very good upbringing, and he really couldn't wipe his face from cursing with Kang Lijun. Pulling out the phone, Ding Yizhen dialed a number and said in a cold voice, "Bring someone to me. Chapter 13 can cure. Mr. Ding, don't get excited first." And Jechi hurriedly stepped forward and said, "If there's anything, discuss it properly." With that, Jechi turned her head to Kang Lijun and said, "This is the Ding family's young master, Ding Yizhen." When Kang Lijun heard this, she immediately shivered in fear. She didn't expect this person to be the young master of the Ding family. Her face turned pale as she pointed at Jiang Feng and said, "He's the one who brought it back. It's none of my business. Didn't you just say that it's yours to throw away if you want to?" Ding Yizhen said in a cold voice. Jiang Feng at this time but opened his mouth and asked, "Mr. Ding, I want to ask what you want this porcelain vase for." "This porcelain vase is my grandfather's, although it's a piece of imitation, but it is a gift from his late comrade. Now that grandpa only has 3 months to live, he wants to see more porcelain vases, remembering the time he spent with his old comrade. It's just that the nanny in the house doesn't know the preciousness of this vase, and thought it was to see a broken piece of, and even gave it to be sold. I think this is grandpa's dying wish, so I have been chasing to the antique city, and saw on the monitor that it was you, sir, who bought it. So I looked for the door. Who would have thought that it was thrown away?" Ding Yizhen said here, a face of frustration and guilt. If he was a little more careful, that vase would not have been sold, and grandpa would not have left with regrets. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Got it." Turning his head, he looked at Kang Lijun and said, "Where did you throw that porcelain vase?" "It's thrown in the dumpster outside the door." Kang Lijun pointed to the dumpster outside the door and said somewhat timidly. Hearing this, Ding Yizhen hurriedly turned towards the dumpster outside the door, only to be dumbfounded when he stretched his head out to take a look. The dumpster had already been cleaned out, and it was empty. The dumpster in the neighborhood is cleaned every day. It's probably already been pulled away, Jiang Feng said softly as he stood behind Ding Yizhen. When Ding Yizhen heard this, her eyes turned red and she turned to look viciously at Kang Lijun and said, "You made my grandfather leave with regrets. I want you to die." "Don't. I don't want to die yet." Kang Lijun was scared by Ding Yizhen's words and directly collapsed to the ground, tugging on Jiechi's leg and said in a rush, "Jiechi, you quickly save Mom. Mom doesn't want to die." It's not like I knew that porcelain vase was so important. And Jiechi also looked at Ding Yizhen outside the door with an expression of helplessness. The Ding family is very powerful in the central state. Wanting to pinch the death of the Yin family is very easy, not to mention her own mother. While she was looking anxious, Jiang Feng was speaking. "Mr. Ding, you just said that your father still has 3 months of life left. Can you take me to take a look? Maybe I can have a way." You're a doctor?" Ding Yizhen asked as he looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Jiang Feng nodded and said with a smile, "No, a little. It's useless. The doctors abroad have already said that Grandpa's body can't be cured." Ding Yizhen said with a face of frustration and pain. "What the foreign doctors say isn't necessarily holy writ. Anyway, there's no other way now. Might as well give it a try," Jiang Feng said indifferently. Ding Yizhen was stunned and thought in her heart, "He's right. There's no other way right now anyway. Give it a try. In case Grandpa is saved." "Jiang Feng, don't mess around." And Jiechi heard Jiang Feng say he wanted to see the Ding family's old man. She shouted in a hurry. She knew better than anyone else about how many kilograms Jiang Feng had. How could Jiang Feng see any diseases? It was simply nonsense. Jiang Feng, however, gave Jiechi a reassuring smile and said to Ding Yizhen, "Mr. Ding, let's go." And Jiechi was going to continue blocking, but was pulled by Kang Lijun, who hurriedly whispered, "Jiechi, you let that punk go, or else the Ding family won't let me go." "But what if Jiang Feng goes? He'll be beaten to death by the Ding family." And Jiechi said sharply, just about to call out to Jiang Feng again, but she found that Jiang Feng had already walked towards the outside of the neighborhood with Ding Yizhen, and was already at the door. Kang Lijun, on the other hand, was pulling on her legs so that she couldn't move a bit. With such a delay, Jiang Feng and Ding Yizhen had gotten into the car. Mom, why are you acting like this?" And Jiechi was furious and stomped her feet, when Jiechi broke free and came to the entrance of the neighborhood. But where was Jiang Feng's figure? In the car. Jiang Feng said to Ding Yizhen, "Mr. Ding, the time is still early. If you send someone to chase the garbage truck in the district, you should still be able to chase it. If the old man is well, he can still look at the porcelain vase to remember his comrades. Isn't it better?" Ding Yizhen nodded and said, "Mr. Jiang is right." Then he took out his phone and ordered his men to go after the garbage truck. "You know my surname is Jian?" Jiang Feng looked at Ding Yizhen with some surprise. Ding Yizhen smiled and said, "Just now in the district, I took Mr. Jiang's picture and inquired about you, and I know your surname is Jiang. Then you should also know that I'm the Yin family son-in-law," Jiang Feng said with a smile. Ding Yizhen nodded with an embarrassed smile. "No matter, it's not like I care," Jiang Feng said. "It's just that I didn't expect that, so you would still believe that I can cure the old man. Give it a try," Ding Yizhen muttered. Jiang Feng knew that Ding Yizhen was completely holding the attitude of trying to let herself see the doctor. Soon the crowd arrived at the Ding family villa. Following Ding Yizhen to the villa's living room, Ding Yizhen said to the nanny, "Go ask the old master to come down." Seeing Jiang Feng looking at himself curiously, he then said, "The old master is moving freely, but his organs are failing, and that doctor abroad said that Grandpa might be paralyzed in bed in the last 2 months." A few moments later, from the second floor down by a middle-aged beauty supported by the gray-haired old man, Jiang Feng looked at the old master with white hair, but his body was with a stern aura, nodded in his heart. In the end, he was from the military. This temperament is indelible. Elder Jiang came closer and said with a smile, "I heard that the charity clinic brought a little miracle doctor." "Hard work, sir." "Elder, the type of soldier you were in at the time wasn't an ordinary soldier, was it? The dark disease on your body was left from that time. It should be very hard to endure for so many years." Jiang Feng looked at the old master carefully for a few moments, smiled faintly and continued, "Around 30 years old, the liver was uncomfortable. 40 years old, the spleen was uncomfortable. Until now, the whole body's organs have begun to fail. Is that correct?" Right. Especially when it comes to cloudy and rainy days. It's worse than death. It's simply the same onset pattern as rheumatism." Elder Ding was too excited. For many years, he had searched for famous doctors all over the world and failed to cure his disease. Finally let him meet the divine doctor. "Please ask the little divine doctor to save my father." The beautiful young woman beside him, flung herself on her knees and turned to Jiang Feng with a face full of pleading. Whenever I see my father's life is worse than death, the heart of a son or daughter is sad. I just hate that I can't bear it for my father. Please be sure to heal my father, no matter how big the price can be. Jiang Feng was startled by the beautiful young woman, dodged to the side and reached out to help her up. Don't be like this. For the old hero who defended his family and country, it's the right thing to do. You are truly a divine doctor. You saw it with a single glance. Can my illness be cured then? Elder Ding looked at Qinghan with a nervous face. Take your pulse first, Jiang Feng said, signaling the old man to sit beside him. His right hand rested on the old man's wrist. A moment later, Jiang Feng released his hand and looked at the old master. Everyone in the Ding family villa also looked at Jiang Feng with hopeful faces. It can be cured. Chapter 14 10 million diagnosis fees. Please help me find a pair of silver needles for Chinese acupuncture, a fire pot, and an alcohol lamp. Thanks. Jiang Feng's words had just finished. Ding Yizhen hurriedly got up, leaving behind a "I'll go," and disappeared. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. The Ding family's discipline was really not bad. From this filial piety of the juniors, one could tell how a family's discipline was. After only a few minutes, Ding Yizhen ran back out of breath, holding a pair of needle capsule and a few fire pots in his hand. Jiang Feng took the needle capsule and looked at it, realizing that inside were rows and rows of gold needles, not silver needles. He then opened and closed it, and after a few times, he suddenly laughed. Everyone was surprised to see Jiang Feng suddenly laugh. Ding Yizhen even asked nervously, Mr. Jiang, is it that this pair of gold needles is not suitable? I'll go find it again right away. Suitable, very suitable, couldn't be more suitable. I wonder if this pair of golden needles can be given to me after the treatment later? Jiang Feng looked at Ding Yizhen with a smile, and then at Elder Ding. A pair of golden needles is just a pair of golden needles. If Mr. Jiang likes it, he can take it, as long as it can cure Grandpa's disease. What's this? Ding Yizhen said boldly. Truth be told, I've always wanted to find a pair of golden needles. It's just too hard to find, so that's how it is. Giving the golden needles to young sir isn't an insult to it. Jiang Feng didn't say more, signaling Elder Ding to take off his clothes, only keeping a pair of pants to wear on his body. Looking at the scars all over Elder Ding's body, Jiang Feng couldn't help but be moved. Knife wounds, gunshot wounds, all over the place. I think that the old man Ding was also a dead man crawling out of the Lord. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, and quickly tapped several large points on Elder Ding's forehead, then turned around, needle capsule into his hand. In a few breaths, Elder Ding's back and legs were covered with golden needles, living like a hedgehog sitting there. After the golden needles covered Elder Ding's entire body, Elder Ding's face instantly turned red, his eyes bulging outwards, his appearance very frightening. Endure, success or failure is here. Jiang Feng drank softly, seeing Jiang Feng's voice as a reminder. The Ding family members who were anxious inside and wanted to open their mouths to ask questions, also stopped speaking out and just looked at Elder Ding with concern. After a long time, Jiang Feng took away the silver needles from Elder Ding's chest and back, started the fire pots on the alcohol lamp a few times, and quickly snapped them on Elder Ding's back, and in just a moment, snapped more than 10 more fire pots. Jiang Feng turned to Elder Ding's body and slammed his palm on his chest, only to see that from the fire pots on Elder Ding's back, threads of black blood appeared from the pores of his skin, instantly filling up the entire fire pot. As the black blood flowed out, Elder Ding instantly felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable all over his body. When all the fire pots were filled, Jiang Feng removed the fire pots, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Ling Hong, take Elder Master to the bath. It's no longer a problem. Mr. Jiang, wait for me for a moment. After saying that, Elder Ding went towards the bathroom on the second floor to wash up under the nanny's support. Jiang Feng asked Ding Yizhen for a pen and paper, brushed a few times and wrote a prescription, handed it over to Ding Yizhen and instructed, grab the medicine according to the prescription, boil every 3 medicines into 1 medicine and drink it. Drink it once every 3 days, drink it for a month and you'll be completely cured, no more and no less. Remember. After saying that, Jiang Feng sat on the sofa and picked up the teacup and took a big gulp of tea, then fell backward and took a long sigh of relief. This was Jiang Feng's first time performing needles all over his body. It was still a bit tense and laborious. It seemed like it was time to speed up the cultivation of martial arts. The beautiful young woman replaced the cup of tea for Jiang Feng again and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, thank you for healing my father. How should I thank you? Xiaoru, I have my own arrangements for thanking Mr. Jiang. Before Jiang Feng could speak, Elder Ding's voice came from upstairs. It sounded like the voice appeared brighter and more neutral compared to before. Mr. Jiang, your medical skills really opened Ding's eyes. I feel like I can eat a cow now, not to mention how comfortable my body is. Jiang Feng's face was slightly tired. He said lightly, I've given Mr. Ding the prescription, As long as you take the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. 1 month, it will be completely cured. Many thanks, Mr. Jiang. Elder Ding arched his hand and sat on the sofa opposite Jiang Feng. After saying that, Elder Ding signaled Ding Yijin to take out a check and handed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't make any pretense and directly took the check. In Jiang Feng's opinion, it was completely natural to collect the consultation fee for treating Elder Ding today. His own current situation no longer allowed him to pretend to be a high-ranking person. But Jiang Feng, who received the check, was still surprised for a moment, only to then hide it well. $10 million. Jiang Feng looked at Elder Ding and said with a smile, Elder Ding, isn't this a bit much? Not much compared to the life of an old immortal. The Ding family doesn't have anything that can be gifted to Mr. Ding, only this body full of copper. That's why you must accept this $10 million for the diagnosis, Elder Ding said with a smile. Jiang Feng, however, shook his head and said, you're too kind. This copper stench is what the kid needs right now, so I won't be polite. Elder Ding, the kid still has something he wants to ask for your help. Elder Ding immediately said, Sir, there's no harm in saying it. It's whether or not you can get me a license to practice medicine. Jiang Feng said. Before Elder Ding could say anything, Ding Yijin on the side said, it's a good thing. It's a matter of a phone call. With that, Ding Yijin took out his phone and said a few words, then told Jiang Feng, Mr. Jiang, you sit here for a while longer. The documents will be sent in a while. So soon? Jiang Feng asked with a smile. Ding Yijin smiled without saying anything. Elder Ding looked at the laughing Jiang Feng. His heart was amazed. Looking at the speech and demeanor, the second son must be under the seat of a high-ranking person. I must tell Yijin to befriend him properly when I turn around. Mr. Jiang, we are all familiar with each other. I am not very good at talking. I want to ask you a question. Ding Yijin looked at Jiang Feng and asked. Jiang Feng nodded and said, it's fine. You ask. With Mr. Jiang's medical skills, why did he go to be the Yin family's son-in-law? Ding Yijin asked. Just after Ding Yijin's words were finished, Elder Ding was a burst of anger. Righteous diagnosis. In his opinion, Ding Yijin's question to Jiang Feng had touched Jiang Feng's personal privacy, which was very rude. Dad, it's not like I meant anything else. I was just curious, Ding Yijin said aggressively. Jiang Feng, however, waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. It's fine not to talk about the reason for this, but I am indeed the Yin family's son-in-law now. Elder Ding sniffed. His heart burst with curiosity. He didn't expect Jiang Feng, who had excellent medical skills, to be the Yin family's son-in-law. After a while, the license to practice medicine was sent over, and Jiang Feng obediently got up to say goodbye and left the Ding family. Chapter 15 is good. I'll go. When Jiang Feng returned home, he saw Njiechi and Kong Lijun sitting on the sofa. The difference was that Kong Lijun was watching the TV while Njiechi's face had a faint trace of anxiety. Is she worried about me? A smile surfaced at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. Seeing Jiang Feng enter the door, Njiechi's face was relieved. But Kong Lijun stood up directly and scolded. You did a good thing, buying a piece of crap and causing so much trouble. Mom, don't say it. Njiechi, however, frowned and said. Then she turned her head to look at Jiang Feng. Her face regained its flatness. What did you say when you went to the Ding family? Njiechi asked indifferently. I cured Elder Ding. Jiang Feng laughed. At those words, Njiechi immediately looked furious. You went to cheat people again? Cheat people? In your eyes I can only go and cheat people, is that it? Jiang Feng said indifferently. Seeing Njiechi getting angry, Kong Lijun also said with a disdainful face. You punk, what kind of disease will you cure? What is it if it's not cheating? But I'm telling. This time it's you who went by yourself. Don't get us involved when people come looking for us. Seems like you're the one who lost the porcelain vase, right? Jiang Feng turned back to look at Kong Lijun and said with a cold smile. If you hadn't lost the porcelain vase, how could I have gone to the Ding family? Dead trash. How dare you talk back? Kong Lijun heard Jiang Feng say something about her losing the vase. She immediately felt that her face had no face, and scolded furiously. You've been in the Yin family for 3 years. What have you done? What else can you do besides washing and cooking? I really don't know what you think. If I were you, I would have crashed my head into the ground long ago. The old master didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you poured into him at that time, and even let Jechi marry you. My daughter has suffered. Kong Lijio chattered on. So you tried everything to get me to divorce Jechi? Jiang Feng laughed coldly. There are even people in this world who actively let their daughters get divorced. Enough. You two stop arguing. And Jechi said with a low gulp. Upon hearing this, both of them stopped talking. What are you holding in your hand? And Jechi asked as she looked at the license to practice medicine in Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng didn't answer in Jechi, but just said faintly, what does it have to do with you? Am I not a waste in your eyes? After saying that, Jiang Feng ignored the two and directly went upstairs, and Jechi's brows furrowed deeply. Jiang Feng had never spoken to himself like today. Kong Lijun even cursed with an indignant face. I told you, this punk is just a punk. You still think he'll get ahead in the future? Dream on. I really don't know what kind of face this kind of person has to stay at home. Jiang Feng heard Kong Lijun's words before he entered the door. His heart was annoyed. This mother-in-law of his has never looked at himself favorably in the past 3 years, scolding himself, not to mention that he is always thinking of ways to get himself and Njechi divorced. And Njechi downstairs was pulled back from her trance by Kong Lijun's words. Mom, this matter was originally your fault. You went into his room privately and threw his things around. It's best that Jiang Feng took care of things before it was okay. Instead, you're not thankful at all. Njechi said with a frown. Thanks? Why should I thank him? If it wasn't for him buying that piece of crap, would there be any of these things? Kong Lijun said hatefully. And Njechi didn't want to talk to Kong Lijun anymore. Because of Jiang Feng's matter, she had already taken a day off. The company still had things to do, and she had to leave a handle on Nkaiwan again. Just as she was thinking, Njechi's phone rang. It was the company call informing her to go back for a meeting. Glancing at the upstairs closed door, Njechi shook her head and turned around to go out to the company. Arriving at the company's conference room, Njechi looked at the conference room filled with people, but in her heart, she secretly wondered what had happened. When the people were all together, the head of the family, and Mingwei coughed and said, calling everyone to the meeting today. It's about the contract issue of Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals. Everyone knows that our family is in the business of beauty care and wholesale of medicinal herbs. If we can take down the contract of supplying medicinal herbs to Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals, for the ANs, in the next 3 years, we will definitely be able to become the top 10 ranked company in Central State. Whoever of you dares to go and take this contract, I'll directly promote him to be the president of a new department. New department? When did the company set up a new department? President? A separate president? The people in the conference room began to talk. Seeing the crowd talking, and Mingwei knocked on the table and said in a cold voice, don't make any noise. Seeing and Mingwei get angry, the crowd stopped talking and were all looking at the family head cautiously, waiting for the following. If we are able to sign the contract with Xinjiang Pharmaceutical, the company will set up a department that specializes in docking with Xinjiang Pharmaceutical, so there will also be a new president. And Mingwei said indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone didn't say anything. This condition was indeed tempting, but they also knew where the contract of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical was so easy to get. Just talking about the Su family that was competing with An's. Their overall strength was a whole lot higher than An's, and most importantly, the Su family had their own medicinal material production base in the mountains. So what could An's family do to compete with others? What? There isn't a single person who dares to go to Xinjiang Pharmaceutical? And Mingwei frowned as he looked at the crowd, seeing his father's gaze over, and Kaiwan hurriedly looked away. This hard job, little cutie, only then would he go. Seeing that no one in the crowd dared to respond, and Mingwei sighed, let Njechi go. Njechi is the manager of the project department. And Kevin muttered and said. Njechi sniffed and was angry in her heart. This Nkaiwan always grabbed the lead in good things and dumped it on herself as soon as she encountered a difficult task. Before she could speak, the crowd had already begun to chime in. Right, how could I forget Jechi? Jechi is the manager of the project department. This matter should be her. Jechi's business ability is quite impressive. Jechi will definitely be able to sign Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals if she goes. And Mingwei heard the crowd talking and also looked at Njechi. Jechi, are you sure you can sign Xinjiang Pharmaceutical? And Mingwei asked. And Jechi stood up and said, Family Master, I didn't say I could sign Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Because, you can't even do this well. And you're still hogging the project manager. Cut. Before Njechi finished her words, and Kaiwan was snorting and said, and Kevin, you don't stand and talk, why don't you go? And Jechi looked at Nkaiwan and said angrily, everyone knows how difficult it is for Xinjiang Pharmaceutical and to cooperate. How can I be sure? I haven't said I'll let you go yet. Look at how anxious you are. And Kevin said in a conspiratorial manner, everyone is just joking. Why are you so serious? Big manager and is so golden. How could he possibly go and sign such a difficult client? Luckily, the old man didn't give her the position of president at that time. The few people who were often with Nkaiwan also began to sneer from the sidelines. You guys. And Jechi sniffed, her face flushed red. Well, it's really a bit hard to leave this matter to you. And Mingwei waved his hand and said, I originally thought that you should have some outstanding abilities since the old master thought so highly of you in the first place. I was the one who overthought it. Mentioning the old master. And Jechi's eyes reddened. How could they dare to do this to themselves when Grandpa was around? Being provoked by them, and Jechi also came to fire and said directly, good, I'll go. Chapter 16 Is it possible for anyone who has done something to chase you? Good. The old master really didn't look at the wrong person. Jechi, I'll give you a week. And Mingwei said with a big smile at his words. Inwardly, and Mingwei actually still had a very high opinion of Injechi, and before he came to the meeting, he himself felt that in this matter, it would be best for Injechi to step forward. It was just that just now, Injechi herself did not come forward, and he himself was not good enough to directly delegate her to go. After all, for the sake of his own son, usually has not less suppressed Injechi. Thinking of this, and Mingwei sighed in his heart. Even if his own son had half of Injechi's ability, he himself wouldn't suppress Injechi like this. At that time, when Injechi was managing the company, she managed the company well and signed a lot of contracts that were favorable to the development of clan. Otherwise Mingwei would not have suppressed Injechi's family so much. The purpose was not to be able to let his own son smoothly take over the position of the next head of the family. Coming out from the company, Injechi sat in the car, her stomach full of grievances. Since her grandfather's death, her second uncle, together with the other shareholders, used the reason that Jiang Feng is the son-in-law of the family, and the foundation of the Yin family cannot be left to outsiders, and drove herself from the position of president, and arranged for her father to work abroad, so that her own family's status in the family plummeted. The company's contracts are obviously all signed back by himself, but when it comes to rewarding his work, there is no share for himself. All of them were taken by Kevin, the general manager of the project. Thinking of myself alone to support a family. Mother will only play cards all day. Jiang Feng not to mention help, not to give her trouble is good, and Jichi's heart is even more aggrieved. In the car even began to shed tears, and thought of just in the conference room by the crowd bullying appearance, even more sad. At this time, is lying on the steering wheel of Injechi but heard a knocking sound, looked up and found that it was his college classmate Hu Yuan. He then wiped his tears and lowered the window. Jichi, why are you here by yourself? Where's your husband? Hu Yuan asked. And Jechi squeezed out a smile and said, I came to the company for a meeting, tired, lying here for a while. Don't lie to me, I just saw you crying. What's wrong? Did Jiang Feng bully you? Hu Yuan pretended to be angry and said, No, company matters, where are you going? And Jechi said as she changed the topic, the company sent me to Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals to talk about business. Just finished talking, was about to go back, saw your car, Hu Yuan said, pulling open the door of Injechi's passenger side and sat up. Xinjiang Pharmaceutical? Injechi was stunned at his words. Are you familiar with Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals? Familiar. Xinjiang Pharmaceutical has been our company's client for many years. Of course, Hu Yuan said with a smile, but his eyes were constantly looking at the fullness in front of Injechi's body. Hu Yuan has been chasing Injechi during the university period. Only then Injechi was bent on learning. Rejected Hu Yuan, but Hu Yuan never gave up pursuing Injechi. Just didn't expect that after graduation, Injechi even got married, and was married to a waste. This makes Hu Yuan's heart very uncomfortable, just helpless that this is the decision of the Yin family's old man. After learning that the old man of the Yin family had passed away, Hu Yuan moved on to Injechi again and became one of Injechi's many suitors. Although Hu Yuan had pursued himself before, after knowing that he was married, that is, he became a friend, so Injechi told him about what had just happened. To bullying, Hu Yuan said angrily, then his eyes turned and said, Where's your husband? He couldn't help you at all? He's not good at this. And Jechi sniffed and had to say, What's not good at? I think he's simply a waste of time. Hu Yuan took the opportunity to say, Don't be angry, Jechi, I'm also too angry. That's why I said that. I know. And Jechi nodded. For Jiang Feng, it seemed like everyone who knew him would say that, right? It's okay, Jechi, tomorrow I'll give Manager Chen of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical a call and ask him to help. Hu Yuan patted his chest and said, Is that convenient? And Jechi asked in embarrassment. Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, What's so inconvenient about this? It's a matter of a phone call. Right, Jechi, have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat together? And Jechi looked at the sky outside and said, I still have to prepare some information today. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow at noon? Upon hearing this, Hu Yuan's eyes surfaced a touch of disappointment. This great opportunity was just wasted. But in order to leave a good impression in Jechi's mind, he still said, Okay. After the two parted ways, and Jechi went straight back home. When she returned home, she found that Jiang Feng didn't prepare dinner. Kang Lijun was still watching TV, and remembering the situation in the company just now, she was furious. Aren't you going to eat at night? How come no one is cooking? And Jechi said loudly. Kang Lijun was startled by Jechi's voice, and said without a trace of anger, What are you shouting at me for? If that loser doesn't cook, should I be the one to do it? At those words, Jechi directly came outside Jiang Feng's room on the second floor and directly pushed open the door. What time is it? Still not cooking? And Jechi said angrily. Jiang Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in his room and practicing qigong, was interrupted by Jechi, who suddenly came in, and when he heard Jechi's words, he glanced at his watch and hurriedly said, Sorry, I forgot the time. I'm going to cook right now. And Jiachi, who entered just now, happened to see Jiang Feng, who was resting on his knees, and her heart was even more irritated. All day long, you just study these useless things. Can you still become immortal? Previously, when Jiang Feng's martial arts foundation was not restored, because he wanted to take revenge, he would actually practice martial arts in his room, just not the slightest progress, during which he was also seen by Enjechi a few times, but Enjechi had never been so angry as today. Jiang Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you encounter something? Even if you encounter something, what can you do? Can you solve it?" Enjechi said with a cold face. Jiang Feng frowned at the words and stopped talking, looking at Jiang Feng's wimpy look. Enjechi's heart became even more angry and continued, "Don't think that you're really a doctor just because you fooled the Ding family's people. The Wang family and the Ding family are just lucky. Sooner or later, you'll be exposed one day if you keep going on like this. I've asked you to read beauty books, why don't you read them?" With that a turn of the head, Enjechi saw Jiang Feng placed on the table practicing medicine qualification certificate, picked it up and looked at it, turned her head with an angry face and said, "You even went to do a fake certificate? Can you fight for it? Other people's husbands are a successful career. Why can't you learn? Even having a decent career is good. You think this license to practice medicine is fake?" Jiang Feng asked with a frown. "Or else?" Enjechi asked back. Jiang Feng smiled to himself and said, "Then it's fake. Do you know how much pressure I'm under every day? Every day I go out with the added name of being a trashy husband. Even when I was bullied outside, it was Hu Yuan who comforted me." Enjechi blurted out. After saying that in her heart, she also regretted a little why she mentioned Hu Yuan. "You went to find Hu Yuan?" Jiang Feng's face was a bit cold. Enjechi bit her lip and said, "I don't need you to care who I went to find." "Ha, that's what you really mean, isn't it? Bitterness? But it's just because you think I'm disgracing you, not being as distinguished as I am." Jiang Feng said lightly, "You say I don't know your bitterness, but have you ever looked at me once? Give me a chance to love you?" "No. If you had acted, how could I not give you a chance?" Enjechi exclaimed. "Then isn't it true that every person who has something to offer can pursue you, just like Hu Yuan?" Jiang Feng finally shouted. Enjechi looked at Jiang Feng, her chest heaving violently with anger as she cursed loudly. "Get out! Get the hell out of here!" Chapter 17. So it's you. Jiang Feng glanced at Enjechi, picked up his jacket and left the room. Enjechi looked at the departing Jiang Feng. Tears flowed down indisputably. What was wrong with herself? Why did she get so angry with Jiang Feng, and said so many hurtful words? Although she and Jiang Feng didn't have any feelings, but after all, they had been together for 3 years. She had never treated Jiang Feng like this before. But Enjechi, who wanted to save face, even though she thought so in her heart, she didn't go out to chase Jiang Feng, thinking that she would wait for Jiang Feng to come back and then explain to him. Unknown Kong Lijun heard the quarrel upstairs. Before the action saw Jiang Feng cold face down from upstairs, directly out of the door. Angry scolded, "Learn to run away from home. Have the balls you do not come back." Out of the door Jiang Feng went straight to the riverside, stood on the river embankment and looked at the calm river. Tonight there is no wind. The water on the river is flat like a mirror, so that people's hearts can feel calm. Am I in love with her? Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Otherwise why was he so angry when he heard Hu Yuan? Jiang Feng was pondering, but he heard a female voice shouting. Turning back to follow the sound, he found a woman dressed in sexy clothes was shouting at the riverside, attracting sideways glances from the people passing by. After the woman shouted, she also turned her head, and when she saw Jiang Feng, her face was happy, and she took a few steps to Jiang Feng's side and said in surprise, "It's you." Jiang Feng took a closer look at the woman and realized that it was Li Mengyao who knocked herself down that day. "So it's you," Jiang Feng said with a smile. "You left in such a hurry that day. I still don't know your name? Your body didn't leave any injuries afterwards, right?" Li Mengyao asked. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "No, I left in a hurry that day because I was in a hurry. My name is Jiang Feng. Why are you alone here?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. Jiang Feng smiled and said mockingly, "I was kicked out by my daughter-in-law." "You got married?" Li Mengyao smiled in surprise. "I didn't expect you to get married." After saying that, Li Mengyao realized that her tone was a bit ambiguous, and hurriedly said, "I mean, you don't even look as old as me, and you actually got married." He. Jiang Feng laughed. "What about you? Why did you come to the river alone and yell?" "Sigh, got a little angry with my family, came to take a break." Li Mengyao sighed and said, then raised her head, winked and said, "How about sis taking you to have some fun?" "How old are you to call yourself sis?" Jiang Feng asked with a smile. "Older than you anyway." Li Mengyao laughed. Let's go bouncing." After saying that, she directly pulled up Jiang Feng's hand and walked towards the bottom of the river embankment. Arriving under the river embankment, looking at Li Mengyao's car, Jiang Feng shook his head. This was still a rich girl. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't move, Li Mengyao asked, "Why don't you get in the car?" "Lamborghini poison. It's worth $25 million. Maximum output is 552 kW/740 horsepower. Accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds, and is designed to have a top speed of 354 km per hour. Fire red color. It matches you," Jiang Feng said with a sigh of admiration. "Can't tell, little kid. You still know about cars." Li Mengyao smiled. "My grandfather gave me a birthday present. Get in the car first." After the two got on the car, Li Mengyao stepped on the gas. The poison roared like an arrow flying away from the original place. The huge roar let passers-by have cast envious eyes. In the car, Jiang Feng learned that the original Li Mengyao was actually the pearl of the top family Li family in Zhengzhou, aged than Jiang Feng 3 years older. The evening, because Li Mengyao proposed the idea of retiring some of the family relatives who occupied a position in the company but did not have the credit, and the family had a period of quarreling. Li Mengyao was furious, so she came to the riverside by herself to take a break. But she met Jiang Feng, who was also alone. Jiang Feng in the car carefully measured Li Mengyao. Melon face, long wavy hair, upper body a business tight white shirt, lower body arms skirts with stockings, living a free image of a royal lady. Li Mengyao looked at the road in front of the car, but her mouth said, "Brother Jiang Feng, your eyes are a little dishonest." Oh. Jiang Feng sniffed, his face flushed. It wasn't polite to measure a lady like this. Then he lightly coughed and turned his head out of the window. Looking at Jiang Feng's embarrassment, Li Mengyao laughed and said, "Aren't you married? Why are you still so shy?" Soon, Lamborghini poison stopped in front of a disco. After getting out of the car, Li Mengyao lightly led Jiang Feng inside. The Li Mengyao on the dance floor was very different from when she was outside. She looked like a frequent bar hopper. Jiang Feng didn't like the environment here. It was too noisy. Li Mengyao, who had been dancing for a while, came back to the card table and drank heavily. Jiang Feng jumped and hurriedly said, "Are you drinking like this? It won't take long to get drunk." "Che, you don't know sister's drinking capacity. Why don't you drink?" Li Mengyao shouted. Jiang Feng shook his head and shouted, "I don't like drinking. I didn't realize that it's still a good man at home." Li Mengyao said with a smile, "A good homebody?" Jiang Feng smiled to himself. It wasn't long before Li Mengyao was already a little drunk. Jiang Feng couldn't stand the noise here and pointed to the door, signaling to go out. After the two of them left the disco, Jiang Feng took a deep breath of fresh air and turned his head to Li Mengyao. "Where do you live? I'll send you back." "I'm not going back. Let's go for the next drink," Li Mengyao said with a bit of drunkenness. "Still drinking? You're already drunk," Jiang Feng said helplessly, as if confirming Jiang Feng's words. When Li Mengyao was blown by the wind, the alcohol surged up, and her face had turned red, which was very beautiful. Jiang Feng had to help Li Mengyao on the co-pilot, but he came to the driver's side, just to turn around and ask Li Mengyao where her family lives, but he found that Li Mengyao had fallen asleep. "Just the still want to drink the next game?" Jiang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What can be done about this? Can't just leave her here by herself, right?" Jiang Feng tried to wake up Li Mengyao again. Still no success. Jiang Feng had no choice but to bring Li Mengyao to a hotel, wanting Li Mengyao to spend the night in the hotel. When he opened the room, the ambiguous smile of the front desk lady made Jiang Feng feel a chill in his heart, presumably treating himself as one of those corpse-picking punks. What Jiang Feng didn't expect was that the scene where he helped Li Mengyao into the hotel was photographed by a person who was in Jiaqi's university classmate Hu Yuan. Jiang Feng put Li Mengyao on the bed. He intended to leave, but was Li Mengyao vomited all over. Let Jiang Feng crying and laughing, and looked at the deep sleep Li Mengyao. Jiang Feng can only give Li Mengyao cover the quilt. Will be their own clothes off. Took a shower. Will be handed over the jacket to the hotel waiter cleaning. At this moment, Li Mengyao was lying on the bed in a big shape, occupying the whole bed. Jiang Feng looked at Li Mengyao's open legs, and immediately felt his blood rushing up. He hurriedly turned his head, and covered Li Mengyao with the quilt again, but he himself came to the sofa. The next morning, blinding sunlight shone on Li Mengyao's face. Li Mengyao opened her eyes, when she saw that she was in the hotel. The first time she checked the clothes on her body, and found that they were intact, she took a long breath of relief, and only then did she check the environment of the hotel. But she saw Jiang Feng, who was sleeping on the sofa. "So he was here with me all night." Li Mengyao's heart warmed. Chapter 18, Fake Ginseng. "He's still quite handsome, but it's a pity that he's married," Li Mengyao secretly said in her heart. Li Mengyao wanted to get up and clean up, but she didn't expect that as soon as she got up, Jiang Feng was awakened by the commotion she made. "You're awake?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile. Jiang Feng shook his head and looked at Li Mengyao and said helplessly, "You'd better not drink in the future. I only drink once in a while." "Okay," Li Mengyao said without a trace of anger. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "You're too unsafe. If you were drinking alone last night, you weren't afraid of being taken advantage of. Got it. What an inkling. I'll call you if I drink again in the future. Li Mengyao blinked her eyes and said, Find me? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Feng asked doubtfully. Safety Sitting on the fence is commendable. Li Mengyao laughed. When the two of them went out, Li Mengyao realized that she vomited all over Jiang Feng last night. Her face was a little red. She said, Got your clothes dirty. I'll send you one when the time comes. No need. It's already cleaned. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Li Mengyao left after sending Jiang Feng to the neighborhood where An's house was located. The scene of Jiang Feng getting off the car was seen by the security guard of the neighborhood, and he thought in his heart, how come this punk even has such a good car to send him back? Humph, or a woman. This world is really unfair. A door-to-door son-in-law even goes out to spend his days drinking. Jiang Feng did not know what was in the security guard's mind, and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Anjechi and Kong Lijun eating breakfast. As soon as Kong Lijun saw Jiang Feng come in, he immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, How come you're still back? Didn't you run away from home? Jiang Feng ignored Kong Lijun and walked upstairs. Seeing this, Anjechi frowned. Last night she waited for Jiang Feng until 12 o'clock. She had thought to apologize to him, but she didn't expect him to stay away for the whole day. You didn't come back all night last night, don't you have anything to explain? Anjechi said in a cold voice. Jiang Feng looked back at Anjechi and said, Explain what? Would you care? Anjechi's words hadn't finished, but Jiang Feng had already gone up the stairs. My dad is coming back today. In a while you go to the airport to pick him up, Anjechi said with a cold snort. Hearing this, Jiang Feng stopped his steps and said, Got it. For this father-in-law of his, Jiang Feng's impression was still very good. At least Jiang Hao didn't speak coldly to himself like Kong Lijun. This time, his father-in-law had gone out for a small half a year, but he didn't expect to come back today. Anjechi ate breakfast and went directly to the company. Jiang Feng, however, before driving to the airport, bought a string in a cultural curiosity store, and Jiang Hao's two favorite things are tea and strings. Looking at the string in his hand, Jiang Feng nodded and muttered, In the end, you get what you pay for. This $100,000 thing is different. In the car, and Jiang Hao smiled and asked Jiang Feng, Little Feng, how has this half year been? Same as always, Dad. Jiang Feng said with a smile, Juchi's character is a bit stronger, and people are good at saving face. Their heart is still very high. Take your time. Dad knows you must not be what you appear to be. And Jiang Hao patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and said. Jiang Feng hesitated and said, Dad, Juchi and I may. As he was talking, and Jiang Hao's phone was ringing, and when Jiang Hao finished picking up the phone and asked Jiang Feng what he had just said, Jiang Feng shook his head. Originally, Jiang Feng wanted to say that he wanted to leave the An family, but today, his father-in-law just came back, so forget it. Back home, but saw Anjechi's great-aunt, second aunt, and great-aunt's big sister and second sister all came, along with their husbands, and Juchi learned, asked for leave, and apologized to tell Hu Yuan. Today his father came back, dinner on another day, also returned home. Relatives came, inevitably a burst of pleasantries. After the pleasantries, the younger generation will be their respective gifts out to express the welcome of the aunt's husband home. And Jichi's big sister-in-law Lu Tianyu gave Jiang Hao a ginseng. Aunt husband, knowing that your health is not good, I specially chose a ginseng for you to replenish your body. And Jichi's great aunt immediately said from the side, Jiang Hao, this ginseng, Tianyu spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy it. It shows this child's filial piety. So expensive? Let Tianyu break the bank. Thank you. And Jiang Hao sniffed and said hurriedly, accepting the ginseng. It's still Tianyu, this is still out of his league. A few tens of thousands of dollars in one go. And Jiachi's second aunt complimented, saying that she also glanced at her son-in-law Chen Shihao. Chen Shihao immediately understood and immediately took out his own gift, a set of tea set. Although it was not as expensive as Lu Tianyu's ginseng, it was still several $1,000s, and Jiang Hao took it with a smile and then thanked him. And Jichi's great-aunt's second brother-in-law, Wu Zhenhai, sent tens of thousands of tea leaves, and Jichi's great-aunt's face revealed a burst of complacency. Her own two son-in-laws came out with tens of thousands of dollars. His own father-in-law came back. Did Jiang Feng not prepare a gift? Lu Tianyu was looking at Jiang Feng at this moment and said, Jiang Feng wasn't a fan of Kong Lijun's relatives, so he didn't answer. However, Lu Tianyu did not intend to let Jiang Feng off the hook and continued, Jiachi, I really don't know what Masterin was thinking, letting in you this waste of marriage. His own father-in-law came back, but he didn't even prepare a gift. How can he compare with you? Tianyu, you are the manager of a large company. Casually take a few tens of thousands of dollars like a game. I guess the pocket is only the money to buy food. Ha ha, Chen Shihao said disdainfully from the side. Lu Tianyu looked at Injiqi's gaze with a touch of greed, and read in his heart. I really don't know what kind of luck this kid has had, marrying Injiqi. Look at that skin, it's as if it's going to drip out of water. The ginseng that Lu Tianyu sent. Jiang Feng could tell at a glance that it was a fake ginseng. He just didn't want to have anything to do with them. But he didn't expect Lu Tianyu to be unforgiving. I just don't have money anymore. I won't take a fake ginseng as a gift. Jiang Feng said with a cold smile. What did you say? Tianyu's ginseng is fake? And Jiqi's great-aunt sniffed and instantly became agitated. Do you know anything about ginseng? That's right, just a waste of space. How dare you comment on ginseng? Have you ever seen it? Qian Shihao also said. Jiang Feng, who are you to say that the ginseng Tian you bought is fake? If you don't tell the truth today, I'm not done with you. And Jiqi's elder sister Song Yanning said furiously. Don't even look at what the hell you are? How dare you evaluate ginseng? Never seen the market. Song Jiawei, the second sister of Injiqi's great-aunt's family, also said from the sidelines. If you don't know how to talk, go back to your own room and don't disgrace yourself here. Kan Lijun said to Jiang Feng with a tiger face. Then she turned to Injiqi's elder aunt and said, Elder sister, don't be angry. This punk probably didn't have a gift himself and intentionally said that Tianyu's gift was fake. After saying that, Kan Lijun looked at Jiang Feng without relieving her anger and said again, what the hell do you know about ginseng? What are you pretending here? Who here doesn't know about you? Waste of a man. Something born of a mother but not raised by a mother. Chapter 19. The string you inquired about is genuine. How do you talk? And Zhang Hao boarded his face and glanced at Kan Lijun. His wife's mouth was just too vicious towards Jiang Feng. Seeing in Zhang Hao getting angry, Kan Lijun could only say sardonically, is it supposed to be? Jiang Feng looked at Kan Lijun and said with a cold smile, a real ginseng's whiskers will be longer and a bit more resilient, and on the surface there will be some small bumps that aren't too big or small. So this kind of ginseng is the real ginseng. On the contrary, if the surface of the ginseng looks white and tender, and the texture is very brittle, this is fake ginseng, and even if it is real, it is garden ginseng with very low nutritional value. Look at his ginseng. The crowd heard this and all looked towards Lu Tianyu's ginseng, only to see that Lu Tianyu's ginseng was somewhat white and tender, but the crowd was silent. Aren't there small bumps on this ginseng beard? This is real ginseng. Besides, how could Tianyu buy fake ginseng? Kan Lijun said with a disbelieving face. Right, that's right. It's not like Tianyu has no money. How could he buy fake ginseng? Song Jiawei also said. These people didn't believe Jiang Feng's words, and even said that even if they believed Jiang Feng's words, they didn't want to offend Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly and said, Humph, a punk also knows about ginseng? Real ginseng looks like the skin is very old and the color is yellow or brown. Your ginseng is white and tender. Such ginseng is not real ginseng. Jiang Feng didn't intend to stop there, but continued, and Jiaqi on the side frowned a bit. Ever since he came back from the family banquet that day, Jiang Feng seemed to have changed. Not only had he learned to talk back, but he was also particularly forceful at times. If it was before, today's matter would have ended here, and even Jiang Feng would have apologized. But now Jiang Feng was even chasing after Lu Mingyu's ginseng. Little Feng, this ginseng I think is real. It's better not to talk about it. And Zhang Hao actually knew that this ginseng was fake as early as when Jiang Feng first said the way to tell the difference between ginsengs. But whether it was a fake that Lu Tianyu had intentionally bought or whether he had been hoodwinked, he didn't know. Although he knew, but they were all relatives. In the end, he had to leave some face. I can guarantee that Tianyu's ginseng is absolutely real, Kan Lijun said as she crossed her eyes at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sneered and looked at Kan Lijun and said, You guarantee? Mom, what can you vouch for? I just can vouch for it. Kan Lijun was a bit scared by Jiang Feng's look, but seeing so many relatives here, she still said stiffly. In her heart, she was muttering, a loser, why should I be afraid of him? Mom, your so-called guarantee is just that he's rich. You think I'm just a loser. I don't deserve to accuse him at all. Today I'll let you guys see if this ginseng is real or fake. Jiang Feng said and picked up the ginseng in the box and walked into the kitchen. The crowd followed Jiang Feng to the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Feng pick up the kitchen knife, they didn't know what he was going to do. Jiang Feng, you dare to cut my ginseng. I'm not done with you, Lu Tianyu said with red eyes. Among all the people, only Lu Tianyu reacted. Hearing Lu Tianyu's words, everyone else was stunned. It turned out that Jiang Feng was going to cut the ginseng. Jiang Feng, put the knife down. And Jiaqi walked into the kitchen at this time and looked at Jiang Feng and said angrily, originally, it was a good thing for relatives to come to congratulate her father on his return, but Jiang Feng was really humiliated like this. Jiang Feng however looked at Jiaqi and said, you will always think I am wrong. A knife went down. Jiang Feng cut the ginseng into several slices and then said, you guys try this tens of thousands of dollars of ginseng. Second brother-in-law Qian Shoheo was the first one to walk into the kitchen, picked up a slice of ginseng and put it in his mouth, after carefully smashing it twice, but he spat it out on the ground with a yuck. What kind of flavor is this? Sour and astringent. Just like a rotten radish. Tianyu, you can't really be cheated. A touch of smugness inadvertently surfaced in Qian Shoheo's eyes. Jiang Feng saw Qian Shoheo's eyes in his eyes, and laughed coldly in his heart. Although Qian Shoheo and Lu Tianyu were both son-in-laws of their great-aunt, but the two of them were not on good terms, all because the great-aunt was always praising Lu Tianyu, but was not false to Qian Shoheo, which was nothing more than the fact that Lu Tianyu had to be richer than Qian Shoheo. Impossible. How can it be fake? Will you eat it? Lu Tianyu sniffed angrily. Then you try it yourself, Qian Shoheo said with a smile. Kong Lijun then walked into the kitchen, picked up a piece of ginseng and put it into her mouth, then said, "This is real ginseng. Ginseng is this flavor. Ginseng is this flavor?" Looking at Kong Lijun's deer-in-the-headlights remark, Jiang Feng sneered. Although Kong Lijun said so, everyone knew that the ginseng Lu Tianyu was expected to buy was fake. Even if the ginseng is fake, I also spent money on it, which is like you don't even give a gift to your own father-in-law. Lu Tianyu looked at Jiang Feng and said with a cold smile. Jiang Feng, however, said with a cold face, "How do you know I didn't prepare a gift?" "Have? Then you take it out," Lu Tianyu said with a big smile. Jiang Feng took out the string he bought on his way to the airport, then handed it to Jiang Hao and said, "Dad, I know you like strings. This is for you." "Good, good, good." And Jiang Hao smiled and took the string over, but just after pressing it in his hand, it was snatched by Kong Lijun. After carefully looking at the label on the string, Kong Lijun laughed out loud and said, 100,000? Laugh me to death. He also said that Tianyu's ginseng is fake, but he bought a string at a stall and gave it to your aunt's husband. Do you think it's funny? And Jiechi's great-aunt and second aunt's family all burst out laughing at the words, TSK, it's really the first time I've seen a son-in-law giving something to his father-in-law. A ground floor stall. It's worthy of being a waste of son-in-law. Giving gifts that are so original, how can you be ashamed to take them out? Jiang Feng, however, said indifferently, how do you guys know it's ground floor goods? You can afford something that costs $100,000. If you want to fill up your face, you have to get something similar, even if it's $1,000 or $2,000. We'll believe it. $100,000? Do you think we are stupid? Lu Tianyu said with a big smile. Kong Lijun then disdainfully threw the string on the ground, and also stepped on it a few times with her foot, saying, don't leave this kind of thing at home to be ashamed of yourself. And Jiang Hao, however, picked up the remnants of the string on the ground and took a look at it, but realized that this string was actually real, and was definitely worth the price of 100,000, and was just about to ask Jiang Feng where he got the money from when Injiachi coldly said to Jiang Feng, claptrap. Seeing Injiachi opened her mouth, the crowd even began to exaggerate and mocked at Jiang Feng. Jiachi, look at this loser husband you found. What a laugh. And Jiachi's great-aunt even looked at Jiang Feng coldly and said, Jiachi, do you know who the little Wu I brought last time is? It's your second sister's husband's brother. What a nice guy. I think you should still be thinking more about it. It's too embarrassing to live with this kind of trash. Enough. Jiang Feng shouted. You guys think what I bought is fake? Or else, the crowd said. Jiang Feng directly took out the invoice. It's at Xin Feng Xiang Antique Shop, and there was a phone number on it. For Xin Feng Xiang stuff, you all know that it will have a number, right? It can't be fake. After the phone was connected, Jiang Feng turned on the external voice and reported the on the string to the customer service agent. A moment later, the gentle voice of the customer service agent came from the phone. Hello sir, the string you inquired about is genuine and worth $100,000. Chapter 20 Let's divorce. Instantly, everyone stopped talking, shocked by the voice on the phone. Jiang Feng actually did have $100,000 to buy the string. This string was actually genuine? Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Jiang Feng sneered. The crowd who had thought of using Jiang Feng to raise their own prices. The so-called relatives who had thought of mocking Jiang Feng for fun. At this moment, there was no more arrogance and complacency. Their faces were all sardonic. This family banquet ended unhappily like this. Why doesn't he go to death? Why doesn't he go to death? Waiting for the crowd to leave, Kong Lijun, who had suppressed herself for the night, became furious. Tell this punk to get the hell out of our family. She pointed at Jiang Feng who was about to go upstairs and yelled, get out as far away as you can. Jiang Feng's public revelation that the ginseng was fake not only slapped Lu Tianyu's face hard, but also put her, the master, in an awkward position. Even a soft eater could tell that the ginseng was fake, but she and Jiang Hao couldn't. Weren't they even worse than trash? It wasn't like Kong Lijun could explicitly say that she was deliberately favoring Lu Tianyu, but what really made Kong Lijun angry was that Jiang Feng even had $100,000 to buy a gift, but didn't say anything to her. He must have gotten some kind of favor in the Ding family. And the string heart in already broken. It's worthless. $100,000. That's $100,000. You can buy yourself several bags. He even did not even say. Directly bought a broken string. So, at this moment, Kang Lijun wasn't just losing face, but felt that Jiang Feng had challenged her head of the family majesty. Get the hell out of here. Do you hear me? Kang Lijun pointedly cursed at Jiang Feng. You white-eyed wolf. Get the hell out of here. And Zhang Hao's face was filled with helplessness, wanting to say something but ending up silent. After recovering his martial arts roots and acquiring medical skills, Jiang Feng had unconsciously become confident and calm. Mom, what's wrong with me? Jiang Feng changed his former cowardice and asked calmly. It's not like I sent the ginseng. If you want to scold, you should also scold Lu Tianyu for sending fake ginseng. Also, wasn't it you yourself who said I bought it from a stall? Jiang Feng frankly faced Kang Lijun's stern gaze. No matter how hard you feel, you shouldn't resent me. Do you think I'm so brainwashed that I can't see that the ginseng is fake? I saw through the whole thing at a glance. Kang Lijun snapped. But on this occasion, can I hit your brother-in-law in the face? If you can't hit your brother-in-law's face, can you hit my face? Hit me in the face with $100,000. Jiang Feng exuded a touch of teasing, and reversing right and wrong is very unfair to me. And Jiechi frowned tightly, once again feeling that Jiang Feng was different from before. Punch you in the face? What kind of face can you have as a door-to-door son-in-law? Kang Lijun became even more furious. Is your face comparable to your brother-in-law's face? How can a home cook who can only do housework compare to your brother-in-law who is a project chief? Do you know how many things Tianyu sends to our family every day for Chinese New Year? It's not like you, eating and using the family's food without earning a penny. I'm slapping your face because I'm looking up to you, a white-eyed wolf. She pointed at Jiang Feng and cursed. Looking up to you. Understand? In Kang Lijun's opinion, Jiang Feng should bear all the bullying and injustice. But any resistance would be treason. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He just looked towards Jiechi, hoping that she would say a few words of justice. Jiang Feng wasn't afraid of Kang Lijun's tearing his face off, but he wished that he wasn't alone at this moment. He wanted himself to know that he was the one with a wife. He wanted to know if his 3 years of devotion to Jiechi was worth it. And Jiechi gave Jiang Feng a cold look and said with a face full of impatience, Alright, it's a big night. All of you stop arguing. Jiang Feng, apologize to Mom. No matter what, Mom is an elder. Making her angry is your fault. And Jiechi ended up on her mother's side. Hurry up and apologize to Mom. And Zhang Hao chimed in. Jiang Feng, apologize. Kang Lijun pointed outside and droned. I don't want him to apologize. I want him to leave the family. Scram. Immediately, Jiang Feng stepped forward and suddenly said, Jiechi, let's divorce. Good Kang Lijun subconsciously answered. Just divorce. Halfway through her words, she winced. What did you say? Jiang Feng repeated. I want to divorce Jiechi. Divorce? The whole family was dead silent. Kang Lijun and the others stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief. No one had expected that Jiang Feng would say such a sentence. According to Kang Lijun and the girls' thoughts, Jiang Feng should be kneeling down at this moment like usual, crying and begging for forgiveness. After all, Jiang Feng was a good-for-nothing son-in-law who couldn't even live without the family. As a result, he wanted to divorce Jiechi. This sentence not only shocked Kang Lijun and the girls, it also made their hearts clogged. And Jiechi's pretty face was also dumbfounded. You want to divorce me? Yes. Jiang Feng spoke out faintly. For the family, me staying will only get in your way. Jiechi, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau early tomorrow morning to get divorced. And Jiechi's attitude just now made him lose the last trace of fantasy about the two of them. She had never treated herself as her husband. It was all her own wishful thinking. Jiang Feng had once fantasized about giving up his grudges and quietly spending his life with Jiechi, having a child and a happy family of 3, so Jiang Feng endured it. Otherwise, with Jiang Feng's status as the former Jiang family's youngest, even if he didn't know how to practice medicine, it wasn't difficult to apply for a management job in a company. And all of this was just his own forbearance towards Jiechi. You want a divorce? Kang Lijun also reacted and laughed in anger. A soft food eater also dares to throw off her face and get a divorce? You really consider yourself a character? In the past few months, she had asked Jiechi to divorce Jiang Feng more than once, but every time there were always various accidents that didn't work out. In her heart, Kang Lijun couldn't wait for Jiang Feng to get out of the family earlier. Only now she didn't think that way, because this was Jiang Feng's initiative. This way not only her daughter, but also she and the family, also felt disgraced. What qualifications do you have to say divorce? Kang Lijun pointed her finger at Jiang Feng and said angrily, without the family, if you, a punk, go out, you'll starve to death in less than 2 days. Jiang Feng looked at Jiechi with a calm gaze and said, divorce? I don't want to be half involved with the family anymore. I'm tired. You don't want to be involved with the In family? Kang Lijun was extremely angry and laughed. Okay, divorce, it's okay if you want to divorce. These 3 years, you eat the In family, drink the In family, and still live in the In family. It's based on $50,000 a year. $150,000. Her voice suddenly drew up. If you want a divorce, you can. First pay off this account. Jiang Feng calmly opened his mouth. How to pay back? Kang Lijun sneered and said, you're so capable and so bold. As long as you take out $150,000 tomorrow, I'll let Jechi divorce you right away. She pushed Jiang Feng to the death, sure of the idea that Jiang Feng didn't have any money at all. You want a divorce? Fine. Bring the money. If you don't have the money, you'll have to sell your ass to get it for me. Chapter 21. I can leave the In family, right? And Jechi's pretty face changed. Mom, shut up. Kang Lijun interrupted in Jechi's words and stared at Jiang Feng coldly out. How is it? Jiang Feng nodded. Fine. No problem. He then walked silently through the hall and up to the 2nd floor, arriving at the utility room next to Njiechi's bedroom. This utility room was right next to Njiechi's bedroom, and the 2 rooms were only separated by a wall. In the past 3 years, Jiang Feng and Njiechi had been separated by a wall, but had never entered the room, much less kissed each other. Kang Lijun often sarcastically called him a watchdog. Countless times, Jiang Feng longed to sleep in the big bed in the inner room. Just 3 years down the line, Jiang Feng became more and more clear that it was a far-fetched fantasy. Tonight's events further let Jiang Feng know that it was time to let go. Jiang Feng had just sat down on the bed when Njiechi pushed open the door of the room and came in, looking at Jiang Feng aggressively and said, Jiang Feng, what are your qualifications? What qualifications do you have to dislike me as a door-to-door son-in-law? She nonchalantly questioned. On what basis do you divorce me? Jiang Feng was also angry and deliberately stimulated Njiechi. A crazy person who can't tell right from wrong. Do I have to live with you for the rest of my life if I don't get a divorce? Crazy person? Njiechi laughed at Jiang Feng's words and said with a cold snort, I'm a lunatic. Then what are you? You can't find a job. You can't do housework well. And you have to look for crazy people to get money to live on. You're simply a waste of space that's not even as good as a crazy person. She disliked Jiang Feng even more. On top of being cowardly and incompetent, she was now arrogant and cocky. How dare he file for divorce with himself? Jiang Feng laughed noncommittally. Since I'm a waste in your eyes, let's divorce early and get along. Njiechi was infuriated and said with red eyes, you're not qualified to say divorce. Only I can file for divorce. You think you can come up with $150,000? You wouldn't have stayed in the In family. Jiang Feng, don't be insouciant. She smiled contemptuously. It's all about acting strong. You'll never be able to get rid of your identity as the In family son-in-law. A waste. After saying that, Njiechi slammed the door and went out. She would never believe that Jiang Feng could come up with $150,000. The $100,000 given by the Wang family had already been squandered by Kang Lijun. Where would Jiang Feng have any money left? But she had an indescribable feeling in her heart, because just now when she looked at Jiang Feng, she saw the depth inside those eyes. In addition, it also carried an incomparable confidence. Jiang Feng had planned to leave Anne's house immediately, but seeing that it was already late outside, he could only stay in a hotel if he went out now. Then he packed up his belongings. In fact, there is nothing but a few pieces of change of clothes. After Jiang Feng finished packing, he sat on the bed and started practicing martial arts. The most important thing right now was to improve his martial arts cultivation. Jiang Feng was already very confident in his medical skills through the 2 healings, so Jiang Feng desperately wanted to build up his own power to fight against the Jiang family. No matter what the beginning and end of the matter was back then, Jiang Feng knew that without the Jiang family's push and pull, it would be impossible to become like that. The next day, when Jiang Feng opened his eyes, there was a hidden light in his eyes. Standing up and moving his muscles, Jiang Feng was very satisfied with the results of one night. The birth skill in the blood pendant was simply a top-level technique that could not be found. Not only was the technique strange and powerful, the cultivation speed was also super fast. Jiang Feng carried his package out of the room to the living room on the 1st floor, wherein Jiang Hao, Kang Lijun and Njiechi were sitting on the sofa talking about something. When Jiang Hao saw Jiang Feng carrying the parcel in his hand, his expression was stunned. Then he said to Jiang Feng, you still really plan to leave the In family? Jiang Feng didn't say anything, just nodded his head. Kang Lijun turned around and saw Jiang Feng carrying a parcel in his hand, but he immediately stood up and said with a mocking face, What? Are you preparing to run away? Have you forgotten what you said yesterday? You have to give me $150,000 before you can leave. Fine, I'll go get it now, Jiang Feng said indifferently, saying that he put down the backpack in his hand and was about to go out. When Njiechi heard that, she frowned. Jiang Feng's confidence somewhat made her uneasy. making her feel as if $150,000 Jiang Feng could really take out. Inwardly, Enjechi simply could not accept Jiang Feng to propose a divorce. In her opinion, she is the proud daughter of heaven, although she did not care, but she is still the first beauty in Central State. Divorce. Only she mentioned it. What right did Jiang Feng, a punk son-in-law, have? You stand still, Enjechi said with furrowed brows, but Jiang Feng ignored it and went out the door. Enjechi looked at Jiang Feng's back and stomped her foot in anger, but Kang Lijun said with a disdainful face, this waste, pretending to have a style. Kang Lijun killed herself not believing that Jiang Feng could come up with $150,000. The string she bought yesterday was probably also given by the Ding family, but definitely not anymore. Why can't you be nicer to Jiang Feng? All these years, what do you say Jiang Feng hasn't done? Laundry and cooking. What more do you want? How many times have I told you? The old master said before he left. Don't underestimate Jiang Feng. And Zhang Hao said with a frown. Kang Lijun, however, said in disbelief, don't underestimate him? I'd like to think highly of him. He's got that in him too. Jiang Feng came to the bank and withdrew $150,000 directly from the counter and returned home. As soon as he entered his home, he directly threw $150,000 on the table and said indifferently, this is $150,000. I can leave the Yin family, right? Jiang Feng's firmness had taken Enjechi and Kang Lijun by surprise. Even Enjechi had always thought that Jiang Feng was just putting on airs. This money is real? Kang Lijun said with some skepticism as she looked at the money on the table. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, picked up the bag that was sitting on the floor and said, don't you know it by looking at it yourself? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Little Feng, come here, I have something to say to you. Seeing this, and Zhang Hao hurriedly said to Jiang Feng, and after saying that he didn't wait for Jiang Feng to agree, he directly walked into the bedroom. Jiang Feng had no choice but to put the bag down again and followed in Zhang Hao into the bedroom. If it was someone else Jiang Feng could ignore, but for this father-in-law, Jiang Feng really couldn't be cruel. Little Feng, what is it that you can't say properly? You must leave the Yin family? And Zhang Hao waited until Jiang Feng entered and said with a frown. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, Dad, as you can see, I'm a redundancy in the family. In that case, why do I still want to stay here? I know you've suffered a lot these days, but have you forgotten what the old master said to you when he was dying? And Zhang Hao said, before the old master of the Yin family died, he called Jiang Feng and Enjechi to his bed and instructed Jiang Feng to take care of Enjechi. Jiang Feng hadn't forgotten that he had worked as an ox and a horse for the past 3 years, but only for a promise. He had fantasized that Enjechi would fall in love with him, but now it seemed that none of that was possible. Dad, I'm tired, Jiang Feng murmured, and Zhang Hao sighed in his heart as he looked at the bashful Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng had never resisted in these 3 years, he knew that Jiang Feng had pride in his bones. May I ask if Mr. Jiang is home? A voice came from the living room at this moment. Chapter 22 Wang Family Banquet. Hello, may I ask if Mr. Jiang is home? Chen Shu looked at Enjechi and asked with a smile. At home? What are you looking for him for? Enjechi looked at Chen Shu with a touch of suspicion in her eyes. After all, everyone felt that it was just Jiang Feng's luck that day. But before things were clarified, Enjechi didn't open her mouth rashly as she saw a Rolls-Royce parked in front of the door. Jiang Feng similarly heard the commotion outside the door and walked out of the room. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth when he saw Chen Shu. Now he could prove whether he was just lucky that day. These 2 days the other side did not move a little. Jiang Feng thought the other side to forget about it. He is not good to go to the door rashly, as if it is climbing people. Jiang Feng does not like so. Of course, the heart is with a bit of expectation. How others think he does not matter. But the idea of Enjechi, he is very important. Just the heart and seems to have been of little use. You're looking for me? Jiang Feng said indifferently. Kang Lijun also got up at the same time. Speaking of which, in the past 3 years, there was basically no one who came to Jiang Feng's door. At the sight of Chen Shu, she and Enjechi exchanged a glance. Their eyes both surfaced a color of doubt. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry that the old master has been busy these past 2 days. That's why he asked me to come over to pick you up today, to properly thank you for saving the eldest young master that day. Chen Shu instantly changed into a smiling face when he saw Jiang Feng. Well, good to go then. Jiang Feng sniffed and nodded gently. Since people had come, there was no reason for him not to go. Saying that, Jiang Feng made a gesture to go out, looked at the luggage on the ground and gave up the idea of taking it on. Jiang Feng, are you going by yourself? Didn't you agree to bring us along? Kang Lijun opened her mouth at this time. Could it be that your heart is weak? And Jichi added, mind if I bring a few people with me? Jiang Feng looked at Chen Shu and asked, Mr. Jiang is the benefactor of the Wang family, so naturally you can. Chen Shu sniffed, a smile appeared in his eyes and nodded. Only one car came, Jiang Feng's old husband's mother-in-law plus Injechi had no choice but to drive Injechi's car and follow behind. Mr. John's home is quite interesting. Chen Shu lightly laughed. He could tell that this family didn't take Jiang Feng too seriously, and their status was even a bit low. How could someone who made the old man esteem him have such a low status? Did this family have no eyes? Or did Jiang Feng just get lucky? Chen Shu was more or less curious. It's a joke. Jiang Feng opened his mouth lightly. He didn't seem to think anything of it, but he didn't have the heart to talk anymore either. Chen Shu see Jiang Feng talk sex is not strong. Simply also no longer open mouth. This is the eight-sided people. To know some of the Wang family's big and small things or he on behalf of the appearance. The ability to detect words and colors is still good. At this moment, Enjechi drove the car. The family sat in the back. Is this what you guys told me? That Xiaofeng saved the Wang family's youngest master? It doesn't look like a fake to me. Before, she was skeptical and even certain that Jiang Feng was acting, but at this point, Jiang Feng's bashfulness made her inexplicably feel weak. Real or fake, go and meet it and you'll know. Jiang Feng's mother-in-law snorted coldly. She was not looking forward to Jiang Feng's soaring success. After all, Jiang Feng had suffered too much in the Yin family. If he really soared, could he still be good to them? And now Jiang Feng even filed for divorce. Mom, I always feel that Jiang Feng is not the same as before. Don't always look at people with the eyes of the past. You will regret it. And Jiachi, who was driving the car, said faintly. Although she argued with Jiang Feng face to face, in her heart Jiachi still had some slight words for Kong Lijun's attitude towards Jiang Feng. It's not your turn to lecture me. That's a loser. Got lucky and climbed up the Wang family. Do you want me to look at his face in the future? Kong Lijun sniffed and couldn't help but snort coldly. To know that I couldn't look at him all these years. I wasn't even aggrieved on your behalf. And you came over to blame me instead. Kong Lijun said again. Then, holding her shoulders with a hateful face, she did not say anything. Climbing on or off. Little Feng is all from the Yin family. You need to change your attitude in the future. And Zhang Hao said in a deep voice. Kong Lijun, however, did not answer. The expression of indignation on her face was clearly not listening. The car fell into silence. The family seemed to have their own thoughts. No one was talking. The car traveled to the front of the Wang public house. Stopped steadily. Although the Yin family live is also a villa, but compared to the Wang public house is a small thing. Compared to the Yin family's villa, the Wang public house is about to catch up with a manor. Of course, this can match the Wang family's eminence. In front of the door, luxury cars gathered. In the car, Kong Lijun was apprehensive. It's true, this kid really got lucky. Then are we still going in? And Jiachi said faintly. Although Kong Lijun usually acted spiritedly, she was more or less apprehensive after seeing such a battle. On the other hand, and Jiachi's heart was rippling, could it be that Jiang Feng really knew medical skills? Go in. Since we're here, aren't we going in? And Jiachi was the one who spoke at this time. And Jiachi also wanted to see if Jiang Feng could practice medicine. In the end, and Jiachi's family was quite curious about this kind of illustrious family and wanted to see the world. But when they thought that this was in Jiang Feng's favor, the son-in-law that they had always despised, their hearts were more or less a little unnatural. Damn girl, help me, my legs are weak. When getting off the bus, Kong Lijun pulled in Jiachi's and said in a bad mood, that guy who he had always looked down on was going to soar. What would he do to her in the future? Getting out of the car, Jiang Feng and Chen Shu were already waiting there, and Kong Lijun looked at Jiang Feng with a touch of fear in her eyes. Looking at this look, Jiang Feng's heart couldn't help but sneer. It really showed the villain's face to the fullest. Go in, Jiang Feng said softly, without the slightest bit of stage fright, which made Jiachi once again feel that Jiang Feng was different. A group of 4 people followed behind step by step, and walked into the Wang mansion, which could be described as luxurious. At this moment, Kong Lijun's eyes finally showed a humble color, just like a bumpkin entering the city. Compared to a small rich family like them, the Wang family was a bit too illustrious. However, this dinner party was obviously not to entertain Jiang Feng alone. The luxury cars at the entrance and the guests gathered within the hall could show this. Chapter 23. This is not yet divorced. Here is what people call high society. People on the wealth list, and some of the faces you can see on TV can be seen here. Jiang Feng for such an occasion, but there is no feeling. After all, in the imperial capital he has seen the identity and status of the people to be too high on the here too much. Princes and lords of the family has flattered him as a guest of honor. These people, whether it is the status of the wealth, in comparison, to be much worse. Although Jiachi has not seen such an occasion, but since the beginning to the end of the calm look, there is not much joy. Also cannot talk about humble. Occasionally see that person is only slightly surprised, which makes watching in Jiachi Jiang Feng heart more and more appreciate in Jiachi. Mr. Jiang, please follow me, Chen Shu said with a respectful face as he looked at Jiang Feng. As a matter of fact, as soon as Jiang Feng entered the door he was noticed by many people. After all, Chen Shu often represented the old master of the Wang family, and having Chen Shu personally lead someone who was a new face would naturally make many people guess Jiang Feng's identity. Of course, in contrast, more attention should be in Jiechi. Even in such an occasion is also difficult to hide in Jiechi bright as a pearl general splendor. That indifference like water face is enough to turn the world upside down. Jiang Feng's mother-in-law. The old man naturally followed Jiang Feng's footsteps. After all, this place is not familiar. And which one of the people here are not they can offend? Or follow Jiang Feng a little more secure. A few of you sit down for a while. Mr. Jiang will go and meet the old man first. Chen Shu turned to look at the three and said. The three of them nodded but didn't dare to follow anymore. Jiang Feng went to meet because Jiang Feng had favors for the human family. They didn't have any favors. Besides, who of them knew Jiang Feng's mind? Just apprehensively found a place to sit down. Although the three of them were slightly humble and didn't dare to greet anyone, some people were different. Seeing that they came together and were curious about Jiang Feng's identity, they naturally wanted to inquire about it on the side. Under the guidance of Chen Shu, Jiang Feng came to the inner hall. A beautiful young woman stood by the side of an old man. Jiang Feng remembered this woman. It was the woman who had a panicked and helpless face that day. When she saw Jiang Feng, a flash of excitement appeared in her eyes. Dad, it's this little brother who saved Wen Feng, the woman said softly. The old man got up and looked at Jiang Feng as he stepped forward. The next moment he bowed. Thank you, sir, for saving my son's life. The Wang family is grateful. No need to be polite, old man. I just happened to be passing by. Jiang Feng smiled faintly at his words. It didn't matter how illustrious he was. Jiang Feng didn't need to rely on others from now on. So Jiang Feng wasn't too thrilled with Elder Wang's thanks. No matter what, Mr. Wang is the benefactor of my Wang family. If there is a need in the future, there is nothing that the Wang family can do. After both sides were seated, the old man said with a polite face, You are too kind. Did not directly take out the check with an overbearing look. Jiang Feng is very content. After all, some people cannot let go of their stature. Well, tonight's banquet is to celebrate the recovery of the canine son. Mr. Jiang, come with me. Elder Wang family said with a smile. No need. I'll just walk by myself. Jiang Feng sniffed but shook his head. This was naturally a rare honor for regular people, but Jiang Feng was unwilling to be too high profile, so he simply refused. It was good that the Wang family remembered the favor. The reason he came was just to show Jiechi and Kong Lijun. Being in the imperial capital, he has seen a lot. In the final analysis, rich and powerful or not, are not what he is willing to pursue. If he wanted to, with the power that he can now override the rules, there is nothing in this world that he can't get. Just what if he got it? There is no meaning. Those things in his view is not as good as the sight of the beautiful people upside down a smile. He didn't want to be low profile just because Jiechi didn't like it. Of course he didn't want to be too high profile. Even though his heart was already disappointed with Jiechi, in the end Jiang Feng still had a trace of resentment in his heart. Then the old man of the Wang family walked out with the support of Xiao Chen and the beautiful young woman. After all, there were many people who had come, so he couldn't just entertain Jiang Feng alone. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, went out first from another door. After going out, he directly came to Jiechi, who stayed alone in the corner, and said, Now you know I'm not lying to you? Jiechi looked at the man in front of her with some surprise. At this moment, the man's speech revealed a kind of unspeakable confidence. Aha! Jiechi answered. Looking at Jiechi's appearance, Jiang Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. Her nature is light and strong. It is not easy to make Jiechi answer. Trying to get Jiechi to say words of apology, it is estimated to be more difficult than climbing up to the sky. Walking towards the corner, he saw the figures of Kong Lijun and Zhang Hao. A well-dressed man stood in front of his mother-in-law with a glass of wine, a smile on his face. His mother-in-law obviously didn't realize the arrival of Jiang Feng and Jiechi. She was talking to the man. That's my son-in-law and my daughter-in-law. My son-in-law is the savior of the young master of the Wang family. Mother-in-law said without showing off. Jiang Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded at his words. I didn't think that this indisputable loser of mine would one day become my mother-in-law's bragging capital. Jiang Feng laughed to himself. Jiang Feng, it's not the first day you know about my mom's temperament. Why must you bother with him? Jiechi couldn't help but say softly at that. Although sometimes she knew that Kong Lulu wasn't right, but she was her mother no matter what. Jiang Feng sniffed, but smiled and said lightly, Am I the one who has to reckon with her, or is what she did just too much? In your eyes, I've never been wrong. Even if your mother turns black and white and I refute it, you still think I'm wrong. In order to curry favor with a Lu Tianyu, she went so far as to call a stag a horse and say that his ginseng was real, while a string bought with real money, just because it was given by me, was said to be fake. Jiechi's brows furrowed again as she asked, The money for the string was given by the Ding family? Well, the diagnosis money, Jiang Feng said indifferently. did you really treat the Ding family's old man again? And Jechi said and accused again. Jiang Feng, however, smiled to himself and said, even if you don't believe me, I do know medical skills and can cure people, and since you don't believe it, why do you care more? And Jechi was stunned, but her heart was a little aggrieved. Could it be that now she can't even ask a question? This is not yet divorced. At this time, and Jechi's mother also saw Jiang Feng. A touch of embarrassment appeared on her mother-in-law's face, but she still forced a smile and walked to Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng, this is the chairman of the Yuanfang Company, which produces medicinal herbs. Isn't our family in the business of medicinal herbs, and we may cooperate in the future? Mother-in-law pointed at the man in suit and introduced him. That face, which was originally extremely mean in Jiang Feng's opinion, even rarely surfaced a touch of pleasing color, which made Jiang Feng's heart even more determined to want to leave the Yin family's idea. Chapter 24. Digging to the old man's head. Jiang Feng couldn't help but coldly laugh in his heart when he heard this. His mother-in-law would one day speak to herself so pleasantly. This was something that the previous Jiang Feng never dared to think about. The world had changed. The moment he came back again, everything had changed. Hello. Jiang Feng looked at the well-dressed man and extended with a smile. Hello. The man slightly bent his waist and held Jiang Feng's hand with both hands. The benefactor of the Wang family, this head can be big. Such a person, even if he can't befriend, but he definitely can't be offended. At the end of the day, Jiang Feng is relying on the face of the Wang family. Suddenly one day need to rely on other people's face. Jiang Feng more or less a little bit uncomfortable, but this is the way of the world. People are high. Just a little bit of discomfort. Have long been accustomed to. This is my business card. I hope to cooperate with Mr. Jiang in the future. The man said with a smile. Good. Jiang Feng nodded gently at his words. It was impossible to even exchange too many pleasantries in such an occasion. The so-called high society gathering was really not about catching up on old times. It was more about expanding one's network. This well-dressed guy was obviously an eight-faced person, and after turning in a circle, he talked and laughed a lot with a year-old woman. And Zheng Hao was red-faced, looking at Jiang Feng somewhat embarrassed. As for Kong Lijun will quickly lower her head after touching Jiang Feng's gaze. If we say that Jechi's attitude towards Jiang Feng is to hate iron and steel, turned to become disgusted, Kong Lijun is the stock of the well. Now this incompetent son-in-law is going to turn over. Her heart is naturally apprehensive. We must know that in the previous days, Kong Lijun also thought of Jechi's matchmaking to come. When you go back, let Jechi accompany you shopping. Buy a few good clothes. Don't let people look at you and laugh. Kong Lijun looked at Jiang Feng and said, never cared about this before. This is considered to be softening, is also considered to accept Jiang Feng. It's not necessary. Jiang Feng sniffed, but shook his head. What do you mean it's not necessary? Two breaths quarrel bedhead fight bedtail peace. Kong Lijun said. Jiang Feng, however, said with a faint smile, it's just a pity that I haven't even gone up to the bed. Said also turned his head to look at Jechi, not letting Jiang Feng disappointed. And Jechi did not indicate anything. When she heard that, and Jechi was furious. This guy opened a dye house when he gave some color, and even wanted to go up to her bed. And Zheng Hao and Kong Lijun heard Jiang Feng's words on their faces were a little embarrassed. Married for 3 years, and Jechi never let Jiang Feng touch. In fact, and their acquiescence is also related. And Zheng Hao is okay, but Kong Lijun has always been against it. The conversation went cold, during which a few people came over to greet Jiang Feng, looking at Jiang Feng calmly talking to others. And Jechi's heart for the first time had a certainty about Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng has really changed. Not as weak as before. Of course, the most let Jechi appreciate is, even if the status has changed, but this man is still introverted, not so sharp. She wanted Jiang Feng to get ahead, but she also didn't want Jiang Feng to get ahead. Someone came to find me. I guess the Wang family still has something to say. Then let's go back. Jiang Feng looked at the three of them and said indifferently, and Jechi nodded gently at his words. Chen Shu had walked over by this time. Mr. Jiang, the young master wants to meet you, Chen Shu said with a respectful face as he looked at Jiang Feng. Good. Jiang Feng sniffed and nodded gently. Still used to such occasions, right? As the two of them walked, Chen Shu asked with a light smile. Jiang Feng sniffed, but he lightly glanced at Chen Shu. But he was a guy with a very deep mind. This seemed to be an unusual greeting, but it was better to say that he had decided that Jiang Feng couldn't get on the stage. Jiang Feng just lightly glanced at each other, did not reply. Into the inner hall. The day of the two families are in. The man's face is good, can see that the body has been better most of the time, is considered to have recovered a life. See Jiang Feng naturally again some thanks, no matter how. The Wang family's attitude is always nothing to say. People are grateful to you to prove that people have a heart. Owed a huge favor indifferent Jiang Feng is not unencountered. Do not always so polite. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Jiang Feng looked at the young master of the Wang family and said with a smile, Nothing else. I just want to meet the benefactor who saved my life. Sit. The Wang family's young master said with a smile. I don't know where Mr. Jiang is working? Wang Wenfeng asked with a smile. Preparing to open a medical center. To make a living. Jiang Feng said with a smile. With Mr. Jiang's medical skills if he's just making a living. I really don't know how many people in this world are serious about healing. Wang Wenfeng said with a smile. He knew that the few experts from the first hospital who had treated him were praising Jiang Feng's methods and wanted to get acquainted. But Wang Wenfeng didn't agree rashly. A medical center? Mr. Jiang hasn't chosen a site yet, right? This time Chen Shu interjected. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and didn't deny it. The other party could even investigate where he lived. So knowing this obviously wasn't uncommon. Since it's like this it hasn't opened yet, right? If it opens, Mr. Jiang must inform. My family and I will give Mr. Jiang a personal shout-out. Wang Wenfeng took over the topic and said with a smile. Chang, but no matter the meal. Jiang Feng could tell that this Wang family's youngest master was a rather brash person, and spoke much more casually. Wang Wenfeng seemed to have a very low laughing point. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, he laughed out loud, and for a while the relationship between the two was quite close. After a while of small talk, Jiang Feng got up to leave. Wang Wenfeng insisted on getting up to send Jiang Feng. Today's occasion he did not appear. But how to send a life-saving benefactor? Jiang Feng did not refuse. When he went out, Jiang Feng found Injechi's place at the first glance. But at the moment Injechi's side is standing a man with a shiny face, wearing a formal dress, with a smile on his face. How to look at it makes people feel uncomfortable. It seems to be deliberately leaning very close to Injechi. Too noisy and far away Jiang Feng could not hear what the other side said. But from Injechi's expression, the other side must not have said anything good. Digging into the old man's head, a cold smile surfaced in Jiang Feng's eyes. Even though he was planning to leave the Yin family, he hadn't left yet at this point, and Injechi was still his nominal wife. If anyone dared to hit Injechi's idea, he wouldn't mind letting the other party experience the power of being above the rules. At this moment, the man's violently hit Injechi's waist, and Injechi stepped back from the table with a pick up a wine glass. A glass of wine directly splashed in the face of the other. The man's face was annoyed. An ear slapped violently swung out. Jiang Feng wanted to stop but it was already too late. A touch of monstrous anger surfaced. Wang Wenfeng suddenly realized that the side of Jiang Feng has lost sight of. Chapter 25 This matter you can't bear. The moment he saw Jiang Feng had already wrapped his arms around Injechi's slender waist, and a man's figure flew straight out, smashing heavily on the ground not far away, causing the crowd to gasp. Does it hurt? Looking at Injechi's swollen face, Jiang Feng's eyes carried a touch of pity, his tone gentle beyond words. It doesn't hurt. Injechi gently shook her head, feeling a warmth in her heart for the first time. The unhappiness from the previous argument with Jiang Feng dissipated with it. This is the younger sibling, right? Just then Wang Wenfeng stepped forward and looked at Jiang Feng and asked with a smile. Humph. Jiang Feng snorted coldly. Because of Injechi's aggravation, he didn't even have a good face for Wang Wenfeng. Wang Wenfeng smirked at his words and let out a dry laugh. He also didn't expect that someone would cause trouble at the Wang family's banquet and also provoke his benefactor. This person is so unreasonable. Juchi has said that she doesn't want to know him, and he's still moving forward. Just at this time, Kong Lijun said. At this time, Kong Lijun also walked over. Such an occasion. Snobbish mother-in-law naturally will not miss the relationship will be. As long as everyone says a sentence, my son-in-law is the lifesaver of the Wang family. The other side is always going to give some face. And even with the sales promotion of their own industry, busy and not happy, Jiang Feng coldly smiled. A step forward. At this moment the man has struggled to get up. The corner of his mouth hangs a touch of blood. The sharp pain in his chest let his brain become clearer. Hideous face, the eyes of the blood, coldly looked at Jiang Feng. In the central state dare to hit me Su Jiawen's you are the first. Su Jiawen looked at Jiang Feng and said coldly. As soon as Su Jiawen opened his mouth, there was a gasp of surprise. Surprisingly, it's the young master of the Su family. Someone whispered. Obviously the Su family was also an extremely prominent family. Otherwise it wouldn't have said it in such an awe-inspiring tone. Moving my woman won't get you anywhere, Jiang Feng said coldly. He had seen a lot of powerful families. Who in this world could do anything to him nowadays? Wang Wenfeng frowned. It's that dude from the Su family. It's a bit troublesome. And Injechi behind Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Feng. His woman? Pulling Jiang Feng. Jia Wen, this is my brother and my savior. Wang Wenfeng opened his mouth. Jiang Feng had saved his life. He couldn't stand by it this time. A light cough came. But it was the old man of the Wang family appeared. Looking at Jiang Feng's gaze slightly complicated. Superfluous. He already knew Jiang Feng's identity. In the end he was a bit despised. But in the end it was the benefactor of the Wang family. And the other party's medical skills were also worth his friendship. People in this life are eating grains. Who dare to guarantee not to get sick? But just now Jiang Feng seems to be a little too crazy. And between Jiang Feng and the Su family, Elder Wang has to weigh the situation. As the head of the Wang family, this is a problem he must consider. He didn't open his mouth just to hear what Su Jiawen had to say. Wang Wenfeng don't need to come with me on this. Hit me no matter who it is. You have to pay the price. Kid, if you can see the sun tomorrow, my Su Jiawen's name will be written backwards in the future. Su Jiawen sneered. The next moment was to touch the phone, then coldly glanced at Wang Wenfeng. Second brother. I was beaten up in the Wang family, Su Jiawen said into the phone. The old man of the Wang family frowned when he heard this. The Su family wanted to press the Wang family not even close. But what made him truly scornful was the person behind Su Jiawen. Su Jiawen, this matter Wang family bear. You want to do what Wang family then? Just at this time Wang Wenfeng coldly opened his mouth and said. Jiang Feng did not open his mouth since the beginning. Wisdom as he wanted to see what the Wang family old man said. The Wang family can be handed over or not. Xiao Chen, help the young master back. Elder Wang was speaking in a deep voice at this time. When Jiang Feng heard this, the smile on his face steeply became somewhat playful. No matter how Wang Wenfeng struggled, Chen Shu was unmoved. At this time, everyone present was tasting some flavor. It seems that Jiang Feng in the eyes of the Wang family is not so important. The Wang family will not be for such a nameless pawn, and the Su family flipped. Su family's kid. This is my Ding family's friend. Ding family owes people friendship. Can't move him tonight. If you don't agree, I'll personally talk to your grandfather. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared in the hall. The crowd turned to look. At the inner door of the hall was standing a white-haired old man. Beside him an imposing young man was supporting him. Seeing Jiang Feng looking this way, he also squeezed his eyes at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled a little. That youth was none other than Ding Yizhen. I didn't expect the Ding family to come today. How? The white-haired old man said as he looked at Su Jiawen with cold eyes. Good. Since Elder Ding opened his mouth, this face should always be given to you. But after leaving the Wang Gong Gong, I hope you won't interfere anymore. That's for sure. Elder Ding didn't continue to say more. Su Jiawen looked at Jiang Feng and said coldly. Rubbish. You wait for death. I'll take Injechi. Jiang Feng smiled disdainfully at his words. I, Jiang Feng, don't need anyone else to protect me? What do you want? Just greet me. Now it's not whether you move me or not. Rather, it's whether I'll let you go or not. Good, good, good. You have guts. You wait. Su Jiawen said in a hateful voice. Since Elder Ding had already stepped in, the matter had come to an end for the time being, and the hall had returned to its joyful atmosphere, except that everyone was wondering in their hearts, what kind of person was this Jiang Feng? After the Wang family, there was another Ding family to back him up. At this moment, Kang Lijun saw that the Wang family was no longer backing up Jiang Feng, although the Ding family had stepped in, but the Su family was not an ordinary family. Juchi, you do not hurry over. A loser eat in family, live in family. Is this time you still follow him to accompany the funeral? Kang Lijun stepped forward and pulled in Juchi's hand. Then she looked at Su Jiawen. Young Su, this matter is caused by this loser. It's none of my daughter's business, right? Jiang Feng's mother-in-law looked at Su Jiawen and said with a smile, regardless of her business, I can't afford to touch her. Su Jiawen hemmed and hawed, looking at Injechi, the greed in his gaze not hidden at all. Kang Lijun grinned. That's good. That's good. Compared to how Jiang Feng, who had climbed up to the rich family, was unstable, the Su family was a real powerful family, and with her own daughter's good looks, she would teach her the means to hold the young master of the Su family in the future. And her mother-in-law was obviously already longing for a beautiful dream. The mother-in-law does not look good to their own face seen a lot, but in this moment, Jiang Feng to it still cannot help but be a little impressed. There is no most shameless, only more shameless. Mother-in-law's face is no bottom line. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not going over there, Njechi said with a frown. This matter was originally caused by me. I'm not going. You're trying to piss me off. Seeing this, Kang Lijun was furious and stomped her feet. You rebellious daughter, you won't even listen to my words. Is that it? Kang Lijun said with an angry face. Don't worry, I won't harm your daughter. She just can't see who's stronger yet. Su Jiawen hemmed and hawed, with an air of being sure of Jiang Feng, and even gestured a neck-scratching motion at Jiang Feng. Many thanks, Mr. Su, mother-in-law said groveling. The banquet ended unhappily at this point, and the old man of the Wang family only left behind a sentence about not knowing what's good for him. Taking in everyone's expressions one by one, Jiang Feng let out a light laugh, and then turned his gaze to Njechi. He didn't care how others looked at him. He only cared about Njechi's choice. The fact that Njechi was able to stand on his side was a bit of a surprise to Jiang Feng, and at the same time, there was a trace of warmth in his heart. Mr. Jiang, the old man can only help you here. Elder Ding looked at Jiang Feng and said with a smile, after all, we still have to be wary of the one behind the Su family. Still, many thanks to Elder Ding. Jiang Feng nodded and said, Elder Ding, I'm afraid you can't afford this. Chapter 26, Martial Arts Association Su Jiaqiang. Just as Elder Ding and Jiang Feng were talking, a loud voice suddenly came from inside the hall. Although it was not loud, it overshadowed everyone present. The crowd looked up and realized that there were 5 young men dressed in green sweatshirts standing at the doorway at that moment, and the one at the head was 8 feet tall with a cold face that was currently looking at Jiang Feng here. The costumes of the 5 people were obviously out of place with the reception here, but everyone present didn't dare to make a mocking sound, because embroidered on the right side of the chest of the 5 men were 4 words written in seal script, Martial Arts Association. The expressions of the people present varied, but they all coincidentally remained silent. Su Jiawen's face instantly revealed a look of delight when he saw the visitor, hurriedly walking forward and speaking, Second brother, you're finally here. He almost killed me just now. The person who came was none other than Su Jiawen's own second brother, Su Jiaqiang. Why is he here? Elder Ding gave a cry in his heart. Xia, being able to stand at the top of the world, and still be able to stand in the midst of many powerful enemies. Apart from the powerful military ministry guarding the borders, there was also a civic organization guarding Huaxia, Martial Arts Association. The Wudao Association had started out as a social organization made up of martial artists from the capital, and had later developed throughout the country, helping to handle some of the tasks that the military ministry was not conveniently equipped to handle, and as a result, its influence in the summer country was also very great. 5 years ago, the Su family could only barely be considered a first-class family, and the Su family was able to get to where it was today by relying on this Su Jiaqiang, because Su Jiaqiang 5 years ago, after learning the art of mountain, is already a congenital martial artist, directly joined the Martial Arts Association. Relying on the help of the Martial Arts Association, Su family at this time has succeeded in entering the ranks of the top forces of the central state. 5 years ago Su Jiaqiang was already an innate expert, and with his natural talent he didn't know what demonic realm he had developed into by now. Su Jiawen was alright. This Su Jiaqiang never considered any consequences when he did anything. Seeing Su Jiawen step forward, the cold man said, I want to see who in the central state dares to touch you without knowing death. Saying that, he glanced at Jiang Feng once again. Su Jiawen was now happy in his heart. Since he was little, his second brother loved him. As long as he wanted, his second brother would do it for him. In his heart, he read, Humph, this time I'll see where you're going to run. The Ding family might be a big family in Central State, but in front of the Martial Arts Association, it's definitely not enough to look at. Su Jiawen, what do you want? Didn't we already agree just now? Before Elder Ding could finish his sentence, Su Jiaqiang's right foot took a step forward. A monstrous aura then pressed over, causing Elder Ding to instantly feel breathless and unable to continue speaking at all. Family Master. Seeing this, a man in black beside Elder Ding immediately rushed forward and blocked Elder Ding, a mere Hotian 8th stage martial artist. How dare you come forward? Su Jiaqiang said with a face as icy as iron. He extended his hand and slapped it in the air. Put! The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a kite with broken strings, slamming heavily on the table in the hall and falling to the ground. Third uncle, Ding Yizhen exclaimed in shock. The others present, at this moment, were all shaken in their hearts, their eyes filled with horror. Was this the legendary strength of that martial arts genius of the Su family? It was as terrifying as this. It seemed like something big was going to happen to that young man today. Su Jiaqiang's eyes were as sharp as sword blades. He looked at the pale Elder Ding, then scanned the surroundings, and finally landed on Jiang Feng, and spoke in a cold voice, You are Jiang Feng? The Su family hall was silent at this moment. Those who were swept by Su Jiaqiang's gaze only felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet, and the whole person was like falling into an ice cave. Su Jiaqiang's aura was just too strong. Jiang Feng's face still had a bland expression on it, seemingly not caring about Su Jiaqiang at all as he said lightly, I'm Jiang Feng. How? Su Jiaqiang once again took a step forward, staring at Jiang Feng. You're very bold, daring to touch someone from the Su family. With every word he spat out, the aura that pressed on the people around him increased by 1 point. Elder Ding had never practiced martial arts and was just a mortal. How could he carry the pressure of a martial artist? His feet trembled violently. He was about to be pressed to the ground at any moment, and he was about to kneel down, when he suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. When he looked up, it was Jiang Feng who was in front of him, and Jechi at this time cannot stop shivering. Su Jiawen was beaten by Jiang Feng like that. Today Su Jiaqiang certainly will not easily let go of Jiang Feng. For the martial artists she more or less heard of some. Killing people at every turn is also a common thing. What to do? Has the quality of the Martial Arts Association's personnel gotten this low? Have you forgotten all the rules? How dare you strike out at ordinary people? and Jechi was still scared. But Jiang Feng spoke indifferently. When Su Jiaqiang saw Jiang Feng blocking in front of Elder Ding, his own aura didn't even feel half as oppressive to him. His brows furrowed as he pondered in his heart. Could it be that this person is also a martial artist? Kang Lijun saw Su Jiaqiang's arrival. In addition to the aura on Su Jiaqiang's body, it made her legs tremble. She hurriedly came to Jechi's side trembling, looked at Su Jiawen and said, "Su Xiao, you just promised me. Don't worry, I will never harm your daughter. You guys can leave." Su Jiawen looked at Jechi and said with a sly smile on his face. Kang Lijun pulled Jechi's arm and was about to leave. Although Jechi was also very scared at this time, she tried to break free from Kang Lijun's hand and said, "Mom, I'm not leaving, you dead girl. I'm only doing this for your own good. This punk doesn't know any better. Don't you know any better too? Quickly go." Saying that, Kang Lijun even pulled Jechi backward, and Jechi was still struggling. But Jiang Feng started, "I'll be fine, step aside first." "I'm not," and Jechi said, but was unable to control her body backward. Looking back, she found that her father was actually pulling her as well. "Dad, come back first." And Zhang Hao also said with a pale face, looking at Jiang Feng with guilt in his eyes. There was no way around it. If he could only save one, of course he would save his own daughter. "If there's anything you want to do, just come at me. It has nothing to do with them," Jiang Feng said indifferently. It was only a Xian stage 9th stage martial artist. He wasn't a threat in front of him. Rather, you have some guts. Su Jiaqiang sneered and turned back to Su Jiawen and asked, "What do you want to do with him? Third brother?" It was as if Jiang Feng had become a live pig on the board, to be slaughtered. Su Jiawen looked at Jiang Feng arrogantly and said, "As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize to me, this matter will be resolved." "Brain dead," Jiang Feng said with a cold snort. Before Su Jiawen could say anything, Kang Lijun on the side was furious and opened her mouth. "Are you? Young Su has already promised to spare you, just letting you admit your mistake? What are you still pretending here? Do you want to get us killed?" Kang Lijun had just seen Su Jiaqiang send the guy from the Ding family flying with one punch. Even the Ding family was no match for him. And now that Xiao Su had told Jiang Feng to just apologize, this punk even dared to scold Xiao Su. "In that case, let you know what happens when you offend the Su family." Su Jiaqiang walked directly towards Jiang Feng. Each step was as heavy as 1,000 pieces of gold, echoing throughout the venue, pounding everyone's heart. "Stop!" Suddenly, a delicate rebuke came from the hall. Chapter 27, Nominal Wife. Everyone followed the voice and looked after it after hearing the chirping sound. In their hearts, they were all guessing just who dared to stop Su Jiaqiang at this time. Jiang Feng also followed the voice and realized that at the entrance, there was a woman with long wavy hair and an evening gown standing at the moment, and it was none other than Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao's side was followed by an old man with gray hair. Su Jiaqiang's brows were also furrowed when he saw the visitor. His Su family was a top family in the central state, and he, Su Jiaqiang, was also the disciple of the Martial Arts Association's Central State President. But Li Mengyao was a member of the Li family. The Li family not only had a pivotal position in business, but likewise had a voice in the Martial Arts Association. This is a matter between the Su family and him. I wonder what Miss Li's intentions are when she speaks out to stop it, Su Jiaqiang said in a cold voice. Li Mengyao, however, ignored Su Jiaqiang and walked slowly to Jiang Feng's side, asking with a concerned face, "Brother Feng, are you hurt?" said Li Mengyao. She also looked around Jiang Feng's body to see if there were any injuries. Jiang Feng was a little uncomfortable by Li Mengyao's call of Feng brother, so he could only take a step back and said, "I'm fine." Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Feng, who was a bit embarrassed, and snorted out a laugh. "Still so shy. It's not the first time we met." And Jechi hadn't taken her eyes off this woman since Li Mengyao entered the door. On one hand, she was curious as to why he would say something to stop Su Jiaqiang. On the other hand, this woman's looks were just too beautiful, not inferior to her own in the slightest. Then after seeing Li Mengyao's concern for Jiang Feng, her brows suddenly furrowed. Kang Lijun was thinking in her heart at this moment, who is this woman? To think that she would back up that dead trash. Miss Li. Su Jiaqiang looked at Li Mengyao, who didn't reply to his words and instead went to care for Jiang Feng and said with forced anger, "What are you arguing about?" Hearing this, Li Mengyao frowned and turned her head to look at Su Jiaqiang and said, "You." Su Jiaqiang was choked by Li Mengyao. His fists were clenched tightly in anger. Li Mengyao's face resumed its bland look. At this moment Jiang Feng realized that Li Mengyao's aura had changed. "Jiang Feng is my brother. You can't touch him," Li Mengyao said indifferently. Su Jiaqiang's brows deeply furrowed as he heard this. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Li Mengyao had come to protect Jiang Feng. "Ms. Li, this doesn't seem right for you, does it? This asshole beat up my brother," Su Jiaqiang said with a cold face. Li Mengyao, however, said with a flat face, "That's because he deserved to be beaten. It's my brother's good fortune to beat him up. Ms. Li, what if I don't give you this face today?" Su Jiaqiang said with a frown. Scoff, you think I'm discussing with you? I'm just informing you, Li Mengyao snorted and said, then turned to Jiang Feng. Go, brother, don't pay attention to them. You. Su Jiaqiang didn't expect Li Mengyao to be so unreasonable, coming to take Jiang Feng away. He then took a step forward and was about to strike at Jiang Feng, when a figure blocked Su Jiaqiang's body. Young Master Su, Miss said you can't touch Mr. Jiang. The one who spoke was the old man who was following Li Mengyao's side. After saying that, the old man's body's aura steeply increased. Su Jiaqiang stared at the old man's aura in front of him and said through gritted teeth, it seems that the Li family is going to have to intervene in this matter today. Aren't you afraid of any misunderstandings between the Su family and the Li family? What are you? Who are you to have a misunderstanding with my Li family? Hearing this, Li Mengyao said with a cold rebuke, and then said to the old man, Uncle Wu, whoever dares to move, directly abolish them. Yes, miss, the old man answered. Su Jiaqiang looked at the strong Li Mengyao, and then looked at Wu Bo who was blocking himself, shook his teeth, and said, today's matter, the Su family takes note. Give face, slap your mouth, Li Mengyao said in a cold voice. Slap. Wu Bo directly slapped Su Jiaqiang's face when Li Mengyao's words had just fallen, directly sending Su Jiaqiang backward a few steps. Senior brother, second brother. Su Jiaqiang waved his hand, stopping the crowd of senior brothers and Su Jiawan who were about to step forward, and squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. Let's go. Wait. Li Mengyao called out to Su Jiaqiang and the others who wanted to leave, and continued, don't think about retaliating against my brother, or else your Su family won't be staying in Central State. Su Jiaqiang let out a cold snort and didn't say anything as he directly walked towards the door of the venue. By the time Su Jiaqiang left, the people in the venue had yet to recover from their shock. What shocked them wasn't that Su Jiaqiang didn't dare to mess with Li Mengyao, but rather, they were shocked when Jiang Feng had turned into Li Mengyao's younger brother. How did you mess with that crazy dog, Su Jiaqiang? Li Mengyao said as she pulled Jiang Feng's arm to the side. Jiang Feng pulled his arm out of Li Mengyao's hand without leaving a trace and said lightly, he beat up my wife. Your wife? That's the wife who hasn't let you into her room for 3 years? Li Mengyao was stunned at his words, then asked with a smile, do you have anything else? Jiang Feng glanced at Li Mengyao and asked. At those words, Li Mengyao but let out a light laugh and said, yo, I just helped you out, and you want to drive me away? Are you willing to give up? Can you speak properly? I can't. Jiang Feng, come here. At this time, Enjechi's voice rang out. When Li Mengyao shocked Su Jechi just now, Enjechi had been very shocked, but after realizing Li Mengyao's identity, she was then relieved. The Li family could be considered the giants of Central State, the giants of all industries. Not only were they the leading leaders in business, but there were even martial artists in their family, and it was the Martial Arts Association that had to sell the Li family a few favors. It is said that the Li family's connections are not only in Central State, but even in the imperial capital. The Li family is the talk of the town. Rumor has it that the Central State Li family is just a branch of the imperial capital Li family. Although it was only a branch, the Li family's huge size was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Originally thought that with Li Mengyao's appearance, Su Jiaqiang would not dare to find Jiang Feng's trouble again. But although Su Jiaqiang left, Enjechi's mood was not good. All because Li Mengyao's attitude towards Jiang Feng was too ambiguous. Not only called her brother not to mention, her hand was not honestly holding Jiang Feng's arm, although Jiang Feng pulled out, but Enjechi's heart was still uncomfortable. This one is? Li Mengyao looked at Enjechi in front of her and asked suspiciously. In her heart she said, what a pretty little woman. This is my nominal wife. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Enjechi frowned tightly after Jiang Feng finished speaking and said unhappily, what do you mean by nominal wife? He means that you're not allowed to enter the room, right? Li Mengyao but giggled. Ms. Li, this seems to be our family matter. How do you, an outsider, know so clearly? Enjechi said with a flat face, but in reality, her heart was already filled with rage. A flower of the Central State like Misson, but married to a waste of a son-in-law. There is no need to look into this matter to know. Li Mengyao, however, said with a smile. When Enjechi heard that, she couldn't hold the anger in her heart any longer and said angrily to Jiang Feng, are you leaving or not? But the next scene was to make Enjechi even more annoyed. Chapter 28, do you sleep there cold? Enjechi's words just finished. Li Mengyao was once again holding Jiang Feng's arm, said in a charming voice, don't go yet. Didn't you say that you wanted to open a medical center that day? I'll introduce a few friends to you. Can you talk properly? Jiang Feng said with a frown. He was a bit confused by Li Mengyao's appearance. He didn't even notice how Li Mengyao knew he wanted to open a medical center. Okay, I'll listen to you, Jiang Feng said. Li Mengyao immediately recovered her original appearance and said politely and generously. Jiang Feng's head hurt a bit. Are you afraid of not being misunderstood like this? And there doesn't seem to be anything between the two of them at all, right? make it seem like the two are a couple. And Jechi saw the two of them flirting here. Her heart was annoyed. She turned around and left with a cold snort. Kang Lijun also saw this side. Although her heart was angry, she didn't dare to come over to stop them. Just now Li Mengyao had scared Su Jiaqiang away with a few words. She couldn't afford to offend herself. However, her heart was even more puzzled. This punk seems to be really taking off lately. First the Wang family, then the Ding family, and now there is a Li family. No way. Nothing can be said to let him divorce Jechi. Kang Lijun, who had made up her mind, came to Jiang Feng's body and said to Jiang Feng at the risk of offending Li Mengyao, "Jiang Feng, aren't you going to go after Jechi? Jechi is angry." Jiang Feng looked back at Jechi's direction, thought for a moment, and said, "Good." Then, he said to Li Mengyao, "Had enough? I'm leaving then, Che, I really don't know what you think. People don't care about you at all, and you're still hot-faced on your cold ass." Li Mengyao, however, blankly glanced at Jiang Feng and said, "But she's still my wife now." Jiang Feng said indifferently, then walked towards Jechi's side. Jiang Feng came behind Jechi and said softly, "I have nothing with him." Originally, when she heard Jiang Feng's words, Jechi's anger subsided by half. This punk still knew to come over to coax herself, but on her lips she said, "What are you doing over here? Not going to find your good sister? It's been said that there's nothing between me and her." Jiang Feng said helplessly, and Jechi turned around and looked at Jiang Feng. "Nothing? Even something as big as opening a medical center is known to her, while I don't know about it. Still saying it's nothing?" And Jechi said with a pout on her lips, a bit angry. It was the first time Jiang Feng saw Jechi pouting with herself, so he couldn't help but look a bit mesmerized. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't say anything, but looked at himself, and Jechi's face flushed and said, "Ask you? I really don't know how he knew I wanted to open a medical center." Jiang Feng said with a bitter smile. Only now he remembered Li Mengyao's words just now. Just how did Li Mengyao know his idea of wanting to open a medical center? The hell would believe you? And Jechi said without any humor. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. It'll just feel like I'm pretending. So I might as well not say anything." "Then you don't want to change my opinion of you?" And Jechi asked with her almond eyebrows raised. "Change your opinion? Is this you changing your mind about me back? Suddenly realizing how good I am?" Jiang Feng asked with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Humph." And Jechi snorted coldly without speaking. "Go around the field. This is high society. I guess at this time when you go over there will be a bunch of people flattering you. And by the way, pulling in some clients for the Yin family, so that your status in the company can be somewhat improved." Jiang Feng suddenly said lightly. When Jechi heard this, she nodded and answered, "Aha!" walking towards the field. And Jechi looked back at Jiang Feng. Seeing that Jiang Feng was still looking at her, her heart was sweet. For the first time in the 3 years since she got married, she felt that Jiang Feng was treating her well. Jiang Feng at this time in his heart is also emotional. His 3 years in the Yin family suffered from cold eyes, and Jechi has never looked at himself, but did not expect in their own divorce, and Jechi's attitude has changed. This life is really a reversal of the transfer of some people caught off guard. Raising his head to look at the scene, he met the eyes of Li Mengyao, who raised her glass to herself when she saw him, making a gesture of toast. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, really lazy to pay attention, but caused Li Mengyao a burst of delicate laughter, so that the surrounding people suddenly feel surprised, but in the direction of seeing Li Mengyao toast, the heart of the heart, presumably that is Li Mengyao's intended. In fact, Li Mengyao has been curious about Jiang Feng since she bumped into him, plus the fact that Jiang Feng didn't bang himself at the river, the bar, and finally at the hotel, made Li Mengyao even more interested in Jiang Feng. Let people to investigate Jiang Feng get information. Li Mengyao some surprise. Did not expect Jiang Feng is just a waste of an family son-in-law. Moreover, she didn't expect him to save the young master of the Wang family and cure the old master of the Ding family, who had been sentenced to death by the doctors. Once a woman becomes interested in a man, the things behind are not simple. At this time, Li Mengyao's side of Wu Bo but came to Jiang Feng's side and looked at Jiang Feng faintly. "Something wrong?" Jiang Feng asked. "This is what I grew up watching. I hope you don't hurt him," Wu Bo said indifferently. Jiang Feng sniffed but frowned and said, "I think you're being overly concerned. There's nothing between the two of us. I understand the young lady's mind, although the young lady is like this on the surface, but inside she is very simple." Wu Bo looked at Li Mengyao in the arena, his eyes filled with compassion, just like looking at his own daughter. "You should have already reached the realm of a grandmaster." Wu Bo spoke again. Jiang Feng's body tightened when he heard this, and he looked at Wu Bo with a guarded face. "Don't be nervous, just now it was Miss who didn't step in. I guess the Su family kid couldn't do anything to help you. Instead of Miss saving you, it's better to say that she saved the Su family kid. But don't worry, I just sensed it from you. I won't say anything about it," Wu Bo said with a smile. "Thanks." Jiang Feng nodded. The banquet ended after 2 hours. When Jiang Feng and Jiji's family walked out of the venue, Li Mengyao was the one who had already been waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Feng come out, she smiled and said, "Do you want to go out for a drink?" Jiang Feng shook his head, just about to speak. Li Mengyao spoke again. "You'll be sleeping on the floor at home anyway." Upon hearing this, Jiechi said with a stern face, "Where Jiang Feng sleeps, that's a matter between the two of us. So don't bother Miss Li." Li Mengyao, however, wasn't angry and just looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. Jiang Feng could only say, "Farewell, coward." Finished, Li Mengyao but snorted coldly, with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. On the way home, Kan Lijun's attitude towards Jiang Feng changed greatly. Just now after Su Jiaqian left, at the banquet, Kan Lijun was treated as a guest by all the people, and it all depended on Jiang Feng. "The weather is cool. Are you cold sleeping there?" Jichi suddenly asked Jiang Feng who was driving. Chapter 29, Choosing a Site for a Medical Center. "It's not cold," Jiang Feng, who was driving, said offhandedly. "Then you keep sleeping in the utility room," Jichi said with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng suddenly realized, and secretly cursed, "Jiang Feng, you're just big." Kan Lijun who was sitting behind the car heard Jichi's words, but her heart was shocked, listening to Jichi's words. It seems like she wants Jiang Feng to sleep in her room, right now. Although Jiang Feng said that his status has been improved, but who knows if he will all want to be like the Wang family in the future. While Jiang Hao was smiling, his own daughter finally got the hang of it, but it seems that this stupid son-in-law is not getting the hang of it. After returning home, Jiachi walked towards her room on the second floor. Jiang Feng followed it closely and said, I just remembered. That room is a bit cold." "Cold? Add an extra quilt," Jiachi said coldly, then went into the room, leaving a bitter smile on Jiang Feng's face in the wind. Jiachi, who closed the door, had a faint smile on her lips. At night, Jiang Feng slept alone on the cold cot. His heart was a little depressed. Why is he so unenlightened? The next day, Jiang Feng woke up early, ready to go out to see the location of the medical center. But he didn't expect to see Jiachi, who came back from her morning run, just as soon as he opened the door. "So early, where are you going?" Jiachi asked suspiciously. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "I want to go out to look at the house." "Look at the house?" At those words, Jiachi's face turned cold. "You still want to leave the Yin family?" "No, I want to look at the house where the medical center is opened," Jiang Feng hurriedly explained. "You're still really planning to open a medical center?" Jiachi's brows furrowed. "Let's not talk about how much money is needed to open a medical center. You don't really think that you're really good at medicine just because you've cured the Ding family's old man, do you?" Jiang Feng, be realistic. Without systematic learning, just relying on the ones you read in books, sooner or later you'll get into big trouble one day. Wang family, Ding family are all just your luck. Wake up, Jiachi said with some hatred. Jiang Feng, however, smiled helplessly with a forlorn face and said faintly, "You still don't believe me after all. How do you want me to believe you? Did you go to medical school?" Jiachi asked coldly. Jiang Feng, however, said, "One day, you'll marvel at my prominence." After saying that, Jiang Feng directly left the door. "I know you want to prove yourself and make me change my opinion of you, but there are many ways to change. Why don't you do something tangible?" Jiachi shouted at Jiang Feng's back. "Tangible and practical? Cooking at home?" Jiang Feng sniffed and laughed coldly. Then he stopped paying attention to Jiachi and walked towards the cell gate. "Jiang Feng," Jiachi called out again. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't turn back, Jiachi was infuriated in her heart. Last night's impression of Jiang Feng's change of opinion instantly dissipated. Thinking that Jiang Feng was always thinking about unrealistic things, last night's events not only didn't converge, but instead fueled his thoughts. Jiang Feng went out of the gate of the neighborhood, and directly came to Huaqing Street, where there were many medical centers, wanting to see if there were any medical centers to transfer or other stores to transfer. But to Jiang Feng's disappointment, there wasn't a single store transfer in the entire Huaqing Street. He came to the doctor's office that day, and found that the door of the doctor's office was closed, and asked the people around him to know that Dr. Zhang had something going on at home in the past few days, and hadn't opened the door for a few days. Jiang Feng was about to go somewhere else. The phone in his pocket was ringing. Picked up the phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, may I ask who? It's only been one night and you don't remember me?" Li Mengyao's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Miss Li, what's the matter with you again?" Jiang Feng sighed helplessly. When Li Mengyao heard Jiang Feng sigh, she giggled and said, "Are you that afraid of me?" Jiang Feng didn't say anything, just holding the phone. Li Mengyao then said, "What are you doing?" "Looking for a place," Jiang Feng said. Li Mengyao froze and asked with some doubts, "Kicked out by the Yin family? It can't be. Your wife won't be that petty, right? What are you thinking about?" "I'm looking for a medical center place," Jiang Feng said without a trace of humor. That's so. Where did you go to look for it? Li Mengyao then asked. Huacheng Street. What's wrong? You have a good place to introduce? Jiang Feng asked. Wait for me there. After saying that, Li Mengyao hung up the phone. Jiang Feng looked at the phone in his hand and skimmed his mouth with a helpless face. Was this woman always so windy when she did things? On the other hand, Li Mengyao looked at the information in her hand and muttered. I really didn't expect that you really know medical skills. I thought you just happened to cure those two. After saying that, Li Mengyao got up and cleaned up. By the time Li Mengyao arrived at Huacheng Street, Jiang Feng was already fast asleep sitting on a rest chair on the street. Why are you sitting here? Isn't there a cafe over there? Li Mengyao asked with a smiling face. Jiang Feng, however, glanced at Li Mengyao and said, if you don't come, I'm going to get cobwebs on my head. Don't you know that girls need to put on makeup before going out? Li Mengyao giggled. How is it? Am I pretty today? Only then did Jiang Feng take a closer look at Li Mengyao. She was wearing a white bodysuit on top, and a pair of close-to-the-body casual pants that were also white, which depicted Li Mengyao's sexy body as a whole. Her face was painted with light makeup, and her long wavy hair was tied up at the roots. Her whole person was overflowing with a youthful atmosphere. Well, quite pretty. Jiang Feng nodded and said, no more? Nope. Li Mengyao slapped her forehead and said helplessly, I now know why Njiechi doesn't give you a good face. You're also too bad at coaxing girls to be happy. You're not my wife. Why should I coax you to be happy? Jiang Feng, however, skimmed his lips and said. Li Mengyao blankly glanced at Jiang Feng and said, is there a favorite position? So what if I have my eye on it? People don't even transfer it. Jiang Feng looked at Huacheng Street and said indifferently, the medical centers on this street have all been open for more than 10 years. It's hard to have a transfer. Li Mengyao also nodded and said, medical centers still have to open near hospitals to make money. It can't be too remote. Forget it, there's no rush. Take your time to find it. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Just as Jiang Feng finished his words, he felt a threatening aura approaching, and then he pulled Li Mengyao over. Just a moment after Jiang Feng pulled Li Mengyao away from her original position. Hyper! A gunshot sounded. In front of Li Mengyao's original standing position, a bullet hole was left there. There's a gunman. Chapter 30. Something's not right, Jiang Feng said with a cold gulp, then pulled Li Mengqi to hide behind a street literary stone sculpture. Because the stone sculpture itself wasn't too big, Jiang Feng had to keep a line with Li Mengyao's body so that both of them could both hide behind the stone sculpture. Li Mengyao hid in Jiang Feng's arms, smelling the fragrance of Jiang Feng's body shower gel. Her face was slightly red, raising her head to look at Jiang Feng's cheeks. At this moment, the man was looking across the street into one of the tall buildings. The firepower is so well equipped. I don't know if it's for you or me, Jiang Feng muttered. Li Mengyao, however, frowned and took out a pocket walkie-talkie and said, find the killer. Then she said to Jiang Feng, it should be looking for me. In fact, Li Mengyao was going to say, you're a son-in-law who comes to the house. What kind of people would be looking for you? Even if you had offended the Su family at the banquet yesterday. But the Su family couldn't do such a thing as blatantly killing someone on the street. While Jiang Feng was thinking differently in his heart at this moment, did the person who framed me before know that I'm not dead? Or is it the arrangement of the Jiang family? This kind of firepower configuration, in the Chinese Empire, only top magnates like the Jiang family had it. Of course forces outside the country were another story. Li Mengyao's car rolled over and leapt out two bodyguards, firing a burst of rapid fire at the roof of the building where the gunman had fired. The loud gunfire caused the pedestrians on Huacheng Street to flee. In just a few seconds, only Jiang Feng and Li Mengyao behind the stone sculpture were left, along with the bodyguards standing behind the car shooting. However, the other party had obviously come prepared. From the sound of the gunshots, one could tell that the other party's firepower was equipped with both long and short guns, and even sniper rifles with great penetrating power. Hyper! After a gunshot, a bullet hit the stone sculpture where Jiang Feng and Li Mengyao were hiding. Feeling the thickness of the stone sculpture, Jiang Feng said with a sullen face, if the opposite gunman's marksmanship is accurate, this stone sculpture can't withstand 3 shots. Then, Jiang Feng coldly glanced at the opposite side of the building, about to go out. Just before Jiang Feng action, Li Mengyao's car is scampered out of an old man, straight to the building. It was Wu Bo from last night. Jiang Feng looked at Wu Bo's speeding figure. Li Mengyao's identity even more curious, because after coming to the central state has been the An family's son-in-law. So Jiang Feng is not familiar with the distribution of forces in the central state. Last night only as the Su family did not dare to offend the Li family, but do not know how the Li family in the central state? But looking at these well-trained bodyguards, Jiang Feng was sure that the Li family was definitely not some ordinary simple family. When Wu Bo's figure disappeared into the building a few moments later, the sound of gunfire on the opposite side gradually became sparse from the intensity of a moment ago, and finally stopped directly. The two bodyguards slowly came to the front of the stone sculpture. and only after double-checking that it was safe, did they say to Li Mengyao, "Miss, it's alright, the gunman has already been dealt with by Wu Bo. You can come out now." Li Mengyao was still dazed in Jiang Feng's arms, but Jiang Feng patted Li Mengyao's shoulder, signaling that she could go out. Unwillingly leaving Jiang Feng's arms, Li Mengyao came out and gave a blank look to the two bodyguards, making the two bodyguards a bit puzzled. The two of them came out in the first place. How come the young lady didn't seem to be very happy? Waiting for Jiang Feng to come out, the two of them saw Li Mengyao's face slightly red again, and instantly understood what was going on. With a smile on their faces, although Li Mengyao treats outsiders with a very strong look, but for the people around her, she has always been very kind. So the two bodyguards are also very relaxed around Li Mengyao. Seeing the two bodyguards' smiling faces, Li Mengyao glared and said, "I'll clean you up when I get back." Jiang Feng came out and saw this scene. He was also a bit surprised. He felt that the reaction speed of the two bodyguards wasn't slow. "Miss, looking at the firepower, it shouldn't be local. It's most likely someone from Charles' plutocracy," a bodyguard said. "Humph, only doing some sneaky, backstabbing things," Li Mengyao said with a cold snort. Then under the escort of two bodyguards, Li Mengyao and Jiang Feng came to the car. This car was specially customized for Li Mengyao by the old master of the Li family. The protection level was S-class. Li Mengyao has been in the shopping mall for many years, and her tactics against her opponents are very strong, so it is inevitable that she will offend some people. Li Mengyao is the jewel of the Li family, and the Li family's old master naturally likes it very much. A few people were waiting in the car for Wu Bo to come back. Jiang Feng's face was calm, but there was a touch of doubt in his eyes. Seeing this, Li Mengyao asked, "What's wrong? Did it scare you just now?" The Li family is not like other small families. Sometimes they offend some forces. This kind of thing happens often. It won't be all painless hooks. I wasn't scared. I was just wondering why Uncle Wu hasn't returned yet. With his skill, he should have come back long ago. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "Something's not right." It had been almost 10 minutes since the gunshots had stopped, and Wu Bo hadn't come back yet, which was why Jiang Feng looked a little surprised. Maybe Wu Bo left a survivor and is questioning him, a bodyguard said. Li Mengyao didn't think so. Frowning tightly, she picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Uncle Wu, are you done with things on your side?" There was no reply from Uncle Wu on the walkie-talkie. Li Mengyao called twice more consecutively, and there was silence. "Something has happened," Li Mengyao said in a deep voice. "Go and take a look." One of the bodyguards was about to get out of the car when he heard that. At this time, Jiang Feng was saying, if even Wu Bo isn't an opponent, they would be even less of an opponent in the past. "I'll go with him." "You?" Before Li Mengyao could say anything, the bodyguard gave a soft eep. Jiang Feng looked weak and scholarly. He didn't look like he could fight. What role could he play by following him? Li Mengyao also shook her head and said, "Brother, don't follow and add to the chaos. You'll be even less helpful if you go." "Don't worry," Jiang Feng said, but he had already gotten out of the car and walked towards the opposite building. "Jiang Feng, come back," Li Mengyao shouted anxiously. In Li Mengyao's opinion, Jiang Feng, an ordinary person, was already scared in the face of this kind of thing, but now he even had to take the initiative to go to the scene. Only Jiang Feng ignored Li Mengyao, but had already walked out a dozen meters away. "Make sure to keep him safe," Li Mengyao said to the bodyguard. After the bodyguard answered, he went after Jiang Feng. Just to the bodyguard's surprise, Jiang Feng obviously wasn't walking fast, but in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the bottom of the building, and by the time he arrived, Jiang Feng had already entered the front door. At this time on the rooftop of the building, an old man in black clothes but looked at Wu Bo on the ground and laughed evilly. "I can't believe that the famous Kai Yunhans even voluntarily stayed in the Li family for more than 10 years. Let Miss go." The Wu Bo on the ground was covered in blood, and his chest was sunken into a large piece, obviously injured by someone with a heavy hand. "I'll send you on your way first, don't worry about the rest." "Ha ha," the old man in black looked at Wu Bo and said disdainfully. Saying that, the old man in black came to Wu Bo's side and made a gesture that he was about to step on Wu Bo's neck. Right at this moment, the unlocked door of the building on the rooftop was kicked open directly from the inside with a boom. Boom! Chapter 31, One Move to Kill. "What man?" The old man in black looked at Jiang Feng in front of him and shouted in a shocked voice. Jiang Feng however glanced at Wu Bo on the ground, his brows deeply furrowed. The bodyguard had just slowed down from the shock of Jiang Feng kicking the door and also saw Wu Bo on the ground, and without hesitating, he raised his gun and started shooting at the black-clothed old man. Hyper, hyper, hyper. 3 shots rang out in a row, but the black-clothed old man was not shot to the ground as expected. Instead, he dodged from side to side, dodging all the bullets. The bodyguard was about to shoot again. The black-clothed old man is a hand, a dagger with a cold light shot toward the bodyguard. The speed of the bodyguard simply cannot react. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into the bodyguard's neck, Jiang Feng on the side slapped out a palm to directly knock the dagger away. Ha! The black-clothed old man let out an exclamation of surprise. So the main man is here. At first, the black-clothed old man didn't pay much attention to Jiang Feng at all, thinking that the bodyguard had kicked the door open. Jiang Feng, however, didn't give the black-clothed old man a chance to react, directly dodged and came to the black-clothed old man's body, and blasted his fist at the black-clothed old man. Boom! The black-clothed old man was blown out by Jiang Feng's fist. His body hit the wall heavily, leaving a large human-shaped depression on the wall, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, pointing at Jiang Feng with one hand, muttering, "Who are you? The Central State doesn't have a person like you. People who are about to die. Still so much nonsense," Jiang Feng said with a cold snort. The black-clothed old man's eyes carried unwillingness, and after panting heavily, his legs stomped, unexpectedly gagging, killed in one move. The bodyguard looked at Jiang Feng with a shocked face. He didn't expect that this youth that he looked at like a big boy next door was a martial arts expert. While the bodyguard was still surprised, Jiang Feng said, "Help Uncle Wu up." When the bodyguard heard that, he immediately crouched down to help Wu Bo up. Jiang Feng looked at Wu Bo's injuries and said with a frown, "You hit him so hard." Wu Bo's face was waxy. He waved his hand weakly at Jiang Feng. When Jiang Feng came to Wu Bo's body, Wu Bo grabbed Jiang Feng's hand as if he had used up all his strength and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm dying. Please take good care of her. I have no children in my life. I have long regarded the young lady as my own daughter." "You," said this Wu Bo has been breathless, can no longer say, just mouth muttered, take care of. You'd better take care of her yourself," Jiang Feng said indifferently, on the side of the bodyguard who was already in tears but his face was warm, promising the dying old man's wish, even if it was just to cajole him. Wouldn't Jiang Feng be willing? Wu Bo is the instructor of the bodyguards around Li Mengyao, usually teach them these bodyguards martial arts. Although not worship teacher, but better than the master. Seeing that Wu Bo was no longer able to do so, how could the bodyguard's already sad heart not be angry? Jiang Feng glanced at the disappointed Wu Bo and said, "With me, it's the king of hell himself who is coming back," said Jiang Feng took out the needle capsule from his body and put it under his body. Then he came behind Wu Bo and said to the bodyguard, "Hold Wu Bo." After saying that, Jiang Feng's right palm pressed on Wu Bo's back heart. A surge of true qi surged into Wu Bo's body. Feeling the true qi entering his body, Wu Bo's face recovered its redness at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I can't imagine that, Mr. Jiang's internal energy is so pure. I was mistaken," Wu Bo said. Jiang Feng, however, let out a low gulp and said, "Don't talk, I'm just using my true qi to protect your heart veins now. You're too heavily injured. The ribs in your entire chest are broken, and your internal organs are also damaged in places. Mr. Jiang, don't bother. The old man's body knows itself," Wu Bo said. "Shut up," Jiang Feng gave a low shout. Then he pointed a finger on one of the acupoints on Wu Bo's back waist and started to connect Wu Bo's bones. Even though he had already pointed the numbing point, Wu Bo's face still appeared to be in pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat covered his forehead. Xiao Lu, how is Wu Bo doing? Was there an explosion up there just now?" Li Mengyao's voice came from the intercom. Xiao Lu hurriedly replied over the intercom, "Uncle Wu is injured. The assassin has been killed by Mr. Jiang. He is treating Uncle Wu's injuries." "Killed by Jiang Feng?" Li Mengyao was stunned at the words. Then she pushed open the car door and was about to walk towards the building, only to be stopped by the arriving government officials. "Miss, you can't go. You have to go back to the government office with us," a magistrate said. Li Mengyao, however, said to the bodyguard, "You tell them, I'll go see Uncle Wu first." "Yes, miss." With that, the bodyguard stopped the magistrate and pulled out an ID from his body and handed it to the magistrate. When Li Mengyao rushed to the rooftop of the building, Jiang Feng had just connected Wu Bo's bones and was pulling out gold needles from his needle capsule. Glancing at Li Mengyao who couldn't catch her breath, Jiang Feng didn't say anything. He just stabbed a golden needle into Wu Bo's acupoints. Li Mengyao looked at the scene in front of her, Wu Bo's weak appearance, and Jiang Feng's skillful needling on Wu Bo's body. Her face was full of astonishment. Wu Bo was a martial arts master expert. Who on earth had beaten Wu Bo like this? And could it be that Jiang Feng was really a miracle doctor? At this moment, Wu Bo had already closed his eyes. Under the support of Jiang Feng's true qi, he felt a hint of loosening of his long-time immobile martial arts cultivation. This was the precursor to a breakthrough. Li Mengyao raised her head and looked around. At the sight of the wall pressing a huge depression of humanity, she hurriedly turned her head to look at Jiang Feng. Could this be what Jiang Feng had done? Jiang Feng held the last golden needle in his hand at this time and shouted, "Human organs, called the 5 elements, return to position." As soon as Jiang Feng's words fell, the golden needle in his hand directly stabbed into the baihui point on top of Wu Bo's head. Ah! Li Mengyao let out a shriek when she saw Jiang Feng do so. Although she wasn't a doctor, she knew that the Baihui point on the top of a person's head was the most important point. Touching it was death. Jiang Feng even stabbed the golden needle into the spot. That Wu Bo. Before Li Mengyao could think more, Wu Bo was opening his eyes. Jiang Feng then darted a few points behind Wu Bo. Hold the yuan and keep the unity. Jiang Feng gave a low shout. Wu Bo then closed his eyes again. At this moment, the golden needles on top of Wu Bo's head emitted bursts of trembling, vaguely emitting a buzzing sound. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Han saw that the golden needles on Wu Bo's body had regained their calm, and with a wave of his hand, he removed all the golden needles. Turning to Li Mengyao, he said, I need a medicinal furnace, and a few medicinal herbs. Li Mengyao sniffed and called out, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu then stood up and said to Jiang Feng, Mr. Jiang, what are the herbs needed? Jiang Feng saw that he didn't have a pen and paper on hand, so he directly dictated the prescription to Xiao Lu, who listened and nodded before repeating it again before leaving the rooftop. At this time, Wu Bo opened his eyes again. Li Mengyao looked at Wu Bo, who opened his eyes. His eyes instantly red, softly called out, Wu Bo, how are you? Send Uncle Wu to the hospital first. I still need to concoct some medicine for you, but it's no longer a big problem. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Uncle Wu nodded to Li Mengyao and said, It's lucky that Mr. Jiang is here, otherwise this old life will probably be accounted for here today. Jiang Feng and Li Mengyao assisted Wu Bo to get up. After a few people came downstairs, the bodyguards had already dealt with the matter of the government office. They didn't dare to delay, and directly sent Wu Bo to the first hospital. When several people rushed to the emergency room of the first hospital, the doctor in the emergency room snorted after checking Wu Bo's injuries. How is it possible? Chapter 32, Small Guiyuan Dan. Ignoring the doctor in the emergency room, Jiang Feng said to Li Mengyao, Take me to where the pill furnace is. Li Mengyao nodded, and with a toss of her head, another bodyguard led Jiang Feng out. The bodyguard brought Jiang Feng to a medical center. Xiao Lu had already waited there, holding the herbs Jiang Feng needed. After Jiang Feng received the herbs, he directly walked into the direction of the medicine furnace in the inner room of the medical center. The people in the medical center were all looking at Jiang Feng's back with surprised faces. Not understanding that the Li family bodyguard had come in a storm to buy the whole thing just to refine medicine for this young man, Xiao Lu naturally stood in the doorway of the inner room, doing the guard. Stay in the Li family for many years, naturally contact with things non-common people can understand. So for Jiang Feng refining medicine, Xiao Lu did not feel the slightest surprise. Besides, even Wu Bo, who had only one breath left, Jiang Feng could save him, not to mention refining medicine. While Jiang Feng was refining medicine in the inner room, and Jiechi on the other side of the company couldn't keep quiet. In the past, after she went to work, if there was nothing, she wouldn't call Jiang Feng for the whole day, and she wouldn't even think of this person. But today, and Jiechi's heart always appeared in the figure of Jiang Feng, who stood in front of her body last night, and the kick that sent Su Jiawen flying after she was beaten. This was simply impossible in the past. The Jiang Feng of the past was as cowardly as a street rat, afraid of everyone he met. Although she had once fantasized that Jiang Feng could be like Prince Charming in a fairy tale, shielding her from the wind and rain, but those were just fairy tales after all. Recently, Jiang Feng's change was a bit big, remembering that Jiang Feng had filed for divorce against himself, and Jiechi was so angry that her stomach hurt. This punk even dared to file for divorce with herself. Wait a minute, is it because of Li Mengyao? Last night, as a person can see, Li Mengyao and Jiang Feng's relationship is not ordinary, although Jiang Feng does not admit. But also as a woman and Jiechi from Li Mengyao look at Jiang Feng's eyes know. Li Mengyao to Jiang Feng's feelings are not ordinary. That night Jiang Feng did not go home. Was he with Li Mengyao? And Jiechi? What on earth are you thinking? How could anyone look at Jiang Feng? He's nothing more than a son-in-law of the Yin family. Besides the Yin family, who else would show him color? However, she had sort of forgiven him in disguise last night. Right, it's just that that bastard hadn't even grasped her meaning at first. Thinking about this, and Jiechi's face was slightly red. This kind of thing. And Jackie was shocked by her own thoughts. And Jiechi, what are you thinking? Jiang Feng was just a waste. How could one be attracted to a waste? And Jiechi, the contract of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical, how is it progressing? And Kevin came to Jiechi's office at this time and said with a disdainful face. When Jiechi saw Kaiwan come in, her brows furrowed and she said with a displeased face, And Kaiwan, don't you knock when you enter someone else's room? The entire company is my home. I still need to knock? And Kevin smiled arrogantly and said, and Jiechi was infuriated by Kaiwan's words, but couldn't say anything, since her grandfather passed away, and Clan had been taken charge by her own second uncle, and in Kevin's words that the company was his family's were not false. Asking you, how's the contract for Xinjiang Pharmaceutical? And Kevin asked impatiently, and Jiechi, however, returned to a flat face and said, It seems like this matter has nothing to do with you, right? The contract of Jiang Pharmaceutical is not under the management of the existing department of the company. There is no need for me to report to you, and even if I did, it would be to your father. You, good you and Jiechi. And Kevin was choked by Njiechi's words. Humph. I'm just asking. Just with you also want to sign the contract of Qian Family Pharmaceutical. Dream on? Unless how? Njiechi asked with a frown. I heard that Jiang Pharmaceuticals Mr. Qian has been admiring you for a long time. If you let go of the words and make Mr. Qian happy, maybe you'll sign the contract with you? And Kevin said with a cheap smile on his face. How could Njiechi not hear the meaning in Kevin's words? Immediately her face flushed red as she scolded. Get out! Get out of here! Ha ha ha! And Kaiwan laughed loudly and walked out of Njiechi's office. After Kaiwan left, Njiechi was still a bit breathless, thinking of everything she had endured today. Her heart was once again resentful of the marriage arranged by her grandfather, and the little bit of goodwill she had just had towards Jiang Feng was gone. Njiechi took out her phone and called Hu Yuan. Yuan, are you busy today? A little something. What's wrong? Jiechi, go ahead. Hu Yuan was simply ecstatic after receiving Njiechi's call. It's about the matter of Jiang Pharmaceuticals. Look, Njiechi said with some embarrassment. The corner of Hu Yuan's mouth unconsciously raised upwards. Said, yes, sorry, Jiechi, I'm busy these days, I forgot. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow we'll have a meal together to discuss it. Okay, please. Njiechi thanked. What's so troublesome about this? You're still talking about this between the two of us. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Hu Yuan excitedly stood up directly, came to the office floor to ceiling in front of the large window, looking out the window, feeling as if his life is about to usher in a new scenery. In fact, Njiechi's matter he did not forget at all, just thought of dragging it out for a few more days. If it was so simple to do it down, and how could he let Njiechi remember this favor? Jiang Feng looked at the pill that had already taken shape in the pill furnace, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was done. After loading the small returning Yuan Dan, Jiang Feng walked out of the inner room and said to Xiaolu, let's go. When he and Xiaolu returned to the first hospital, Wu Bo's complexion was no longer as pale as it was initially, and the bed was surrounded by a few doctors in white coats who were looking at Wu Bo's case, with gusts of amazement coming out of their mouths. The patient needs to rest now. Please get out. Jiang Feng came to the hospital bed and said indifferently. The group of doctors turned back and frowned when they realized that the one who spoke was actually a milquetoast brat. What are you doing? A doctor chided. Jiang Feng ignored him and directly said to his bodyguard, get them out. I want to treat Uncle Wu. You know how to treat a doctor? The other elderly doctor said with a disbelieving face as he looked at Jiang Feng. However, in the next second, Xiaolu was the one who directly drove the few doctors out of the ward. For Jiang Feng's words, Xiaolu was now convinced. Moreover, he knew that the reason why these few human doctors were surrounding Wu Bo's hospital bed meant that they were simply at their wits' end regarding Wu Bo's condition, which was why they rushed to be surprised to see Wu Bo alive. Hey, why are you people so rude? We're doctors from the first hospital. Bam! After the door closed, the entire ward became clear. Jiang Feng came to Wu Bo's hospital bed. Miss, going to the dean's office, Wu Bo said with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded and took out the small returning Yuan Dan on his body, handing one to Wu Bo. Eat this, it'll be good for your internal injuries. Wu Bo then looked at the elixir in Jiang Feng's hand. Just one look and Wu Bo immediately exclaimed in shock. Xiao Gue Yuan Dan. Chapter 33, Three Flowers Gathering. Jiang Feng, however, smiled faintly and said, you actually recognize the little returning Yuan Dan. How is it possible? The refining method of the little return to Yuan Dan has been lost. Mr. Jiang, how did you? Wu Bo looked at Jiang Feng with a face full of shock and said, Xiao Gue Yuan Dan. The holy medicine for martial artists to heal their wounds, but the prescription had been lost as early as the Republic of China period. If Jiang Feng hadn't received the inheritance from the pill ancestor, which happened to have the refining method for the Xiao Gue Yuan Dan, Jiang Feng wouldn't have been able to refine it. Eat it first, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wu Bo no longer hesitated and directly put the small return to origin pill into his mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth. A burst of medicinal power galvanized Wu Bo's body, who slowly closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body. Seeing that Wu Bo was already fine, Jiang Feng turned to Xiaolu and said, Wu Bo is no longer in any serious trouble. Wait until he wakes up and recuperates for a few more days. He'll be cured. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Jiang Feng didn't wait for Xiaolu to speak and directly walked out of the ward. When the group of doctors outside the ward saw Jiang Feng come out, they all scrambled to ask, what did you just give the patient? Jiang Feng didn't pay the slightest attention to these people and walked straight to the hospital's front door. When Li Mengyao came back, she knew that Jiang Feng had already left. and was greatly disappointed in her eyes. This idiot, why didn't he wait for his own return before leaving? Miss, according to your order, I've already bought that medical center, Xiao Lu said. So fast? Li Mengyao said with a face full of surprise. Xiao Lu, however, smiled and said, wasn't Mr. Jiang looking for a medicine stove just now? It just so happened that the owner of the medical center I went to was in desperate need of money, so I bought it by hand, but the value might be a bit high. I just paid a part of the deposit. How much? Li Mengyao asked. $3 million. Not expensive. That lot. $3 million isn't much. Li Mengyao nodded and said, go back and I'll talk to the finance. In the future, the amount you two can dispose of will be adjusted to $1 million for you. The security guards beside Li Mengyao all had the authority to dispose of $500,000 at the company's discretion, and even if the bodyguards spent it on themselves, the company wouldn't say anything. From this aspect, it was also able to tell that Li Mengyao was good to her subordinates. Is Miss interested in Mr. Jiang? Want to give him a medical center? Xiao Lu asked with a smile. Go. You're so rude. Li Mengyao gave Xiao Lu a blank look and said, but as she spoke, Li Mengyao's face was slightly red. In her heart, she had already begun to fantasize about Jiang Feng's happy face when he saw the medical center. Jiang Feng, who returned home, greeted in Jiang Hao and walked towards the stairs. When Kong Lijun saw that Jiang Feng didn't greet her, her face flushed and she was about to get angry. But when she thought of Jiang Feng's relationship with the Ding and Li families at the banquet last night, she then held her words back. And Jiang Hao saw Jiang Feng go back to his room, looked at Kong Lijun and said, what? Unbalanced in your heart? This punk, this is hardening his wings, doesn't even put me in his eyes anymore. Kong Lijun said angrily. And Jiang Hao, however, said, it's not because you're usually too harsh on Jiang Feng. I did it for his own good. Look at the son-in-laws of other families who aren't either rich or noble. And look at him, eating and drinking from the Yin family. Juqi is such an outstanding person who married him, and he doesn't even know how to cherish him. How dare he file for divorce? Kong Lijun skimmed her lips and said, and Jiang Hao frowned at his words, it's because you usually treat Jiang Feng badly. Not only did you not advise Juqi, but you even arranged a blind date for Juqi? Do you think Xiao Feng will have no grievances in his heart? Grievances? In short, it's the Yin family that has been supporting him for the past 3 years. Kong Lijun said unwillingly. Didn't Xiao Feng give you $150,000? And Jiang Hao said helplessly. Hearing this $150,000, Kong Lijun's eyes turned and said, Jiang Hao, where do you think this punk got $150,000? Could it be that the Ding family gave it to him? No matter how it came, those are Xiao Feng's money. And don't call one waste after another, you know is just adoring in vain. And Jiang Hao said without a good mood, I am vain? I love vanity will marry you? When I married you, at that time, the old man hadn't started a family yet, but you had nothing. Look again at when Mingwei got married. The Yin family had everything. What a sight. I thought good times were coming. But what happened? Once the old man died, the Yin family was directly taken by Mingwei. You are not fighting for it at all. I'm telling you, Jiang Feng's nature is just a bit like yours. Kong Lijun was completely annoyed by Jiang Hao's phrase of love for vanity, and said a whole lot of things in a succession of words. Hearing Kong Lijun's words, and Jiang Hao's heart felt that he was a bit sorry for Kong Lijun, and he hurriedly said, it's me who said the wrong thing. You've suffered all these years. You still know, Kong Lijun said without good humor. The two were talking when Juqi pushed the door in. Mom and Dad, did you guys have a fight? I heard your voices at the door, and Juqi said with a frown. How come? And Jiang Hao said with a smile. Kong Lijun saw Juqi come back, but she said, humph, your father said I'm vain. And Juqi went upstairs after she gave an oh. She was still upset about Qianjian Pharmaceuticals and didn't pay attention to Kong Lijun. Look at it. Look at that. Now my daughter isn't close to me either. Kong Lijun complained. And Jiang Hao said with a frown on his face, why can't you see the good and the bad? Can't you see that Juqi is worried about Qianjian Pharmaceuticals these days? Qianjian Pharmaceutical? Kong Lijun was stunned. Well, Mingwei proposed that whoever can sign up Qianjian Pharmaceutical will be promoted to be the president of the new department. And Jiang Hao said indifferently, president? Kong Lijun's eyes lit up when she heard the word president, and she already had a plan in her mind. After Juqi returned to her room, she remembered that she hadn't seen Jiang Feng, and once again opened the door to her room, rushing downstairs and asking, Mom, hasn't Jiang Feng come back? He came back. As soon as he came back, he went into his room, didn't even greet me. Kong Lijun said with an angry grunt. Got it. And Juqi replied back and once again returned to her room. Kong Lijun was very dissatisfied with Juqi's attitude. According to the past, Juqi would have gone to Jiang Feng and asked him to come out and apologize to her. But today she didn't say anything. This family is going to change. Humph. Even if each of you has a higher status, I still have to have the final say in the family. Kang Lijun thought in her heart. Jiang Feng in the next room was sitting cross-legged on the bed after having taken the small Guiyuan Dan. Mist surrounded his body, and 3 lotus flowers even appeared above Jiang Feng's head. If there were martial arts practitioners here, they would definitely know that this was exactly a minor consummation realm of martial arts cultivation. The 3 flowers gathering. After Injuchi returned to her room, she thought about it but walked out of the room and came to Jiang Feng's door. She had to know if Jiang Feng had really gone to the medical center today. When Injuchi pushed open the door of her room and looked at the situation in front of her, her mouth opened wide in surprise. Ah! Hearing Injuchi's voice, Jiang Feng collected his energy and said, "Why didn't you knock? I still need to knock when I enter your room?" Injuchi said with a frown. Seeing Jiang Feng sitting on the bed with his knees crossed thinking that he was alone worrying about Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals while Jiang Feng was here not doing his job, he immediately blushed badly and said, "What strange things are you up to again? Can't you read more?" Chapter 34, A Small Matter. Jiang Feng was puzzled by Injuchi's sudden outburst. Looking at Injuchi with some consternation, he said, "What's on your mind? Can you solve it? What can you solve if you don't do your job all day long?" Injuchi looked at Jiang Feng's unenthusiastic appearance and said angrily. At that, Jiang Feng said lightly, "If you don't say it, how do you know I can't solve it?" Injuchi thought that Jiang Feng had returned to the original submissive look, but did not know that at this time Jiang Feng just did not care before. If before it was because of harboring, then the current Jiang Feng was bashful and prepared for everything. "You solve? Good. The contract between In and Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals. Can you sign it?" Injuchi looked at Jiang Feng and said with a cold face. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, thinking about who he needed to find help. The Ding family or Li Mengyao should be able to help, while Injuchi didn't have anything to say because she thought that she couldn't solve it at all with Jiang Feng's current condition. "How about it? No words?" Injuchi said disdainfully, and her eyes were full of disappointment. "You think you've gotten to know the gentry? Those are just your luck. You think that one thing can make those magnates work for you? Wake up!" Looking at Injuchi's disdainful eyes, Jiang Feng but took a long breath and said, "You still like to look at me with that kind of disdainful eyes?" After saying that, Jiang Feng no longer paid attention to Injuchi, but continued to sit on the bed with his knees crossed. "I'm going to rest. Please bring the door with you when you go out," Jiang Feng said indifferently. Injuchi's actions today made Jiang Feng realize that no matter how hard he worked, in Injuchi's eyes, he was not doing his job, because the idea of feeling like a waste was already ingrained in Injuchi's mind. It was not something that could be changed overnight. Injuchi was stunned by Jiang Feng's bashfulness. "Don't even have the idea to talk to me now?" Injuchi said with a cold face. "Or is there Li Mengyao? You're simply unbelievable." Jiang Feng sniffed and said with a frown. He really couldn't figure out how Injuchi could bring up Li Mengyao again. He had already explained that he had nothing with Li Mengyao. "I'm incomprehensible? Yes, I am unbelievable. And I know why I agreed to this marriage." Injuchi shouted. "Don't you want a divorce? Tomorrow morning. Civil Affairs Bureau. This time you didn't initiate it." "I did." Injuchi screamed some hysterical. A few days in the In family aggrieved by a brain all burst out. Jiang Feng looked at the tears in Injuchi's eyes, and was suddenly at a loss for words, because this was the first time Injuchi shed tears in front of him. Jiang Feng hurriedly stood up and carefully said, "What's wrong with you? Did the In family bully you again?" Jiang Feng tried to raise his hand to wipe Injuchi's tears, but it was ruthlessly opened by Injuchi. Injuchi turned around and walked out of Jiang Feng's room, and after returning to her own room, she flung herself on the bed and covered herself with the quilt and cried. Jiang Feng stood in front of Injuchi's room and wanted to knock on the door several times, but held back. With that, Jiang Feng turned his head. Only at this moment, Jiang Feng's eyes were filled with ice coldness. "Unfamily." And Zhang Hao and Kang Lijun both came to the front of the stairs after hearing the quarrel between Injuchi and Jiang Feng upstairs, just in time to see Jiang Feng with an ice-cold look on his face, the murderous aura in his eyes if hidden, and his fists were even more clenched. Both of them were startled by Jiang Feng's appearance. From the 3 years since Jiang Feng entered the door, this was the first time they saw the anger on Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng came downstairs and came to Zhang Hao's side and asked, "Dad, do you know what happened to Jechi recently? It should be the matter of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical." And Zhang Hao thought about it and said, "You also know that since your grandfather passed away, our family's life in An's is not good. This time the matter of the Xinjiang Pharmaceutical contract. Your second uncle put out the word that whoever signs the contract of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical will be promoted to be the president of the new department. I guess Jechi is trying to change the status quo of the family through this, so the pressure is relatively high, so just let her have some." "Waste, Jiang Feng, Jechi these days meal also not eat much. All day thinking about that what Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals thing. Can you find the Ding family? See if you can help?" Kang Liju also said at the side, this time to Jiang Feng's speech tone, can be said to be the first time in 3 years. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Got it, I'll go out." After Jiang Feng went out, Kong Lijun looked at Jiang Hao and asked with a puzzled face, what does he mean when he says he knows? Will he help or not? It should help, but I just don't know if the Ding family will help. And Jiang Hao said, I guess it's hard enough. What kind of family is the Ding family? Jiang Feng only helped them once. The Ding family has already paid. That punk doesn't have much ability. The Ding family shouldn't buy his account. Kong Lijun, however, skimmed her lips and said, she didn't know what was wrong with her just now, suddenly saying those words to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng might be able to invite the Ding family? Jiang Feng, who was out of the door, was calling Ding Yizhen. After the call was connected, Ding Yizhen's bright voice rang out on the phone. Mr. Jiang, why did you remember to call me? Mr. Ding, there's something I want to ask you. I don't know if it's convenient. Jiang Feng said. Mr. Jiang, I happen to be near your house. Let's meet and talk. Good. Ding Yizhen was indeed nearby. Just a few minutes a Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. After getting into the car, Ding Yizhen signaled the driver to pull over. Then asked, Mr. Jiang, did you encounter something? I wonder if Mr. Ding knows about Qianjiang Pharmaceutical? Jiang Feng asked as he opened the door. Ding Yizhen thought for a while, as if he had made up his mind. He said, Mr. Jiang, do you think it's okay? I think we are so familiar with each other. It's very uncomfortable to always call you Mr. You're older than me, so how about I call you Brother Feng from now on? Jiang Feng was stunned at his words. Then he laughed. Having the Ding family's youngest master call me elder brother, saying that out loud won't scare others. They can think whatever they like. Brother Feng, what do you think? Ding Yizhen waved his hand and said, good. Jiang Feng answered with a smile. Brother Feng, what exactly is it? I heard you talking on the phone just now and it seemed quite urgent. What happened to Qianjiang Pharmaceutical? Ding Yizhen asked. Jiang wants to cooperate with Qianjiang, but it seems like this cooperation is a bit difficult. Jiang has been guilty of worrying about this for the past few days. So I wanted to ask you if you know anyone from Qianjiang Pharmaceuticals. Jiang Feng said. Ding Yizhen sniffed and looked at Jiang Feng with a somewhat odd face. Just this? Brother Feng. Yeah, it's this matter. Jiang Feng said as he looked at Ding Yizhen in disbelief. A small matter, Ding Yizhen said with a smile. Chapter 35, A Lifetime. Looking at Jiang Feng's puzzled expression, Ding Yizhen explained. Qianjiang Pharmaceutical was acquired by the Ding family some time ago, so it's considered to be the Ding family's property. So the contract is a matter of words, Ding Yizhen said with a smile. Jiang Feng froze at his words, then laughed. Looks like I'm in luck. Got the right person in one go. Right, Brother Feng, what are your plans for the future? Still staying in the Yin family as a door-to-door son-in-law all the time? Ding Yizhen asked with a smile. Recently, I'm looking at houses and want to open a medical center. Jiang Feng said. That's a good idea. Ding Yizhen said with a smile. Do you need my help to find a place? That's not necessary. I'll take a look now. If I really can't find one I'll call you. Jiang Feng said. Good. Be sure to let me know when it opens. Ding Yizhen said. The two of them chatted a few more times before Jiang Feng got out of the car and said goodbye. By the time Jiang Feng returned home, and Jiang was already sitting on the sofa watching TV in the living room, and when she saw Jiang Feng enter, she snorted coldly. Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Did not an Jiang said to find Ding Yizhen things? In his opinion, even if he said it and Jiang will not believe. Anyway, the contract signed. The problem solved will be fine. And Jiang was a little upset when she saw that Jiang Feng didn't talk to her just now in the room. And Jiang also felt that she was a bit baffled by this fire at Jiang Feng. And only after coming out of the room did she realize that Jiang Feng had gone out. And Jiang thought that her attitude just now hurt Jiang Feng. Had thought to wait for Jiang Feng to come back to talk to him properly. She is for his good. So, but did not expect Jiang Feng came back. Pressed the root of the intention of their own words. After dinner, and Jiang lying in bed tossing and turning. If it is said that before for Jiang Feng, and Jiang is hoping that Jiang Feng left the Yin family. And she has been so prepared. She had even talked to Jiang Feng about letting him learn a skill so that he could live after leaving the Yin family. It was just that when Jiang Feng filed for divorce, and Jiang's heart was inexplicably sore, as if she was about to lose something. This made Jiang very puzzled. She should have been happy when Jiang Feng filed for divorce. Why would she feel angry and furious? In fact, what Jiang didn't realize was that in the 3 years you've been together without realizing it, Jiang Feng had become an indispensable part of her life. Although it was only subconscious, it was undeniable that it existed. Without realizing it, and Jiang gradually fell asleep. The next day, Jiang Feng still left the house early in the morning. This made Kong Lijun very dissatisfied, muttering, "You really consider yourself a character. Now you don't even cook." Today, Jiang Feng still planned to go looking for a place for the medical center, but before looking for a house, Jiang Feng came to the first hospital first. In the ward of the first hospital, Wu Bo was excited when he saw Jiang Feng come in. He directly got down from the bed, walked to Jiang Feng's body and directly worshipped. Mr. Jiang, you've been a great help to me, please accept my obeisance. Jiang Feng could tell that Wu Bo's martial arts cultivation had made a breakthrough from the time he entered the door, so when Wu Bo paid his respects, Jiang Feng didn't dodge, but accepted his salute raw. After helping Wu Bo up, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Breakthrough? Thanks to Sir's medicine, I've already made a breakthrough, Wu Bo said respectfully. After taking the small returning yuan dan given by Jiang Feng yesterday, Wu Bo had broken through the shackles of many years in one fell swoop, and his martial Dao cultivation had been raised to the peak of martial Dao. Although it was only the early stage of peak martial Dao, the benefits it brought him were overwhelming. The first was the increase in strength, and the second was the extension of his lifespan. After feeling the changes in his body, Wu Bo was overflowing with gratitude towards Jiang Feng. If it wasn't for Li Mengyao's compulsion to observe him in the hospital for a day, he would have rushed to Jiang Feng's house yesterday to thank him for his kindness. That's good. Jiang Feng nodded and then said, I came over just to see how well you've recovered. Now that I see that the recovery is good, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Jiang Feng went out of the hospital room. Seeing that Jiang Feng had already left, Wu Bo only remembered that Miss had prepared a medical clinic for Mr. Jiang as a thank you to him. He hurriedly picked up the phone and called Li Mengyao. Uncle Wu, why are you up so early? Li Mengyao on the phone was obviously not yet awake. Miss, just now Mr. Jiang came to the hospital, but I forgot to tell him about the medical hall. I guess Mr. Jiang went out to look for a house again, so I quickly told you? Wu Bo said hurriedly. Li Mengyao instantly sobered up at the words. It seems like he's really desperate to open a medical center, coming out so early to look for a house. Uncle Wu, I know. After hanging up the phone, Li Mengyao directly called Jiang Feng. Looking at the caller's number, Jiang Feng had a headache. What does this woman want again? It seemed that every time Li Mengyao looked for herself, something would happen. The first time was drunk in the bar. The second time was making Njiechi angry at the banquet. And yesterday, she met a killer attack. In meeting herself will not be able to go straight to the funeral. Hey, what's wrong with you again? Jiang Feng asked helplessly after the phone was connected. Cluck cluck cluck. Li Mengyao laughed after hearing Jiang Feng's tone. What? Don't want to see me so much? At least I'm a beautiful woman, right? Don't you have a heartbeat? 3 times with you. Every time you don't stop. See you again, I'm really afraid that you'll send me away directly. Jiang Feng said. Ha 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 ha. You're a man who talks quite meaningfully. Li Mengyao said with a big smile. Where are you? Just got out of the hospital. Jiang Feng said. Wait for me there. I have something for you. Li Mengyao directly hung up the phone after saying that. This time Li Mengyao didn't let Jiang Feng wait for too long. She soon came to the entrance of the hospital, and after letting Jiang Feng get into the car without saying a word, she went straight to Huacheng Street. The two of them came to the front of a medical center named Hui Chun Tang. Li Mengyao smiled and asked, how is this medical center? Not bad. Jiang Feng didn't understand the purpose of Li Mengyao bringing him here, so he had to say back, let's go. Go in and take a look. Li Mengyao said and took Jiang Feng's arm, pulling Jiang Feng towards the medical center. Jiang Feng was very unused to Li Mengyao being like this, but it was not good to pull out directly, so he had to let Li Mengyao hold his arm. The decoration style of this medical center was the kind with a strong Chinese style. After looking around for a week, Jiang Feng heartily exclaimed, not bad. It's yours? Li Mengyao said with a smile. What did you say? Jiang Feng asked doubtfully. Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Feng proudly and said, to thank you for saving Uncle Wu's life, I had Xiao Lu buy this medical center yesterday and give it to you. Wasn't this medical center not transferred before? Jiang Feng asked. Yesterday it happened that the owner was in urgent need of money. Don't worry. I definitely didn't threaten him and gave him a very high price. Li Mengyao said. How much? I'll give it to you. Jiang Feng, however, shook his head and said, are you sure? Li Mengyao said teasingly as she looked at Jiang Feng. Sure, the price is very high. Oh. Li Mengyao blinked her eyes and said mischievously. Say it, how much? Jiang Feng said. A lifetime. Chapter 36, surprisingly a golden needle. Speak properly. Jiang Feng said with a cold face. Li Mengyao, however, skimmed her lips and said, you're such an illiterate person. It's not like there's much money? I haven't thanked you properly for saving Uncle Wu. This medical center is as a thank you. Li Mengyao said with a smile. Jiang Feng wanted to refuse again, but Li Mengyao said, if you don't accept it, I'll give you the consultation fee. How much do you think is appropriate? Hearing this, Jiang Feng no longer refused. After that, Li Mengyao made a call to the owner of the medical center and asked him to come over to do the formalities. The owner of the medical center was an old man with a young girl by his side. When he saw that the medical center was going to be transferred to a young man, he frowned and said, may I ask if it's you who's going to open the medical center? Yes, Jiang Feng said with a nod. The old man's frown deepened. I'm not selling this medical center. Li Mengyao frowned tightly at his words and said with an unhappy face, Old sir, why is this? Could it be that you want to increase the price? No, the old man said flatly. A medical center is a place to treat the sick and save people, not a child's play. What did you say? Li Mengyao frowned at the old man and asked. Jiang Feng at this moment, however, came to the old man's side and asked with a smile, Old sir, but do you think I'm too young to look like a doctor? Don't dare. Although the old man said he wouldn't dare, the look on his face was agreeable to Jiang Feng's words. Yesterday, a young man came to the medicine furnace in a flurry of wind and fire, and in a few words, he wanted to buy the medical center and threatened to be a divine doctor. But as a result, the one who came to sign the contract today was another young man, so how could he not be angry? His medical hall was sold out as a whole, and the purpose was that he did not want to be insulted to the name of Huichun Hall. If it wasn't for himself, how could he have sold out this medical center? Jiang Feng, however, smiled and was just about to speak when a woman walked in outside the door, and as soon as she entered, she went straight to the old man and said, You are Dr. Sun Lianshan, right? I am, the old man said indifferently. My husband is failing. The doctor from the first hospital recommended that I come to you to see if there is a tiger and wolf method I can try. He is the backbone of the family. If he is gone, how can we live in the future? Said the woman. Tears fell, crying and said, I'll take a look at the patient first, the old man said, and came to the door. At this time outside the door parked a stretcher on the man's face black, breath as if swimming, eyes closed tightly, at a glance is not far from death. Sun Lianshan looked at the man's eyelids, frowned and shook his head and said, It's hopeless. When the woman heard this, she directly collapsed to the ground, looking at the man on the ground with dull eyes. Alas, condolences, Sun Lianshan said with a sigh. Jiang Feng sniffed but said with a cold snort, Those who practice medicine, jumping to conclusions about a patient without trying, are doctors in vain. What did you say? At this time, a scolding voice came, but a young girl stood behind Jiang Feng, jade face frosty, a pair of eyes full of anger. This medical center grandfather has been opened for decades, never misdiagnosed a patient. Who is this kid? How dare he say that grandpa was a healer in vain? I can cure him. Jiang Feng looked at him faintly, then his eyes quietly looked at the breathless man lying on the ground. Then, he spoke faintly. What did you say? Sun Lianshan heard the words, but his face was unbelievable. The woman with blank eyes and despair on her face also suddenly came back to her senses and turned her gaze towards Jiang Feng. If you can cure my husband, I'll work for you as an ox. The woman's knees dragged on the ground as she knelt in front of Jiang Feng and cried loudly, Big sister, you don't have to be like this. As a doctor, how could I see death? Jiang Feng helped the woman kneeling on the ground up. The medicine poison has entered the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It's hard for the gods to cure. Young man, this is a matter of life and death. You can't afford to be childish. Compared to the woman, the old man is much calmer, practicing medicine for half a lifetime. He does not think that this man will still survive, whether it's child's play or not. We'll know after the treatment. Jiang Feng laughed softly, then he took a step in front of the man's body and pointed his finger in front of the man's chest. He had to hang on to his breath first. The man's originally weak breathing had calmed down a lot after Jiang Feng's fingers crossed it. This? The old man looked at this scene with an unbelievable face. Are you really a doctor? The old man looked at Jiang Feng and asked. At this moment, he suddenly had some faith that Jiang Feng could cure this person. Little friend, I apologize to you for what happened just now. After all, it's a human life. Please save the patient first. Sir, those few strokes from Jiang Feng made the old man realize that he had met someone high up today. Not bad, but there's still a healer's benevolence. In that case, with a short lifespan, you might be able to live for another 10 or 8 years. Jiang Feng looked at the old man with a faint smile. Ha! The old man sniffed and looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with shock. Only he himself knew about his short lifespan. Even his granddaughter didn't know. How did Jiang Feng see it? Could it be that this young man's medical skills were already divine? Grandpa? The young girl let out a cry. At this moment, she couldn't care about hating Jiang Feng, but was asking the old man about the truth of this matter. The old man looked at his granddaughter's worried gaze and couldn't help but nod with a bitter smile. Help someone in first. Your illness is not urgent, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Within the Huichun Hall, Jiang Feng surveyed the layout inside and nodded gently. The location is poor, but the layout is good, Jiang Feng said indifferently. The young girl sniffed. She couldn't help but look annoyed. Once she entered the door, she didn't seize the time to save the patient, but she was here to pontificate about the decoration environment. Only she didn't dare to say anything more as she was concerned about her grandpa's illness. Jiang Feng took out the needle capsule from his body. When the capsule opened, it revealed a clean golden needle inside. Golden needle. Surprisingly, it's a golden needle, Sun Lianshan exclaimed. Jiang Feng looked back. Sun Lianshan was a bit embarrassed. He himself was a medical center. When he was seeing a patient, the most taboo was someone next to him, making a loud noise. It was just that he was really shocked by Jiang Feng just now. He didn't expect that Jiang Feng, who looked very young, could use golden needles. I'm not good at medicine. I always use silver needles, the old man said with embarrassment. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, walked to that breathless-year-old man's body. His palm flicked. The old man's eyes widened violently. The layman couldn't see anything, but he, the insider, could see that between this flick, the patient's chi had just changed. Looking at Jiang Feng's young face, the old man suddenly felt that he had lived his whole life to the dogs. At this moment, Li Mengyao stood on the side watching the scene in front of her, a trace of color in her eyes. Her focus was different. She had seen Sun Lianshan's expression just now. It was obvious that one of Jiang Feng's actions had shocked even Sun Lianshan. To be able to make a decades-old Chinese doctor feel shocked, then how high was Jiang Feng's medical skill? Chapter 37, You're a little dishonest. Oh. Jiang Feng's face was solemn, eyes bright. A gold needle appeared out of thin air in general. The next moment, but directly fell in the man's sandalwood point. This scene, so that Sun Lianshan shocked to heaven. To know sandalwood point is a person's death point. Practicing doctors, very few dare to needle in this point, and Jiang Feng seems to do a thing in the ordinary but just thing. The calmness, vaguely have a kind of everyone style. Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Feng's dazzling movements. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, with a hint of appreciation, and a hint of adoration. Next, Jiang Feng's movements were getting faster and faster. In an instant, the man's body was already covered with golden needles. Jiang Feng flexed his fingers and flicked. All the golden needles unexpectedly began to tremble. The man's face turned from black to red. His mouth fiercely spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The man, however, had already awakened in a ghostly manner. Dongjia, the woman chirped out. The young girl stared wide-eyed, a face of unbelief. As for Sun Lianshan has looked dumbfounded, a long time before returning to the spirit. God skill ah. Sun Lianshan mouth muttered. First take some medicine that strengthens the foundation and cultivates the vitality. 2 more needle lines and you'll recover. Jiang Feng looked at the woman and said indifferently. The woman thanked the man profusely and helped him leave. Jiang Feng turned his gaze to Sun Lianshan. Now, tell me about you. If you can cure my grandfather, how about I give you the medical center? The young girl looked at Jiang Feng and blinked her big watery eyes and said. Just the voice more or less carried a few points of indignation. Yelin, don't be rude to Mr. Sun Lianshan couldn't help but reprimand. So young, what kind of mister? The young girl snorted, her pretty face raised, not looking at Jiang Feng. Mister, don't blame me. This girl has been spoiled by me. Sun Lianshan gave a dry laugh. No harm, little kid. A little unintelligent can be forgiven. Jiang Feng shook his head and smiled faintly. Who are you calling a little kid? The young girl reprimanded. Whoever picks up on it. Jiang Feng laughed lightly. You? The young girl sniffed and looked exasperated. Mister, rest for a moment first. Sun Lianshan looked at Jiang Feng, more or less embarrassed. No need. Jiang Feng gently shook his head. Just now he didn't use his power. It was purely medical, so he didn't feel tired. He just consumed some spirit. Jiang Feng turned back to look at Li Mengyao and realized that Li Mengyao was looking at himself with eyes full of color. The burning eyes made Jiang Feng very uncomfortable. At that moment, Jiang Feng hurriedly went to heal Sun Lianshan. The old man is considered to have been blessed by a misfortune. After Jiang Feng performed the needles for Sun Lianshan's mouth couldn't help but let out an unrestrained laugh. You and I meeting is also considered a fate. Jiang Feng laughed. Grandpa, are you better? The young girl asked with a leaping face. Still a bit short, but almost there. Sun Lianshan smiled faintly. Thanks for the rescue, sir. Sun Lianshan bent down and bowed to Jiang Feng. The young girl glanced at Jiang Feng and said, the medical center is for you, but it needs to be tomorrow. No need. The medical center is what it should be. How much money is still how much money? However, Sun Lao has to remain in the medical center, and the name has to be changed. Jiang Feng said indifferently. After the two signed the contract, Li Mengyao transferred the final payment. When he saw the amount of the contract, Jiang Feng gave a sideways glance in his heart. In the end, it was a place where every inch of gold was in the central state. This one medical center even wanted $3 million. The young girl saw Li Mengyao pay the final payment with alacrity, and letting her grandfather have to stay in the medical center wasn't written in the contract. She asked with a petulant grunt. Humph, aren't you afraid that we won't recognize the account? Jiang Feng sniffed and Sun Lianshan looked at each other. Then, both of them laughed out at the same time. What are you guys laughing at? The young girl said with a bewildered expression. Laughing at your stupidity. After settling the matter of the medical center, Jiang Feng was in a good mood and couldn't help but flirt. I'll come over tomorrow. Jiang Feng looked at Sun Lianshan and said. Good, I'll wait here tomorrow. Sir, Sun Lianshan laughed. Grandpa. After Jiang Feng left, the young girl looked at Sun Lianshan. Silly girl, wouldn't such a character be difficult for a medical center to disown? Unless your grandpa doesn't want this old life anymore. Moreover, I'm afraid that the future business of Hui Chun Hall will only be impossible. The old man looked at his granddaughter and laughed lightly. To see such a character in this life, it's not a waste of this life. At such a young age, his medical skills are already divine. What kind of person can teach such a disciple? Sun Lianshan said with an emotional expression. Sun Lianshan didn't know that Jiang Feng was carrying the medical heritage of 5,000 years of Chinese medicine, the legacy of the medicine ancestor. In the car, Li Mengyao saw that Jiang Feng's face always had a smile on it. She cocked her head and looked at Jiang Feng and asked, "You're so happy to have a medical center? From today onwards, I can do something of my own." Jiang Feng said lightly. Li Mengyao thought that Jiang Feng was happy because he finally got rid of the title of son-in-law at the door and said with a smile, "Actually, even without the medical center, you're just as good as you are when you leave the Yin family. Do you understand me?" Jiang Feng said as he looked back at Li Mengyao. "I think I should understand." Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Feng with a burning gaze. Jiang Feng however shook his head and said, "No one understands me." I don't know why Li Mengyao felt Jiang Feng's loneliness after hearing his words. Her heart was especially distressed. Then she leaned towards Jiang Feng's side and looked at Jiang Feng with a gentle face. Xiao Lu, who was driving in front, after glancing from the reverse mirror, then pressed the button of the driver's side and the back partition. "Let me get to know you from now on," Li Mengyao said softly. "Don't let yourself be alone anymore." Jiang Feng turned his head, only to realize that Li Mengyao was leaning so close to himself that he turned back and almost stuck to Li Mengyao's face. Then he moved to the side with some embarrassment and said with a smile, "I'm not lonely." Li Mengyao was just about to speak, but the car suddenly made a sharp turn. Li Mengyao's body could not be controlled under the effect of inertia and fell towards Jiang Feng's side. "Ah!" Li Mengyao exclaimed, and was directly thrown into Jiang Feng's arms. Jiang Feng thought that he had once again encountered the person who had assassinated Li Mengyao. Then he held Li Mengyao in his arms, knocked on the partition and asked in an urgent voice, "What's going on?" "Sorry, Mr. Jiang, there was a person crossing the road just now. I'll drive slowly." Xiao Lu's voice came from the front, but the partition was not opened. Hearing this, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief and looked down, but he found that Li Mengyao's hands were hugging herself and her whole body was lying on her lap. The posture was quite ambiguous, and likewise Jiang Feng's hand was resting on Li Mengyao's back. For a moment, Jiang Feng felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit strange, and hurriedly removed his hand, awkwardly saying, "Well." Xiao Lu said that he was hiding from a passerby. The two were in the same car. How could Li Mengyao not hear? Li Mengyao laughed in her heart at the lame reason Jiang Feng found, but on Jiang Feng's invisible face, a smirk surfaced. Immediately, Li Mengyao got up generously, looked at Jiang Feng with a smile on her face, and said with an affectionate look on her brow, "Brother Feng, you're a bit dishonest." Chapter 38 And Jockey's Mind. "No, I just thought someone was trying to assassinate you. So, Jiang Feng said hurriedly. Li Mengyao, however, looked at Jiang Feng with a smile on her face and asked, "So what?" "So, in short, it's not what you think," Jiang Feng said incoherently. "What kind of what I thought?" Li Mengyao asked with more laughter in her eyes. Jiang Feng didn't know how he should explain. Even though he had once been the youngest master of the Jiang family and the future crown prince, for women, Jiang Dashue was an unapologetic beginner. Looking at Jiang Feng's sweaty appearance, Li Mengyao suddenly snorted and laughed. "Forget it, I won't tease you." "I know." Hearing that, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Jiang Feng just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Li Mengyao. "What that? I have a name. Call me Sister Mengyao." "I call you sister?" Jiang Feng said. "What? Not convinced. I can be 3 years older than you," Li Mengyao said as she gave Jiang Feng a flirtatious look. Jiang Feng, however, shook his head and said, "I think it's better to call Miss Li. Call me whatever you like." Li Mengyao suddenly blushed and said angrily. Then she stopped paying attention to Jiang Feng and turned her head to the side. Seeing Li Mengyao angry, Jiang Feng was out of ideas. Li Mengyao was actually good to herself, besides liking to joke about herself, and today also gave himself a medical center. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng called out somewhat awkwardly, "Sister Mengyao." Li Mengyao answered. When he turned his head, Jiang Feng realized that Li Mengyao's face was full of smiles, where there was still half a bit of anger. In his heart, he sighed that a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. This change of face is simply faster than turning over a book. Looking at Jiang Feng's bewildered face, Li Mengyao laughed out loud. After sending Jiang Feng to the entrance of Anjia neighborhood, Li Mengyao said to Jiang Feng who got off the car, "Brother Feng, remember to call me when you go to the medical center tomorrow." "Okay," Jiang Feng answered. With that, Li Mengyao's Rolls-Royce started up and the partition at the front of the car opened at this time. Bodyguard Xiao Lu smiled and looked at Li Mengyao from the reverse mirror. Li Mengyao saw Xiao Lu's face was full of smiles and said without any good humor, "I'll send you a big red packet tomorrow. Miss Open," Xiao Lu said with a smile. His look made Li Mengyao laugh too. It was obvious that the sharp braking and turning just now was done on purpose by Xiao Lu. Of course Li Mengyao was satisfied with this move. In her opinion, it was impossible for Jiang Feng and Injechi to continue. After all, the Yin family's preconceived notions about Jiang Feng were too deep, and Jiang Feng had a grudge against the Yin family, and Injechi didn't care about Jiang Feng, so Li Mengyao didn't feel bad about her action at all. Because in Li Mengyao's heart she could never forget the situation yesterday when Jiang Feng pulled him down to the stone sculpture. Jiang Feng returned home at dusk. The family ate dinner. Jiang Feng was called out by Injechi. A head of long, smooth hair scattered casually, the cool face more than a few points of ineffable tenderness. Beautiful women, no matter how they dress up, they have a different flavor. What is it? Looking at Injechi's soft face, Jiang Feng asked softly. Here, take it. I'll trust you this time. You take it to open a medical center. Injechi took out a card from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Feng. Today in the company Injechi repeatedly pondered over the recent changes in Jiang Feng. Maybe letting Jiang Feng toss himself around a bit might actually be able to get him to make something of himself. If this time Jiang Feng is still not attentive, then she can only be completely disappointed. Jiang Feng looked at Injechi. His eyes were filled with smiles. This was naturally what Injechi used to open the medical center for him. This was a woman with a hard mouth and a soft heart. No matter what her mouth said, she still chose to believe him in the end. Jiang Feng's heart couldn't help but warm up. Take it. Looking at Jiang Feng just smiling, Injechi couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Not far away, a figure watched the scene but with a gnashing of teeth. Humph. Waste. Just know how to take Jechi's money. Kong Lijun snorted lightly and then turned around to leave. Jiang Feng naturally noticed Kong Lijun's presence. His mother-in-law's words also clearly reached his ears, but in response Jiang Feng just smiled faintly. The Jiang Feng of today didn't need to rely on anyone. Gently holding Injechi's hand, he closed Injechi's hand. There's no need. I'll take care of it myself. Jiang Feng looked at Injechi and said softly. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Injechi looked at Jiang Feng with an unbelievable face and said, Solved it? How did you solve it? In a place like Zhengzhou, it's hard to operate without $1 million or so, right? She knew Jiang Feng's background. This guy couldn't be pretending to be stubborn, right? I'll tell you later. Holding Injechi's catkin, Jiang Feng was reluctant to let go. Speaking absurdly, this is the second time since the wedding year. Holding Injechi's. The first time was the wedding day to Injechi. The first time was to give Injechi a ring on the wedding day. I'll leave you a day. If you need it, come find me. Injechi drew back her hand without a trace and looked at the bland-faced man and shrugged, then turned around and went into the room. The Injechi who turned around was as if her face was as delicate as a red haze. Jiang Feng looked at the figure of Injechi leaving, twisted his fingertips, quite some unfulfilled. He can roughly see. Injechi still refused to believe him. He could see that Injechi still refused to believe him. Deliberately staying for a day was just to give him a chance to turn things around. Jiang Feng really didn't know what to say to this. Was he touched? Or annoyed at her lack of trust? In the end, Injechi still didn't trust him. The impression left before obviously couldn't be changed overnight. Jiang Feng touched his nose and smiled helplessly. If Injechi could believe in him because of one or two things, he would not have to suffer in the Yin family for these 3 years. Returning to his room, Jiang Feng still practiced martial arts. There were no shortcuts in martial arts. Although Jiang Feng had already reached the realm of a grandmaster before his martial arts foundation was destroyed, plus the heaven-defying techniques and the blood pendant's inheritance. Even though Jiang Feng's cultivation speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, he still needed to persevere in his endeavors. Although Jiang Feng's current martial arts cultivation in the central state and even in the whole of China has been the best, but Jiang Feng knows that at the peak of the martial arts above there are legendary realm, and the great land of China, capable people come out. Injechi returned to the room but tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Although the night they gave Jiang Feng card to test the ingredients more, but inwardly Injechi still have so a trace of believed Jiang Feng. Just did not expect Jiang Feng did not accept the money. Whether it is a hard mouth, or his idea of opening a medical center is just talk, or is it the same as before? He has no ambition? When? At this time the door came knocking, and Injechi hurriedly got up, thinking in her heart could it be that Jiang Feng came over to pick up the card? After opening the door Injechi's face a flash of disappointment, because the doorway stood not Jiang Feng, but Kong Lijun. Chapter 39 Zhang's Medical Center. After Kong Lijun walked through the door, she directly sat on Injechi's bed, and when Injechi closed the door, Kong Lijun opened her mouth and asked, You still really believe he's going to open a hospital? And took out your own money? I can tell you that I don't agree. Tomorrow morning, if that punk comes over to get the money, you must refuse him for me. Injechi looked at her mother and said, Mom, this is my business. What's your business? You still don't mind hitching a ride on this loser? Ha, Kang Lee-jun said with a look of disgust. Mom, you weren't like this yesterday, and Jechi said with a frown. Yesterday? I was just fooled by him yesterday, Kang Lee-jun said with a face of regret. It's been 2 days. The Wang family or the Ding family. Even that vixen from the Lee family hasn't come to the house to look for that loser. I reckon, from here on out, people won't care about him either. Humph, let me be happy for nothing, Kang Lee-jun said hatefully. Do you have anything else? And Jechi asked with a frown. Nothing, just telling you that you are not allowed to give money to Jiang Feng. Kang Lee-jun finished and looked at her like a little cutie, like looking at Jechi. The next morning, Jiang Feng still went out early. On the way, he gave Li Mengyao a call and told me that he went to the hospital. Li Mengyao said she knew, hung up the phone and got up to clean up, waiting for Li Mengyao to go out. The old man of the Li family but unexpectedly asked the nanny, Wu Ma, these days Mengyao always get up so early? Yes, master, the nanny said with a smile. Every day, when she receives a phone call, she gets up straight away. Received a phone call? Elder Li asked in confusion. Yes, for the past 2 days, every morning there would be a phone call to wake up Miss. But Miss is also strange. Normally, just to receive a phone call, she would sleep and wake up before getting up. But these days, as long as the phone rings, she immediately gets up, the nanny said with a smile. While the old man of the Li family was still here speculating, Li Mengyao was already on her way to the medical center. When Jiang Feng arrived at the medical center, the grandparents and grandson were already waiting for him there. Jiang Feng spoke with Sun Lianshan for a while, and Li Mengyao also arrived. Sir, I have a request that I hope you can grant. After the formalities were done, Sun Lianshan looked at Jiang Feng and said rather ruefully, Speak. Jiang Feng nodded, signaling Sun Lianshan to speak. Can this Hui Chun Hall's sign not be removed? Sun Lianshan said with a red face. No way. Jiang Feng sniffed, but he gently shook his head, his tone unquestionable. Rather, it's the old immortal who's being abrupt. Sun Lianshan sighed softly, looking at the word Hui Chun Tang. His eyes were all forlorn, and the feeling of difficulty in letting go was overflowing. My grandfather's Hui Chun Hall placed here will only attract more business for you. Do you know Hui Chun Hall 3 words in the central state is what the concept? The young girl looked at her grandfather's downcast appearance. She couldn't help but snort coldly, looking at Jiang Feng a face full of anger. In her opinion Jiang Feng was too unsympathetic. The sign must be changed. It's not that I don't want to use your sign. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to do things in the future. Jiang Feng looked at Sun Lianshan and said indifferently. Jiang Feng's eyes showed a touch of perseverance. The Jiang family drove themselves out of the Jiang family back then without asking the beginning and end of the matter, regardless of their own deaths. Even Jiang Feng suspected that the matter back then was simply an elaborate bureau directed by the Jiang family themselves to deal with themselves. Sir, I still have an unforgiving request. Sun Lianshan spoke again. Jiang Feng looked at Sun Lianshan with a smile on his face. It seemed that this unkind request was a little bit more. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, Sun Lianshan's face reddened. It's like this. My granddaughter's talent is good, but it's a pity that my skills are mediocre. Mr. Heavenly Learning, I hope that this girl will be able to worship under Mr. Heavenly Learning. Sun Lianshan said stiffly. No way. Jiang Feng hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but the young girl was the first to speak. Her delicate face was filled with shyness, and her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Feng, surprisingly, with a few hints of disdain. Jiang Feng shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention of accepting a disciple in the first place. Shut up. In the future the word Hui Chun Tang still needs you to revitalize. Grandpa has nothing to teach you. You must not be capricious. Sun Lianshan looked at the young girl and couldn't help but chide her. The young girl blinking a pair of bright eyes. Under Sun Lianshan's chiding, her eyes instantly turned red. She could only hatefully glance at Jiang Feng but muttered her mouth without saying anything. That's right. There is still a shortage of errand boys here. Stay first to see what happens. In addition there is no salary. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Thank you sir. Thank you sir. Sun Lianshan said with a grateful face. No need to be polite. Jiang Feng waved his hand and smiled faintly. When Sun Lianshan saw that Jiang Feng agreed to let Sun Yalan stay, he hurriedly bowed to Jiang Feng. Li Mengyao looked at Sun Yalan with some amusement. This little girl really couldn't appreciate his grandfather's good intentions. Then she turned her head and asked Jiang Feng, what do you plan to call the medical center? I'll find someone to help you make the plaque. No need. Just help me find a plaque. Jiang Feng said with a smile. When Li Mengyao heard Jiang Feng say that, she asked with some doubts. Just a plaque. You're not planning to write yourself on top of it, are you? You guessed right. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Li Mengyao made a phone call and the plaque was quickly delivered. Jiang Feng began to carve 4 large characters in ancient seal script on the plaque with his fingers under the gaze of the three. The 3 people who were observing the whole thing were shocked. watching with their own eyes as Jiang Feng carved the 4 big characters in iron and silver hooks with his finger power. Sun Yelin looked at Jiang Feng as if she was looking at a demon. The wood was real, and Jiang Feng had carved it with his fingers? This? Sun Yelin looked at Jiang Feng and patted the wooden board. It really wasn't fake. Remembering what she said to Jiang Feng before she was so mad at him, Sun Yelin blushed for a while. This guy is simply not human. Is this something a human can do? Well, not bad. Setting the wooden board straight, Jiang Feng gently nodded his head. Fortunately the calligraphy was not rusty. Jiang Feng had practiced calligraphy under his grandfather since he was young, and had long possessed the style of a great man. At this time Sun Yelin finally saw the full picture of the 4 characters. Jiang's medical center. The 4 big characters jumped up on it. A grand style of everyone. Sun Yelin was born in a medical family. She still knew something about calligraphy. Putting aside this guy's medical skills, just by virtue of these 4 characters alone, he could already be called a calligraphy expert. Li Mengyao was also shocked by Jiang Feng, although she knew that Jiang Feng was a martial artist, but to use finger power and still be able to write calligraphy so well would be too surprising. John's medical center. Li Mengyao murmured. Brother Feng, I believe that soon, John's medical center will definitely resound through the central state. Just central state? Jiang Feng said in his heart. Seeing Sun Yelin still staring at the plaque, Jiang Feng looked at the young girl and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Forgot what your grandfather explained?" Chapter 40, You've never bothered to get to know me. Poof. The young girl snorted coldly but didn't say anything. She just glared at Jiang Feng. When I learn your skills, this young lady will definitely kick you aside. The young girl thought viciously. When the time comes, I'll let you feel what it's like to bully your teacher. And the Hui Chun Hall will open across the street from you. The young girl stood in place thinking about the future scene. Her original irritated mood was much lighter. Sun Lianshan hurriedly pulled Sun Yelin and signaled for her to enter the house. He could already tell that Jiang Feng seemed to have some feelings about the words Jiang's medical center. At the moment, although Jiang Feng didn't show it on his face, there was a hint of despondency in his eyes. Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Feng, who was gazing at the plaque, and said softly, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." After saying that, Jiang Feng directly walked into the medical center and came to the guidance desk. "This is about to start business?" Li Mengyao asked in surprise. Jiang Feng, however, smiled and said, "What else? Is there even an opening ceremony?" Li Mengyao asked. "There aren't many friends, so what's the point of opening?" Jiang Feng said with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded and said with a smile, "That's good. Let's do a trial run for a while and wait until the connections have accumulated for a while before opening." "Aha!" Jiang Feng answered. Jiang Feng's phone rang at this time, and Jechi's voice came from the phone. "Jiang Feng, where are you?" "Outside for a bit," Jiang Feng said indifferently, and Jechi sniffed and said, "I'm looking for you for something. Where are you? I'll go find you." "It's better if you tell where you are," Jiang Feng said. With that, and Jechi told Jiang Feng an address, and Jiang Feng was about to leave after greeting Sun Lao. Li Mengyao, who was beside him, was smiling and asked, "Your wife called?" Said she was looking for me for something." Jiang Feng nodded and said, "So, you're going over immediately?" Li Mengyao, however, pouted and said. Jiang Feng laughed and looked at Li Mengyao somewhat helplessly and said, "Sister Mengyao, she's my wife after all." "Well, go." Li Mengyao nodded and said, waiting for Jiang Feng to leave. Li Mengyao was murmuring, "But she didn't take you as her husband. I really don't know if you're stupid or foolish." After saying that, Li Mengyao herself was laughing. The place wherein Jechi told Jiang Feng was in a cafe downstairs of the company, and Jechi, who was waiting for Jiang Feng, was thinking about some of the things she and Jiang Feng had done along the way. She could not tell how she felt about Jiang Feng. In fact, at the beginning of the grandfather to arrange this marriage, and Jechi, although some resistance in the heart, but later Jiang Feng has always been very good to himself, sometimes also let himself touched, but this all changed after grandfather passed away, and Jechi began to resent Jiang Feng when his relatives mocked him, especially when the second uncle and other shareholders drove him from the position of president on the grounds that Jiang Feng was a waste of a son-in-law and that the foundation of the Yin family could not fall into the hands of outsiders. It was as if everything was because Jiang Feng's own life had become like this. In fact, and Jechi also knew that this matter couldn't be completely blamed on Jiang Feng. After all, even without Jiang Feng, second uncle's family would have found a way to get themselves out of power, coupled with the fact that her own mother, Kong Li Jun, was even more difficult and scolding to Jiang Feng because of her own family's declining status, subconsciously making Jechi's attitude towards Jiang Feng also changed. While Jechi was still contemplating, Jiang Feng was pushing the door and found Jechi's position. Jiang Feng walked slowly, thinking about what? So out of it, Jiang Feng asked as he looked at the contemplative Jechi. And Jechi's thoughts were disturbed by Jiang Feng. She raised her head and realized that Jiang Feng had sat across from her. "Nothing, just thinking about something from before," and Jechi said lightly. Jiang Feng nodded and didn't bother to ask Njechi what she was thinking about. Instead he asked, "What's the matter with finding me? Is there nothing that I can't even look for you now?" Njechi asked, looking at Jiang Feng with her big beautiful eyes. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly and said, "You know I don't mean that, don't be angry." Jiang Feng, Njechi sniffed, but she looked at Jiang Feng with a touch of complexity in her eyes. "Ha?" Jiang Feng was stunned by Njechi's call and looked at Njechi in confusion. "Am I often angry?" Njechi asked as she looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was stunned by what he heard. Then he said with some discomfort, "It's okay, what's wrong with you today? Did you encounter something? Why are you asking so suddenly?" "Nothing," Njechi said, but at this moment, Njechi's heart was full of self-blame. Just now when she saw Jiang Feng's appearance, she was just a casual sentence, but he said that she shouldn't be angry. Was it that her usual attitude towards Jiang Feng was really unfriendly? "Oh." Jiang Feng nodded and stopped talking. Njechi gazed at Jiang Feng for a long time before saying, "Is it that if I don't speak, you don't have anything to say?" "Ha? Oh, no, I just think. Jiang Feng spread his hands and said. Njechi was amused by Jiang Feng's look. "Feel what? Think that whenever you speak, I'll heckle you?" Looking at the smile on Njechi's face, Jiang Feng was stunned and stayed in a frozen position for a long time. "What's wrong with you, silly?" Njechi asked as she exaggeratedly raised her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng laughed and ruffled Njechi's hand. "No, it's just that I haven't seen you this happy for a long time." Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Njechi looked at Jiang Feng with a straight face and said in a soft voice, "Jiang Feng, did I often lose my temper with you in these years?" Fortunately, Njechi's attitude towards herself today made Jiang Feng very uncomfortable. It wasn't that Jiang Feng was being but in the past 3 years, Njechi had spoken to Jiang Feng, and today was the gentlest time. "I grew up being trained by my grandfather according to the president. I have always been at the top of the class in school, bent on running as well. My childhood has always been about studying. I don't dare to stop for a moment," Njechi said slowly. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Understood. When Grandpa brought you home, I really didn't understand. You looked nothing but a bit more handsome." The whole person was particularly disheveled at that time. Njechi continued. "Thanks." Jiang Feng smiled. "I didn't compliment you." Njechi gave Jiang Feng a blank look and said without any humor. Jiang Feng, however, smiled and said, "At least you said I was a bit handsome." After saying that, Jiang Feng even winked. Njechi looked at Jiang Feng's mischievous appearance and laughed. "How come I didn't realize you were so thick-skinned before? You never bothered to get to know me, so how would you know?" Jiang Feng said softly. After saying that in his heart he was a bit chagrined. Today's Njechi seemed to be in a good mood. Why did he still have to say this? Then he poured a cup of hot water for Njechi to cover it up. Chapter 41, giving you some confidence. I don't know why Njechi's heart inexplicably ached when she heard Jiang Feng's words. In fact, Njechi was a very conservative girl. Otherwise she wouldn't have not divorced Jiang Feng after her grandfather passed away. In Njechi's opinion, since she had promised her grandfather to live on with Jiang Feng, she should try to accept him. But it's just that in the middle of the process, Njechi's strong character was never able to do a good job of communicating with Jiang Feng. "Grandpa passed away and I said, you are not a simple person. Let me and you live a good life." When she said this, Njechi's face was slightly red. "Grandpa loved me since I was a child and would never harm me. So I promised Grandpa that I would just treat you as a subterranean dragon in the abyss. The later days I could feel your heart for me. Only later because I was driven off from the position of president by the second uncle. And you didn't do your job. That's why my attitude towards you got worse and worse. Jiang Feng, in fact, I'm just letting you be able to have your own career first. It's not because of anything else." Njechi finished quietly looking at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "I know, don't be anxious about the Yin family. Soon you'll be the president of the Yin family again." When Jiang Feng said this, his tone revealed a powerful confidence, making Njechi a bit surprised. Jiang Feng had been at the door for 3 years. He had never spoken so confidently like today. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Feng still had nothing to do right now, Njechi would have even believed it. "Jiang Feng, do you really want to open a medical center?" Njechi asked as she gazed at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sniffed, but said, "Then do you believe me?" Njechi didn't say anything. Inwardly she actually didn't believe Jiang Feng. But today Njechi was holding the purpose of wanting to have a good heart-to-heart talk with Jiang Feng, so she still said against her will, "I believe, just that I don't think it's a good idea to open a medical center now." Jiang Feng smiled. "Thank you." This thank you was not because Njechi said she believed him, but Njechi was able to take care of her own feelings without believing in herself. "How are things going with Xinjiang Pharmaceutical?" Jiang Feng asked. "It hasn't gone yet. I don't know what to start with," Njechi said with a frown on her face when she heard Jiang Feng ask this. Obviously this matter had put a lot of pressure on Njechi. Looking at Injiachi's appearance, Jiang Feng was a little heartbroken. He didn't know why he just couldn't get angry with Injiachi. Even if he was angry, he would forget about it as soon as the day dawned. Want to try now? Jiang Feng suddenly said. Injiachi was stunned at his words. Now, are you kidding me? I'm not ready yet. Injiachi said hurriedly. I'm observing the stars on a daily basis. Today you have an unexpected blessing. Let's try together. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Injiachi was exasperated by Jiang Feng and said with a pout. You still observe the stars on a daily basis. When did you know how to tell fortunes? Listening to Injiachi's tone of voice, Jiang Feng seemed to have an illusion, as if the two were flirting as if they had been married for years. Trust me, you'll definitely get something if you go today, Jiang Feng said with a smile. It looked like Injiachi was indeed in a good mood today. Blankly glancing at Jiang Feng, she said, I believe you big head. Did you fool people like this in the Ding family? After saying that, Injiachi realized that she said the wrong thing and hurriedly changed her words. I don't mean that. I'm just kidding. You care about my feelings for the first time. Jiang Feng, however, didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he had a trace of warmth from Injiachi's actions. This was at least a good start. At least Injiachi already cared about his feelings, although he didn't know how long it would last, but it was good to have it. Injiachi was a little embarrassed when she heard Jiang Feng's words. It seemed that in these 3 years, her attitude towards Jiang Feng was indeed too bad. Both of them fell silent and didn't say anything. After a long time, Jiang Feng said, Go and try. You come for real, Injiachi said as she looked at Jiang Feng in surprise. Jiang Feng, however, looked at Injiachi seriously and said, Of course it's true. Could it be that the future helmsman of an clan is afraid? Jiang Feng said with some teasing. Being provoked by Jiang Feng, Injiachi was also provoked to be victorious. Will I be afraid? Let's go. With that, the two of them got up and were ready to go out, and when it was time to check out, before Injiachi could make a move, Jiang Feng took out a card from his pocket and handed it to the cashier. Injiachi looked at Jiang Feng with surprise, but did not ask questions. After 3 years, this was the first time Jiang Feng paid for the two of them, even if it was less than $100, but for some reason, Injiachi's heart was a little happy. Jiang Feng also acted as Injiachi's driver as usual, looking at Injiachi's BMW, heading straight to Jiang Pharmaceuticals. After parking the car, Injiachi suddenly said, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't have any information with me. Maybe another day. Jiang Feng looked back at Injiachi with a smile on his face and didn't say anything. What kind of eyes do you have? I'm not afraid. Just go. Injiachi pouted and got out of the car. Looking at Injiachi, who looked like a little woman, Jiang Feng felt the happiness in marriage for the first time. Men are so simple. A single move of their lover will involve their emotions. How many emperors since ancient times have loved the beauty but not the mountains? Looking at Injiachi walking ahead gamely, Jiang Feng sprinted to catch up with Injiachi and said with a smile, Do you want me to give you a little confidence? How are you going to give it? Injiachi sniffed but was stunned and looked at Jiang Feng doubtfully and asked. Jiang Feng raised his arm up. His eyes looked at the crook of his arm. What do you mean? The puzzled look in Injiachi's beautiful eyes increased. Seeing Jiang Feng blinking, Injiachi finally understood and gasped. You're thinking beautifully, trying to take advantage of me. Jiang Feng's so-called giving Injiachi confidence was letting Injiachi hold his arm. After hearing this, Jiang Feng's expression was a bit disappointed. Looking at the disappointed Jiang Feng, Injiachi said with a grunt, If you work hard, maybe you'll get what you want in the future. After saying that, Injiachi walked towards the elevator first. Hearing Injiachi's words, a smirk emerged from the corner of Jiang Feng's eyes. In the elevator, Injiachi borrowed the reflection on the wall and hurriedly straightened her end face. It's already pretty. No need to tidy up anymore. Jiang Feng spoke with a smile. Injiachi turned around and asked with a smile in her eyes, Really? Really? My wife is the #1 beauty in Central State. Jiang Feng said with certainty. But who is your wife? Injiachi said with a blank look at Jiang Feng. This glance almost hooked Jiang Feng's soul away. There was no way. Men always had no resistance to their beloved women. The elevator arrived quickly. When it came to the front desk of Jiang Pharmaceuticals, the front desk's attitude was something that made Injiachi very surprised. Chapter 42 Feelings Warm Up. You are Ms. Come on in, Mr. Qian has been waiting for you for days, the receptionist said politely. Injiachi was stunned by the front desk lady's words. Waiting for myself for days? Jiang Feng hurriedly patted Injiachi's back and said, Go in quickly. I'll wait for you here. Aha! Injiachi's mind was full of contractual matters. She didn't notice Jiang Feng's intimate movements, or else young Master Jiang might not have been spared a flesh wound. The matter of signing a contract with Jiang Pharmaceutical greatly exceeded Injiachi's expectations. From entering the office of the old president of Jiang Pharmaceutical to signing the contract, it only took 10 minutes. Many of the terms of the contract Injiachi had not had time to say. The contract had already been signed. Mr. Your friend has already explained that he has been waiting for you in the company for the past few days, and today you finally came. Ha ha, Mr. Qian said politely. When Injechi went out, General Manager Qian also said to Injechi, please ask General Manager In to put in a few more good words with your friend. Injechi nodded stupidly, until she walked into the elevator. She still couldn't believe it, until she carefully looked at the contract a few times. Then she believed that she had really signed the contract with Jiang Pharmaceuticals. The contract is signed. Why do you feel that you are not very happy? Jiang Feng asked with a smile in the car. And Jiachi, however, shook her head and said, I haven't come back to my senses yet. I told you, you have a good thing on your doorstep today. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Ah! Jiang Feng suddenly let out a miserable scream. Looking down, it was Injechi's small hand pinched at his waist, and Injechi still looked at himself with a dumbfounded face and asked, does it hurt? Ouch! Jiang Feng bared his teeth and said, not understanding why Injechi would suddenly poison her hand. Then I'm not dreaming, Injechi said. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and said, come on, next time you pinch yourself. Okay, doesn't it hurt to pinch myself? Injechi said with a smile. I really didn't expect it to be so easy to sign. It could be seen that Injechi was very happy today, and surprisingly said to Jiang Feng, how about we go eat snacks? My treat. You'll just treat me to snacks to thank me? Jiang Feng, however, said derisively, it's good enough to have snacks. Besides, what am I thanking you for? Injechi gave Jiang Feng a blank look. Jiang Feng was about to say that he was looking for Ding Yizhen, but after some thought, he said, if it wasn't for my daytime stargazing, would you have come? Screw your nightly stargazing. Injechi pouted and said, even hitting Jiang Feng, perhaps because Jiang Pharmaceuticals' order was signed. Injechi was in a good mood, and even talking to Jiang Feng had a hint of a little woman's flavor. Jiang Feng looked at the happy Injechi, but in his heart, he thought, it's not bad if it can go on like this all the time. The two of them came to the snack street. Jiang Feng followed behind Injechi. Looking at the way Injechi skillfully flowed through the various snack stalls, Jiang Feng was really shocked. Who would have thought that the number one beauty of Central State would be like a fish out of water in the snack street? Jiachi, you seem to be familiar with this place, Jiang Feng said as he held up several snacks in his hands, and Jiachi put a beef ball in her mouth and said, when I was in college, I often came here with my classmates to eat. Don't look at the low hygiene conditions here, but the flavor is absolutely authentic. A lot of hotels don't make it as good as here. Jiang Feng smiled. The Injechi in front of her was not the one beauty in Zhengzhou, nor was she the strongest woman in the Yin family, but a young girl. This was what Injechi should have looked like. Without realizing it, Injechi had actually taken Jiang Feng's arm herself, making Jiang Feng very surprised. But young Master Jiang wasn't stupid enough to remind Injechi. Even if Jiang Feng was inexperienced, he knew that he shouldn't open his mouth at this time. The two of them were like a pair of lovers in their first love, out and out in the snack street. At this moment Jiang Feng even thought that he had created an illusion, as if the two of them were like this in the beginning. Finally Injechi finished her sweeping mission. After walking out of the snack street, Injechi reacted to the fact that she was still holding Jiang Feng's arm. Her face flushed red and she hurriedly let go, leaving Jiang Feng with a feeling of frustration. On the way home, Injechi kept thinking, just now how could she unknowingly hold Jiang Feng's arm? Could it be that she had gotten used to Jiang Feng? After returning home, as soon as she entered the door, she heard Kong Lijun complaining, that dead trash doesn't know what he's doing lately? Once he goes out for the whole day, he doesn't even come back to cook. Then do it. It doesn't take much effort. And Jiachi, who had just entered, sniffed and said, Kong Lijun was just about to speak, but she saw Jiang Feng behind Injechi and instantly frowned. How did you two come back together? Jiang Feng accompanied me to Jiang Pharmaceutical to sign the contract, Injechi said with a smile. Kong Lijun was even more perplexed when she heard this, and asked after her, did you sign the contract then? Signed, Injechi said. Really? Kong Lijun said with some disbelief. Injechi raised the contract in her hand and said, of course it's true, the contract is all here with me. Hearing that Injechi had signed Shenzhen Pharmaceutical, Kong Lijun no longer had the heart to dwell on why Jiang Feng would come back with Injechi. Turning her head, she shouted into the room, Olden, my daughter has signed Shenzhen Pharmaceuticals. And Zhang Hao, who walked out of the room, was also stunned when he saw Jiang Feng and Injechi coming back together, then asked, little Feng went to pick up Jechi? Jiang Feng smiled and nodded without saying anything. I'm talking to you about business. Jechi signed the contract for Shenzhen Pharmaceutical. Kong Lijun looked at Zhang Hao with dissatisfaction and said, that's great, let's celebrate tonight. And Zhang Hao said with a smile, however, and Jechi said, I've eaten outside with Jiang Feng, let's do it tomorrow. And Zhang Hao and Kong Lijun were both stunned at the words, eaten? and Jiang Hao was even more surprised as he looked at Injechi and said, Jiachi, you said you and Jiang Feng ate outside? Well, we went to the snack street, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Good. Tomorrow then, and Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction, and there was a hint of laughter in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Feng, willing her father to do so, and Jiachi's face flushed. Then she went upstairs, waiting until Injechi went upstairs, and Jiang Hao patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and said, not bad, there is progress, this is what counts as a family. Humph, really not to is not brain dead, Kang Lijun but said coldly from the side, although he didn't name names, but both Jiang Hao and Jiang Feng heard the meaning in Kang Lijun's words. It's not good for two kids to be like this, I think you're the one with a broken brain, and Jiang Hao said without a trace of anger. Kang Lijun glanced at Jiang Feng and said, what's so good about a loser? I really can't figure out what's wrong with you and family. Jiang Feng never spoke, not because he was afraid of Kang Lijun, but he had no desire to talk to her. Chapter 43, No Rules, No Circumstances. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, directly went up to the second floor and returned to his room, and Jiachi, who was lying on the bed, heard the sound of Jiang Feng's room closing. Slightly hesitant, she got off the bed, came to Jiang Feng's room and directly pushed the door in. Looking at Jiang Feng's appearance inside, and Jiachi screamed out. At this moment, Jiang Feng was in the process of changing his clothes, and happened to have just taken off his pants and was about to change into his pajamas, but he didn't expect Injechi to come in. Jiang Feng looked downstairs, skimmed his lips and said to himself, it's not like I'm not wearing any clothes, what's so surprising? Downstairs, Kang Lijun hurriedly walked up after hearing Injechi shout, a spatula still in her hand, and asked, what's wrong? Did that loser bully you? No, saw a reptile, Injechi said with a flushed face. Kang Lijun looked at Injechi with some skepticism and asked, Really? You go down first, Mom, and Jiachi urged. Kang Lijun sniffed and had to walk towards the stairs with a skeptical look on her face, and before she left, she also said, if that punk dares to bully, you'll call Mom. It's really not. Just go downstairs, and Jiachi said impatiently. When Injechi went downstairs, Jiang Feng happened to open the room. Come in, and Jiachi, who walked into the room, directly closed the door and said with a reddened face, why didn't you lock the door when you changed? You're the one who didn't knock on the door. Okay. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and said, then why didn't you lock the door? And Jiachi glared at Jiang Feng and said, did you see anything? Jiang Feng muttered under his breath, and Jiachi's ears perked up and her almond eyebrows rose as she asked, what did you say? I said I'll lock the door next time, Jiang Feng said hurriedly, and Jiachi nodded in satisfaction and said, that's right, it was your fault in the first place. There was not the slightest mention of the fact that he didn't knock on the door. Good, Jiang Feng helplessly answered, looking at Jiang Feng's deflated appearance, and Jiachi suddenly let out a pft and laughed. How come she hadn't realized that bullying Jiang Feng was so much fun before? Is there something wrong? Jiang Feng asked suspiciously, and Jiachi said in a bad mood, I came over to see what you were doing. Can't I come over to you if there's nothing wrong? Jiang Feng took a closer look at Injechi and realized that Injechi had already changed into her pajamas. Injechi was wearing a halter silk pajama with a shawl draped over it. The silk fabric was already silky and smooth, and it completely outlined Injechi's exquisite figure. Seeing Jiang Feng staring at himself, Injechi looked down and then said viciously, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. So vicious? It seems like you came here by yourself in your pajamas, right? Jiang Feng said with a smirk emerging from the corner of his mouth. Then you're not allowed to look either. And Jiachi said, and after saying that, she sat on Jiang Feng's chair and looked through the books on the table. And Jiachi realized that there were two kinds of books on Jiang Feng's table. One was on Chinese medicine, while the other was on finance. You're interested in finance too? And Jiachi asked. Just reading it when I'm bored. Jiang Feng really couldn't figure out what Jiachi's actions tonight were about, so he had to ask a question and answer it. And Jiachi turned her head and said to Jiang Feng, you really don't need that money? I've already settled it. Jiang Feng said indifferently, it's weird to believe you. And Jiachi said, more than $1 million. Jiang Feng solved it by himself? How is that possible? It must be because he wanted to save face that he didn't say anything to himself. And Jiachi's heart thought, actually, you and I really don't need to talk about face. And Jiachi spoke again. Jiang Feng didn't want to continue this topic and then said, isn't it true that you'll be promoted to president of the new department tomorrow? How do you know? And Jiachi looked at Jiang Feng with some surprise and asked, I heard it from Dad the other day. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Oh, then the two of them fell into silence again. Jiang Feng didn't know what Jiachi wanted to do and couldn't let her go out, so he had to stand to the side and look at Jiachi. If you don't have anything to do, I'll go back first. And Jiachi said faintly. Good. Jiang Feng was a bit puzzled. It seems like you were the one who came to my room to look for me, right? Why are you still asking if there's anything wrong with me? And Jichi's mouth instantly pouted after she left Jiang Feng's room. What? Jiang Feng asked. Nothing, and Jichi said without looking back. And Jichi, who returned to her room, was suddenly a bit conflicted. She herself didn't know why she went to Jiang Feng's room just now. Was it for something to happen? Hadn't she always rejected Jiang Feng? It was impossible to have such thoughts. It must be out of guilt, just wanting to check on him, and Jichi consoled herself. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, locked the door to his room after Jichi left, sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating. Downstairs, and Jiang Hao was lying on the bed looking at a book. Kong Lijiao sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Why do you think Jichi shouted so loudly just now? Didn't I say so? Saw a creeper." And Jiang Hao said without lifting his head. Kong Lijun, however, shook her head and said, "Do you think it could be that loser who did something to Jichi?" I said, are you annoyed? If Little Feng wanted to do something he would have waited until today. Besides, I believe in Little Feng's character. You don't always look at people with colored glasses. And tonight was weird. The two of them actually came back together. Jichi even let that loser pick her up from work. Kong Lijun didn't seem to hearing Jiang Hao's words and continued. And Jiang Hao, on the other hand, directly closed the book and collapsed on the bed ready to sleep. You people, talk to you like a log. After a night without words, the next day, Jiang Feng still left the house early and headed to the medical center. After arriving at the medical center, he found that Sun Lianshan and Sun Yalan were already at the medical center, and Sun Yalan was cleaning up. I have something to discuss with you, Jiang Feng said as he looked at the two after walking into the medical center. Sun Lianshan hurriedly stood up and said, Mr. Jiang, please speak. There are no rules. I said 2 days rules. The first, all the medicine price and the cost of medicine above only add 10%. I counted last night. Home 10% has been enough for the expenses of the medical center. Another point is obedience. In the medical center I want to have the absolute right to speak. Especially you. After saying that, Jiang Feng pointed at Sun Yalan. Surname Jiang. Are you looking for a fight? On what grounds, especially me? Seeing this, Sun Yalan said angrily. Jiang Feng however said indifferently. Because you have a tendency to disobey management. Yalin. Sun Lianshan called out. Elder son. You should have transferred the medical center before because of the reason that you had an intractable disease. Now that your body has recovered as good as new, even though the medical center has changed its owner, it's still your call when I'm not around. Jiang Feng spoke again. Hello, seeing a doctor or grabbing medicine? Jiang Feng's words had just finished, but Sun Yalan shouted at the door. Chapter 44, Please Yang. Who are you doctors here? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in the doorway and looked at Sun Lianshan and Jiang Feng and said, Sun Lianshan didn't wait for Jiang Feng to speak and said hurriedly, This is Dr. Jiang. The rules of the medical center. The first patient must be received by the boss personally. So young? The middle-aged man said as he looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, however, smiled and said, Age doesn't represent medical skill. The middle-aged man shook his head, obviously a little skeptical of Jiang Feng. Which one of the famous Chinese medicine practitioners in the Chinese Empire is not gray-haired? Where would there be such a young man? The one behind him was rather like a doctor, but after all, he didn't say anything. Yalin, go make some cups of tea, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Sun Yalan heard that she was about to open her mouth but was glared at by Sun Lianshan and had to go into the inner room to make tea. People reach middle age. A little bit of this problem is normal. Within a month I guarantee your wife will get pregnant, Jiang Feng said. The middle-aged man who had 1 foot out of the door of the medical center heard this but shrunk his foot back, and said with excitement on his face, How do you know? What you said is true. Sit. Jiang Feng didn't answer the middle-aged man's words, but pointed to the consultation table. Sun Lianshan's eyes were also full of surprise as he looked at Jiang Feng. Before he even took his pulse, Jiang Feng was able to tell what the middle-aged man was suffering from, and it was obvious that what Jiang Feng said was completely correct, or else the middle-aged man wouldn't have been so excited. After the middle-aged man sat down, Jiang Feng instructed him to stretch out his right arm and put it on the stone. 3 fingers naturally rested on the pulse of the middle-aged man. A moment later, Jiang Feng withdrew his hand, just about to speak, but Sun Yalan came out with tea, put the tea down, and then stood next to the diagnostic table. Jiang Feng glanced at Sun Yalan, then spoke, Yalan, go brush yesterday's medicine jar. Yesterday's medicine jar? Sun Yalan was stunned, but immediately afterward, she was pushed into the inner room by Sun Lianshan. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Feng gratefully and said, Thank you, Dr. Jiang, for your consideration. A big man talking about a man's hidden disease in front of a young girl. It really made him a bit embarrassed. All men understand, Jiang Feng said with a smile, but it's a bit overwhelming. More than that, Dr. Jiang, it's already atrophied. The middle-aged man said with some embarrassment. Your body is in the current condition because you overindulged when you were young, and during that time, you took some medicines indiscriminately, so that caused your origin to be damaged. Jiang Feng said indifferently. As soon as the middle-aged man heard that his origin was damaged, he hurriedly said, Dr. Jiang, then do I still have a cure? There are very few things I can't cure, Jiang Feng said confidently. Then he took out the needle capsule on his body, signaling the middle-aged man to expose his back waist, and drew out 5 golden needles from the capsule, dropping 5 needles on each of the middle-aged man's back waist. Please Yang, Sun Lianshan on the side exclaimed. Jiang Feng looked back at Sun Lianshan, who hurriedly shut up and looked at Jiang Feng with an embarrassed face. Please Yang, it can only be used on patients whose origin is damaged. Half an inch next to one of the acupoints is another acupoint. Make sure you don't make a mistake when dropping the needle, or else it will not only be a lost cause, but it will also cause irreversible damage to the patient. So don't use it randomly. Please Yang, Jiang Feng said indifferently. When Sun Lianshan heard this, he immediately showed a look of gratitude towards Jiang Feng. What was this? This was imparting his medical skills. Although he himself was able to recognize the needle technique Jiang Feng was applying as Please Yang, but if Sun Lianshan was allowed to apply the needle himself, he wouldn't be able to do it at all. A few moments later, Jiang Feng withdrew the 5 golden needles on the middle-aged man's back waist, and while throwing them into the alcohol box, he directly picked up the paper basket on the ground and handed it to the middle-aged man. Dr. Jiang, what is this for? Vomit. Before the words were spoken, the middle-aged man suddenly had a thought of wanting to vomit, hurriedly took the paper basket, turned around and left the medical center. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man walked into the medical center again. The paper basket in his hand was not to be thrown, not to be brought in. Did you vomit out some dark brown annuals? Jiang Feng asked with a smile. The middle-aged man sniffed and immediately gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Dr. Jiang, you're really a god. I'll prescribe you 2 more pairs of medicine, 1 pair to be taken when you go back today. The method is to boil it into a bowl and take it directly, but after taking it, you'll go to the restroom. Greet your family in advance. The second pair, boiled into 3 bowls, then 3 bowls and then boiled into 1 bowl, once a day. After a month your body naturally recovered. Remember that in the middle of it, do not have intercourse, Jiang Feng said. The middle-aged man nodded doubtfully and asked, Dr. Jiang, why do you have to greet your family when you go to the toilet with the first pair of medicine? Because the movement may be a bit big. Just now the acupuncture is only to eliminate the toxins accumulated in your stomach. This pair of medicine at night is to eliminate the toxins in your body. Only by eliminating all the toxins accumulated from the medicines you've been taking haphazardly for all these years, the effect of the medicines later on will be the best, Jiang Feng explained. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded and responded. Then Jiang Feng wrote down 2 prescriptions and handed them over to Sun Lianshan, saying, Elder son, thank you, I should. Sun Lianshan responded before going to grab the medicine. Dr. Jiang, after you finished acupuncture just now, my body here feels warm all over, and I even have some urges, the middle-aged man whispered after glancing in the direction of the inner room. This is a normal phenomenon. You have been sick for many years. There is not much yang left in your body. Just now inviting yang is inviting yang into your body to help you restore your origin. Naturally you will feel warm, Jiang Feng said with a smile. A few moments later, Sun Lianshan had already grabbed the medicine. Jiang Feng handed it to the middle-aged man after writing the method of taking it on each serving. The middle-aged man took the medicine, then took out a checkbook from his pocket, brushed down a string of numbers on it and handed it to Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, this is your consultation fee. Jiang Feng took it and glanced at it, hurriedly saying, it's more. Not much, Dr. Jiang, you know that my lover and I are already over 40 years old and dream of having a child. If it wasn't for the fear that you wouldn't accept it, I would feel like giving less, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Jiang Feng stopped excusing himself and put the check on the table. The middle-aged man then got up to take his leave, saying as he walked away, Dr. Jiang, my name is Chen Shimao. This is my business card. When I'm cured, I'll surely come to the door to thank you. Waiting for the middle-aged man to leave, Sun Yalan came out from the inner room. Pouting her lips, she asked Jiang Feng, why did you send me away? For some patients, the best results are achieved by minimizing the patient's embarrassment when seeing the doctor, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Sun Yalan, however, bristled and said, Humph, you're just afraid that I'll steal the lesson. Yalin, Sun Lianshan scolded with a frown. Grandpa, Sun Yalan called out in dissatisfaction. Sun Lianshan, however, spoke up, Dr. Jiang, he was still teaching me medical skills just now. Don't talk nonsense. He's that kind? Sun Yalan said with a surprised look at Jiang Feng. Then with a glance, she saw the check on the consultation table. Wow, the consultation fee gives a check. Let me see. $1 million. Sun Yalan's mouth opened wide as she exclaimed in shock. Chapter 45, Who would look at him? Jiang Feng looked at Sun Yalan with a smile. Just to see such a male disease and give $1 million? Sun Yalan said with a face full of incredulity. Grandpa, haven't you seen a male doctor before? How come it's not this much? Sun Lianshan, however, shook his head and said, That's different. What's different? Sun Yalan asked. That is just the conditioning of the medicine. While the patient that Mr. Jiang is seeing today is injured in his origin. Without Mr. John's invitation to Yang just now, it's estimated that it's impossible for him to have a child in this life. The other thing is that just now that person obviously has an unusual identity. Generally the big families are more concerned about the family continuation, so the diagnosis fee under the happy gave so much. Sun Lianshan explained with a smile. So that's how it is. Can't see that you still have 2 tricks up your sleeve. Sun Yalan skimmed her lips and said. Jiang Feng, however, looked at Sun Yalan and said derisively. I don't just have 2 tricks, so you'd better be obedient in the future or I'll have plenty of means of punishment. Humph. Scare me. You think Auntie is scared? Sun Yalan skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully. After fighting with Sun Yalan for a while, a few more patients came to the medical center one after another. At first they didn't believe that Jiang Feng was a doctor, until they left with thanks after seeing the patients and the potions were cheap. Just as Jiang Feng sat down and prepared to rest for a while, Li Mengyao walked in. Along with Li Mengyao, there was also a pickup truck outside. Why are you here? Jiang Feng asked. Li Mengyao's apricot eyebrows coldly raised and she deliberately said with a stern face, Call Sister Mengyao. Sister Mengyao. Jiang Feng bitterly smiled and called out again. That's right. Li Mengyao nodded with satisfaction and said, I saw that your store was a bit empty, so I brought over some antiques. Saying that, Li Mengyao started to command the workers who came down from outside and started moving things into the medical center. Jiang Feng casually picked up an antique and looked at it, realizing that the qi on top of this antique was very strong. He hurriedly asked, Sister Mengyao, you didn't buy these, did you? No, they are from my family, Li Mengyao said unconcernedly. Piling up in the room is not going to which. Might as well get it to you. This one in my hand shouldn't be cheap. Jiang Feng asked. Li Mengyao thought for a while before saying, This seems to be more than $200,000. I can't remember too well. My grandpa likes these things. I don't know too much about it. Hearing this, Jiang Feng hurriedly said, Stop, don't move it. While saying that, Jiang Feng came to the door, looked at the few pieces still left on the pickup truck, and said to the workers, A few masters, don't move them yet. Sister Mengyao, these are your grandfather's. I can't have them. Jiang Feng turned back to Li Mengyao and said, You don't have to worry. I've greeted my grandfather. Li Mengyao said with a smile. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, That won't work either. It's too expensive. You're being polite with me, aren't you? Li Mengyao said and came to Jiang Feng's side, raising her hand to hit Jiang Feng. Only then a voice rang out. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? Jiang Feng and Li Mengyao turned their heads at the same time and realized that it was Jechi. And Jechi was planning to go to work, but because the road she always took was jammed today, she had to take a detour, because Jiang Feng's medical center happened to be right in front of the front. So Jechi drove by and turned around only to see that Jiang Feng and Li Mengyao were standing in front of the medical center, pointing to the pickup in front of the door and saying something. With that, Jechi stopped the car and came straight to Jiang Feng. Originally, her heart was filled with disbelief why Jiang Feng would be with Li Mengyao, but seeing Li Mengyao flirting as if she was a couple trying to hit Jiang Feng, Jechi's heart was on fire. That's why she raised her voice to reprimand him. Jechi, why are you here? Jiang Feng looked at Jechi who was full of anger and asked in confusion. Jechi glanced at Li Mengyao and said to Jiang Feng, What? Surprised to see me? Did I disturb you guys? You misunderstood. I mean, don't you take this road to work? Jiang Feng explained. Traffic jam. But luckily it was a traffic jam. Otherwise I wouldn't have known when the two of you got so close. Jechi said as she held back her anger. Jiang Feng was just about to speak, but Li Mengyao opened her mouth and said with a smile, Mr. You're really busy with your work this day. You don't even know that your own boss opened the medical center. I came today to give Brother Feng something to enrich the environment of the medical center. Seeing that Jechi came over but didn't ask about the medical center, Li Mengyao guessed that she didn't know about Jiang Feng opening the medical center at all. She was interested in Jiang Feng, but it didn't mean that Li Mengyao would use some dishonorable means. If you want to win a man's heart, you need to have enough tolerance and understanding. That was why Li Mengyao took the initiative to help Jiang Feng explain. Medical center? What medical center? Jechi looked at Jiang Feng and asked. Jiang Feng had to turn around and point at the medical center, saying, This is my medical center. Sister Mengyao said that the store was a bit empty, so she sent a few antiques over. Li Mengyao nodded and said, There's also a jade Chinese cabbage. I wish your medical center prosperous business in the future. Sister Mengyao, it's best not to have prosperous business. Jiang Feng, however, shook his head and said. Li Mengyao froze and asked doubtfully, why? Isn't it bad to have a booming business? I'm a medical center here. Flourishing business means more patients. If all the medical centers and hospitals have dismal business, that proves that fewer people are sick. Jiang Feng explained. When Li Mengyao heard this, her eyes lit up. Her attitude towards Jiang Feng had a new outlook, and she said heartily, Brother Feng, it's said that a doctor is kind, but I always thought that it's nothing but an empty word. In you I see the qualities that a doctor should have. And Jiechi's heart was even more irritated as she listened to the two men's kung fu. Although she agreed with Jiang Feng's words, and Jiechi obviously felt that she couldn't interject herself, as if Li Mengyao and Jiang Feng were the only husband and wife. Jiang Feng, when did you open the medical center? And Jiechi said with a frown. Jiang Feng thought about it and said with a smile, it's when you got me the money the other day. Didn't I tell you to settle it? Hearing that, and Jiechi's face changed. Jiang Feng still remembered that he took money to him. Only she thought that Jiang Feng was dead set on losing face at that time and didn't believe it. But she didn't think that Jiang Feng actually opened a medical center. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? You said that the other day. Who knows if it's true or not? And Jiechi said with a complaint. Li Mengyao, however, skimmed her lips and said, Big President, and you don't trust your husband yourself, but you say that Brother Feng didn't tell you. It's really funny. You don't care about Brother Feng so much. Don't regret it if Brother Feng is snatched by someone else's woman that day. It's none of your business if I care about my husband or not. Who would look at him? And Jiechi said angrily when she saw Li Mengyao interjecting. Only her long habit made her speak without considering Jiang Feng's feelings. Chapter 46, The Professional Conduct of Doctors. After saying that, and Jiechi also realized that her words were a bit inappropriate and hurriedly said to Jiang Feng, I don't mean that. Jiang Feng nodded and was just about to speak when Li Mengyao snorted coldly. I really don't know if you're smart or stupid. How dare you say in front of outsiders who would look at your own husband? Only a stupid woman would belittle her own husband in front of outsiders. You also know that you are an outsider? And Jiechi said with a cold smile as she looked at Li Mengyao. Sister Mengyao, Jiechi, you guys stop arguing. Jiang Feng said helplessly. Jiang Feng was caught between the two women quite hard, finding the right opportunity to finally interject and said. Li Mengyao, however, smiled unconcernedly and said, all right, I'll listen to you. After saying that, she started directing the workers to move the things on the car, and Jiechi was angered even more by Li Mengyao's attitude towards Jiang Feng's obedience, but her mouth still chanted, Vixen. Admittedly, and Jiechi was absolutely confident in her own appearance. Li Mengyao and herself then. Beauty is still a hair's breadth away, but Li Mengyao dressed boldly, sexy and charming. This kind of woman is the one that has a fatal killing power for men. And Jiang Feng's medical center opened. Li Mengyao came to help. The relationship between the two people, you say it is normal. Who would believe it? She also called her brother Feng with one mouthful. After waiting for Li Mengyao to enter the medical center, Jiang Feng looked at Jiechi smilingly and said, are you jealous? Humph, the hell I'm jealous. And Jiechi snorted coldly, but the blush on her face told Jiang Feng that he had guessed right, and Jiechi was the one who was jealous. Yesterday she had just eased her relationship with Jiang Feng a bit, and she liked that feeling, but today there was a woman circling Jiang Feng's side, or the sexy Li Mengyao. Moreover, Li Mengyao's family background was superior again. She really didn't know what was so good about this Jiang Feng. Where did you get the money to open a medical center? And Jiechi asked. Jiang Feng said, this medical center is my consultation fee for treating Uncle Wu, who is beside Sister Mengyao. Diagnosis money? And Jiechi smiled full of shock. To say that Li Mengyao had feelings for Jiang Feng and came up to give Jiang Feng a medical center. And Jiechi really didn't believe it. After all, Jiang Feng and Li Mengyao had been in contact for only a few days. What shocked Jiechi was what kind of disease was it that the consultation fee was so much money. This medical center is in the downtown area of Zhengzhou. Without a 2 million, I'm afraid it's impossible to get down. And Jiang Feng can really cure the disease? Once is luck, twice is coincidence. Is the third time also coincidence and luck? Therefore, and Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng's eyes full of shock. I said I know how to heal, but you just don't believe me. Jiang Feng said indifferently, and Jiechi sniffed and looked at Jiang Feng. Her eyes were a bit complicated. From Jiang Feng's tone, she could feel the aggression in Jiang Feng's heart. I don't believe you. It's not because you used to be like that. And Jiechi frowned and said. Then her face slowed down. Big deal. In the future, if you say anything to me, I'll believe it. Jiang Feng looked at Jiechi with some surprise. Within Jiechi's character, this was considered an apology in disguise. Let's go. Go to my medical center and take a look. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Good. And Jiechi nodded. When the two of them walked into the medical center, Sun Yelin was saying to Jiang Feng, putting the check on the table so casually, Aren't you afraid I'll steal it? I really don't know how you are this boss. After Sun Yalan finished speaking, she realized that there was a beautiful woman standing beside Jiang Feng. Definitely the kind of beauty that pours out of the country and wreaks havoc on the people. Dumbfounded, she said, "Sister, you're so pretty." And Jechi was amused by Sun Yalan's appearance. Plus being praised by Sun Yalan, her heart was also happy. Then she said, "Little sister, you are also very pretty. My grandpa said I'm ugly." Sun Yalan pouted her lips and Jiang Feng, who was on the side, heard it and said, "Sun Lao didn't lie to you." And Chi Jia gave Jiang Feng a blank look and said, "Which one of you talks like that?" Jiang Feng casually took the check and handed it to Jechi, who took the check in surprise and exclaimed when looking at the string of zeros above. 1 million. Aha! Jiang Feng answered with a smile. Li Mengyao was also taken aback after hearing Jechi's words. If Jiang Feng saved Wu Bo's life, there was no excuse for himself to send Jiang Feng a medical center. But the shock that a patient who came to see a doctor in the medical center gave $1 million shocked Li Mengyao as well. What kind of person is so generous? Li Mengyao also opened her mouth to ask. Jiang Feng thought about it and said, "It seems to be called Chen Shimao," and left a business card here. "Chen Shimao? Are you sure it's Chen Shimao?" Li Mengyao also asked in surprise. Jiang Feng came to the consultation desk and picked up Chen Shirmao's business card and handed it to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao took the business card and looked at it carefully, then smiled and said to Jiang Feng, "Brother Feng, you should make good friends with this person in the future. He's the eldest son of the Chen family in Central State, the future heir of the Chen family. I just don't know what kind of disease you've given medical attention to. It's a male disease." Before Jiang Feng could say anything, Sun Yalan was the one who said with a quick mouth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng frowned at Sun Yalan and said with a stern face, "If you want to become a healer, you have to keep the patient's condition confidential, especially the ones that are inconvenient to talk about. It's the patient's privacy. Didn't your grandpa teach you that before? Why are you being mean? There are no outsiders here." Sun Yalan said aggrieved. Jiang Feng, however, was still unhappy and said, "That won't do. This is a doctor's professional conduct. If you can't do that, leave the medical center before it's too late." Jiang Feng's words could not be said to be harsh. It was really Sun Yalan who had violated the taboo of being a doctor. Sun Yalan was being reprimanded by Jiang Feng. Tears were rolling in her eyes and were about to flow out. Sun Lianshan, however, hurriedly came to Jiang Feng's side and said, "Mr. Jiang, Yalin was spoiled by me. He was also unintentional, so you can forgive him this time." "Yeah, Brother Feng, the little girl was also unintentional. Besides, I won't say anything." Li Mengyao also followed to plead for mercy and said, and Jechi was shocked by Jiang Feng's appearance. In her mind, Jiang Feng never looked like he was at the mercy of others. When did he become so imposing? The stern face looked a bit scary even to her. However, after being shocked, and Jechi still said, "Jiang Feng, there are no outsiders here, so forgive her once. It won't happen again." Jiang Feng then returned his face to normal and said indifferently. When Sun Lianshan heard this, he hurriedly thanked her and said to Sun Yalan, "Yalan, why don't you thank Mr. Jiang?" "Thank you." Sun Yalan was really frightened by Jiang Feng's appearance just now. From the time Jiang Feng took over the medical center, he always had a smiling look, and he often fought with him, but he didn't expect him to be so serious when it came to patients. After saying that, Sun Yalan ran into the inner room, and as she left, tears had obviously fallen. "Brother Feng, you can't be?" Li Mengyao said as she looked at Jiang Feng. Chapter 47. I signed it. Jiang Feng turned his head and looked at Li Mengyao later. "What's wrong? Sister Mengyao, you wouldn't have cured Chen Shirmao's inability to have children, right?" Li Mengyao asked with some surprise. "You know?" Jiang Feng asked as he looked at Li Mengyao with some surprise. Li Mengyao, however, smiled and said, "The entire Central State knows about this matter. They just don't mention it in front of him. You cured him of this disease. I guess he'll definitely treat you as his guest in the future." And Jechi had also heard of Chen Shirmao, and after realizing that Jiang Feng had treated Chen Shirmao, she was a bit more shocked by Jiang Feng. She couldn't imagine what had happened to Jiang Feng in the past few days. It was simply like a different person. "Alright, I've set up everything. There are still things to do at the company, so I'll leave first. I'll call you when I have time." Li Mengyao then said to Jiang Feng, and when she turned to leave, she even winked at Jiang Feng, her appearance indescribably charming. As soon as Jechi saw Li Mengyao's appearance, she was furious and said with a grunt, "Mr. Li should be busy with the company's business first. Besides, Jiang Feng doesn't have the time lately." Li Mengyao however ignored Jechi and directly left the medical center. After Li Mengyao left, Jechi looked around the medical center. The Chinese-style decoration of the medical center looked elegant and atmospheric, but it was very pleasing to the eye. But when she saw Li Mengyao bring a few pieces of antiques, Jechi frowned and said, "How can these things be placed like this?" It looks like it's just at home and not doing anything. At these words, Jiang Feng smiled helplessly. Li Mengyao placed it in a position that he felt was quite good. It felt that if it wasn't placed by Li Mengyao, and Jiachi shouldn't have said anything, it was obviously looking for bones in the Yaga. However, according to Jiachi's instructions, the antiques were repositioned. After finishing these, Jiachi nodded with satisfaction and handed the check to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't take it and said with a smile, "Put it at your place. Your clinic just opened and needs a lot of money." "I don't want it." And Jiachi shook her head and said, "Take it. I still have some here." "It's enough," Jiang Feng said. And Jiachi looked at Jiang Feng and said with a smile, "How much more do you have?" "All in all, it's enough," Jiang Feng said with a smile. And Jiachi skimmed her lips and said, "Not coming to things," but still put the check into her bag and said, "I'll deposit it for you first. If you want to use it, just ask for it." "Good." Jiang Feng nodded. Afterwards, Jiachi said goodbye to Jiang Feng and left the medical center because she had to go to work. But after Jiachi left the medical center, she turned back and said to Jiang Feng, "Stay away from Li Mengyao in the future, and be sure to tell me if anything happens in the future." "Good," Jiang Feng said helplessly. What could he say? "I'm not joking with you. You remember that for me, or else." And Jiachi shook her small fist towards Jiang Feng. "Obey," Jiang Feng said with a smile, until he watched Jiachi leave. Jiang Feng turned back, sighed, and muttered, "Ugh, it's still a headache." Li Mengyao was very good to herself. Telling herself to stay away from Li Mengyao was something Jiang Feng couldn't say no matter what. "Mr. Jiang, the ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge." At this time, Sun Lianshan said with a smile. Jiang Feng turned back to look at Sun Lianshan and asked, "Elder son, why do you think women are such strange creatures? When she doesn't care about you, she doesn't ask about anything you do, and once she cares about you, she probably has to report even if she goes to the toilet. This shows that women care about you," Sun Lianshan said with a smile. Li family. Master Li looked at the appearance in his collection and was shocked, thinking that a burglar had entered his home. He hurriedly called the nanny and asked, "Mrs. Wu, who all has entered my collection room today?" "Master, it's Miss Wu Ma," hurriedly said. Miss arranged for someone to take a few things inside early in the morning, said that she came back to talk to you in the evening. I heard Miss say that it seems to be her friend's medical center inside the lack of ornaments. So, good, I know. Elder Li nodded, then sat on the sofa and muttered to himself, "A friend? How come I didn't know that Meng Yao has a friend who runs a medical center anymore? Could it be that she's in love?" Ha ha ha. Elder Li laughed happily. His granddaughter had high eyesight. Unusual men couldn't even get into his eyes. He just didn't know what kind of person his granddaughter was looking at. And Jiachi came to Anne's. Just as soon as she walked in the door, she met in Kaiwan. "Yo, isn't this managerin? Have you signed the contract for Qianjiang Pharmaceutical yet?" And Kevin said in a conspiratorial manner. In Kevin's opinion, Qianjiang Pharmaceutical is impossible to cooperate with and Jiachi can't sign it even if she sells her color. After all, the company's operation still depends on strength. "Don't bother hanging around," and Jiachi said with a cold snort. And Kevin smiled even louder and said, "I see na, Jiachi, if you really want to sign down Qianjiang Pharmaceuticals, it's okay to make appropriate sacrifices. Anyway, that punk of a husband of yours won't care." Scram! And Jiachi glared angrily and cursed, then walked away without looking back. "Give your face no face." And Kevin snorted coldly. And Jiachi walked into the company and came directly to the president's office, stood in front of the door and knocked on the door, but in her heart, she lamented that once she was the one who sat inside and waited for others to knock on the door. "Come in." And Mingwei's voice came from the door. And Jiachi pushed the door in. "Mr. I've signed the contract for Xinjiang Pharmaceutical." And Jiachi said as she opened the door. "What did you say?" And Mingwei was looking at his computer. When he heard Jiachi's words, he hurriedly raised his head to look at Jiachi. And Jiachi placed the file bag in her hand on Mingwei's desk and said, "This is the contract from Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Take a look. Stamp it and it will come into effect." And Mingwei sniffed and immediately picked up the file bag on the desk. Because of the excitement in taking out the documents, even did not open it a few times. When he saw the last page of the contract read Xinjiang Pharmaceutical's official seal, and Mingwei smiled and said repeatedly, "Not bad, not bad. I told you that the old man didn't look at the wrong person. Jiachi, for this matter, I'll credit you head on, Mr. What you said at that time about forming a new department?" And Jiachi said as she reminded Mingwei. And Mingwei froze at his words, then said, "Remember, we'll prepare it in the next few days. Go back and wait for the notice. But, Mr. I think it's better to approach Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals as soon as possible." And Jiachi said with a frown. However, after Jiachi finished her sentence, and Mingwei said impatiently, "I know in my heart, you go back first." Seeing Mingwei's impatient appearance, and Jichi didn't linger much, thinking in her heart that there shouldn't be any problem with what In Mingwei announced in front of so many people in the company that day. Thinking of this, and Jichi, who returned to the office, picked up the phone and called Hu Yuan. And Jichi would not be naive enough to think that Jiang Feng could really tell fortunes that day. And Mr. Chen also said that it was his friend who had greeted him. Jichi, what's wrong? Hu Yuan's voice came from the phone. Chapter 48 Video. Tamamon, thank you so much for saying hello to your friend. I'd like to treat you to dinner, and Jichi said with a smile. Hu Yuan was stunned by Jichi's words. Thanking my friend? What friend? Seeing that Hu Yuan didn't say anything, and Jichi thought that Hu Yuan didn't hear it clearly and said again, I've already finished signing the contract for Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals, and Mr. Chen said that it was your friend who stepped in to say hello. Oh, so it's this. I forgot to tell you, Hu Yuan said, but in his heart, he thought, he didn't look for a friend. Besides, he is just a manager of the Wang family. How could he be able to contact the president of Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals? That day was just his own bragging in front of Jichi, but since he had already signed it, he had to admit it down, and he could still win the favor of the beauty. Maybe, in your opinion it's a small thing, helping out might not be on your mind, but in my case it's a big thing, and Jichi said with a smile, I'll treat you to dinner at noon, you decide the location. No, it's not necessary, it's just a phone call from an old classmate, it's better for me to treat you, Hu Yuan said. Hu Yuan tried his best to show his gentlemanly side in front of Jichi, but in fact these few words made Jichi's evaluation of Hu Yuan rise. How can that be? You quickly set the location. Let's meet and talk, and Jichi said. Hu Yuan then said, okay, let's go to the tea house not far from your company. You're closer to there. Good, and Jichi answered. After the two hung up the phone, and Jichi's impression of Hu Yuan got a few points better. How come she didn't realize when she was in college that Hu Yuan was so attentive? Sometimes people are like this. Sometimes the people around you feel deserved no matter how much they care about themselves, but outsiders, even a small gesture you will feel thoughtful, even if it is with a purpose. Hu Yuan did not choose to eat at night, but also want to give Jichi a good impression. The fish, always have to slowly fishing is interesting. Looking at the video in the cell phone, Hu Yuan's mouth corner emerged a smirk. This time to see you still do not leave Jichi? Hu Yuan quickly rushed to the tea house where they had agreed. As soon as they met, and Jichi was very thankful to Hu Yuan. Yuan, this matter is thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I guess Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals wouldn't have signed a contract with Anne's no matter what. After all, Anne's strength is there. Jichi, you're out of line to say this. It just so happens that a friend in the company is working directly with Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals side on a regular basis. I'll talk to him and say it's a small matter, Hu Yuan said with a pretense of modesty. This is not a small matter. Your company is a big company. This kind of thing you must feel very easy to do, but for me it's a big deal, and Jichi said with a smile. The two said and sat down. I've eaten at this tea house once. The taste is on the lighter side. It just so happens that you yourself like dishes with lighter tastes, and it's very close to your company, so it's convenient to go to work in a while, Hu Yuan said with a smile, and Jichi nodded, thinking that Hu Yuan was very attentive, and joked, how come I didn't see you being so attentive when I was in college? Whoever marries you must be very happy. Me? Oh, the university winsome mute, if now so, and you will not rub shoulders. Hu Yuan looked at Jichi with a fiery gaze, and Jichi was a little uncomfortable by Hu Yuan's gaze, and hurriedly said, that was all in college. What about you? Why don't you get married yet? It seems like some of our classmates have big kids. The heart is always loaded with a person. There is no marriage, Hu Yuan said with fake sadness. These years Hu Yuan mixed in the shopping mall 100 flowers. The psychology of the girl is simply too much understanding. You have to provoke their maternal glory, in order to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. And Jichi was a little embarrassed at her words. She certainly knew what Hu Yuan meant in his words, so she had to say, come on, order the food. See what you like to eat? With that, she handed the menu to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan looked at Jichi's small white hand. His heart itched, but he knew that it was not the right time, so he did not continue. Some things should be appropriate, one step at a time, otherwise it would be counterproductive. Waiting for the two to order a good dish, Hu Yuan said, I'll return a message. After pulling up a video from his phone, Hu Yuan got up. I'm going to the restroom, and Jichi nodded, and Hu Yuan placed his cell phone on the table as he left, the screen of the phone just facing in Jichi's direction. When Hu Yuan left, and Jichi happened to see Hu Yuan's cell phone, originally Jichi politely wanted to turn her head away. After all, it was Hu Yuan's cell phone, only that Jichi's gaze was attracted by the video on Hu Yuan's cell phone, and she couldn't move away. Then Jichi picked up Hu Yuan's cell phone, looking at the video on the phone, and Jichi's hands had been trembling uncontrollably. On the video, Jiang Feng was helping a woman into a hotel. The woman in the video inadvertently turned back, although there was only one shot, but Injechi still recognized that the woman was none other than Li Mengyao. How did they go to the hotel? Could it be that they knew each other before? No wonder Li Mengyao was so protective of Jiang Feng at the Wang family banquet. And the medical center. What treating Uncle Wu was simply Li Mengyao opening a medical center for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's recent attitude at home, and his indifference to himself, from being rebellious before, to not arguing with himself at all now, all because he already has Li Mengyao. Jiang Feng even filed for divorce. Is this wanting to marry Li Mengyao? Countless voices resounded in Injechi's head. For a moment Injechi really wanted to go and find Jiang Feng right now and ask him clearly, since he has Li Mengyao, why did he still stroll around the snack street with himself last night? The cell phone was clutched tightly by Injechi. Even her breathing started to become violent. Injechi's actions had long been seen by Hu Yuan, who was sitting in the bathroom doorway, and holding back the laughter on his face. Hu Yuan returned to his seat as if he didn't know. Ha, Jechi, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look so bad? Hu Yuan asked with concern. At those words, Injechi came back to her senses and looked at Hu Yuan. Yuan, where did you get this video? Hu Yuan looked down at the cell phone in Injechi's hand. Jechi, why are you taking my cell phone? Upon seeing the video on his cell phone, Hu Yuan was the one who spoke again. You said this. This is I came home from work that day. I saw Jiang Feng was helping a drunken woman to the hotel. I thought that with Jiang Feng's character it shouldn't be doing anything bad. It must have been trying to help that woman to leave after getting a room. I was worried that Jiang Feng's character would be misunderstood by people, so I filmed it to make it easier to help him clarify later. Clarify? And Jechi asked with an ugly face. Chapter 49. Don't touch me. Yes, don't misunderstand and don't be anxious. Jechi, Jiang Feng will definitely not do anything to wrong you. Hu Yuan could be said to have performed his role as a good friend to the fullest, showing concern and clarifying for Jiang Feng at the same time. However, and Jechi didn't think so, because of what happened at the Wang family's banquet and what happened in the morning in the medical center. And Jechi knew that things were definitely not that simple. Seeing that Injechi didn't say anything, Hu Yuan continued. Jechi, don't think too much. I can see that your face is not looking too good. You can ask Jiang Feng. With Jiang Feng's so weak character, how could he possibly do such a thing? Humph. It's only weak people who do nasty things. Injechi said with a cold snort, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the current Injechi was very agitated. She couldn't accept Jiang Feng's betrayal, even if the two of them weren't a real couple, even if she had never treated Jiang Feng without color. But Jiang Feng was the infamily's son-in-law, the nominal husband of her Injechi's heavenly daughter of Central State. If others found out that Jiang Feng had someone outside, then she would become the laughingstock of everyone. She didn't want to go through the thing of being laughed at by everyone on her wedding day again. Let's eat, Injechi said calmly after adjusting her emotions. Hu Yuan, however, said, Jechi, don't be like this. You're scaring me like this. Look at the way this thing has turned out. I had good intentions. I'm sorry. I didn't blame you. You didn't do anything wrong. Thank you. You won, Injechi said faintly. After saying that, Injechi lowered her head to eat, just clearly able to tell that her heart was not in it. After the two of them simply ate a few bites, Injechi got up and said, You won. Today's state is not good. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. That's all for today. Sorry. Oh, good. I'll send you back to the company, Hu Yuan said hurriedly. No need. After saying that, Injechi went to the front desk and paid the bill, then left the restaurant. Only at the moment she left the restaurant, tears were flowing down that she couldn't control. She didn't know whether she was angry or because she was sad. Sadness. Would she be sad for Jiang Feng? Hu Yuan saw Injechi leaving. The corner of his mouth unconsciously surfaced a smile, called the waiter, Open a bottle of wine for me. Today's purpose has been achieved. It looks like the effect is still good. The only thing that Hu Yuan didn't expect was that Injechi's reaction was so big. It seems that punk still has a certain status in Injechi's heart. However, next, he was going to celebrate, and at the same time, he was going to bless Jiang Feng, and wish himself well. Hu Yuan could even already imagine Jiang Feng being kicked out of the family. Back at the company, Injechi's entire body looked listless. Even in Kaiwan's ridicule towards her was not on her mind. She just returned to the office alone. At this time, Injechi's inner mind constantly echoed the things between these 3 years and Jiang Feng. From Jiang Feng being brought home by her grandfather, to the later marriage of the two of them, and then to some of the recent things. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. And after taking leave from the company, she went straight to the medical center. Injechi, who came to the medical center, looked at Jiang Feng, who was treating a patient seriously. She really couldn't connect this man in front of her with the man on the video. But then again, everything that happened was true again. Follow this prescription. Take it for a week and your stomach problems will be relieved. Jiang Feng said with a smile after giving the patient the prescription. The patient thanked Jiang Feng before getting up to leave. At that moment, Jiang Feng looked at the doorway before realizing that Injechi was actually stand ing at the doorway. Jiang Feng hurriedly got up and came to the door of the medical center, saying with concern, "Why don't you go in? It's windy outside. Be careful of catching a cold." Injechi looked at the man in front of her who looked concerned about herself, her mouth full of bitterness. Looking expressionlessly at Jiang Feng, Injechi's eyes were a little red and she bit her lips lightly. "You come out with me," Injechi said calmly. Injechi's appearance made Jiang Feng very strange. It looked as if Injechi was trying her best to endure something. Following Injechi to the door, Jiang Feng asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you can't talk about in the medical center? I'm saving face for you," Injechi said indifferently. Jiang Feng smiled at his words and said, "You have some new instructions and want to admonish me, worried that they'll know I'm a door-to-door son-in-law? After all, it's your own wife. Understanding, don't be playful with me," Injechi said in a cold voice. "You will only make me feel sick. I feel disgusted when I think that you would say the same thing to Li Mengyao. Super disgusting." Until this moment, Jiang Feng realized that something was wrong with Injechi and heard Li Mengyao again. Then asked, "What are you doing? Why do you say that? Where did you go that night? Did you go to the hotel with Li Mengyao?" Injechi coldly looked at Jiang Feng and asked. Jiang Feng heard this but was stunned. How did Injechi know about this? But with Jiang Feng's nature, and the fact that nothing happened between himself and Li Mengyao that night, it was entirely because Li Mengyao was drunk that he went to the hotel. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Yes." Seeing Jiang Feng admit it, Injechi was stunned. Aren't all scumbags supposed to explain themselves extremely well? Could it be that he was planning to have a showdown with himself? "You're planning to have a showdown with?" Injechi said with a self-deprecating smile, but her fingers were clenched tightly together. Jiang Feng was stunned by Injechi's words and asked in confusion, "Showdown what? Shamelessness. Do you still want to step on two boats with one foot?" Injechi said with a cold smile as she looked at Jiang Feng. The more Jiang Feng heard, the more confused he became and hurriedly said, "What exactly are you talking about? Playing dumb? You even went to a hotel room with Li Mengyao? What do you think I'm talking about?" Injechi bit her lips, trying to keep herself from showing too much concern. Even if Jiang Feng wanted a divorce, she couldn't let him see her sad face. Jiang Feng finally understood why Injechi said those words. Then with a smile, he said, "Jechi, are you caring about me?" Injechi didn't say anything, just looked at Jiang Feng coldly. Seeing Injechi like this, in fact, Jiang Feng's inner heart was still happy, because Injechi being angry showed that Injechi still cared about him. That night was because Li Mengyao was drunk and I didn't know where her house was, so I had to send her to the hotel. I swear nothing happened that night. I didn't even take off my clothes and slept on the sofa, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Injechi sneered and said, "Do you think I'll believe it? Or do you take me as that kind of ignorant little girl? It's really not what you think." "Jechi," Jiang Feng said and was about to go forward. "Don't touch me," Injechi said through clenched teeth, her eyes instantly red. Chapter 50, You asked me to explain. Jiang Feng looked at the hand that had been opened by Injechi and stood still. "Nothing to say?" Injechi looked at Jiang Feng and said hatefully. Jiang Feng looked at Injechi helplessly and said, "You don't believe me when I say it. Did you and Li Mengyao know each other a long time ago?" Injechi bit her lips and asked. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Yes, so you guys started a long time ago," Injechi said as she looked at Jiang Feng, who admitted it even more angrily. Jiang Feng, however, smiled bitterly and said, "Jechi, there's nothing at all between Li Mengyao and me. When the family event was held, it was the first time Li Mengyao and I got to know each other. At that time, because of the time being too late, I ran a little bit hurriedly and was hit by Li Mengyao's car, and was sent to the hospital by her. The painting that was given to Grandma was crashed by Li Mengyao because of the words I bought, and it just so happened that he had a pair in his car." Hearing that Jiang Feng was hit by a car, Li Mengyao's heart was tightened. Recalling that day when Jiang Feng rushed to the hotel was looking a bit lousy, but although she was worried in her heart, Injechi still didn't say anything. Seeing that Injechi didn't say anything, Jiang Feng continued, "I was hit by Li Mengyao's car that day. After I woke up, I felt like I could read anything and remember anything faster, and I got to learn the art of healing from then on. All the books I read before also came back to me." After Jiang Feng finished speaking, Injechi looked at him coldly and said, "I didn't ask you about your medical skills, even if you only met that day. What happened that night at the hotel?" "That night in the hotel was a complete misunderstanding. I just said that it was Li Mengyao who was drunk." Jiang Feng continued to explain. "She was drunk. What's it got to do with you? Why didn't she find someone else in favor of you?" Injechi got angrier and angrier. "Also, you didn't return home that night for the whole night. The two of you went to a hotel. You told me that nothing happened to you. Do you think I'll believe it? But we really didn't have anything happen? And she knows that I'm married too." Juchi, don't think too much, okay? Jiang Feng continued to explain, and Juchi wanted to believe Jiang Feng, but when she remembered the scene on that video where Jiang Feng was holding Li Mengyao, she couldn't help but feel anger rising in her heart. Are you trying to get back at me in this way? And Juchi looked at Jiang Feng and said accusingly, I've never thought of getting back at you. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, never thought about it? You've been humiliated for 3 years in the Yin family, and now that you've met so many rich people, you've never thought about revenge? Are you trying to find someone better than me? Then tell me how good you are, is that it? Good. Now you've achieved your goal, and Juchi said angrily. After saying that, and Juchi turned around and was about to leave, but Jiang Feng dashed to the side of Juchi and said, Juchi, why do you believe me? I really don't have anything with Li Mengyao. I came to Yin family for 3 years. How I treated you, don't you know? Get out of the way. And Juchi said coldly, looking at Juchi's icy cold eyes without a trace of emotional color. Jiang Feng was stunned there, and Juchi bypassed Jiang Feng and left directly. Jiang Feng looked at Juchi's back and laughed bitterly in his heart. She should be angry right now. Wait until the evening and explain to her properly. But Juchi's last look still made Jiang Feng feel sad. He was only a son-in-law in her eyes. Even though he tried his best to explain, she still didn't believe him. And Juchi returned home and went straight to her room, changing into pajamas and lying on the bed under the covers. And Juchi's heart is very aggrieved. Kong Lijun in the living room, after seeing Juchi come back in a huff, glanced at Zhang Hao and said, why does Juchi seem to come back angry? Did she encounter something at the company? And Zhang Hao said, you still know. You said you'd transfer you back, but now you're not given a position. What exactly does Mingwei mean? Juchi is alone in the company. We don't even know when she is aggrieved. Kong Lijun complained. Then what can I do? And Zhang Hao said helplessly. Kong Lijun stood up and said, no, I have to go see Juchi. Don't get angry again. Arriving at Juchi's room, Kong Lijun knocked on the door, but received no response. Juchi, I'm Mom, Kong Lijun shouted, and after receiving no response, Kong Lijun directly pushed the door in. Kong Lijun entered Juchi's room, found Juchi lying in the quilt, did not come out, hurriedly came to the front of the bed, lifted the quilt, wanted to see what was wrong with Juchi, but he didn't expect to find Juchi's eyes red after lifting the quilt. Kong Lijun hurriedly asked, Juchi, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? And Juchi didn't say anything, but pulled over the quilt and covered it up again. Kong Lijun sat on the edge of the bed and patted Juchi and said, Juchi, aren't you aggrieved in the company? Tell Mom. Big deal. Let's quit and leave the Yin family in the future. Hearing this, and Juchi remembered Mingwei's attitude in the company in the morning. Her heart was even more aggrieved, and she directly sat up and jumped into Kong Lijun's arms and said, Mom, Jiang Feng has someone outside. After saying that, and Juchi started sobbing. What did you say? Kong Lijun didn't react at first. When she did, Kong Lijun instantly became furious. That trash even has someone outside. Who gave her such big guts? It's Li Mengyao. My classmate's cell phone has a video of the two of them going to the hotel. And Juchi said excitedly. Kong Lijun sniffed and froze. Li Mengyao? That's the woman from the Li family? Aha! Juchi, don't get angry first. Mom will go and reason with you. Even if their Li family is powerful, they can't seduce someone else's man. Also, what's there to be angry about? Just let that punk leave the Yin family. Kong Lijun comforted Juchi and said that she was about to get up. Juchi, you wait for Mom to come back. I'm going to go to that woman's theory. And Juchi stopped Kong Lijun. Just now she told her mother on impulse. Her mother's character she knew, although a little snobbish, but once she was really aggrieved, she really dared to go to the Li family to make trouble. It's not that Juchi is afraid of Li Mengyao, but once this matter becomes a big deal, it's Juchi herself who will be humiliated. Moreover, Juchi on the way back, emotionally calmed some, thinking that maybe it really is a misunderstanding, but she just couldn't get past the hurdle in her heart. Mom, maybe it's a misunderstanding. I was too excited just now. And Juchi persuaded Kong Lijun. What misunderstanding? I've already said that loser is no good. Kong Lijun, however, was very angry and said with a scowl on her face, what are you going to do? Wait for little Feng to come back and ask first. And Zhang Hao at this time but appeared at the door of the room and said, in case it's a misunderstanding, you go to the Li family to make a scene. What's decent? Chapter 51 Never even held hands. Bullying my daughter is not okay. What gives that punk the right to do this to Juchi? 3 years in the Yin family, nothing to help. If it wasn't for us raising him for 3 years he would have starved to death. And now he doesn't know how to be thankful, but even goes out to find a mistress. Kong Lijun said angrily, do you know what happened? You're just talking nonsense here. I accompany you. Xiao Feng and Juchi have gotten to this point because of you. And Zhang Hao said with a frown, because of me? What's it got to do with me? It's which loser who doesn't fight for himself. When Kong Lijun heard In Jianghao's words, she immediately got up and pointed at In Jianghao and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't even dare to let out a single fart when the old master arranged this marriage, how would Juchi have suffered so much, becoming the laughingstock of the entire central state? It was you who caused Juchi to suffer for the rest of her life. If I don't do something about it, am I really going to let Juchi marry that loser and have children? Then Juchi's life will be truly ruined." And Jianghao was also enraged at his words and said with a sullen face, "I'm harming Juchi. Juchi is also my daughter. How would I harm her? You're doing your daughter a favor by introducing her to all those rich and powerful people. Don't you know what they're after? It's not because Juchi is pretty. Can a marriage like that last?" And Jianghao turned to Juchi after saying, "Juchi, wait for Xiaofeng to come back. I'll ask him." "What to ask? You always protect him so much. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to do such shameless things." Kong Lijun shouted. "You guys stop arguing." And Juchi suddenly shouted and said, "I want to be alone." And Jianghao and Kong Lijun were stunned by Juchi's shout. Then Kong Lijun grunted and said, "Juchi, don't be afraid. If your father doesn't make a decision for you, Mom will make a decision for you even if she spells out this old life." After saying that, Kong Lijun glared at Jianghao and left the room. And Jianghao looked at Juchi and said, "Juchi, the fact that you are so angry shows that you still have Xiaofeng in your heart. What kind of Xiaofeng has been treating you over the past 3 years? I've seen it all in my eyes. It can't be said that you have been clothed and fed, and can't wait to have the foot washing water pumped up for you. So don't be impulsive. Wait for Xiaofeng to come back to talk about everything." "I know, Dad. I want to take a nap," and Juchi said faintly. Hearing this, and Jianghao sighed and turned around and left Juchi's room, and Juchi sat on the bed. Thinking back to Jianghao's words, Jiang Feng had indeed been very good to her over the past 3 years. It was just that she had treated Jiang Feng very poorly, but Jiang Feng never had a single complaint. On the contrary, he had always been so, and he himself looked down on Jiang Feng because he never refuted himself, thinking that he had no manhood. And what was even more irritating was that he stayed at home all day long and circled around the kitchen. However, from a different perspective, if it were not for his mother's oppression of Jiang Feng would not have stayed at home all the time. His mother only knew how to play cards and buy things all day long, and if it were not for Jiang Feng in these 3 years, she probably would not have been able to eat even a hot meal. Although he did not reprimand Jiang Feng daily to play footwash, but the mother did. These Jiang Feng are never complained, but silently endure. And Juchi was sitting on the edge of the bed thinking. At this time, Jiang Feng in the medical center was also a bitter face. For in Juchi, Jiang Feng knew how he felt in his heart. From the first moment he saw in Juchi after coming to the Yin family with Eldarin, Jiang Feng felt that Juchi was the one in his life. Although Jiang Feng had suffered a lot of humiliation in the Yin family after Eldarin passed away, Jiang Feng had never complained about Juchi. On the one hand, although he was always thinking about revenge, but at that time, the situation was such that Jiang Feng could not do anything with his hands. Jiang Feng had to recognize the reality. On the other hand, apart from being cold to herself and not trusting herself, Juchi had never treated Jiang Feng as a servant. "Hey, those 2 women in the morning. Which one is the main house?" Sun Yalan came to Jiang Feng's side and asked with a smile. Jiang Feng heard this but frowned and said, Which one is the main house?" "Meng Yao is just my friend." "All Meng Yao? Still a friend? A friend would send you such a big medical center? Little cutie. I can tell that Li Meng Yao is interested in you." Sun Yalan skimmed her mouth and said. Jiang Feng knew that he couldn't speak clearly with Sun Yalan, and his own heart was irritated at the moment, so he just stopped talking. "What about the other one?" Sun Yalan was not going to let Jiang Feng off the hook and continued to ask. "That one is my nominal wife," Jiang Feng said indifferently. Sun Yalan froze at his words and said, "Nominal wife? What does that mean?" "It means that the 2 of us haven't done anything besides having a marriage license. We haven't even held hands. Get it?" Jiang Feng said without a trace of anger. "She's never treated me as his husband either." "You're serious?" Sun Yalan opened her mouth wide. It was as if she could stuff an egg in her mouth. Anyone would find it hard to believe that she had found such a beautiful wife, but she had never even held her hand. How is that possible? Jiang Feng shrugged and said, "But it's a fact. From the first day I entered the Yin family, Juchi wasn't very kind to me. Not to mention my snobby mother-in-law." "The Yin family? And Juchi?" Sun Yalan's mouth opened wide once again. "You know?" Jiang Feng asked unexpectedly as he looked at Sun Yalan. Sun Yalan pointed at Jiang Feng and couldn't speak for half a day before she exclaimed, "You're that trash son-in-law of the Yin family? The trashy husband of Juchi, the #1 beauty in Central State?" At those words, Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, but still said, "Yes, it's me. Didn't expect it." "Then how come you still have medical skills?" Sun Yalan asked in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be?" "I'm not supposed to be a waste of space. Nothing is right, right?" Jiang Feng continued with Sun Yalan's words. "It's not that either. Sun Yalan said with some embarrassment. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "It's fine. I've long gotten used to being called a waste by others. Then why are you opening a medical center now?" Sun Yalan said with a frown. "Got hit by a car and then got enlightened. Then I opened a medical center." Jiang Feng said with a smile. Sun Yalan, however, rolled her eyes and said in a rude manner, "Who are you fooling? I've never heard of anyone learning medicine after being hit by a car. If that's the case, I'd rather be hit by a car too. Don't amuse me if you don't want to talk about it. I really didn't lie to you." Jiang Feng said lightly, "But your words just now reminded me." "What words?" Sun Yalan asked strangely. "Even you, an outsider yourself, think that this waste of a son-in-law of mine can't do anything, so Jechi will definitely think that way even more after experiencing being laughed at." Jiang Feng said. "Your wife looks down on you?" Sun Yalan asked. "Come to think of it, if I found a waste of a husband, I would also look down on him." Chapter 52 Door Unlocked. Yes, topped with the name of the number one beauty in the central state but married to a trash husband. Anyone would be uncomfortable, right? Jiang Feng muttered. Sun Yalan said exaggeratedly, "More than that? If it were me I might have the heart to die." "Right. What did your wife come to you for in the afternoon?" Jiang Feng then told Sun Yalan about that night when he went to the hotel with Li Mangyao and was known by Jechi. Sun Yalan nodded and said, "Then it's normal for your wife to be angry. After all, you can't tell this kind of thing. However, the talent who shot the video really had evil intentions. It's probably your wife's suitor." Jiang Feng froze. "Suitor? You don't know?" Sun Yalan asked in surprise. "Know what?" Jiang Feng frowned at Sun Yalan. Sun Yalan's expression was a bit awkward as she said, "First things first, no offense. Good. Your wife is the number one beauty in Central State. So naturally, she's the goddess in the hearts of male animals, and there are even a lot of rich young men who threaten to pursue your wife." Sun Yalan said carefully. "Don't they know that Jechi is already married?" Jiang Feng said with a frown. Sun Yalan skimmed her lips and said, "I know, but Jechi's husband is a veritable waste. Married for 3 years working as a nanny in the Yin family, even sleeping in the storage room at night, and Jechi is simply as good as not being married. If she chases after her, it's not like she's losing anything. Who cares about the word divorce on the marriage certificate when you've got a beautiful woman? As for you, it's not even in the consideration, and you're directly filtered out. Some people even said that even if they pursued your wife in front of you, you wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart." Ka-ching! The teacup in Jiang Feng's hand was instantly crushed by Jiang Feng, his face grim. Sun Yalan was startled by Jiang Feng's appearance and hurriedly said, "I said I wouldn't bring anger. Why are you still in a hurry?" Jiang Feng then took a deep breath and said, "Sorry." "Understood," Sun Yalan said in a rare moment when she didn't hit Jiang Feng. "What now? How can I explain to Jechi? She won't believe me." Jiang Feng said helplessly. "For sure, even if she believes it now, she won't forgive you. If she forgives you so easily, won't you be careless in the future? Go back at night and say more nice things. She is angry, naturally forgive you. After all, it was a misunderstanding," Sun Yalan said with a smile. "What's good to hear? What's nice?" Jiang Feng said with a confused look at Sun Yalan. Sun Yalan said with an expression of being defeated by you. "Can you compliment a woman?" "Got it." Jiang Feng nodded and said. Sun Yalan patted Jiang Feng's shoulder with an expression like a child can be taught, making Jiang Feng cry and laugh. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go home," Sun Yalan said. Jiang Feng nodded, got up and left the medical center and went home. After Jiang Feng entered the door, he saw Kong Lijun sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, and Jiang Hao sitting on the side quietly looking at the newspaper. Seeing Jiang Feng enter the door, Kong Lijun directly stood up, puffing and puffing towards Jiang Feng, like a hungry wolf pouncing on a meal. Jiang Feng thought in his heart, "I guess Jechi told her mother-in-law about the matter. This look is specially waiting for herself here." "Rubbish!" Kong Lijun shouted. Jiang Feng, however, directly interrupted Kong Lijun and said, "I'll go and explain to Jechi about this. It's not what you think." After saying that, Jiang Feng also ignored Kong Lijun and was about to go upstairs. "Stop!" Kong Lijun turned around and directly blocked Jiang Feng's way. "You've grown up. You even went out to look for a mistress. If you don't make this clear today, you'll immediately get out of the Yin family. I'll go and talk to Jechi. Please get out of the way." Jiang Feng said coldly. For Kong Lijun he really couldn't bring up any desire to talk to her. "What's your attitude? You still have a point?" Kong Lijun shouted with her arms crossed. And Jiang Hao opened his mouth and said towards Jiang Feng, "Little Feng, don't go up first. Jechi is now angry. Come over and tell me what's going on." Hearing that, Jiang Feng had to come to the living room, sat down opposite Jiang Hao, and told him what happened that night and afternoon. Video? After all, Jiang Hao had fought for many years in the shopping mall. He immediately realized that this might have been done intentionally by someone, but he still asked, "Little Feng, tell me the truth. You and that Li family's Li Mengyao, is there something going on or not? Dad, Li Mengyao and I have nothing going on. That night was because I was in a bad mood to go to the river and happened to meet him. When I was drinking at the bar, she was drunk, and I didn't know her home, so I couldn't just leave a girl alone at the bar, right? I slept on the sofa that night. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Mengyao or the waiter of the hotel. Li Mengyao went to the hotel when she was already drunk, and vomited on my clothes, and let the waiter help to clean it at that time. Jiang Feng said with certainty. I believe you, little Feng, since you have nothing to do with Li Mengyao. In a while when Jiechi's anger subsides, you go and coax him, and Jiang Hao said with a smile. Yes, Dad, Jiang Feng answered. He said it didn't happen and it didn't happen? The hotel attendant followed them? Are you senile? You believe whatever this punk says. Kong Li Jun, however, was furious. With my understanding of little Feng, he wouldn't lie. This is a young man's matter. You shouldn't follow and get involved. And Jiang Hao said with a frown. Me getting involved? I'm worried about Jiechi being bullied. I've never seen you being such a father that you would go and trust an outsider. Kong Li Jun said with a cold face. Mom, you're a mouthful of outsiders and a mouthful of trash. It's entirely your problem that Jiechi and I are at this point today. Jiang Feng was really a bit unable to bear it and said in a cold voice. I'm doing this for my daughter's sake. Kong Li Jun glared at Jiang Feng and said. Jiang Feng, however, muttered. I don't believe there is anyone else in this world who loves Jiechi more than me. After saying that, Jiang Feng directly got up and went up to the second floor. Coming to Jiechi's room on the second floor, Jiang Feng knocked on the door, but Jiechi didn't respond. Jiang Feng directly pushed the door in. Who let you just enter my room? Jiang Feng who pushed the door and happened to look at Jiechi who was sitting on the edge of the bed and was looking at him coldly. Jiang Feng smiled and said, the door was unlocked. And Jiechi was angry enough by Jiang Feng's words. The door is unlocked so you can come in? So unable to speak. You can come in if the door is unlocked? Then is it that if Li Mingyao's house is unlocked, you'll go to her room directly? And Jiechi said with a cold face. At those words, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Jiechi, I came up here to explain to you. Listen to me finish my sentence before you kick me out. Chapter 53, what kind of attitude is this? In fact, at this time, Jiechi was already not as angry as she was in the afternoon. And Jiang Hao understood Jiang Feng. And Jiechi more or less understood Jiang Feng's nature even if she had a bad attitude towards him. And the most important thing is that in this circle in Zhengzhou, everyone knows that although Li Mengyao dresses sexy, but really haven't heard of having a boyfriend, not to mention and who has rumors. So it wasn't realistic to have something with Jiang Feng just after meeting her. And Jiechi's heart inexplicably ached when she heard Jiang Feng's words about waiting for him to finish and then kicking him out. What is it that makes a man so humble when he talks to himself? Is it the glory and wealth of the Yin family? That was the Yin family, not his own family. And now that Jiang Feng has his own medical center, will he still be afraid of not being able to eat? Even Jiechi thought in her heart, perhaps Jiang Feng and the Yin family in these 3 years silently bear all these but for their own. If there is no one self-in, Jiang Feng may have long left the Yin family. This is not self-consciousness. This is the truth. Because Jiechi really couldn't figure out how someone could withstand her mother's knife-like mouth. Just say it there. And Jiechi said. Jiang Feng closed the door but said, I've been busy all afternoon. Let me sit down, okay? Hearing that Jiang Feng had been busy all afternoon, Jiechi was a bit distressed, but still didn't say anything. Thinking of the $1 million check Jiang Feng gave himself this morning, Jiechi felt for the first time that Jiang Feng's medical skills were real. Otherwise how could so many people look for him to see a doctor? Then Jiechi said in a bad mood, the leg is on you. I didn't tie it up. Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled faintly and came to sit beside Jiechi. Isn't there a chair over there? Seeing that Jiang Feng even sat down next to himself, Jiechi's face flushed and said with a stern face, the chair is too hard. Besides I haven't sat on your bed yet. Jiang Feng said with a smile, Jiechi glanced at Jiang Feng, thinking that for 3 years now, Jiang Feng had gone out every time he entered his room, put the foot wash down and went out, not to mention the bed, not even the chair in this room. He was a little intolerant, and then he didn't say anything more. In fact, Jiang Feng had long seen that Jiechi was no longer angry, and softly said, Jiechi, I know that you have suffered a lot in these 3 years, and are very dissatisfied with this marriage arranged by Grandpa, but because of your filial piety, that's why you didn't say anything. You're the #1 beauty in Central State, married to such a loser husband like me. You must have received a lot of ridicule on a regular basis, so I understand that you're angry with me, but I can feel that you actually still can't bear to be that harsh towards me. From the time when Mom was scolding and chastising me, I knew when you were stopping at the side that you were actually doing it for my own good. It's just that you have a strong character and can't pull your face to care about me. And Jiechi looked back at Jiang Feng and said with a stern face, don't give me a high hat. You haven't made things clear yet. But the happiness in Jiechi's eyes. Jiang Feng saw it. Sun Yalan's trick worked. After arguing with you that night, I was in a bad mood and went to the river. I met Li Mengyao, who also argued with her family. Then after chatting a few words she pulled me to the bar. I didn't expect her drink to be so bad. She got drunk very quickly. When I sent her to the hotel, he was drunk as a slime. He also threw up on my clothes. Don't believe it. We went to the hotel and asked the waiter. I was still asking him to help wash the clothes. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiechi and continued. It was too late at the back and she didn't wake up. So I stayed on the sofa for the night. That's how it happened. If you don't believe me you can call Li Mengyao now, Jiang Feng said with a straight face. With Jiang Feng's understanding of Jiechi would never make this call, so he said with a retreat. The most important thing was that Jiang Feng wasn't afraid that Jiechi would call and think that he and Li Mengyao were innocent. In fact, just now when Jiang Feng was talking to Jiang Hao downstairs, Jiechi had already heard it behind the door, and she had been waiting by the door just to see if Jiang Feng would be the first to come and explain himself. However, when she thought of Li Mengyao leaning on Jiang Feng's body in the video, Jiechi was still a bit angry. What about your medical center? Is it really the consultation fee for that Uncle Wu's treatment? What kind of disease is such an expensive consultation fee? Jiechi stared at Jiang Feng with a pair of big eyes and said, Phew! Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This hurdle was passed. A life, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Then Jiang Feng told Jiechi about that day when Li Mengyao encountered an assassin on Huacheng Street, and also about how Wu Bo was seriously injured and almost died. When Jiechi heard that there was an assassin, she unconsciously covered her mouth with her hand and let out a sound, with a concerned look on her face. Seeing Jiechi's appearance, Jiang Feng smoothly held Jiechi's small hand and said, Things have passed. Don't worry. Jiechi was held by Jiang Feng's hand. Her face reddened. She had never been held by a man's hand when she was so old. Even if Jiang Feng was her nominal wife, it was useless. Taking advantage of me, isn't it? How come I didn't find you like this before? Jiechi pulled out her own hand and said in a bad mood, Stay away from that Li Mengyao in the future. Although Jiechi didn't smile, her face wasn't as cold as it was just now. The Li family isn't the Yin family. The Li family operates a multinational business, so it's very common to offend people. Don't let it be one of these days that the assassins clean you up by the hand. Well, I know. Jiang Feng could hear the concern in Jiechi's tone. You're not angry anymore? Jiechi didn't answer Jiang Feng's words, but said, Jiang Feng, I want to talk to you. Go ahead. Jiang Feng answered. What do you think of Li Mengyao? Jiechi asked. Jiang Feng frowned and said, Didn't you already explain? Why are you still asking? I can't even ask. Even though we're only a nominal couple, I have the right to know, right? Jiechi said as her voice suddenly rose. I didn't say no. What I mean is that I've already explained to you. That night was a misunderstanding. It wasn't what you thought at all. Jiang Feng said helplessly. Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng and said, Why are you so excited? I just asked a question. Are you so impatient? Where am I impatient? Jiang Feng said in dismay. Jiechi, the person who gave you the video didn't have any good intentions at all. You know full well that Li Mengyao and I don't have anything. Don't be provoked by others. What kind of attitude is that? Jiechi was also provoked by Jiang Feng's words. She said loudly, The one who gave me the video didn't have any good intentions at all. But she also knows that she helped me sign Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals, don't you? Chapter 54, only selling for $1,430,000. You only go after Li Mengyao whenever you have a fight. Jiechi said hysterically. Jiang Feng sighed and said, Jiechi, I think there's still a problem between us. Anyway, I've already explained, whether you believe it or not, but I have no shame. Jiang Feng did not know why just now also good Jiechi's suddenly changed face. In Jiang Feng's opinion he has explained. No is no. Why Jiechi still grasping not to let go? If the two are a normal couple there is no excuse, but the two are obviously just a nominal couple. Jiechi even usually do not look at himself, but now come to pay attention to their own socializing. So that Jiang Feng once thought that Jiechi just because of the face cannot be, feeling that he had disgraced him, her Jiechi's husband, even if he didn't care, must be the center of everything he did. Even though Jiang Feng knew that if he spoke like this, it would only intensify the conflict, he still couldn't help but say it. Perhaps because he had been suppressed for too long in the Yin family, Jiang Feng was no longer as rebellious as he was before. Good. You're so powerful now that you think you have a medical center. You've already started to become impatient talking to me. Jiechi gasped. Is it me who is impatient, or are you just being unreasonable? What kind of person are you to me? My wife? I haven't even held your hand. What kind of wife is that? And what am I to you? You're just treating me like a lapdog. Have you ever looked at me in the eyes in these 3 years? Not even willing to appear in occasions with me. I know you look down on me, but I'm telling you, Jiechi, from now on, not to mention an in family, even the Li family will have to look up to me. Jiang Feng uttered the years of depression in his heart in one breath, then gasped and looked at Enjechi. Enjechi was stunned by Jiang Feng's words. Was this still the same Jiang Feng who was subservient to himself? After a long time, Enjechi said faintly, "Get out." Bang! Jiang Feng walked out of Enjechi's room and closed the door vigorously with his hand. The loud slamming of the door made the hearts of Kong Lijun and Zhang downstairs shake, but it was Enjechi's heart that shook the most. This was the first time in 3 years that Jiang Feng had spoken to himself like this. Rubbish! What qualifications do you have to argue with my daughter? Something born of a mother but not raised by a mother, Kong Lijun said as she walked up to the second floor. Only when she saw Jiang Feng, Kong Lijun was standing there in shock. At this time Jiang Feng was looking at Kong Lijun with a frosty face. Are you happy now? What am I happy about? Kong Lijun said with some shivering. He had never seen Jiang Feng's eyes like this before, as if in the next second, Jiang Feng would kill himself. Jiang Feng, why are you being mean to my mom? My mom is right. You're a white-eyed wolf. At this time, Enjechi but suddenly opened the door and pointed at Jiang Feng and scolded. Right, I'm a white-eyed wolf. Enjechi, aren't you just looking down on me? If you didn't look down on me, would I have gone to the river that night? I would have met with Li Mengyao. Let me tell you, even if I really find a woman outside one day, it's because you forced me to. Jiang Feng finished speaking and directly went back to his room, leaving behind Enjechi and Kong Lijun's stunned expressions. A moment later, Kong Lijun screamed shrilly. It's gone against the heavens. This punk is going to turn the world upside down. Scram! Get the hell out of here. Ugh! Looking at the scene on the stairs, and Zhang sighed. Bang! Enjechi also returned to her room. The door to her room closed tightly, leaving Kong Lijun standing alone on the stairs of the second floor. What are you still standing there for? 2 kids were bickering and you had to stick your nose in. Now are you satisfied? And Zhang said with a cold snort as he stood at the bottom of the stairs, and then went back to his room without turning his head. And Jiachi, who had returned to her room, had Jiang Feng's words constantly echoing in her head. Even if I go out to find a woman, it's because you forced me to. Have you ever looked me in the eye in the past 3 years? Not to mention the Yin family, even the Li family has to look up to me. Was he really wrong? Every word of Jiang Feng's hit Enjechi's heart hard. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, Jiang Feng still woke up early, but he didn't expect that when Jiang Feng came downstairs, he found Enjechi sitting on the sofa. When he passed by Enjechi, Jiang Feng didn't say anything but walked directly to the door. Just as Jiang Feng was about to open the door, Enjechi opened her mouth and said, "Going to the medical center?" "Aha!" Jiang Feng answered. "I have something to do early today too. I'll send you," Enjechi said indifferently. Jiang Feng was stunned at his words, but still said, "No need. I'm used to walking." After saying that, Jiang Feng directly left the house. In the living room Enjechi sat there with a surprised look on her face. Jiang Feng even refused to send him by himself? Could it be? Enjechi hurriedly put on her shoes and walked out of the house. But when she walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, Jiang Feng's figure had already disappeared from her sight. Enjechi had no choice but to return home, pick up the car keys and chased out. She wanted to see if it would be Li Mengyao to pick up Jiang Feng. When Enjechi caught up with Jiang Feng was already about to walk to the medical center. Looking down at her hand, Enjechi was a bit stunned. Did he fly over? He had only gone home to get a key, and he had already walked here. Gradually, Enjechi discovered something even more astonishing. It was that Jiang Feng's pace was clearly not big, giving off a feeling of idleness, but his speed was not slow. The combination of one fast and one slow was indescribably strange. It wasn't long before Enjechi realized that Jiang Feng had stopped in front of a roadside stall. Jiang Feng looked at the roadside stall, but his eyes are full of respect. The stall casually placed a few old objects. Generally this situation stalls are cheating. If it is a real old objects how can be sold in such a place to pick up? But in life there are many people who have been deceived. Jiang Feng stopped because he saw that most of the old objects on the stall were real, and if he could use his cell phone to record it, he would find that the stall was surrounded by a dazzling colorful gas. Jiang Feng frowned and squatted down, casually picked up a jade pendant and asked, "How much is this?" 100,000. The stallholder was a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat that he wore when farming, covering his entire face. "What about this one?" Jiang Feng picked up another white jade ring and asked. 50,000. The middle-aged man said. After Jiang Feng looked at the wide array of things on the stall, he directly asked, "I'll take all these things of yours. Name your price." "Are you serious?" The middle-aged man froze and asked in surprise. "Really? Name your price," Jiang Feng said indifferently. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and said, $1,430,000. "I'll give you $2 million. Jiang Feng said indifferently. "No, I'm only selling for $1,430,000. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, Chapter 55, Ding Family's Patient. At that, Jiang Feng looked at the middle-aged man with some surprise. He had just thought that looking at the middle-aged man's dress should be very short of money. The value of the things on the stall was actually far more than 1,430,000. Thought the middle-aged man must be unintelligent. Jiang Feng could not bear to take advantage of the middle-aged man most of the cheap, so only to open the price of 2 million, but did not expect the middle-aged man actually did not sell. In this world, there are really people who are too much money? Why? Jiang Feng asked. The middle-aged man said honestly, I only need $1,430,000. Why do you only need that much? Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask as his curiosity was aroused by the middle-aged man's words. 1 million for my mother's treatment. 400,000 for my mother's future life. The middle-aged man said indifferently. What about you? Jiang Feng asked rather curiously. The middle-aged man, however, didn't answer Jiang Feng's words, but asked, Are you buying or not? Buy. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Just $1,430,000. Then transfer the money. The middle-aged man took out his cell phone and said. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of surprise. His old lady was finally saved. Ding! The transfer was successful. The middle-aged man directly put a pocket of the bunk on the ground. A brain stuffed into Jiang Feng's hand, turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Jiang Feng called out to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned back to look at Jiang Feng vigilantly. Mister, is not backing out, right? No, I'm telling you that I'm a doctor, and I have a medical center on Hua Cheng Street called Jiang's Medical Center. If you trust me, you can bring your mother to the medical center and I'll give you him a look. The consultation fee is only $100,000. Jiang Feng said lightly. Good, the middle-aged man said, but directly left. Jiang Feng looked at the bag in his hand, but smiled bitterly. If he was seen in this state, he wouldn't think that he had been swept away. However, Jiang Feng never cared about this, sent the baggage over his shoulder and walked in the direction of the medical center. And Jechi in the car was very puzzled as she watched this scene. That stall looked like one of those frauds reported in the news. How come Jiang Feng still fell for it? And Jechi was going to get out of the car to stop Jiang Feng. But before Jechi could stop the car, Jiang Feng had already paid. Where did Jiang Feng get the money from? Yesterday's consultation fee of $1 million was still in his bag. Not being able to think, and Jechi continued to follow Jiang Feng. Seeing Jiang Feng arrive at the door of the medical center, and Jechi muttered in the car, Did I blame him wrongly? When Jiang Feng walked into the medical center, Sun Yalan and Sun Lianshan were already in the medical center. Seeing the bag on Jiang Feng's shoulder, Sun Yalan said dumbfounded, You're not being swept away, are you? Can you wish me well? Jiang Feng said without a trace of anger. Jiang Feng placed the bag on the table and started to check the objects inside. Sun Yalan was startled by Jiang Feng's action, then hurriedly said, You're not being cheated, are you? Jiang Feng ignored Sun Yalan, but carefully examined each and every item. And finally Jiang Feng came to the conclusion that each and every item inside this package was worth a lot of money. 3 things were picked out inside. They were a jade pendant, a white jade ring, and a jade flute. Afterwards, Jiang Feng tied the package and threw it directly into the inner room. And Jechi watched Jiang Feng walk into the medical center, but did not go to the company, but sat in the car and looked at the direction of the medical center. In fact, and Jechi very much want to go in. Last night after the two quarreled, and Jechi realized how much aggression this man suffered in the past 3 years. Although the two are only a nominal couple, but in Jechi still want to give Jiang Feng a chance. If Jiang Feng really can make their hearts, this life is also counted as you complete. Jiang Feng, who had just walked out of the inner room, the phone in his pocket was ringing. It was Ding Yizhen's call. Brother Feng, are you at home? Ding Yizhen's tone on the phone was a bit urgent. Jiang Feng said, I'm not at home right now. What happened? Brother Feng, I want to ask you to help see a patient. This patient's identity and special. Is the old man's comrade in the army? His disease has already seen a lot of doctors. More than a bundle of hands cannot do anything. But I think that Brother Feng you will be able to do it. Ding Yizhen said over the phone. Jiang Feng smiled, nodded and said, I have to see the patient to know. This way, I'm at the medical center now. Tell me the address and I'll go there myself. Medical center? Brother Feng, you opened a medical center? Where is it? I'm near your house. Ding Yizhen said in surprise. Well, it just plopped down 2 days ago. I'm on Hua Cheng Street. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Perhaps Ding Yizhen was really in a hurry. In less than 10 minutes Ding Yizhen's car had already appeared in front of Jiang's medical center. Jiang Feng didn't delay, directly got into Ding Yizhen's car and drove towards the Ding family. And Jiachi, who was by the roadside, saw that Ding Yizhen had come to the medical center. But in less than a minute, Jiang Feng followed Ding Yizhen away, and Jiachi's mind was a little confused. Could it be that the Ding family's old man's condition had worsened, and the Ding family had come to ask for help? With that, and Jiachi started the car and directly followed. When Jiang Feng and Ding Yijin arrived at the Ding family, they found that Elder Ding was sitting in the main hall drinking tea. Next to him was also sitting an old man in a tang suit. Just from the color of his face, his body didn't seem to be too good. Beside the old man stood a youth with a cold face. A pair of eyes had been following Jiang Feng since he entered the house. At a glance, Jiang Feng could tell that the youth beside the old man had a strong martial artist's aura, while the old man who was also seated had a martial artist's aura that was even thicker than the youth. In his heart, he thought, it seems that this old man's identity is very unusual. To be able to use a martial artist as a personal guard is not something an ordinary person can do. Mr. Jiang, I hope you'll forgive me for suddenly inviting you here. Elder Ding got up and said smilingly, Elder Ding, let's not be so polite, right? Just call me Jiang Feng. I'm on brotherly terms with E-Diagnosis, so you're naturally my elder. Jiang Feng said with a smile, ha ha ha, good, good. Elder Ding laughed happily. His voice was loud and penetrating. Elder Ding, listening to your laughter, your body should have recovered as good as new. Jiang Feng asked with a smile. Mr. Jiang, more than that, thanks to the medicine you prescribed for me, I can now eat 2 big bowls of rice at a meal. I can still live for at least another 10 years. Ha ha, Elder Ding laughed out loud once again. Mr. Jiang, this is an old friend of mine who is a little unwell. Will you take a look at him later? Elder Ding seemed to respect this old friend so much that he didn't even say his name. Jiang Feng looked at the old man and realized that the old man was also looking at him with a faint smile and nodded. Elder Ding, is he the divine doctor you mentioned? Too young, right? The youth beside the old man voiced out a question. Age can only represent how much you've eaten. It doesn't bring sight anything else. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and walked into the inner room. Chapter 56 Resentment Haunts the Body. Little Wei, don't talk too much. The old man turned around and rushed the youth, then turned his head to Elder Ding and said, Xiao Ding, this composure of Mr. Jiang is a rare thing. Mr. Jiang is definitely a strange man. Jiang Feng then sat on the sofa, picked up a pillow and put it down, signaling the old man to come to his side. Please give me your right hand. The old man sat beside Jiang Feng and cooperatively stretched out his right hand, placing it on the pillow cushion. Jiang Feng was just about to cut the old man's pulse, when Xiao Wei behind him once again spoke out. Wait! Jiang Feng raised his head with some surprise and said lightly, what is it? According to the regulations, I need to check on you. The little guard's face was cold as he looked at Jiang Feng and said, a tone of command in his tone, without the slightest intention of negotiation. Search your body? Jiang Feng looked at Xiao Wei with a cold smile and said, you don't seem to have gotten one thing straight. You're the ones who begged me to see the doctor. How dare you? The little guard shouted coldly. Whoever it is, must be searched. Scram! Jiang Feng continued to extend his hand to cut the old man's pulse. No way! The youth shouted softly and raised his hand to stop Jiang Feng's right hand that was cutting his pulse. Just when the youth thought that he could easily stop Jiang Feng's hand, his face changed. At this moment, Jiang Feng's hand easily dodged his hand in an unusually weird route and steadily placed it on the old man's pulse. You! The youth's face turned a little red and he struck again. Anyone with a clear eye could see that this time he had increased his force. His powerful hand attacked Jiang Feng with a strong wind. Seeing the youth like this, Ding Yijin got up and was about to go forward, but realized that Jiang Feng signaled himself not to move. So he had to stop and then looked at Elder Ding with a face full of anxiety. Elder Ding's eyes were also full of anxiety. The youth's skill he knew. As the old man's personal bodyguard, he was very loyal to the old man. Just this temper is really a headache. He invited himself to treat the old man. Can he still harm the old man? Pa! When everyone thought that Jiang Feng was going to suffer a loss, there was a sudden light sound, but Jiang Feng tightly clasped the youth's pulse. Then without seeing how hard he pushed, the youth was thrown out. The youth landed on the ground after a roll to stand up, although not injured, but his eyes are full of shock. His own hands he knows, even if he did not use full force, but it is still ordinary people cannot withstand, not to mention their own 178 weight, just like this was thrown out. The youth was not the only one who was stunned. The entire Ding family looked at Jiang Feng in shock, especially Elder Ding and Ding Yijin. They hadn't expected that with Xiao Wei's cultivation level he would just be thrown out directly by Jiang Feng. Want to try again? Jiang Feng said indifferently. The youth didn't move. He just said icily, do you know who he is? In my eyes there are only patients. Even if the one from the Forbidden City comes, in my eyes it's no different from a regular person. Good, good, good. That's how it should be. Mr. Jiang is indeed a strange man. The old man who hadn't been speaking suddenly said aloud. Old sir, the test has been tried and tested. Is your illness still curable? I don't really have too much time to accompany you here to play dumb riddles. Jiang Feng put away his right hand and looked at the old man flatly. Cure. Jiang Feng once again put his right hand on the old man's pulse. For a long time Jiang Feng's brow furrowed. Although it quickly returned to blandness, it was still captured by the old man. Little brother, it's alright if it can't be cured. There are no more than a handful of famous doctors I've asked over the years. They all have no solution. I've long since looked away. The old man was very open-minded, not disappointed in the slightest. The other hand, Jiang Feng didn't answer the old man's words, but asked him to change his other hand. Placing his hand on the old man's pulse for a moment, Jiang Feng looked up and said to Ding Yizhen, "Yizhen, you and Elder Ding stay behind, the others evade." Yes. The youth looked at Jiang Feng and then at the old man and didn't move. "If I want to kill him, it's useless for 10 of you to be here." Jiang Feng didn't even lift his head as he uttered these words. "You." The old man nodded at the youth before he angrily went out the door. Immediately afterward, the Ding family's subordinates all followed out. "Regret?" Jiang Feng suddenly said something borderline. "What's there to regret? If I were to do it again, I'd still do it." The old man smiled very frankly. Elder Ding and Ding Yizhen looked at the two in disbelief, not knowing what riddle they were playing. "It can't be cured today." Jiang Feng suddenly laughed. "Mr. Jiang, even you don't have a solution?" When Elder Ding heard Jiang Feng say that, he stood up from his seat all of a sudden, his body trembling a bit. "Old Ding, this is fate." The old man didn't look dejected because of Jiang Feng's words. He still had a flat tone, as if he himself had guessed that it was such an outcome. "Mr. Jiang, this kid Xiaowei's character is just a bit reckless, but his heart is good. You mustn't get angry because of this." Elder Ding thought that Jiang Feng was angry with Xiaowei. It wasn't that he couldn't be cured, but that he wouldn't be given a cure. "Alas, Elder Ding, am I a small-minded person in your heart?" Jiang Feng looked at Elder Ding with tears and laughter. "When I said I can't cure today, it's not that I won't, but at this stage I'm lacking a few medicinal herbs and things. When I'm ready, I'll cure it for old man." "What did you say? It can be cured?" "Mr. Jiang, don't lie to me." Elder Ding suddenly jumped up, looking at Jiang Feng, who was very worried that he would fall down, and said in a hurry. Seeing Elder Ding so excited, Jiang Feng hurriedly said, "It can be cured. It can be cured. Young man, can it really be cured?" The old man's ancient expression fluctuated for the first time when he heard what Jiang Feng said. "In this world, there are very few diseases that I can't cure. It's just that your disease is a bit troublesome." Jiang Feng revealed a powerful confidence when he said those words. "Mr. Jiang, what kind of disease does the old class president have?" Elder Ding couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Feng looked at the old man. Seeing that he didn't object, he took a sip of tea and said faintly, "Grievances stalking the body." "Grievances stalking the body? Not a disease?" Elder Ding looked at the old man in shock. Then at Jiang Feng, his lips moved but no words came out. "Ding, be normal. Didn't Mr. Jiang say it can be cured?" Jiang Feng looked at this calmness of the old man and secretly nodded. "Why on earth is this happening? How did the grudge come to haunt me?" Elder Ding hadn't slowed down from his grievances. He had always thought that the old class president was physically ill. How could he still be involved in grudges? "Old squad leader, I cannot let them leave with resentment," said the old man with a calm face. The old man said sprightly, "But the kid still admires it. To know that the grudges are entangled in the body, the patient has to endure more than a simple illness." Jiang Feng said with a solemn face, "The person who did this for you back then should have told you about the consequences, right? Mr. Jiang, how is the old squad leader haunted by grudges?" "How?" Jiang Feng didn't answer Elder Ding, but slowly spoke. "Old sir, your heart must have risen with guilt for what happened back then. I just didn't think that there were people in the world who really used this method." Chapter 57. What the hell are you doing? What the hell is going on here? "Mr. Jiang, old squad leader, both of you are confusing me," Elder Ding said anxiously as he saw that the two were playing dumb riddles. The old man looked at Elder Ding and said, "Xiao Ding, don't ask. Since Mr. Jiang said that it can be cured, what's the point of dwelling on what happened back then?" "Alas." Elder Ding sighed and didn't speak again. With that, Jiang Feng stood up and said, "I'll go back and prepare the things to cure the old man. I'll contact the charity clinic when I'm ready." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang," the old man said as he arched his hand. When he walked out of the Ding family, Jiang Feng sighed in his heart. He guessed that the old man didn't know what the reason was at that time. Maybe his comrades didn't come back, so in order to let his comrades rest in peace, he would do that, right? The Chinese Empire is precisely because of such generations of national defenders can continue to prosper. There is no such thing as a peaceful time, just someone who carries the load for us. As soon as Jiang Feng left the Ding family villa, he saw Enjuchi's car parked outside and was a little surprised. When Jiang Feng and Ding Yizhen came out, Enjuchi came down from the car. Seeing Enjuchi arrive, Ding Yizhen winked towards Jiang Feng and said, "Brother Feng, I still have things to do, so I won't see you off." Jiang Feng nodded and then walked out the door. Enjuchi looked at Jiang Feng, her face somewhat complicated. "Is there anything wrong?" What can I have to do? Jiang Feng said as he looked at Enjechi strangely. Enjechi was stunned by Jiang Feng's words. Then thinking of the way Jiang Feng had just come out to talk and laugh with Ding Yizhen, she thought in her heart that it shouldn't be the Ding family looking for Jiang Feng's trouble. Get in the car, Enjechi said and then directly pulled open the car door. Jiang Feng didn't move, but looked at Enjechi and asked, "Why are you here?" "I happened to be passing by and saw you enter the Ding family." After saying that, Enjechi directly got into the car. Jiang Feng thought about it or sat on the co-pilot. On the way back to the city, both of them didn't speak. Finally, Enjechi finally opened her mouth first and asked, "What is Ding Yizhen looking for you for?" "To see a doctor," Jiang Feng said indifferently. When Enjechi heard that, she looked at Jiang Feng with surprise. She originally thought that it was because something had gone wrong with Jiang Feng's visit to Elder Ding's doctor that the Ding family was looking for Jiang Feng to raise hell, but now it seemed to be a different story. "Finished looking?" Enjechi continued to ask. Jiang Feng didn't answer Enjechi's words and said, "What the hell are you doing? What's wrong with me?" Enjechi said with a frown. "The Ding family villa is in the suburbs. Why would you pass by here if you're fine?" Jiang Feng continued with an expressionless face. "You followed me here, right? You thought I went out so early to look for Li Mengyao, right? It was my bad attitude last night, but I've already explained what I should have explained. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Just what I understand is that you obviously don't care about me. Why do you still care so much about this matter? Is it just because I made you lose face?" Jiang Feng said lightly. His tone didn't carry a trace of sadness or joy. At those words, Enjechi's entire body froze, then she slammed her foot on the brake. The car made a piercing braking sound and stopped on the empty road. Enjechi looked at Jiang Feng with an angry face. She had followed over because she was worried, and in Jiang Feng's mouth she said it as if she was stalking him. "You think I'm following you?" Enjechi said as she looked at Jiang Feng with cold eyes. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Or else, well, you think I'm this kind of person?" Enjechi said as her lips were a bit white from her biting. Looking at Enjechi's appearance, Jiang Feng said flatly, "Jechi, let's talk about it." "Talk about what?" Enjechi had trouble calming herself looking at Jiang Feng. "Do you think it's interesting for us to go on like this? You don't care about me at all, and I'm nothing more than a wasteful image in the Yin family, and I'm causing you to be ridiculed by everyone." Jiang Feng said slowly. Enjechi said with a flat face, "What do you want to say?" "Separate. I'm tired," Jiang Feng said indifferently. I don't know why Enjechi suddenly felt aggrieved. She obviously followed Jiang Feng because she was worried about him, but she was thought by Jiang Feng that she was stalking him. Now she even filed for divorce with him. Enjechi didn't doubt Jiang Feng's words in the slightest, because from Jiang Feng's tone she could feel that Jiang Feng wasn't gambling this time. "Good," Enjechi said lightly, but her eyes were red. Jiang Feng looked at Enjechi strangely. He really didn't understand what Enjechi was thinking. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely think that he had abandoned Enjechi before filing for divorce. At first, Enjechi clearly didn't care about herself, so why did she look sad when she filed for divorce? But after hearing that Enjechi agreed, Jiang Feng slowly let out a sigh of relief. Even if he liked Enjechi, so what? So what if he loved Enjechi to the bone? So what if he had worked as an ox in the Yin family for 3 years? Everything still can't be exchanged for Enjechi's heart. Since this is the case, for Jiang Feng divorce is a kind of relief. Divorce is fine. There's one thing that must be made clear, Enjechi suddenly said. Jiang Feng heard this and said helplessly, "What else do you want me to say? I already made it clear last night that I have nothing with Li Mengyao. It's not about Li Mengyao. Don't think too highly of yourself. I know how Li Mengyao would look at a loser like you," Enjechi said in a cold voice. Jiang Feng's brows furrowed. The thing he couldn't stand the most was Enjechi's tone of contempt for himself, as if no matter what he did or how he did it, he would always be a waste in her eyes. "What else is there? I've already given him the $150,000 your mom wanted," Jiang Feng also said angrily. Enjechi looked at Jiang Feng. So that's what she was in his heart. He even thought I was asking him for money. "Jiang Feng, I'm telling you, I didn't come here today to stalk you. I'm worried that if something goes wrong with you treating Elder Ding, the Ding family will find you in trouble," Enjechi said, but her tears fell. "What do you think you are? Guilty of me following you? Jiang Feng, I'm telling you, I've never cared about you that much, even if it's just a little bit. You're not the one who brought up the divorce today. It's me, Enjechi, and only I, Enjechi, can," Enjechi said stubbornly. Originally, when Jiang Feng heard Enjechi say that she was worried about the Ding family looking for trouble, her heart warmed up and she had no more anger. But after hearing Enjechi's sentence, "Divorce, it's me, Enjechi, and only I, Enjechi, can," Jiang Feng had already disappeared. Anger is once again on the rise. Hysterical. "You will always be like this." Chapter 58. President Kevinan. "What's wrong with me?" Enjechi said coldly. Jiang Feng, however, smiled to himself and said, "It's always like this. In front of me you're always just an overbearing look. No matter what I do in the family, you won't even look at me squarely. I'm like a dog. I have the luxury of hoping that you'll look at me one more time, but you won't. I'm just a waste in your eyes. Even if I open a medical center now, you still don't trust me. You think I'm cheating the Ding family by treating them, and they must have come to arrest me today after the east window was uncovered. And Jiechi, if you despise me so much, why do you still care so much about what relationship I have with Li Mengyao? You gave me the hope that you cared about me, and then threw it hard on the ground and smashed it. I, Jiang Feng, have been silent for 3 years, but I, Jiang Feng, am not a waste. You're too much of a bully. Jiang Feng became more and more agitated as he spoke, even looking at Jiechi with reddened eyes. I don't care about you? I don't care that I'll stand up for you every time my mom kicks you out? I don't care about you? I don't care that I'll worry about what happens to you. After 3 years of being a loser in the family, you've turned into a miracle doctor. Who'd believe it? Jiang Feng, what have you done in the past 3 years to make me believe you? Yes, I haven't looked you in the eye. I'm Jiechi. I have looks. I have knowledge. Why should I marry a loser like you? Why should I be the laughingstock of others? And Jiechi also shouted loudly. After both of them finished speaking, they both started to fall silent. The only difference was that Jiechi started to sob. This was the first time Jiang Feng saw Jiechi crying so hard. For a time, it made Jiang Feng wonder if he had misunderstood Jiechi. But another voice told him that everything was just because Jiechi had lost face. But emotion eventually overcame reason. Jiang Feng tried to wipe Jiechi's tears, but was dodged by Jiechi. You go, leave my car. And Jiechi shouted. Jiang Feng didn't move. At this time, his inner heart had no more complaints against Jiechi. All the complaints and fire were doused by Jiechi's tears. Carefully said, Jiechi, let's not argue. Let's talk properly. Get off. And Jiechi wiped her tears and said indifferently, seeing that Jiechi was probably really angry this time, and worrying that his continued presence here would only make Jiechi even more irritated. Jiang Feng then silently got out of the car, but did not leave, but quietly stood next to the car. After Jiechi got out of the car, she slumped over the steering wheel, and her tears flowed down again. Did she have no feelings for Jiang Feng? At one time she thought so, but the things that happened in the last few days, as well as the fire in her heart when she saw Li Mengyao and Jiang Feng getting close, made her realize that she actually had feelings for Jiang Feng. She just never said it. After 3 years, even an Iron Man can be impressed by Jiang Feng's meticulous care, and Jiechi was not an Iron Man, so she naturally saw it in her eyes. If there is no Li Mengyao's appearance, perhaps Jiechi is not sure, until Li Mengyao appeared. Seeing Li Mengyao scratching her head at Jiang Feng, and Jiechi's heart is inexplicably annoyed. She realized that she doesn't know from when onwards. She has already accustomed to Jiang Feng pampering, has already regarded Jiang Feng as her own private property, to be exact, is her husband. That's why Jiechi was thinking of easing the relationship with Jiang Feng. It's just that she is naturally strong and accustomed to it, and she was a bit hurtful when she spoke. But once Jiang Feng was so tolerant of himself, why not now? And Jiechi wiped her tears, looked up without noticing Jiang Feng, but her heart was even more aggrieved. This dead man, even really gone. Start the car. After a foot of gas, the car sped away, until the car drove out a few dozen meters, and Jiechi only saw from the reverse mirror that Jiang Feng was still in the same position just now. Although there is some surprise, but Jiechi is not stopped, probably cannot put face. Jiang Feng saw Jiechi's car left. The corner of his mouth emerged a bitter smile. Recently do not know what happened. Every time I want to talk to Jiechi, the two of them end up disagreeing. Looking at the road, there was not a single car on the road, so Jiang Feng had no choice but to walk back to the city. By the time Jiang Feng returned to the medical center, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Even though Jiang Feng was a martial artist, he felt a hint of fatigue. Sitting on his butt on a chair, Jiang Feng said to Sun Yalan, "Go make me a cup of tea." Sun Yalan skimmed her lips, but didn't say anything. She could also tell that Jiang Feng was a bit tired and walked into the inner room to make tea. After Jiechi arrived at the company during the day, but she heard something that made Jiechi angry. It is in Shenzhen Pharmaceutical Docking Department has been formed. Even the office has been vacated. At this time Kevin is sitting inside directing the administrative staff to arrange the furniture. And Jiechi hurriedly came to the front of the office and looked at the hanging sign on the door, Shenzhen Docking Department. 5 big eye-catching words. 5 big words below also wrote a few small words, President in Kaiwan. And Jiechi came to Mingwei's office in a rage. The door did not knock, opened the door and walked in. And Mingwei looked at the angry Jiechi, but said with a smile, "Jiechi is here. Sit, Mr. I want to know how the new department of Shenzhen Pharmaceuticals is set up?" And Jiechi questioned. And Mingwei smiled and said, "Didn't you see it? It's already been formed. About this matter, listen to me, Mr. You were the one who said that whoever signed the contract for Jiang Pharmaceutical would be the president of the new department. And Jiachi gasped and said. And Mingwei nodded and said, yes, that's what I said. Then why isn't Mingwei sitting in the new department president's office? And Jiachi questioned again. And Mingwei smiled at his words and said, you're talking about this. It's like this, Jiachi, the one I said before is still valid. It's just that there's a problem right now. And that's that Kevin is more familiar with the company's big business orders. So I think that for the time being, I'll let Kevin butt heads with Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals first, and wait until the cooperation between In and Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals stabilizes in a month's time. And then you'll be in the past to be the department president. And Kevin is more familiar with business orders? Which of the big orders in his hands wasn't signed by me? And 1 month later? A month later Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals replaces the new president after familiarizing themselves with the department and is docking with? Mr. Do you think I'm a child? And Jiachi said with a cold smile. And Jiachi. And Mingwei looked at Jiachi's exasperated appearance, and also said with a stern face, I have already said that you are the president of the new department, and that the preliminary stage is just for Kevin to help you to follow up. Why don't you know better? Not only do you not know how to thank Kevin, but you even talk to me like this. Chapter 59, Peiyuan Dan. Mr. Your face really makes me sick. And Jiachi said angrily. And Mingwei was furious when he heard this. And Jiachi, you're unbridled. You're suspended from today. No need for you to suspend me. I'm quitting. And Jiachi said with a cold smile. Then she grabbed the paper and pen on Mingwei's desk and brushed down 3 big words, resignation letter. After signing her name on it again, and Jiachi directly left in Mingwei's office. And Jiachi and Mingwei's quarrel in the office had already caused many people outside to pay attention. And Mingwei followed Jiachi out of the office and shouted at Jiachi's back. And Jiachi, this is your own resignation. What are all looking at? Don't you have to work? And Mingwei looked at the others in the hall and said angrily. The others heard this and hurriedly returned to their work, but in their hearts, they were very sympathetic to Jiachi. And Jiachi had always been very good to them when she was the president, and Jiachi's ability was obvious to everyone. This time, everyone was holding a grudge for Jiachi, but they just didn't dare to offend Mingwei because of their livelihoods. Yo, where is President In going? When Jiachi returned to her office to pack up her things, and Kevin was standing at the door with a smug look on his face. Now you got what you wanted, Mr. And Jiachi looked at Kevin and said with a cold smile, what's getting what you want? And Kevin asked, deliberately feigning ignorance. And Jiachi was exasperated by Kevin's look. No need to pretend. I've already resigned. In the future, Anne's matters have nothing to do with me. Look at you. How can you be so composed? I just helped you keep an eye on the new department for a month. The president is still yours. You can't even wait for a month. Still too little experience. And Kevin said with a pretense of pity. And Jiachi, however, laughed coldly and said, Sima Zhaji's heart is known to everyone. And Kevin, stop acting. You will only make me feel sick. After saying that, and Jiachi hugged the box. And when she walked past Kevin, she said, get out of the way. When Kaiwan sidestepped, and Jiachi directly left the office, coming to the bottom of Anne's building. And Jiachi looked back at Anne's building and said with a self-deprecating smile, and Jiachi, you pride yourself on being the #1 talented woman in Central State. But within a day's time, your marriage and career are gone. After that, and Jiachi no longer stayed and went directly to the parking lot. In Anne's president's office, Kevin said to Mingwei, Dad, and Jiachi really resigned? Aha! And Mingwei said with a smile, this saves some trouble. Great. Anne's finally belongs to our family completely. And Kaiwan said with a big smile. And Mingwei looked at the Kaiwan in front of him but said with a straight face, I've already paved the way for you. Kaiwan, in the future you can't go on like this. The company's future depends on you. I know, Dad. After Kevin answered, he turned around and left the president's office. Just as he went out the door but pulled out the phone. Hey, call all the people at night? I'll arrange it. The chicks must be in place. John's medical center. Jiang Feng simply rested for a while before picking up the pen on the table, brushing down a list and handing it over to Sun Lianshan's hand. Elder son, help me get some medicine. Sun Lianshan looked at the medicinal herbs on the list and was slightly dazed, not knowing what this prescription was for. Elder son, you can stay and study this formula in the future. Help me find the herbs first. Sun Lianshan was delighted at the words. After that he was shocked. He should know that every doctor has his own unique prescription. Usually he hates to lock it in the safe. That is, if he lets someone catch the medicine, he will also remove a few important medicines. Not only did Jiang Feng write the whole prescription on it, he also promised to leave it to himself in the future. Sun Lianshan was like a treasure and hurriedly ran out. It didn't take long for Sun Lianshan to come in with a big bag. Mr. Jiang, these are the herbs you need. Take a look. Elder son, let's go into the medicine room together and help out. Jiang Feng finished talking and walked towards the room at the back where the medicines were boiled. Sun Lianshan knew that Jiang Feng was teaching himself medicinal techniques and hurriedly followed him in. The prescription was important, but the key was the method of boiling the medicine. Jiang Feng wasn't hiding anything. Since he had said that the prescription could be given to Sun Lianshan, he was going to teach him all of it. These medicines, Jiang Feng did not just pour them all in, but put them in sequentially in order. And while doing so, he also gave Sun Lianshan an explanation. Time, fire, order, and the material of the medicine pot. You can't do without it. You have to memorize every step. Otherwise, if there is a mistake in refining the medicine in the future, the medicine may not be so good. Sun Lianshan was like an elementary school student, holding a pen and paper, respectfully memorizing everything in his heart. An hour later, the medicine was completed. Opening the medicine jar, a fresh fragrance came to his nose without the slightest hint of medicinal flavor. Smelling this flavor, Sun Lianshan only felt refreshed and could not help but be shocked. Mr. Jiang, what kind of medicine is this? It tastes so good? Jiang Feng calmly said, this is called Peiyuan Dan. It's used to recover from injuries, and it also prolongs life and strengthens the body when taken by ordinary people. Elixir? Sun Lianshan was surprised. Shouldn't it be a medicinal liquid? Going over to take a look. Sure enough, at the bottom of that medicinal jar, there were a dozen black pills, quietly lying there. This is actually refining Dan? Sun Lianshan's eyes widened. This method, he had also heard of it, but had never seen it before. When I went to the charity home in the morning, there was an old gentleman who was a little unwell. This is the medicine that is essential to heal that old gentleman's condition. In the next 2 days you and I will treat it together. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Sun Lianshan hurriedly said, thank you, Mr. Jiang. For Sun Lianshan, Jiang Feng's move was tantamount to trusting himself very much. If Sun Lianshan knew that in fact, Jiang Feng was just trying to promote the medical art and didn't have the mentality of hiding anything. Jiang Feng put the refined pills into a small porcelain bottle and prepared to heal that old gentleman tomorrow. Looking at the sky outside, Jiang Feng got up and said, off duty. Sun Yalan was the one who liked to hear these words from Jiang Feng the most, and after agreeing, she hurriedly started packing. When Jiang Feng returned home, and Jechi hadn't gone back yet, Kan Lijun had gone out to play cards and hadn't come back. Only Jiang Hao was sitting alone on the sofa and looking at the newspaper. Seeing Jiang Feng come back, and Jiang Hao smiled and said, where did you go today? Little Feng, Dad, I opened a medical center. Jiang Feng said lightly. Upon hearing this, and Jiang Hao was a bit surprised and exclaimed, not bad, not bad. In this way you have your own business. But little Feng, you have to remember one thing. A healer is kind. You can't make money against your conscience. I know, Dad. Jiang Feng nodded and responded. Has Jechi not returned yet? Should be soon. And Jiang Hao said. It was just that Jiang Feng and the two of them waited in the living room until it was dark, but they didn't see Jechi come back. And Jiang Hao made a call to Jechi, who didn't answer. Jiang Feng got up and said, Dad, I'm going to go around. Chapter 60 Do not need YouTube. From the company out of the Jechi Sea has not yet arrived at the end of the day. Simply think to go to the beach for a while. Determined to leave Anne's, finally can relax. As for the future life of the problem, Jechi is not worried. After all, she is a graduate of a prestigious university majoring in management. It is not difficult to find a job. Just as Jechi drove out of the parking lot, Hu Yuan called, Jechi, what are you doing? Hu Yuan said with a smile, and Jechi sighed and said, just now, and came out and I resigned. Resigned? Isn't Anne's your family's business? How come you still resigned? Hu Yuan asked suspiciously, and you just signed the order for Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals. It's hard to say, and Jechi said. Hu Yuan on the other side of the phone heard that Jechi's mood was not high, but moved to other thoughts. Then said, Jechi, do you have something to do tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. And Jechi thought about it, and didn't want to go home anyway, so she agreed. Okay, say the place. I'll go find you. The two agreed on a place and hung up. The place Hu Yuan chose to eat was very elaborate. It was an open-air theme restaurant not far from Jechi. After the two sat down and ordered their food, Hu Yuan asked Jechi what exactly had happened. Jechi then related how Mingwei had given the position of president of the new department to Kaiwan, and also talked about her own situation at Anne since her grandfather had passed away, so she resigned out of disillusionment. After Hu Yuan heard Jechi's words, he nodded and said, leaving Anne's at this stage is not a good thing for you. The matter of the job, you don't need to worry. When the time comes, I will introduce you to our company. Wang Clan's strength in central China is also good. Thank you, Yuan. Jechi said with thanks. If someone introduced her, at least Jechi could not have to start from the grassroots. Jechi, are you and Jiang Feng alright? I'm really sorry about what happened last time. Hu Yuan suddenly said. when Injechi heard this, but her eyes darkened. She said, "We're getting a divorce." Hu Yowen's heart was simply happy after hearing Injechi say that she was going to divorce Jiang Feng. However, on his lips, he still said, "Jechi, don't be impulsive. What happened that day might be a misunderstanding. It's not because of that thing, it's probably because the conflict that has been going on for a long time has accumulated to its limit." And Jechi said, then smiled embarrassedly. "I'll let you see the joke. Both marriage and career have reached their lowest point in one day." "Jechi, don't say that. To be honest, for you to marry Jiang Feng is indeed an aggravation. As for the Yin clan, that's because they have eyes but no pearls. Sooner or later, one day and will beg you to go back." Hu Yuan comforted Injechi and said, "Aha!" Injechi obviously didn't quite believe Hu Yuan's words, and only took it as Hu Yuan comforting herself. "Jechi," Hu Yuan suddenly called out softly, and Jechi raised her head and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? If say you and Jiang Feng get divorced, do I still have a chance? You know I've always liked you in college." Hu Yuan thought about spending some more time, but tonight was the perfect opportunity. When is it easiest to capture a woman's heart? It's when a woman is at her most helpless, and tonight's Injechi is in this state. "You won, don't joke around." Injechi refused with a smile. "Jechi, you know I'm not joking," Hu Yuan said sharply, saying that he even grabbed towards Injechi's hand, his eyes gazing at Injechi. Injechi had been thinking about something else, and was accidentally directly grabbed by Hu Yuan's hand. "Let go of your hand." Suddenly, an explosive shout scared Hu Yuan and hurriedly loosened Injechi's hand. Eyes full of resentment, he began to look for the source of the voice. "Jiang Feng, why are you here?" Seeing the person who spoke clearly, Injechi hurriedly got up and said in some panic. Jiang Feng looked at the two people in front of him. Anger surged in his heart. In the front foot, Injechi still said she cared about herself, but at night, she was on a date with someone else and even held hands. The two of them are not divorced yet. Are they in such a hurry to find someone else, or has it already started? He had just accidentally been grabbed by Hu Yuan's hand. This scene happened to be seen by Jiang Feng, who went out to look for Injechi. The misunderstanding between the two was already deep. This time it was even more difficult to explain. "I originally saw that you didn't go home, called your phone and didn't answer. Wanted to go to Anne's to see if you weren't off duty, but I didn't expect to see you here." Jiang Feng sneered and said, "Looks like I'm the one who disturbed your good deed." And Jechi hurriedly fished out her cell phone in her bag and found that there were a lot of missed calls on it, and the top one was exactly Jiang Feng's. The phone was muted. "I didn't hear it," and Jechi explained. Seeing the disdain in Jiang Feng's eyes as he looked at himself, she said with a frown, "Jiang Feng, what kind of eyes are you looking at? This is Hu Yuan, my college classmate." "College classmate? Or your lover, right?" Jiang Feng said disdainfully. "And Jechi, do you think this is interesting? What did you say?" "Jiang Feng, you've misunderstood. Yuan and I are just classmates," and Jechi said hurriedly. Jiang Feng looked at the little cutie-like expression as he looked at Injechi and said with a cold smile, "Do you think I'm blind? That asshole was still holding your hand just now. Forget it, and Jechi, let's meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning," Jiang Feng said indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Feng turned around and was about to leave, but Injechi stopped Jiang Feng and said sharply, "Don't go, Jiang Feng, you make it clear." "I'll make it clear?" Jiang Feng looked at Injechi with a funny face and said, "What I mean is that you've misunderstood. Even if you get divorced, you can't slander me." Injechi said in a cold voice, "I'm slandering you? You're overthinking it. I don't care at all," Jiang Feng said against his will, and Jechi sniffed and cursed sharply, "You asshole." After saying that, she slapped Jiang Feng's face, and a clear and loud slapping sound echoed inside the restaurant. Only, after Injechi hit Jiang Feng, her heart already regretted. What was wrong with her? At this time, Hu Yuan, who was on the side, was already happy in his heart. He should have appeared at this time. "Jiang Feng, you misunderstood. Jechi and I have nothing," Hu Yuan hurriedly explained. Jiang Feng didn't even look at Hu Yuan. He just looked at Injechi coldly without saying anything and turned around. "Jiang Feng, are you still a man? How much aggression has Jechi suffered all these years since she married you? And you, what have you done? Jechi has been kicked out by Anne now, and you're still here to make her unhappy. If you don't love her, why don't you let go?" Hu Yuan said righteously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng turned his head to look at Injechi and said, "Didn't you sign the contract for Qianjiang Pharmaceutical? How come you were kicked out? No need for you to care." And Jechi said stiffly. Only the reddish circles under his eyes were telling Jiang Feng the grievances in his heart. Chapter 61. You really are a stupid woman. What the hell is going on? Jiang Feng said in a milder tone. How could Hu Yuan watch the two ease up? Hurriedly said, "Jiang Feng, you can't even help with Qianjiang Pharmaceuticals. What's the point of asking? I can't help you with Qianjiang Pharmaceuticals? Did you help sign the contract?" Jiang Feng sneered up and said, no matter what happens tomorrow, now we are still husband and wife. We speak. What are you gabbing here? You. I don't bother with you as a roughneck. The contract of Jiang Pharmaceuticals is that I found a friend to step in and help Jechi sign it. I'm not like you. I will only stay at home around the kitchen, Hu Yuan said. Jiang Feng laughed coldly and said derisively, are you sure that the contract of Jiang Pharmaceuticals was something you got a friend to help you with? Or else? Hu Yuan saw Jiang Feng's look and felt a bit weak in his heart, but then in his heart, he said, what are you afraid of? I would actually feel weak at the words of a punk. Jiang Feng, Jiang Pharmaceuticals contract was indeed helped by Yuan's friend, and Jechi also said at the side. Jiang Feng smiled to himself when he heard this and said, do you really think it was this guy who found someone to help? Jiang Feng, what happened tonight was a misunderstanding. Let's go home and talk about anything. And Jechi said, turning to Hu Yuan, sorry, Yuan, let's call it a day. Home, where is my home? Jiang Feng said mockingly, before Jechi could say anything. Hu Yuan, who was on the side, added fuel to the fire and said, Jechi, why are you accommodating such a loser? Haven't you been screwed over by him enough? Yuan, stop talking. And Jechi said with an unhappy face when she heard Hu Yuan calling Jiang Feng a waste on the left and a waste on the right. Hu Yuan saw in Jechi's expression, but in his heart, he cursed, stinking, in vain, I treated you so well, but you even threw your face at me because of a waste. Humph, sooner or later I will make kneel under me one day. But on her lips, she said, Jechi, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of him with me here? Jiang Feng smiled coldly and turned his head to look at Hu Yuan and said, you said that Jiang Pharmaceuticals contract was helped by your friend. Who is that friend of yours? That friend of mine. Hu Yuan wanted to casually say a colleague of his, but then said, what does who my friend is have to do with you? Didn't you say that you were helped by a friend for the Jiang pharmaceutical contract? You prove it to me. Jiang Feng said with a cold smile on his face. Hu Yuan was shocked at what he said. Did this punk know that Jiang Pharmaceuticals wasn't something I got help with? No, how could he know? Then Hu Yuan said with a strong voice, why do I have to prove to you? Anyway, this matter is something I did for Jechi. However, Hu Yuan's words were clearly insufficient, and he even looked around, fearing that someone he knew would see him. Seeing Hu Yuan's appearance, Jiang Feng laughed. I didn't realize that there are still shameless people like you in this world. You fart. Are you qualified to say that about me? At least I still managed to accomplish Jiang Pharmaceuticals for Jechi. Unlike you, who can't do anything and still accuses Jechi here. Hu Yuan said with righteous indignation. Jiang Feng turned his head to look at Jechi and said, you've always felt that he's the one who's helping you from the beginning, right? Jiang Feng, I don't understand why you are so exactly about this matter. And Jechi looked at Jiang Feng in doubt and asked. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, why don't you ask me why I encouraged you to go to Jiang Pharmaceutical that day? After saying that, Jiang Feng once again looked at Hu Yuan and said, you're so powerful to be able to sway the old president of Jiang Pharmaceuticals, so you must have a solution for Jechi's return to Ans too. Humph. Hu Yuan didn't reply and just snorted coldly. Snort. Jiang Feng looked at Hu Yuan with disdain and let out a snort. You. Hu Yuan was annoyed by Jiang Feng's disdainful look. What qualifications do you have to despise me? You punk! Letting Jechi go back to An clan is just a trivial matter. A trivial matter? Looking at Hu Yuan's bottomless look, the smile on Jiang Feng's face became even more disdainful, and Jechi felt that Jiang Feng was being a bit unreasonable here. Hu Yuan had already helped out with Jiang Pharmaceuticals. Slowly speaking, how could Hu Yuan be able to influence something as big as Ans, even if he could help? And Jechi was too embarrassed to open her mouth. You really are a stupid woman. Jiang Feng looked at Jechi and said with a sigh. Jiang Feng hadn't wanted to say that he had found Ding Yizhen because he didn't want Jechi to change her opinion of him because of the connections he had suddenly gained. He wanted to see if Jechi would change her opinion of him if he remained the same loser. And Jechi frowned and looked at Jiang Feng, saying, Jiang Feng, don't be irrational here, okay? Let's talk about what's going on at home. I'm being unreasonable? Jiang Feng smiled to himself as he turned around and left. Jiang Feng, and Jechi shouted. Only this time Jiang Feng didn't turn around. Jechi, don't call him. This kind of person only cares about his pathetic pride. He's actually capable of nothing. Just a waste. Hu Yuan said from the side. And Jechi heard this but said with a frown. Yuan, I'm grateful that you can help me, but Jiang Feng is my husband after all. Please don't say that. Let's stop here for today. After saying that, and Jechi picked up her bag and went to chase after Jiang Feng. Looking at the departing Jechi, Hu Yuan's teeth clenched. I didn't think you'd still be undeterred by that loser. By the time Jechi caught up with Jiang Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the Yin family. Without waiting for Jechi to get close, Jiang Feng opened the door and walked in. At this time, Kan Lijun had already come back and was sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing Jiang Feng enter, she said in a bad mood, "I don't know what you're doing all day long? You come out early and go home late, but you don't see any money." Jiang Feng ignored Kan Lijun and went upstairs. This action completely provoked Kan Lijun's fire. "Talking to you, you piece of, you know when I played cards in the afternoon, I met my university classmate. His son-in-law just gave him a few tens of thousands of pocket money every month. What about you? What else do you do but eat and drink from the Yin family? Now you don't even cook. Are you trying to rebel?" Kan Lijun had been dissatisfied with Jiang Feng's attitude for a long time, but she was only hindered by the fact that Jiang Feng knew people with status and position nowadays, but she had recently observed that there weren't any big shots coming to him. Solely, Kan Lijun felt that those big families of the Wang and Ding families had already outlived their freshness towards Jiang Feng. Plus, after being ignored by Jiang Feng tonight, the fire that had long been held back for a long time instantly bubbled up. "Mom, what are you doing?" At this moment, Anjechi walked into the house and was seeing Kan Lijun cursing at Jiang Feng. Kan Lijun turned around to look at Anjechi and said even more angrily, "You came back just in time, Jiachi." Chapter 62. Did you miss me in the past 2 days? Looking at the silent Jiang Feng slowly walked up the stairs, and Jechi's heart did not know why suddenly a pain. Jiang Feng's back looked so forlorn. Jiang Feng in the past was often like this, but Anjechi knew that at that time Jiang Feng was afraid to speak. But now Anjechi could obviously feel that Jiang Feng did not want to speak. It was as if he had no desire to talk to these people. Kan Lijun saw Jiang Feng like this. Her heart was even more irritated. Her hands pinched her waist and scolded, "Jiachi, I just don't understand. Why don't you divorce him yet?" "Divorce? You must divorce him tomorrow. I don't want to see this loser anymore. I'll take you to see Mr. Su tomorrow." "Mom, I'm not going to divorce Jiang Feng, so just die." And Jiachi frowned and said loudly to Kan Lijun. After saying that, Anjechi directly walked towards Jiang Feng's room upstairs. Kan Lijun looked at Anjechi with a shocked face. In the past when she had asked them to divorce, Anjechi had never said such words to herself so loudly. "You dead girl, who am I doing this for? It's still not for your sake. What happiness can you have by following this loser? Don't you hate him too? Why are you shouting at me now?" Kan Lijun said with a face full of indignation. Anjechi ignored Kan Lijun and came to Jiang Feng's room and knocked on the door, but Jiang Feng didn't respond. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't say anything, Anjechi had no choice but to go in by herself, only to realize that Jiang Feng had already unlocked the door to his room when she pressed the doorknob. Anjechi's brows frowned. It had been 3 years, the first time Jiang Feng had locked the door, but tonight's matter, he had already explained himself, and if he had anything to do with Hu Yuan, would he still need to wait 3 years? "Jiang Feng, I don't have anything with Hu Yuan. I invited him for dinner also because he asked for help with Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals." Anjechi shouted outside the door. Jiang Feng still didn't say anything. Anjechi had no choice but to turn around helplessly and prepare to go back to her room. Only when she turned around she was seeing Kan Lijun coming up the stairs. "Jiachi, what did you just say? Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals contract was helped by Xiaohu?" Kan Lijun asked. And Jiachi nodded. "Yes, then let Xiaohu come to the house for dinner someday. It's that college friend of yours, right? He even gave me a bracelet before." Kan Lijun sniffed and immediately said with a smile on her face. And Jiachi, however, looked at Kan Lijun with a face full of impatience and said loudly, "Mom, can you mention which pot is which?" After saying that, Anjechi also looked at the direction of Jiang Feng's room. "Have you taken the wrong medication? What's wrong with me? You yelled at me." Kan Lijun was stunned by Anjechi's yelling and then said angrily. Anjechi didn't want to talk to Kan Lijun and went straight back to her room. Jiang Feng was in his room with his arm resting on his pillow looking at the ceiling. The moment he remembered Hu Yuan grabbing Anjechi's hand, he felt anger burning in his heart. He tossed and turned until late at night before going to sleep, while Anjechi in the next room also didn't go to sleep until late at night, because she slept late, and because Anjechi didn't have to go to work now. Anjechi slept very late the next day. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, still got up very early. For Jiang Feng, not sleeping for a night or two didn't affect him in the slightest. After coming to the medical center, Jiang Feng found the jade pendant that he bought from the middle-aged man and called Ding Yizhen, telling him that he could treat that old gentleman today. When Ding Yizhen heard that, he immediately said that he would come over to pick him up now. The two had just hung up the phone when Li Mengyao walked in. Seeing Li Mengyao's smiling face, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Sister Mengyao, what's so happy about this?" "So happy. Coming to see Brother Feng is a happy thing in itself," Li Mengyao said as she gave Jiang Feng a flirtatious look. At those words, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly and didn't answer. Sun Yalan, on the other hand, said with a smile, "Sister Mengyao, this guy has something on his mind these days." "Oh, it's not because Anjechi and I had a fight, right?" Li Mengyao said with a smile. Jiang Feng glanced at Li Mengyao and said, "Sister Mengyao, did you come over today for something? Can I come to see you if there's nothing going on? Li Mangyao beamed and said, men are all the same, they don't recognize people afterward. At those words, Sun Yalan looked at Jiang Feng with her mouth wide open, pointing at Jiang Feng with one hand and said, you what you? It's not what you think. Jiang Feng looked at Sun Yalan in a bad mood and said, turning his head to look at Li Mangyao and said helplessly, Sister Mangyao, can you not say such ambiguous words? It'll bring down the kids, isn't it? The medical center has arrived and you didn't even call me. Li Mangyao said with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and said, Sister Mangyao, you know I don't mean that. I've been busy these past few days, so, alright, I know you're busy. I'm just joking with you. Look at how difficult it is for you. Li Mangyao said with a delicate smile. Little sister, young know quite a lot, Li Mangyao said as she looked at Sun Yalan with a smile on her face. Sun Yalan, however, skimmed her mouth and said, Sister Mangyao, I'm not small anymore. Okay, not small, yet. Jiang Feng was the one who muttered in a low voice. Get lost. Sun Yalan sniffed and roared at Jiang Feng. Li Mangyao was the one who came to Jiang Feng's side and said with a smile, did you miss me these 2 days? Sister Mangyao, can we talk properly? Jiang Feng said helplessly. At that, Li Mangyao smiled cheekily. You're just too thin-skinned. Sister Mangyao, you're not really here specifically to see me, right? Jiang Feng asked. Li Mangyao, however, shook her head and said, think twice, I have something to look for you. I want you to give my grandfather a look at his illness. My grandfather was injured before and has never gotten well. You also know that a lot of miracle doctors nowadays are blown out of proportion. So it's like this, it's okay, but not today, Jiang Feng said. Li Mangyao was stunned at his words, then asked, do you have something to do today? If I'm going to the Ding family to see an old gentleman today, I've already made an appointment, so I can only wait until tomorrow, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Ding family? Li Mangyao froze. I didn't expect the Ding family to continue looking for you. Sister Mangyao doesn't believe in my medical skills either? Jiang Feng asked with a frown. Li Mangyao smiled and said, of course I believe in it, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to treat my grandfather. I just didn't expect that a family as shrewd as the Ding family would actually believe you. Sister Mangyao, isn't it inappropriate to make up such a story about our Ding family? At this moment, a voice came from the doorway. Jiang Feng looked up and realized that it was Ding Yizhen walking in with a smiling face. Chapter 63 9 Yan Needle Technique. How about I just make it up? Li Mangyao, however, looked at Ding Yizhen with an arrogant expression and said. Seeing this, Ding Yizhen had no choice but to say helplessly, you're right, the Ding family is a shrewd family that calculates everything to the bone. But, smiling, Li Mangyao was amused by Ding Yizhen's appearance. Yizhen, do you think if your grandfather knew that you talk about your own family like that, would he plan your leg? It's not like my grandfather is here, Ding Yizhen said indifferently. Li Mangyao, however, smiled and said, but I'm here? Sister Mangyao, don't be like this, right? Ding Yizhen immediately said with a pleading expression. You guys know each other? Jiang Feng looked at the familiar two and asked in surprise. Yizhen's cousin is my cousin-in-law, Li Mangyao said with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded and said, so that's how it is. I didn't expect you guys to be relatives. Brother Feng, let's go. That one is waiting at home, Ding Yizhen said. Good. Jiang Feng nodded. Li Mangyao also said, I'll go with you guys, counting that it's been a while since I visited Elder Ding. With that, Jiang Feng wrote down 2 prescriptions and handed them to Sun Lianshan, asking him to prepare them according to the dosages on them. Then the 4 of them went straight to the Ding family villa. As soon as they entered the door, Jiang Feng saw Elder Ding talking to the old man from yesterday. When they saw Jiang Feng come in, the 2 of them hurriedly got up. Mr. Jiang, hard work, the old man said. Jiang Feng, however, smiled and said, healing the sick and saving lives is a doctor's duty. You are the army god? Li Mangyao, who entered the room at this time, looked at the old man and said. The old man was stunned at his words. Then he looked at Li Mangyao and then at Elder Ding, a questioning look in his eyes. Old class president, this is the pearl of the Li family. Li Mangyao, Elder Ding said with a smile. Good day, Elder Ding. Li Mangyao obediently greeted Elder Ding. The old man looked at Li Mangyao but said with a smile. So it's the Li family's maiden. 20 years have passed and she's already grown into a big girl. Ha ha, I still remember when you were a child. The way you ran all over the streets flinging your nose. Grandpa Lu, Li Mangyao called out in a petulant manner. Jiang Feng looked at Li Mangyao with an odd expression. Running all over the street with a snotty nose? This was completely different from the current image of Li Mangyao. Girl, you know Mr. Jiang too? Elder Ding asked suspiciously. Li Mangyao nodded and said, originally, I wanted Brother Feng to go and treat my grandfather, but when I arrived at the medical center, I realized that he already had an appointment, but I didn't expect it to be to treat Grandpa Lu. After saying that, Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Feng and said, "You don't know yet, do you? This is Lu Zhentian, one of the 3 military gods of the Huaxia Empire, the 5-star marshal, Marshal Lu." Jiang Feng was also a bit shocked when he heard that. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to be the military god of the Chinese Empire. No wonder he felt a faint murderous aura in the old man's body. But then Jiang Feng's face recovered its calmness. This scene was watched by Lu Zhentian, and in his heart, his evaluation of Jiang Feng increased by a few more points. "Elder Ding, it's better to treat the old gentleman first," Jiang Feng said with a smile. Lu Zhentian's illness had always been on Elder Ding's mind, and once he heard that he could be treated, he couldn't wait a moment. Jiang Feng then asked Ding Yizhen to take Sun Lianshan to boil the medicinal soup and prepare the medicinal bath. In fact, as early as when Lu Zhentian came, he knew that today, Jiang Feng was going to cure himself, but when it came to the front of the eyes, even Lu Zhentian, who had always been steady, saw Jiang Feng and also said with some eagerness, "Mr. Jiang, can you really cure my disease?" Last time when Lu Zhentian left, he felt that Jiang Feng might not be able to cure him. Some perfunctory. In fact, he himself did not hold too much hope. After all, after so many years, the Chinese Empire's god doctor he almost looked all over. As soon as he heard that Jiang Feng was ready to cure him, his heart that had been calm for many years was also a bit messed up. "Don't worry, Elder Lu," Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Jiang Feng signaled him to remove his top. The little guard who came with him changed his previous arrogance this time and silently stood aside. When Lu Zhentian removed his shirt, Jiang Feng called over Sun Lianshan, who had already made the medicinal soup, and signaled him to watch from the side. Jiang Feng took out 3 small needles from the needle capsule he had with him and placed needles in Lu Zhentian's Qihai, Guan Yuan and Shinkei acupoints respectively. The needles were closed. Jiang Feng spoke, "Elder Lu, this is to protect your true qi from dispersing. Don't use your luck to resist the pain in a while. If you really can't stand it, you can shout out. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, feel free to heal." Jiang Feng turned around and said to Sun Lianshan again, "Elder Lu's grievances entered his body due to some things in his early years. The purpose of these 3 stitches is to protect Elder Lu's dantian while preventing the grievances from running amok and invading the dantian in a while. Also, for fear that Lu Lao will rise up and hurt someone." Sun Lianshan listened to Jiang Feng's explanation attentively, not daring to drop any part. Li Mengyao watched Jiang Feng skillfully applying needles to Lu Zhentian and explaining the needle technique to Sun Lianshan next to him. Her beautiful eyes were full of color. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he took out 3 more golden needles from the needle capsule and dropped needles on Lu Zhentian's forehead at the 3 acupoints of Shinting, head dimension, and upper star again. These 3 acupoints are under the needle in order to alleviate the pain that Lu Lao will endure in a while, drawing the grievances out of the body. The first to bear the brunt is the head. Lu Lao will most likely produce hallucinations in a while, so the next 3 points are both less painful as well as preventing Lu Lao from getting lost in his mind's demons, Jiang Feng said while inserting the 3 needles into the acupuncture points. After doing this, he continued, "The set of needles I'm treating Lu Lao with is called the 9-yang needle technique. It's divided into 3 needles in the upper, middle and lower parts of the body, totaling 9 needles. The most crucial is in the middle 3 needles." These words Jiang Feng said both to Sun Lianshan and Lu Zhentian. "Mr. Jiang, since I'm letting you treat me, I trust you, there's no need to have any more worries in my mind." Lu Zhentian guessed that the reason why Jiang Feng explained so much to him was because he was taking into account his own identity. "Wei, listen carefully, this disease of my old man has been tormenting me for half a lifetime. If I get cured today, thank Mr. Jiang properly. If there are any accidents, you shall not look for trouble from Mr. Jiang." "Yes," Xiao Wei replied in a respectful voice. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback after hearing this, but his face quickly regained its equanimity. Rather, the kid was caught off guard. "Elder Lu, it's ready," Jiang Feng's mouth said for Lu Lao to prepare, but his hands weren't slow. A needle stabbed into the Lingshu point on Lu Zhentian's chest. The moment the golden needle entered his body, Lu Zhentian stifled a grunt and closed his eyes tightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead all of a sudden, but this old man, who was nearly 80 years old, gritted his teeth and didn't utter a word. Jiang Feng admired in his heart. He was a doctor. He knew how much pain Lu Zhentian was suffering now. God's sealing point. The second needle fell. Hiss. Lu Zhentian let out a sound from his mouth, but immediately shut up and stopped making a sound. Chapter 64, Waking Up. Elder Ding watched as beads of sweat fell down Lu Zhentian's face. His 2 hands clenched together, the tips of his fingers turning a little white from exerting too much force. Although the young man called Xiao Wei did not have any expression on his face, his eyes were constantly resting on Lu Zhentian's body, his concern overflowing. "Elder Lu, guard the Ling Tai." After saying that, the 3rd needle entered the Danzhong point. Lu Zhentian's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, his scarlet eyes startling the people around him. Son of a, you bunch of scumbags, if I don't kill all of you today I won't be surnamed Lu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old me thousands of brothers, just like this you killed. Take life. Lu Zhentian, you've caused us so much pain. If it wasn't for your wrong command, how could we have been surrounded by the enemy? Lu Zhentian looked maniacal. After saying that, he coldly slapped his palm at Jiang Feng. His palm was fierce and swift. Jiang Feng casually slapped his hand and turned Lu Zhentian's attack into nothing, and seemingly casually tapped on Lu Zhentian's 100 hubs point. Lu Zhentian immediately closed his eyes again and slowly sat on the chair. Xiao Wei was filled with fear. He had followed Lu Zhentian since he was a child. He knew all too well how powerful Lu Zhentian's palm was, yet it was dissolved by Jiang Feng in a light manner. In fact, what he didn't know was that Jiang Feng had sealed Lu Zhentian's dantian just now for fear that with the mobilization of internal force, he wouldn't be able to subdue Lu Zhentian, who was in a state of seizure. When the crowd thought that Lu Zhentian's mind demon had passed, Lu Zhentian, who had his eyes tightly closed, was the one who spoke again. Pang, I promised you that I would help you get a housewife. I'm sorry, Lu Quan, how come your kid can't wait for Lao Zi to come back? Ding Xiaoshan, go get the medical kit. Little Huaner can't make it. What to do? What should we do? At this time Lu Zhentian's corner of the eye big tears fell, mouth constantly calling the name of comrades. To the end of the eyes even flowed out of blood tears. Ding Xiaoshan looked at his old squad leader's appearance. Old tears? After so many years, the old squad leader still hasn't come out from what happened back then, and has been living in guilt. Old squad leader, wake up, things have passed, none of them blamed you, you didn't abandon them, you were on a mission. Old squad leader, come back. Jiang Feng quickly came behind Lu Zhentian, substituting his luck. He slapped his hands behind him on each of the run and duta veins, and then rushed along the two major meridians from the bottom up towards the top of his head, only to see Lu Zhentian's head at this time as silk black gas discharge. The room immediately feel the temperature plummeted, and even ears can hear the sound of ghosts crying and howling. Li Mengyao looked at the scene in front of her and heard the horrible sound. She was too scared to look on and hurriedly hid behind Ding Yizhen. Jiang Feng's palms traveled to the back of Lu Zhentian's head. Then he turned around and pointed a finger on Lu Zhentian's forehead and shouted, "Wake up!" Lu Zhentian immediately winced, no longer making a sound, slowly hanging down his head. His face was all ashen, seemingly already unconscious. Xiao Wei took a step forward and then held Lu Zhentian up, looking at Jiang Feng with an expectant face. Half successful. Send Elder Lu into the medicinal bath, Jiang Feng said as he removed the golden needles from Lu Zhentian's body, and together with Xiao Wei, he put Lu Zhentian into the medicinal bath that had already been prepared for a long time. Elder Lu, be immersed in the medicinal bath for 2 hours. After 2 hours you'll basically be fine. Jiang Feng wiped the beads of sweat on his face and said to Elder Ding, maintain the temperature of the water at 41 degrees. It can't be low or high. Jiang Feng said to Sun Lianshan again. After explaining to Sun Lianshan, Jiang Feng returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, copied the tea on the table and drank it in one gulp. Although he had reached the realm of the three-flower gathering, Lu Zhentian's disease was really complicated. Plus the 3 needles of creation consumed too much of his mind and internal energy. So the so-called insiders look at the doorway, while outsiders look at the scene. It seemed easy, but it wasn't. Li Mengyao hurriedly refilled a cup of tea for Jiang Feng and asked, Brother Feng, do you want to go upstairs to rest for a while? Li Mengyao didn't hear Jiang Feng reply. She looked down, but Jiang Feng was already asleep. She turned around and let the nanny take a blanket to cover Jiang Feng, then quietly sat aside. Elder Ding and Xiao Wei were both guarding Lu Zhentian in the bathroom. Only Ding Yizhen walked out and was a bit stunned to see Jiang Feng lying asleep on the chair. After these days with Jiang Feng, Ding Yizhen had never seen Jiang Feng so labored. In his mind, Jiang Feng seemed to be full of energy and always looked open and calm. 2 hours passed quickly. Lu Zhentian had been lifted out of the medicine bucket, still in a comatose state. While Ding Yizhen was considering whether to wake Jiang Feng up, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Jiang Feng got up and went to the bathroom. By now Xiao Wei had already changed Lu Zhentian's clothes. Taking out a Peiyuan Dan from his body, he stuffed it into Lu Zhentian's mouth, and with a gentle press on Lu Zhentian's jaw, the Peiyuan Dan was swallowed. After only a minute, Lu Zhentian woke up, and the grayish color on his face from the cure was swept away. What was even more amazing was that the murderous aura that Lu Zhentian had previously had on his body due to his early years of military service was gone. Not disappeared, but had become introverted. His face looked a lot more kind than the ruthlessness he had before. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lu Zhentian stood up and spoke. Seeing Lu Zhentian stand up, Xiao Wei hurriedly stood by his side. Seeing Xiao Wei's nervous expression, Lu Zhentian laughed. Mr. Zhang's medical skills are excellent, and the medicines he dispensed are also superb. I feel like I could eat a cow right now. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Lu Zhentian was really well, Master Ding held Lu Zhentian's hand and murmured, "Old squad leader, these years have suffered you. Put it down. Put it down. Everything is fate." Lu Zhentian was also a little saddened. "Elder Lu, here are 2 more Peiyuan Dan. Take one every 15 days. In addition, this jade pendant is good for you to carry with you," Jiang Feng said as he handed the Peiyuan Dan and the jade pendant to the little guard at the side. "You practiced killing qi against grievance qi. Although you have not practiced grievance qi, but because the years have been too long, the grievance qi has infested your true qi and internal energy, merging into one. These people, it's certainly tormenting your body, but at the same time, it's also providing you with strength. I am now stripping the resentment qi. More or less it will damage your body a little, so you still need to take medication for a period of time. Peiyuan Dan is the main medication. In a while Sun Lianshan will also give you some supplementary medication. This jade pendant is to eliminate the remaining hostile qi in your body. Make sure to carry it with you." Lu Zhentian took the jade pendant from the little guard and nodded. "Mr. Jiang, I've asked you to take the trouble. The Buddha nature on this jade pendant isn't weak. It must be the personal possession of whichever one gets a high increase, right?" Chapter 65 Aston Martin 1-77. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "In that case, thank you Elder Lu. Mr. Jiang, I know that talking about money with you is insulting you, but it's not polite to come but not to go. Since you're a martial artist, I'll play a set of palm techniques. It's up to you to learn as much as you can." After saying that, Lu Zhentian got up and walked to the center of the living room. Then he played a set of palm techniques. Lu Zhentian danced his palms seemingly slowly, but in reality, it was very fast. For a while, the strong wind in the hall suddenly arose, and there was even a hidden sound of a dragon's roar. The sight of the small guard saw Lu Zhentian demonstration of palm, eyes full of surprise. This set is Lu Zhentian's self-created palm against the dragon scale, never taught to outsiders, but also because of this set of palm, Lu Zhentian can deter other countries of the small generation dare not come to violate the great summer country. Jiang Feng eyes tightly staring at Lu Zhentian's one move. Feel the palm law contains the mystery and killing gas. Brain while all the moves repeatedly pushed the eyes. In Lu Zhentian palm law play finished, closed the momentum, spit out a mouthful of turbid breath, slowly closed his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, how was it?" Lu Zhentian said with some complacency. This palm technique was created only after he realized it on the battlefield and combined it with the Lu family's palm recipe, and it had been rare over the years. The crowd turned their heads to look at Jiang Feng and realized that he had already closed his eyes. Ding Yizhen was just about to shout but was stopped by 2 hands. One hand was Lu Zhentian's while the other was Li Mengyao's. Lu Zhentian looked at Li Mengyao with some surprise and nodded his head before he said softly, "Don't disturb him, he's having an epiphany. The younger generation is fearful. I just rehearsed it once and he was able to fall into an epiphany. This son's enlightenment is definitely 1 in a million." A moment later, Jiang Feng moved, still with his eyes closed, but his body moved. Xiao Wei was surprised to find that Jiang Feng's movements at this moment were very similar to the reverse dragon scale that Lu Zhentian had just demonstrated, and then became more and more similar to each other, and at the back there was even a tendency to surpass it. Inside the hall, the strong wind swept up again. A dragon's roar came faintly, to the back of the surprisingly more and more intense. When the palm technique was finished, Jiang Feng stood with his hands up and let out a long whistle to the sky. A dragon's roar rose up to the sky. Jiang Feng's back even had an illusory image of a real dragon. Hideous dragon's mouth was spectacular. The dragon roar stopped. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Good palm technique. Boy, what on earth did you change into? I was only able to vaguely practice the dragon shadow when I reached 60. You're only 25. And it seems like you've eliminated the flaws in my palm technique. It's really the younger generation that's to be feared. The younger generation that's to be feared." Lu Zhentian excitedly patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. It could be seen that Lu Zhentian didn't feel disgraced because Jiang Feng had learned his palm technique. On the contrary, he was especially happy. "Many thanks to Senior Lu for teaching me." Jiang Feng bowed and performed a master's salute, saying faintly, "Well, kid to my temper, not arrogant. Few young people nowadays pay so much attention to etiquette. You learned the reverse dragon scale. I'll accept this master worship salute from you. My set of palm techniques can also be considered a successor." It could be seen that Lu Zhentian was genuinely happy to know that this set of palm techniques that he had created himself, even his several sons had not learned the essence of it. Lu Zhentian turned his head to look at Li Mengyao again and said, "Li's girl wouldn't have a crush on Mr. Jiang, right? Ha ha, Grandpa Lu." Li Mengyao looked at Lu Zhentian shyly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lu Zhentian laughed up to the sky and then said, "Just now I saw girl Li stop Yizhen from interrupting Mr. Jiang's epiphany and said so. There was once an ancestor of the Li family who was interrupted when he was entering his epiphany, causing him to be unable to reach the peak of martial arts in this life. I was around at that time, so I know a bit about it." Li Mengyao said. Lu Zhentian nodded and said, "No wonder." The few people chatted a few more times before Jiang Feng got up to say goodbye. When the few people came out from the Ding family villa, when they realized that Jiang Feng was going to take Li Mengyao's car, Ding Yizhen said with a sudden realization, "Oops, this brain of mine. Brother Feng has never bought a car. It's very inconvenient every time he comes. Go go go. In my garage you go pick one to drive first," said Ding Yizhen pulling Jiang Feng in the direction of the garage. "Come back," Elder Ding called out in a bad mood. "Such an adult. How can you do things and still be fussy? Didn't I see that Brother Feng was leaving?" Ding Yizhen said with some aggravation. Li Mengyao, however, smiled and said, "I would like to send Brother Feng a car, but I'm just afraid that he wouldn't dare to ask for it." After saying that, Li Mengyao pursed her lips and smiled. Jiang Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. Not to mention, if Li Mengyao gave him a car, he really didn't dare to ask for it because he didn't know how to explain it to Enjechi. But on second thought, maybe Enjechi didn't care at all. "Yizhen, you take Mr. Jiang and go to the family's 4S store to choose one," Elder Ding said. Jiang Feng sniffed but waved his hand and said, "Elder Ding, there's no need for that. I've just been busy with the medical center lately. I didn't take the time to buy one. I'll just buy the car myself. It just so happens that you have time today. Just go and choose one directly." Elder Ding spoke again. Seeing that Jiang Feng was still going to refuse, Li Mengyao was smiling and said, "Since Grandpa Ding has said so, you shouldn't excuse yourself. You know that the Ding family's business in the automobile field is so good, and I'm still considered half a relative. Up to now, Ding Yizhen hasn't sent me a car yet. Sister Mengyao, it's not like you're lacking," smiled Ding Yizhen bitterly. Elder Ding also laughed out loud when he heard this. It seems that girl Li has picked a reason. "Mr. Jiang, don't be excusing yourself. Let Yizhen take you there now," Elder Ding said with a smile. Then he turned his head to Lu Zhentian and said, "Old squad leader, today you are completely cured. Shouldn't we have a good drink? Ha ha ha." After saying that, the two old men laughed and walked back to the Ding family villa. Jiang Feng couldn't argue with Ding Yizhen, plus Li Mengyao was also around to persuade him, so Jiang Feng had no choice but to follow Ding Yizhen to the Ding family's 4S store after he asked Ding Yizhen to arrange for someone to send Sun Lianshan back. Just as soon as he arrived at the 4S store, Ding Yizhen immediately brought Jiang Feng to a sports car, pointing to a silver-gray sports car and said to Jiang Feng, "Brother Feng, how about this car?" Aston Martin 1-77 appeared around June 2009 at the Paris Motor Show, the global limited edition of 77 units, of which the Chinese quota of 5 units. The current domestic 5 units have all been booked. The price reached €1,344,000,000. 1-77 equipped with naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine, maximum power 760 horsepower, maximum torque 750 Newton meters, 0 to 100 km per hour acceleration in 3.5 seconds, maximum speed of 354 km per hour. Looking at the silver gray sports car in front of him, Jiang Feng said indifferently, "I go, connoisseur Brother Feng, like it?" Ding Yizhen looked at Jiang Feng and said smugly. Li Mengyao also looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect Jiang Feng to know so much about cars. Jiang Feng stroked the smooth body. His heart could not hide his love. How could he not like it? When he was in the Jiang family, this car was his own ride. He just didn't know where it was parked now. As soon as this car came out back then, Jiang Feng fell in love with it. Chapter 66 Healthcare Products. Brother Feng. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't speak, Ding Yizhen called out. Ding Yizhen's voice pulled Jiang Feng back from his memories and said with a smile, "Like it, but I can't have it." "Why can't you have it, Brother Feng?" Hearing this, Ding Yizhen looked at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression. Jiang Feng, however, smiled and said, "Firstly, it's too expensive, and secondly, a gentleman doesn't take what he wants. This car should be your favorite." Ding Yizhen stuck out a thumb at Jiang Feng and said, "Brother Feng, you are really a god. You know so well that I like this car too, but you don't have to worry. Didn't you just say so? There are 5 of them in China." "Ha, you have more than one in your hands?" Jiang Feng asked as his eyes lit up immediately after hearing Ding Yizhen's words. Ding Yizhen said with a smug look on his face, "But there are only 5 units in China. One of them was lifted by the Jiang family in the capital, and out of the remaining 4, one was taken by me. But one of the remaining 3, who wanted to sell this car later on because of gambling, happened to be known by me, so I bought it for less than $20 million. Ha ha ha, I'm wise, right? Really?" Jiang Feng asked. If it was true, the price Ding Yizhen said was absolutely cheap. Because of the sales restriction, only the first time he bought it from the company it was €1,300,000, and after that, the car was even speculated to a high price of $40 million at its peak. The other one is also silver gray and is in my garage. You could have seen it if you had just gone in, Ding Yizhen said with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded and looked at the silver-gray sports car in front of him with fire in his eyes. Brother Feng, don't be polite to me? This is the one, Ding Yizhen said. Then with a wave of his hand to the staff, he shouted, come over and do the formalities for Brother Feng. The manager of the forest store hurriedly ran over and said respectfully to Ding Yizhen, young Ding, go inside and transfer this car to Brother Feng's name. Ding Yizhen said with a smile. When the manager went to do the formalities, Jiang Feng looked at Ding Yizhen and said, honestly, I do like this car. Yizhen, there's the $10 million that Elder Ding gave me last time in my hand. I'll give it to you first. I'll give you the subsequent ones later. Are you kidding? Brother Feng, aren't you slapping my face? Ding Yizhen sniffed and said hurriedly, I even called you Brother Feng, and you're mentioning money to me because of one car? Let's say there are two, even if there's only one, and it's your Brother Feng's favorite. I'll still give it to you. Brother Feng, you, stop pushing with Yizhen. Besides, this car is estimated to be paid for by Elder Ding, since Elder Ding has already said that he will give you a car. If you pay for it, isn't that slapping Elder Ding's face? Li Mengyao also spoke up at this time. When Jiang Feng heard that, he could only nod his head and said to Ding Yizhen, many thanks. Because Ding Yizhen was there, the formalities were quickly completed. At this moment, the manager of the forest store, including all the employees, were looking at Jiang Feng with a surprised face, not knowing who this young man in front of them was. Let Ding family's young master Ding Yizhen, so polite, worth tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, sent with a wave of the hand. Just before they could figure out Jiang Feng's identity, Jiang Feng, several people left the forest store. Now that Jiang Feng had a car, he had to make an appointment with Li Mengyao, and then the three of them drove off on their own. When Jiang Feng drove the sports car back to the medical center, Sun Yalan was dozing off in the medicine cabinet. After hearing the sound of the engine roaring, Sun Yalan came to the door of the medical center. When she saw the silver-gray sports car in front of her, Sun Yalan let out a gasp. Wow, Aston Martin. Just when Sun Yalan was thinking about why this car would be parked at the entrance of the medical center, she found Jiang Feng coming down from the car, and looked at Jiang Feng with even more surprise and said, this car is yours. Aha! Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Sun Yalan said with an unbelievable face, is being a doctor really so lucrative? You went out and got a car back? How can this car cost $1 million or so? 50, Jiang Feng said, but he directly walked into the medical center. Sun Lianshan had already returned to the medical center one step earlier than Jiang Feng. When Jiang Feng came in, he saw that Sun Lianshan was writing and drawing on a paper. Elder Sun, but is there something you don't understand about the needle technique used to treat Elder Lu just now? Jiang Feng asked indifferently. Hearing the voice, Sun Lianshan hurriedly raised his head, and after seeing Jiang Feng, he smiled and said, there are a few things I don't understand. If Mr. Jiang isn't too busy, I wonder if he can clear up my confusion for me. Jiang Feng nodded, immediately sat down to explain the places Sun Lianshan didn't understand. Half an hour later, Sun Lianshan looked at Jiang Feng with admiration and said, Mr. Jiang, I really didn't expect that your medical skills are so superior. Elder Sun, I won't stay in Central State for too long, so if you don't know anything about medical arts, just ask me. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Sun Lianshan said, because Jiang Feng had used a lot of true qi when he was treating Lu Zhentian. When he saw that no one was at the medical center, he said hello to Sun Lianshan and went straight home. But Jiang Feng didn't park his car very close to An's house. He went out and drove a sports car back. If he let Kong Lijun see it, it would inevitably lead to more trouble. Jiang Feng opened the door, saw only Kong Lijun, a person at home. The table is full of some finely packaged healthcare products. Walked into the door. Kong Lijun saw as Jiang Feng, but cold snort said, today no back to cook? I'm tired today, so I came back early. Jiang Feng said indifferently. When Kong Lijun heard that, she was stunned. Then she laughed out loud. You said it as if you went to work. A waste is a waste. Only bragging, pretending. Jiang Feng ignored Kong Lijun's ridicule, but walked up to the second floor. After returning to his room, he realized that there was no more water in the cup. Although he didn't want to see Kong Lijun, but Jiang Feng still helplessly took the cup and went downstairs. Kong Lijun probably went back to her room, not in the living room. Let Jiang Feng heart breathe a sigh of relief. Always see their own bored people is also a kind of torture. Jiang Feng, who finished fetching water, was attracted by a bottle of healthcare product on the table, because Jiang Feng saw black gas on the few pills poured out. This meant that the pills were poisonous. Then, looking in the direction of Kong Lijun's room, Jiang Feng hurriedly came to Kong Lijun's room and knocked violently on the door. What's going on? Dying. Knocking so vigorously on the door. Kong Lijun cursed and opened the door to her room. Did you take the medicine on the table? Jiang Feng said with a frown when he saw the glass of water in Kong Lijun's hand. Kong Lijun glanced at Jiang Feng and said, that's the healthcare product your great-aunt's son-in-law bought for her. She couldn't finish it and gave me a box. I'm asking if you ate it? Jiang Feng's tone was a bit anxious. Kang Lijun raised her eyebrows and said, "What's it to you? If I don't eat it, will I give it back to you? Dream on. Damn." Chapter 67, You Can't Do This to Me. Seeing that Kang Lijun had already eaten the health supplement, Jiang Feng said, "Mom, that health supplement can't be eaten. It's poisonous, toxic." Kang Lijun was stunned at her words, then said, "There's AF** king poison. That's the healthcare product your big sister's husband Tianyu gave to your great aunt. How could it be poisonous?" "Mom, I really didn't lie to you. You spit it out," Jiang Feng said with a frown. "Humph, aren't you looking at the things you've given away because Tianyu has more status than you? And you're still talking about poison? Luckily you thought of it," Kang Lijun said disdainfully. Thinking of Kang Lijun's cold words to herself on a regular basis, Jiang Feng was 100 times not wanting to pay attention to her. But she was Jiechi's mother after all. Jiang Feng didn't see it alright. Since he saw it, he couldn't just ignore it. Offended. "Mom," Jiang Feng said with a frown. Kang Lijun was stunned when she heard this. What offended? The words just fell. But Jiang Feng grabbed Kang Lijun and directly pressed her onto the sofa. Asterisk 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 How dare you do this to me? I'm your mom. Kang Lijun was scared out of her wits at this moment when she was picked up by Jiang Feng. She also saw Jiang Feng pressing herself on the sofa. And then she had a bad thought in her head that Jiang Feng was going to molest her. Although Kang Lijun was nearly 40 years old, but because of good maintenance, it was still charming, and Kang Lijun was very confident in her looks. Dongjia exclaimed, "Jiang Feng, you can't do this to me. Jiechi will surely kill you and your father-in-law when she finds out." Jiang Feng ignored Kang Lijun. If he delayed for a while longer, the toxin digested in his stomach, it would not be good. Then he slapped his palm to Kang Lijun's back. This palm was slapped right on the position opposite to the stomach. Kang Lijun only felt a flutter in her stomach, then wow started to vomit. After seeing the still undigested pills in the vomit, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out, but Jiechi and Zhang Hao walked in, and when they saw the situation in the living room, Zhang Hao was on fire. Jiang Feng was pressing one palm on Kang Lijun's back, while Kang Lijun was struggling to get up. Jiechi saw the vomit on the floor again and cursed furiously. "Jiang Feng, if you have any grievances come at me, why did you lay such a heavy hand on my mom?" Splat! A crisp ringing sound rang out, but Kang Lijun, who had already gotten up, slapped Jiang Feng on the face. Immediately after that, Kang Lijun screamed and cursed without relenting. "Hubby, this wants to molest me. Jiang Feng, I was the one who misjudged. How could you do such a treacherous thing?" And Zhang Hao pointed at Jiang Feng with a furious face and cursed. After saying that, he slapped Jiang Feng's face again, and Zhang Hao was much stronger than Kang Lijun. And this slap, however, brought blood to the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. The whole process was like lightning. Jiang Feng had already received 2 slaps before he had time to explain. "Dad, you've got it wrong. That health supplement Mom ate was poisonous, and she wouldn't listen when I told her, so I had to use this method to induce vomiting." Jiang Feng saw Zhang Hao getting angry and hurriedly explained. And Zhang Hao froze at his words and said, "What did you say? The healthcare products are poisonous." Jiang Feng said again, then pointed at the healthcare products on the coffee table. And Zhang Hao followed Jiang Feng's gesture and looked at the coffee table, and realized that on it, but there was a box of healthcare products that had been opened, and inside were several bottles of healthcare products. And Jiechi also looked towards the coffee table unexpectedly upon hearing this, and then quickly walked to the top of the coffee table and picked up one of the bottles of health supplements to look towards the instructions on it. A moment later, and Jiechi frowned and said, "Mom, didn't I tell you? Don't eat these health supplements indiscriminately anymore." Then she turned her head to Jiang Feng and said, "Jiang Feng, even if that's the case, you can't do that to my mom. Jiechi, the health supplements contain toxins. If you don't induce vomiting in time, you'll be in trouble later." Jiang Feng said with a frown, "But even if you induce vomiting, can't you talk to my mom properly? Is it worth it?" And Jiechi said angrily, "You have a problem with me. I know, but that's between the two of us. Why are you doing this to my mom? It was an emergency situation. I really had no choice." Jiang Feng explained again. "You fart. He clearly wanted to me," Kang Lijun exclaimed. Jiang Feng sniffed but said helplessly, "Mom, you wouldn't listen to me no matter how I told you at that time. I could only use this extreme method to induce vomiting on you. Jiang Feng, you must apologize to my mom. Otherwise, you'll leave the Yin family today." And Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng and said with great anger. Jiang Feng smiled to himself and said, "You'll never believe me. Scram! Get out of the Yin family. I never want to see you again." Kang Lijun yelled and cursed, and Jiechi was just about to speak, when the phone at home was ringing, and Zhang Hao walked towards the phone and picked it up. "Hello, Yan Ning? What? What happened to your mom? What? She didn't eat. She ate just now, but Jiang Feng saw her, so she made your aunt spit it out. How's your mom? Fine, fine. And Jiang Hao hung up the phone and said to Enjechi, Little Feng is indeed for your mom's good. Your great aunt has been hospitalized for poisoning because she ate this health product. It's now in the emergency room for resuscitation. After Jiang Hao's words were finished, both Enjechi and Kong Lijun were stunned. Impossible, Kong Lijun said. And Jiang Hao, don't swindle me just to get me to forgive this loser. As for me to swindle you with big sister being hospitalized, hurry up and get dressed. Let's go to the hospital. And Jiang Hao said furiously, how many times have I told you? Don't trust these health products of yours. Kong Lijun was frightened by Jiang Hao's appearance. It seems that her big sister was indeed really hospitalized. Then she hurriedly went to put on her clothes. And Jechi was also a bit flustered. As soon as she heard that her great-aunt was being resuscitated in the emergency room, she was also a bit flustered, and hurriedly shouted, Mom and Dad, you guys hurry up, I'm going to drive. For a moment, and Jechi's 3 people came and left as fast as they could. All of a sudden they were gone, leaving Jiang Feng standing alone. Jiang Feng smiled to himself and muttered, Jiang Feng, see, you have good intentions, but no one understands, even after the truth comes out. No one even says sorry to you. After saying that, Jiang Feng went up to the second floor forlornly, came to his room and started to organize his clothes. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng packed up his things, put the key on the coffee table, and directly went out the door of Anne's house. Arriving in front of the silver-gray Aston Martin, Jiang Feng placed the package in the backseat and sat on his butt. The security guards who were patrolling the area, when they saw Jiang Feng sitting on the Aston Martin, they were surprised in their hearts. Why did this person look so much like that trash son-in-law of the Yin family? How can he afford to drive such a good car? Chapter 68 The man in front of the medical center. The security guard was just about to approach to see if it was actually Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng directly started the car and drove out of the neighborhood. Aston Martin traveling on the road. Jiang Feng unexpectedly do not know where to go? Unconsciously, Jiang Feng came to the riverside, sitting alone in the car and looking at the riverbank. After sitting for a while, Jiang Feng started the car again, but drove towards Huacheng Street. Let's stay at the medical center first tonight. When Jiang Feng came to Huacheng Street, the whole street of the medical hall has been closed. Will be the car parked? Jiang Feng came to the front of the medical hall, but let Jiang Feng accidentally. In front of their own medical hall is lying a man. Seeing Jiang Feng walking closer with the key, the man hurriedly got up and said, I'm sorry, I'm just resting here for a while. Jiang Feng looked at the man and said casually, it's fine. When the man turned to leave, Jiang Feng said, if you hold on like this, your life will be gone before long. At those words, the man looked at Jiang Feng with a shocked face and didn't say anything. Jiang Feng said indifferently, I'm a doctor. You're a doctor? The man looked at Jiang Feng with some disbelief and said, because Jiang Feng was just too young. Jiang Feng nodded and said, come in and I'll give you a look. He said and opened the door of the medical center. When he walked into the medical center, he found that the man didn't follow him in, and turned around and said in surprise, what are you still standing there for? I don't have money, the man said with some embarrassment. Jiang Feng laughed and said, seeing that you're easy on the eyes, no money. The man was stunned when he heard Jiang Feng's words, but he walked into the medical center. Coming to the consultation table, Jiang Feng signaled the man to stretch out his right hand, and then put 3 fingers on the man's pulse. For a long time Jiang Feng frowned and said, how could you suffer such heavy internal injuries? All your 5 organs have been somewhat displaced. To be able to support until now you are also a ruthless person. The man let out a bitter smile and asked, is there any salvation left? It can be saved. There are very few diseases that I can't cure. Jiang Feng said with a smile. The man nodded and said, thanks a lot. If you want to thank me, stay with me and talk to me later. Jiang Feng said with a self-deprecating smile. Good. The man also saw that Jiang Feng was in a bad mood and agreed. Jiang Feng signaled the man to turn his back to himself, then took out his portable needle bag and started to line up needles on the man's back. While line up the needles, said, the person who did this to you, is really a dead hand. What hatred and what grudges The man didn't say anything. Jiang Feng smiled and said, you don't have to say if it's not convenient to say. I'm just asking casually. Thanks a lot. The man said gratefully. After Jiang Feng finished practicing needles on the man's back, Jiang Feng slapped his palm on the acupoint at the back of the man's neck, and instantly a mellow true qi rushed into the man's body. The man was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a martial arts expert in this small medical center. Such a mellow internal energy. Without peak martial arts cultivation it would never be possible. Half an hour later, after spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood, the man turned to Jiang Feng and just knelt down to the end, respectfully saying, Mr. saved my life. Great kindness. Unforgettable. You're no fun like that. Jiang Feng but frowned. You and I meet is also fate. If I didn't wake up the medical center to sleep tonight, if you didn't want to rest at the door of the medical center, we can't meet. This is fate. Get up and wipe the bruises on the floor for me, Jiang Feng said. Then he walked into the medicine cabinet and started grabbing medicine. By the time the man cleaned up the blood on the floor, Jiang Feng had already boiled the medicine and placed it on the consultation table. Drink it, it's good for you, Jiang Feng said with a smile. The man didn't hesitate and directly picked up the medicine bowl and drank it. Sit. Jiang Feng signaled the man to sit down. Maybe it's all the end of the world, letting you and I meet. Sir seems to have something on his mind, the man asked. Jiang Feng looked up at the man and took a deep breath. Just as well, let's talk to you about it. With that, Jiang Feng told the man about the 3 years of joining the Yin family, and kept talking about the night's events before stopping and looking up at the door, realizing that the sky was actually already cloudy. Jiang Feng said with some embarrassment, I didn't expect it to be almost dawn. I didn't expect that Mr's experience would be so rough. I just don't know why a person with such a high level of medical and martial arts cultivation, why did he join the family and become a door-to-door son-in-law? The man asked with some doubts. Jiang Feng, however, said, it's hard to explain. First hospital, outside the emergency room, how could that be? It's just a health product. How can you eat it and get poisoned? Kang Lijun sat on a chair anxiously waiting. At this time, the 2 daughters of the Greatance family were also sitting on the chair without saying anything with a sad face. I say brother-in-law, are you sure you didn't let anyone fool you? Our mom was directly hospitalized this time. Qian Shoheo sat beside Lu Tianyu and asked in a low voice. Lu Tianyu shook his head in annoyance and said, the same pharmacy, Mom has always eaten this, and there was no poisoning. I don't know what's going on this time either. Qian Shoheo, however, turned his eyes and said close to Lu Tianyu's ear, brother-in-law, although mother-in-law is a bit of a snob, but you can't poison it, right? You fart. What are you saying? Lu Tianyu was furious when he heard this, but thinking that his wife was still around, he hurriedly whispered, how could I possibly go and poison it? And Jechi's cousin Song Yening saw that the two still had the heart to chat. She was furious and got up and came to Lu Tianyu's side, saying loudly, you still have the face to chat here. I'm telling you Lu Tianyu, if my mom has a long and short life, I'll divorce you. Yan Ning, there is absolutely no problem with the health products I bought. Mom has eaten for a long time and nothing has happened. The doctor hasn't come out yet. Wait for the doctor to come out and see what to say. Lu Tianyu said with a helpless face. It's not that my mom usually has a bad attitude towards you guys. I know that behind your backs you all wish for my mom's early death. Lu Tianyu, if I find out that it's a trick, I won't be able to spare you. Song Yening said with a cold snort. When Lu Tianyu heard this, he immediately became furious and directly stood up and said, Song Yening, you're done. The doctor hasn't come out yet. So many people ate it alright? How come your mom is the only one who is not okay with it? What do you mean? Are you saying my mom did it on purpose? Lu Tianyu, I want to divorce you. Song Yenin immediately said with great fury. Divorce is divorce. Who are you scaring? You think I'm that punk Jiang Feng? I've had enough. After Lu Tianyu finished speaking, he directly stood up and left the hospital. Song Yenin looked at Lu Tianyu's back dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lu Tianyu to really say divorce. And Jechi on the side heard Lu Tianyu's words and then remembered that Jiang Feng was still at home. Just now, the family rushed to the hospital and after misunderstanding Jiang Feng, none of them even apologized. Chapter 69, Leaving the Yin family. Thinking of this, and Jechi ignored her big sister's family, but took out the phone and called Jiang Feng. But the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. And Jechi looked at the time, thinking that Jiang Feng should be sleeping too much, so she didn't continue to make the call. Jiang Feng in the medical center looked at the incoming call on the phone, but did not move, let the phone vibrate there. The man looked at the flashing cell phone, but also did not say anything. Tonight's things, in exchange for who are going to be angry, even if to say a word good. Jiang Feng said after glancing at the man, I see you don't seem to have anywhere to go. Why don't you just stay at the medical center for now? Won't it bother mister? The man asked. The man also had no choice. At the moment he was penniless. His revenge had not yet been avenged. He did not even have a place to stay. If there was a place to stay for the time being, it would still be good. What's the disturbance? There are 3 rooms in the back. It's not like I'm sleeping in the same room as you. During this time you'll first help out in the medical center. Take care of the food but no salary. Jiang Feng said with a wink. The man immediately clasped his fists at Jiang Feng and said, thank you for accepting me, sir. Besides, the first hospital. After Lu Tianyu left, a doctor with a tired face finally came out of the emergency room. Seeing the doctor come out, Kang Lijun and Zhang Hao hurriedly walked over. Doctor, how is my big sister? Song Yening and Song Jiawei also came closer and asked eagerly. Doctor, how is my mom? It's no longer in danger. The doctor said tiredly as he looked at the crowd. Song Yin at this time but continued to ask, "Doctor, what's going on? My mom usually eats this health product all the time. How could she suddenly be poisoned?" Through the laboratory tests, it was found that some of the ingredients inside this health product seriously exceeded the standard. But with what you guys said, it should be that when this batch was produced, the amount of medicine was added in excess, or else there wouldn't have been nothing wrong with the previous health product. The doctor said lightly, "There is nothing wrong with healthcare products, but must be recognized as a regular manufacturer. Do not listen to the sales staff indiscriminately blindly, they are fooled to buy. A little bit of conscience is just flour made into pills. Black-hearted inside the ingredients do not know." The doctor finished, shook his head, turned around and went into the office. A few moments later, two nurses pushed Njiechi's great-aunt out of the emergency room. At this time Njiechi's great-aunt tossed and turned all night has fallen asleep. The crowd all looked at each other with blank stares. If this is set out, because eating health products into the hospital rescue, there must be no one will believe it, right? After sending Njiechi's great-aunt into the hospital room, seeing that she was out of danger, Njiechi's family then left the hospital. In the car, Kang Lijun said with some fear, "How can a good health product be poisoned? Luckily I didn't eat it, or I guess I'm lying in the hospital now too." "You have to be thanks to little Feng," and Jiang Hao said from the side. "Humph, then you can't do that to me either." Although Kang Lijun felt in her heart that it was thanks to Jiang Feng, she never admitted it on her lips, and Jiang Hao looked at Kang Lijun and shook his head. "Didn't Xiao Feng say so? Tell you, you don't listen. If he had said it properly, would I not have listened? I think nah, he's just doing it on purpose, disliking me for always talking about him, and purposely using the opportunity to retaliate against me." Kang Lijun said with a stiff upper lip, and Jiachi, who was driving, frowned at that. "Mom, can you stop looking at Jiang Feng with the same old eyes? If it wasn't for Jiang Feng tonight, you would be lying in the hospital right now. In short, it's his fault," Kang Lijun said without a trace of anger, and Jiachi, however, sighed and said, "Just now we all came to the hospital in one brain, but none of us apologized to Jiang Feng. I guess Jiang Feng must be angry. Why should I apologize to him? This is what he should do. So what if he's angry? A punk eats from the Yin family and uses the Yin family's money." Kang Lijun cursed with hatred, and Jiachi, however, said angrily, "Mom, Jiang Feng is my husband. Don't always call him a waste on the left and a waste on the right. You know it's your husband now. When your grandfather arranged the marriage, didn't you also disagree?" Kang Lijun said indignantly, "But now we're already married," and Jiachi said faintly. Kang Lijun sniffed but rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, why didn't you say that when you looked down on him?" "I looked down on him? When did I look down on him?" and Jiachi said angrily. Kang Lijun, however, laughed coldly and said, "Everyone knows that you look down on him, and you still think you're being so nice to that loser." Kang Lijun's words hit in Jiachi's chest like a heavy punch, and Jiachi asked herself, did she really look down on Jiang Feng? Otherwise why could everyone feel it? But she clearly felt that she was doing it for Jiang Feng's good. Never look down on him. Is this the root cause of Jiang Feng's recent fights with herself? I actually looked down on Jiang Feng in my heart, but on the surface, I still said good things for Jiang Feng. Isn't it true that you become a person who's not what you seem? It turned out that she had been hurting Jiang Feng for her own ridiculous face. Thinking of this, Jiachi suddenly increased the gas pedal. She couldn't wait to return home now and apologize to Jiang Feng. When Njiachi's trio returned home, the east had already blossomed into fish-belly white. As soon as Njiachi entered the door, she rushed to the second floor and came to Jiang Feng's room, only to walk close to the room and find that the door was actually open. After walking into the room and turning on the light, she realized that Jiang Feng was not in the room. And what shocked Njiachi the most was that everything about Jiang Feng in the room was all gone. Although there are only clothes and books, but this room has no more things related to Jiang Feng. Njiachi hurried downstairs and saw the key to the house on the coffee table. Then Njiachi shouted, "Dad, Jiang Feng is gone." At this time, Jiang Hao and Kang Lijun had already returned to their room and were ready to sleep. After tossing and turning all night, the two of them were already exhausted. Jiang Hao heard Njiachi shout and walked out of his room. With a puzzled look on his face he said, "Did Xiao Feng go out so early today?" "No, Dad. Jiang Feng packed away everything in his room." Jiachi was already speaking with a hint of crying in her voice at this point. At this time, Kang Lijun also came out from her room, and said with a hackeratic voice, "Gone? Gone, good. No, quickly see if anything is missing from the house. Do you think Xiao Feng will still think about the things in your house after giving you $150,000 with him?" And Jiang Hao said without a trace of anger. And Jiachi also looked at Kang Lijun angrily and said, "It's all you. Why don't you tell the truth? It was Jiang Feng who did that to save you, and now Jiang Feng is gone. You're still talking about me? Didn't you not trust him too? Or else if I don't say anything, you won't know?" Kang Lijun was being unreasonable. "I'm too lazy to talk to you." and Juchi turned around and left the house after saying that. She was going to the medical center to find Jiang Feng. Chapter 70, Don't Leave Me. After Juchi left the house, she went straight to the medical center, and at that moment, Jiang Feng was talking to the man. What do I call you from now on? Jiang Feng asked with a smile. The man thought for a moment and said, Sir, just call me Nameless. Nameless? Jiang Feng nodded. Not bad. Then Jiang Feng stood up, stretched and said, After talking to you all night long, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go eat something. Good. Nameless was no longer polite with Jiang Feng after he decided to stay at the medical center. After locking the door, the two of them went to a breakfast store deep in Huacheng Street, and not long after the two had just left, Juchi was the one who arrived at the medical center and found that the door of the medical center was locked, Juchi reluctantly knocked on the door of the medical center, but of course no one would answer inside. Unable to do so, Juchi returned to the car and prepared to wait here for Jiang Feng. Sitting here, Juchi was a bit tired and actually gradually fell asleep. In her sleep, Juchi dreamt that Jiang Feng went to Li Mingyao's house last night, ate a meal with Li Mingyao's family in a peaceful manner, and finally slept in a room with Li Mingyao. She ran to Li's house to look for Jiang Feng, but was told by Jiang Feng that he had already married Li Mingyao and would never return to the Yin family. Juchi cried and asked Jiang Feng not to leave him, telling Jiang Feng that she actually cared about him, just that she didn't take Jiang Feng's feelings into account in normal times. But Jiang Feng is unmoved, telling himself about the grievances he has suffered in the Yin family over the years, and finally kicks himself out of the Li family and goes back to his room with Li Mingyao. Juchi then curled up in the car, dreaming, Jiang Feng, don't leave me. And after Jiang Feng and Nameless had breakfast, the two of them returned to the medical center. And when Jiang Feng opened the door of the medical center and was about to put up the business sign, he found Juchi's golf parked at the street corner of Huacheng Street. Looking at Juchi's car, Jiang Feng frowned. What was Juchi doing? Is she trying to follow herself again? In his heart, he was a bit angry, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he directly entered the medical center. A few moments later, Sun Liansan and Sun Yalan arrived at the medical center. Both of them were stunned when they saw Nameless, thinking that it was the first patient that Jiang Feng had seen in the morning, and didn't pay much attention to it. Sun Yalan looked at Jiang Feng and said unexpectedly, Yeah, you actually came so early? It's the first time for a big girl to go to the sedan chair. Jiang Feng didn't say anything and quietly looked at the medical books. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't speak, Sun Yalan came to Jiang Feng's side and said, Hey, I'm talking to you. Jiang Feng put down the medical books in his hands and looked at Sun Yalan. I'll be staying at the medical center for a while. Live in the medical center? Sun Yalan looked at Jiang Feng unexpectedly at his words, then said with a gloating face, You won't be kicked out by your wife, right? Listen to me. This woman is to be coaxed. You have to coax more. Say more nice things, and she won't always be angry. Sun Yalan said in an old-fashioned manner. Love is meant to constantly create surprises in order to ensure freshness. Jiang Feng sniffed, but skimmed his lips and said, A little kid, what else do you know about love? Don't think I'm not as old as you, but I've read a lot of books on the subject. Sun Yalan said without a trace of humor. Jiang Feng smiled at her words and said with a pinch of salt, Experienced in theory, zero practical ability. You piss me off, Sun Yalan said. Forget it, for the sake of your homelessness, this lady won't bother with you in general. It seemed like Sun Yalan never won every time she fought with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, however, stood up and said, Elder son, this is Nameless. He'll stay in the medical center from now on, and he'll live there for the time being. Yalin will be in charge of the medicine cabinet from now on. Nameless will help Yalin and Elder son with their hands first. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Yes, sir, Nameless answered. Sun Lianshan smiled and greeted Nameless, but Sun Yalan came to Nameless' side and looked around with a puzzled face before saying, From now on, you'll be my little brother. Good, Nameless said with a smile. Sun Yalan was a child at heart, and this personality was very pleasing. After sitting down, Jiang Feng looked at the medical book in his hand but couldn't get into it. Then he once again put down the medical books in his hands and came to the door of the medical center. Looking at the golf at the street corner, Jiang Feng frowned. Could it be that Juchi intends to follow her all day? What exactly did she mean? Yesterday's matter had been settled and he had moved out of Anne's house. Why was she still following him? She didn't even call herself the whole night, and only contacted herself once in the early morning and then never moved again. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng went directly to Juchi's car. When he came to Juchi's car, just about to knock on the window, Jiang Feng saw that Juchi was curled up and sleeping in the car, immediately frowned, and then in his heart there was some intolerance. He tried to pull the car door, but it wasn't unlocked. Before he had said to her a few times, If you are tired in the car rest, must unlock the car door. She just do not listen. Even if she doesn't care about herself, she still has to accept good advice. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. Jiang Feng came to the passenger side, opened the door and sat in. After closing the door, looking at Injechi who still didn't wake up, Jiang Feng muttered, sleeping so heavily, if you meet a trafficker, you'll be carried away directly. Thinking of Injechi being carried away by human traffickers and sold to a ravine, Jiang Feng had a smile on his face, laughing at his own thoughts. The early morning in Zhengzhou was still a bit cool. Feeling the temperature inside the car, Jiang Feng took off his jacket and draped it over Injechi's body. Then he quietly sat on the passenger side and looked at Injechi. To be honest, after 3 years of marriage, Jiang Feng surprisingly hadn't seen Injechi sleeping. The two of them didn't live in the same room, not to mention, perhaps because they didn't trust themselves, Injechi would unlock the door to her room every night when she slept. So even if Jiang Feng wanted to see, he couldn't get in. Injechi's eyelashes are very long. Inlaid in the eyelids is very beautiful, along with the eyes and the sleep of the inadvertent rotation. Driven eyelids on the eyelashes also followed a move. Jiang Feng actually looked crazy. White face with good-looking face shape, living a woe of the world's face. Injechi in her sleep seemed to have dreamed of something sad. There were still teardrops at the corners of her eyes, which made Jiang Feng a little strange, and drew out a tissue and was about to wipe away Injechi's tears, when he heard Injechi's murmuring in her sleep. Jiang Feng, I didn't look down on you. Don't leave me, okay? Chapter 71, Jiang Feng, I'm sorry. Hearing Injechi's words, Jiang Feng was a bit surprised. Could it be that Injechi was dreaming about herself in her dream? Don't leave her? Does she care about herself? Even if it was in a dream, Jiang Feng still had some warmth in his heart. At least he knew that Injechi's heart wasn't as cold as she appeared to be to herself. However, Jiang Feng then smiled to himself and muttered, maybe she's just dreaming. Looks like she's been under a lot of pressure lately. Seeing how sweetly Injechi was sleeping, Jiang Feng couldn't bear to disturb him, so he quietly sat on the co-pilot and watched Injechi. Looking at the sleeping woman in front of him, Jiang Feng had some melancholy in his heart. For Injechi, Jiang Feng liked him, or else he couldn't have stayed in the Yin family for 3 years at a time. Even with Master Ran's last wish, Jiang Feng couldn't possibly be so condescending to himself, even if Master Ran was kind to him. In fact, sometimes Jiang Feng couldn't understand why Elder Ran trusted himself so much, bringing him back to the Yin family and marrying his favorite granddaughter to himself. Jiang Feng was stunned at the first sight of Injechi. Injechi's beauty and understanding smile instantly mesmerized him. The Injechi of that time still smiled, only after learning that he was going to marry himself. Injechi never smiled at himself. Back then, he was framed by a traitor and fled to Zhengzhou. It was Elder Ran who saved him. The later thing was to join the Yin family, and when Elder Ran was alive, he treated himself very well. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng muttered, Elder Ran, what kind of gourd are you playing? Just like that, Jiang Feng adjusted his cell phone to mute and stayed in the car with Injechi. Time in the unconscious passed. Some of the sun came up. The temperature of the car is no longer so cool. Injechi unconsciously moved. But will be Jiang Feng's jacket lifted off? Jiang Feng would like and will pick up a pair. Again to Injechi cover. But a low head as the scene in front of the eyes attracted the attention of the eyes staring tightly ahead. At this time, because of the Injechi, because of the activities of the reason, the head leaned on the position of the center control room, so that the position of Injechi's neckline is exactly aligned with the Jiang Feng who was bending over. Injechi was wearing a business white shirt today. The collar was buttoned up to the second button, and at this moment, from Jiang Feng's line of sight, he could just see Injechi's majesty. Even the black underwear inside was clearly visible. Jiang Feng unconsciously gulped, his eyes staring at Injechi. Then Jiang Feng hurriedly got up, his heart beating faster, mentally warning himself that he couldn't look. Although the two of them were husband and wife, Injechi hadn't accepted himself. But even though his heart kept warning himself, Jiang Feng's gaze still couldn't help but drift in Injechi's direction. With such a beautiful face, coupled with a body that made men's hearts flutter, how could Jiang Feng, who was also a man, not be moved? Jiang Feng then hurriedly covered Injechi with his coat, blocking the flash of spring light. Afterwards, Jiang Feng leaned on the co-pilot and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's really killing me. It's a real pain in the ass to be able to see and not be able to eat. At this time there is a touch of naughty sunlight shines on Injechi's eyes. Injechi slowly opened her eyes, saw the clothes on her body, but Teng sat up. Turning back, she saw Jiang Feng sitting on the passenger side. Injechi murmured, Jiang Feng, don't leave the Yin family, okay? Don't go to Li Mingyao's house. What did you say? Jiang Feng was stunned at his words, then asked. Injechi looked around and then looked at the clothes on her body. Injechi's heart warmed up. You can really sleep? Jiang Feng said indifferently. Injechi straightened her hair and took this time to clear her mind, remembering that she had just come to look for Jiang Feng, but the medical center wasn't open. She had fallen asleep while sitting in the car waiting for Jiang Feng. I guess I was just immersed in a dream, and I couldn't help but shout out as soon as I saw Jiang Feng. What time is it? And Jiechi asked. Jiang Feng looked at his cell phone and said, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock? I slept all morning? And Jiechi sniffed and said in surprise. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiechi and said, what did you just say about the Li family? Huh? What? I didn't say that. You heard wrong. And Jiechi said hurriedly with a blush on her face. Jiang Feng frowned, feeling that today's Jiechi was very strange. And Jiechi removed the clothes from her body and handed it to Jiang Feng. Thank you. Jiang Feng froze when he received the clothes, because Jiechi probably didn't know that the buttons of her clothes were open. And when she handed Jiang Feng the clothes, a flash of spring light once again appeared in front of Jiang Feng's eyes. To hell with it. Jiang Feng screamed furiously in his heart. And Jiechi saw Jiang Feng didn't pick up the clothes, but looked straight at herself, following Jiang Feng's line of sight. And Jiechi exclaimed, oops, what are you looking at? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng hastily withdrew his gaze and turned his head to the side, and Jiechi took the opportunity to button up her clothes. Both of them then didn't speak. Jiang Feng looked out the window like an ostrich, while Jiechi was blushing, and Jiechi moved. When Jiang Feng thought that Jiechi would be angry because of what happened just now, and Jiechi said, I've been in the hospital last night. My great-aunt went into the emergency room to be rescued. Oh, Jiang Feng faintly responded. When I went home, Mom even said that it was thanks to you. Otherwise she would be lying in the hospital right now too. And Jiechi continued. Snort. Jiang Feng let out a snort and shook his head. Do you think I would believe that? Kong Lijun would thank me? And Jiechi sniffed and frowned lightly. This was the first time she had heard Jiang Feng call her mom by her name. The Jiang Feng of the past would never dare to do so. Could this be that he had made up his mind to leave the Yin family? Well, my mom didn't say it. And Jiechi said, but thank you. No need. I've been eating and spending the Yin family's food for the past 3 years. These are all things I should do. Jiang Feng said indifferently. And Jiechi smiled. Her heart was sad. The more Jiang Feng looked like he was rejecting people, the more Jiechi was able to realize the aggression in Jiang Feng's heart. Then Jiechi softly said, Jiang Feng, I'll apologize to you for my mom, okay? Jiang Feng looked back at Jiechi with a surprised face and asked doubtfully, apologize? Is there something wrong with you? For 3 years now, Jiechi didn't even talk about apologizing. She rarely spoke to herself properly. And today, Jiechi's actions made Jiang Feng directly confused. And Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng. There was some heartache in her eyes. Suddenly she felt that she was a great failure. Normally she boasted of being a talented woman. But in fact she didn't understand anything. She was now suddenly able to understand Jiang Feng's feelings. Jiang Feng's appearance at this moment was exactly the aggression he had received in the Yin family for so long, making him not believe he would apologize at all. Jiang Feng, I'm sorry. Chapter 72, I'm all like this. Hearing Jiechi's words, Jiang Feng was even more surprised, and Jiechi was actually apologizing to herself. Jiang Feng asked with a puzzled face, are you not feeling well? Give me your hand. I'll take your pulse. And Jiechi, however, guffawed and said, I'm not sick. I'm saying sorry to you. Jiang Feng, I know that the Yin family has hurt you a lot in these 3 years. On behalf of them and myself, I apologize to you. And Jiechi finished, looking at Jiang Feng with an apologetic face. At this moment, Jiang Feng was finally convinced that Jiechi was normal, only that his heart still had some disbelief. Jiang Feng slowly said, I didn't care. Really? You really didn't care? And Jiechi but asked. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and said, in the past, in the Yin family, I felt that being able to see you every day was the happiest. Even if Kong Lijun cursed at me with vicious words, I didn't care, thinking that maybe in the future when you figured it out, we could start over. But I realized that I was actually wrong. You are the #1 beauty in Central State, and as senior management student graduated from a prestigious university. I'm just a waste of a son-in-law of the Yin family. How could there be any intersection between us? And gradually I realized that no matter how hard I tried, you wouldn't believe me. In front of the Yin family's relatives, in front of Kong Lijun, and in front of outsiders, as long as there was any mistake it would definitely be my mistake. I realized that in fact, you never wanted to understand me, and never believed in me. It wasn't until later when Kong Lijun arranged a blind date for you in front of me that I realized that everything should be given up. So I've decided to leave the Yin family, to leave this place that has never belonged to me or accepted me. Jiang Feng said so much in one breath, suddenly realizing that his heart was incomparably free. But Jiechi on the other side, after hearing Jiang Feng's words, her heart was in pain. These 3 years, the Yin family and herself actually did what to Jiang Feng? Actually step by step, let this man in front of him to himself, to the Yin family disappointment. Jiang Feng, and Jiechi called out softly, but didn't know what to say. Jiang Feng turned his head back and said with a flat face, did you come to me just to apologize to me? The moment Jiang Feng turned his head, And Jechi saw that Jiang Feng's right cheek was still a bit swollen and knew that it was the 2 slaps from his parents last night. And Jechi didn't answer Jiang Feng's words, but reached out her hand and gently stroked on Jiang Feng's cheek, softly saying, "Does it hurt?" Jiang Feng, however, dodged in Jechi's hand and said faintly, "Some pain is far more painful than this." Upon hearing this, and Jechi's eyes turned red and said, "Jiang Feng, let's go home." "Home? That's your home, but not mine, and it can never be mine." Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "Jechi, separate. I'm tired. Separating will be good for you and me. You can go on blind dates with honor and let Kong Lijun find a dragon son-in-law. I can also do something I want to do," Jiang Feng said slowly. When Jechi heard this, tears fell from her eyes and she asked in a somewhat aggravated tone, "Is it to go find Li Mengyao?" "I know. Who would like a woman who is cold all day? Li Mengyao's kind of woman who is as passionate as fire should be your last choice." He, "I don't have anything with Li Mengyao." Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "Believe it or not, there's nothing between Li Mengyao and me. He's just thanking me for saving Uncle Wu's life too." After saying that, Jiang Feng once again looked at Jechi and said, "Look, between the two of us, we don't have any common language at all. Every time we talk, we think in a bad way. What I said about doing what I want to do is opening a medical center, while you think I'm going to find Li Mengyao. This is too tiring. Jechi, I admit that I like you, but I don't want my life to be spent like this." After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he directly opened the car door and stepped out of the car, then said, "Jechi, I'll wait for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing in the morning." Seeing Jiang Feng get out of the car, and Jechi pulled open the door and came to Jiang Feng's front, saying, "Jiang Feng, give us a little time to calm down, okay? I promise I will never misunderstand you again." Jiang Feng looked at the woman in front of him who used to make his soul melt. For a long time, he finally shook his head and said, "Jechi, we're not kids anymore. You know you don't like me at all. Why do we still have to be like this? Just for Elder An's last wish? No, it's not." "Jiang Feng, when we got home in the wee hours of the morning, I went to my room to look for you. When I saw that all your things were gone, I realized that I cared about you, and had gotten used to you being by my side." And Jechi's tears flowed. For the always strong Jechi, being able to say these words today was absolutely impossible. Today Jechi was able to say it because of the hollow feeling in her own heart when she saw Jiang Feng packing away his things. She realized that he was already inseparable from Jiang Feng. The moment she came to Jiang Feng, and Jechi had already put down all her dignity. The only thought was to bring Jiang Feng home. That night they hung out together in the snack street was a good start, and Jechi believed that he and Jiang Feng would be able to get along well in the future. And Jechi also understood that it was his fault for misunderstanding Jiang Feng in many things before. "Get in the car. This doesn't look good. It's not good for your image." Looking at Jechi's pearly appearance, Jiang Feng really couldn't bear to brush his sleeve away. And Jechi, however, said with a stubborn face, "I won't, unless you promise me." Feeling that the wind was picking up and seeing that Jechi was only wearing a thin shirt, Jiang Feng could only nod his head. After the two returned to the car, Jiang Feng pulled out a tissue and handed it to Jechi. After Jechi wiped off her tears, she looked at Jiang Feng and said, "Jiang Feng, come home with me." Jiang Feng shook his head and didn't say anything. "Jiang Feng, I've been like this, do you still not forgive me?" Jechi said with some agitation. Jiang Feng shook his head again and said, "I've never been angry with you. I just want to stay at the medical center for a while. A lot of things have happened lately, and I have to sort out things for the future." After saying that, a coldness emerged in Jiang Feng's eyes. The aura on his body also unconsciously radiated out. Feeling the compelling aura and coldness on Jiang Feng's body, Jechi was startled and looked at Jiang Feng with a somewhat unrecognizable look. Noticing Jechi's abnormality, Jiang Feng then withdrew his aura and said indifferently, "It's my own personal matter." "Your personal matter?" Jechi was stunned, looking at the man in front of him, for the first time realizing that he didn't know anything about this man. His past, his once upon a time, it was all a blank in Jechi's mind. Chapter 73, Spring is coming. Jiang Feng. Jechi called out softly. Jiang Feng looked back at Jechi and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your past." Jechi tried to ask, "In just now?" Jechi made a decision to get to know Jiang Feng's past and present. Jiang Feng smiled at his words but said with a self-deprecating smile, "My past? It's just a waste." Seeing this, Jechi was a bit lost. He knew that Jiang Feng didn't want to talk about it, and thought in his heart, he still hadn't forgiven himself. Would he talk to Li Mengyao about his past? "Haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to a very delicious place," Jiang Feng suddenly said with a smile. When Jechi heard this, her stomach growled and her face blushed slightly as she said, "Good." Looking at Jechi's blushing face, Jiang Feng actually looked a bit mesmerized. A touch of redness came out from under her white skin, making people want to kiss her just by looking at her. "What are you looking at?" Jechi said with some anger. Jiang Feng blurted out. You're so pretty. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, and Jiechi's heart was happy, but her mouth still said, rascal. Jiang Feng laughed and said, I want to be a rascal. The key is that you've locked the door every night for the past 3 years, so I don't have a chance. Then I won't lock the door later. Will you come? And Jiechi suddenly said. Smiling bitterly at this, Jiang Feng said, I was just joking, but I'm not joking. And Jiechi asked seriously as she looked at Jiang Feng with both eyes. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat first. Jiang Feng said and got out of the car. Goon. And Jiechi said hatefully. After saying that, she also followed Jiang Feng out of the car. Jiang Feng brought in Jiechi to the front of a tripe store deep in Huaqing Street and said with a smile, don't look at his store as small and the environment isn't very good, but the taste is absolutely authentic, even more so than the taste of those tripe stores in the capital. Little Feng, here you are. The shopkeeper greeted Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Uncle Lu, the usual 2 servings. Add 2 more servings of explosive tripe. Okay. Uncle Lu answered and went into the kitchen to get busy. And Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng and the shopkeeper's familiar appearance and asked suspiciously, do you come here often? Not often. Just occasionally. After all, I didn't have that much money on me before. Jiang Feng said indifferently. And Jiechi smiled. Her eyes darkened, knowing that Jiang Feng was talking about the days in the Yin family. In fact, if it wasn't for Kong Lijun's insistence on stopping Jiang Feng from cooking at home, it was estimated that Jiang Feng had already found a job long ago as well. Turning her thoughts, and Jiechi pursed her lips and asked, the money you spent on popping tripe, it wouldn't be from the money mom gave you for groceries, right? Yeah, sometimes when I catch up with the cheap food prices, I'll have some money left over. A few times down the line you can have a meal of popped tripe, and sometimes when there's not enough money, Uncle Lu is the one who fills a bowl for me. Jiang Feng said with a smile, his brows still looking very pleased with himself. And Jiechi looked at Jiang Feng with some amusement and said, look at you as if you feel very smug. Indeed, to be honest, if your mom didn't always scold me, I'd find life quite interesting. Jiang Feng laughed a little, looking at the smile on Jiang Feng's face, and Jiechi suddenly said with a straight face, Jiang Feng, I won't talk about you anymore in the future, okay? Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Soon Uncle Lu served the explosive tripe on the table and looked at Jiang Feng and said jokingly, you kid, having such a beautiful girlfriend didn't bring it out earlier. Let me think you're a bachelor. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, and Jiechi's face turned red, then she smiled and said, Uncle Lu, it's the first time he's brought me here. Let's see how it tastes. I'll serve you more if it's good. Uncle Lu said with a smile. Before Jiechi could say anything, another diner came. Uncle Lu greeted Jiang Feng and then went to greet the other guests. Jiang Feng looked at Jiechi's dishes and said with a smile, your dishes. Uncle Lu cleaned them specially. Ha! And Jiechi was stunned at his words, then looked around at the diners and realized that it was really true. And Jiechi then smiled and said, it seems that the shopkeeper here is afraid that you will run away again if you are the first female to come over after a long time. Hee hee, how about a taste? Jiang Feng said with a smile, and Jiechi took a bite and said, delicious. Some may be in Jiechi really hungry. Eat even cannot care and Jiang Feng talk. Wait until the two have eaten. Jiang Feng will and Jiechi sent to the golf said, last night did not sleep. Go home and rest. By the way, doesn't your company need to work? Jiang Feng asked suspiciously, and Jiechi sniffed, but shook her head and said, I resigned from Anne's. Then Jiechi told Jiang Feng about what happened at Anne's that day. After Jiang Feng heard it, he laughed coldly and said, it seems like Kaiwan really doesn't know how to die. Then he said lightly, don't worry, in a few days, and we'll be begging you to go back. And Jiechi only thought that Jiang Feng was comforting himself and got into the car. Before leaving Jiechi lowered the window and asked once again, are you really not going home with me? I'm staying at the medical center for a while. Jiang Feng said with a smile, wait until you miss me so much that you can't think. I'll go back. Who misses you? Shameless. After saying that, Jiechi stepped on the gas, and the Golf drove away directly. Looking at the distant Golf, Jiang Feng touched his nose and said to himself, is this spring coming? Jiang Feng, who had returned to the medical center, was humming a small song with a smile on his face. When Sun Yalan saw Jiang Feng's appearance, she skimmed her lips and said, you're picking up money? Happier than picking up money. Jiang Feng said with a smile. In a sanatorium in Zhengzhou City, in front of the bed in the VIP ward, there were several doctors in white coats gathered around, all looking at the patient on the bed with a sad face. On the hospital bed, there was an old man with white hair. His eyes were closed tightly, and he was already unconscious. What's the result of the examination? This was a sword-browed middle-aged man who walked into the hospital room and anxiously asked. The crowd of doctors, you looked at me, I looked at you, all did not make a sound. Speak up, what about asking you guys, how is my father? The middle-aged man frowned and said loudly. At this time, An older doctor finally took a step forward and said, Elder Jiang, your father's condition is not too optimistic. He may not last through tonight. What are you saying? Wasn't my father fine in the morning? The middle-aged man was shocked at his words, and then he was furious. The elderly doctor was immediately frightened and said coyly, Elder Jiang, rest his anger. Your father's body has actually failed long ago, relying on his will to support him. Normally, when the organs in the patient's body fail to this point, he would have already died. Therefore, please express my condolences to Elder Jiang. Can't work. How? How can it not work? Senior Jiang said in a sad voice. Then he turned to the secretary behind him and said, Go, find me a doctor. Find me the best doctor in Central State. I'll be grateful to anyone who can cure my father's illness. Chapter 74 Save Zhang Lao. The middle-aged man's words had just finished, but outside the hospital room was an old man who walked in. This old man walked with a dragon's walk. His face was not angry and authoritative, followed by a young man. It was Lu Zhentian. Hong Jun, how is your father? Lu Zhentian asked hurriedly as soon as he arrived near. The middle-aged man hurriedly got up and said, Uncle Lu, the doctor said that my father is dying. All the organs have failed. I'm having someone go out to find a doctor. Hong Jun, be steady. Old Zhang doesn't want to see you like this either. Have your second brother and the others returned? Lu Zhentian asked. Zhang Hongjun shook his head and said, Second brother, on a mission outside the country, can't come back. Alas, the Zhang family is a loyal family. Lu Zhentian sighed and said as he came to the hospital bed, shaking the old man's hand and said, Old Zhang, old brother is here to see you. Looking at the old man on the hospital bed whose vitality was already slowly dissipating, Lu Zhentian's voice was sad. You old brothers, one gone is one less, leaving me alone here to languish. Elder Lu, there is someone who might be able to save Elder Zhang. Seeing Lu Zhentian's sadness, Xiao Wei hurriedly said. Lu Zhentian sniffed and said, Who? Jiang Feng, little guard said in a deep voice. After Lu Zhentian heard Jiang Feng's name, his eyes lit up. Then he stood up and said to Xiao Wei, hurry, drive my car, go pick up Mr. Jiang, hurry. Yes, Xiao Wei answered and hurriedly walked out of the hospital room. Uncle Lu, is there really someone who can save my father? Zhang Hongjun asked hurriedly. Lu Zhentian nodded and said, Hongjun, do you know? This disease of mine was cured by Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang can't do anything about it, I guess old Jiang is at the end of his lifespan. After saying that, Lu Zhentian's face was a bit heavy. Xiao Wei sped all the way to Huacheng Street, when the special vehicle parked in front of the medical center caused the passers-by to have a sideways glance, guessing which big shot to the medical center to see a doctor. But also in the guessing of this medical center inside the doctor in the end is who is who. When Xiao Wei walked into the medical hall, he saw Jiang Feng sitting inside and said hurriedly, Mr. Jiang, please come with me to save someone. The situation is urgent. Lu Lao is with him in the hospital, so I can only come over. Jiang Feng was stunned when he saw Xiao Wei's little guard. He thought that Lu Zhentian's body was out of order. When he heard Xiao Wei's words, he asked doubtfully, Where is it? City West Sanatorium. The little guard said, Please, Mr. Jiang, follow me to save the people. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded his head and after preparing a few things, he followed the little guard out the door. Arriving at the door of the medical center but seeing a special vehicle parked right in front of the medical center, Jiang Feng got into the car directly without thinking about it, and Xiao Wei got in and said, Sit tight, Mr. Jiang. Then he sped away. In the car, Xiao Wei said, Mr. Jiang, the patient is the father of the governor of Zhengzhou City, Lu Lao's good friend. Because of the fear of traffic jam on the road, I had to drive a special vehicle over here. Good. Jiang Feng nodded. When Xiao Wei brought Jiang Feng into the hospital room, Zhang Hongjun froze. Too young. Lu Zhentian, however, hurriedly greeted Jiang Feng and said, Mr. Jiang, old Zhang's whole body's organs have failed. I don't know if there's anything you can do. Check your pulse first, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Then without any politeness, he directly came to old Zhang's hospital bed. Zhang Hongjun looked at Lu Zhentian with a desire to speak, but he saw Lu Zhentian shaking his head, and thought in his heart that if he wasn't sure, Uncle Lu wouldn't have brought someone over. Jiang Feng put 3 fingers on Zhang Lao's wrist. A moment later, Jiang Feng said, The whole body's organs have failed, but it's not due to physical reasons. It's poisoning. Jiang Feng said with a frown, Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Elder Zhang is clearly suffering from organ failure caused by his life expectancy coming to an end. How can it be poisoning? Before Lu Zhentian could speak, the elderly doctor on the side was shouting. Jiang Feng looked back at the elderly doctor and said, The patient's pulse is steady and strong, but his organs are failing. What's the explanation? This, the old doctor heard Jiang Feng's question, but did not know how to answer, but to let admit that it is poisoned, and not tossed in afternoon. And is a blood draw in laboratory hard did not check out poisoning. This is not to hit their own face? But even if it is poisoned, we don't know what kind of poison it is? We can't configure a serum. The old doctor spoke again. Jiang Feng heard this but shook his head and said, we're saving people now, not looking for reasons why we can't cure them. When Jiang Hongjun heard this, he immediately said in a deep voice, shut up, don't affect Dr. Jiang's treatment. Then he turned around and asked, Dr. Jiang, can my father's poison be cured? Also with the same question was Lu Zhentian, also looking at Jiang Feng with a hopeful expression. It can be solved, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Impossible, you don't even know what kind of poison it is and you're saying it can be detoxified? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, the elderly doctor couldn't care less about Jiang Hongjun's presence and shouted. Then he said to Jiang Hongjun, Elder Jiang, don't be gullible to slander. This yellow-mouthed child is simply a Jianghu liar. Could it be that the person brought by the old man would be a Jianghu liar? Lu Zhentian said with a displeased face at his words. Elder Lu, even you have been coaxed. Think about it, how is it possible? Without even knowing the poison, how can you detoxify it without a serum? The elderly doctor said with an incredulous face. Jiang Feng's brows furrowed as he heard this, but he suddenly shouted softly, Xiao Wei, clear the scene. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Wei sniffed and directly pulled the elderly doctor and yanked him towards the outside of the ward. Who are you? I'm the director of the sanatorium. What are you doing? The year-old doctor said while struggling, but was unable to argue with Xiao Wei and was finally dragged out of the ward. Seeing that the ward was already quiet, Jiang Feng removed the needle capsule from his body and placed it in a handy place to lay it out. He drew out 3 gold needles from the bag and placed them on Zhang Lao's chest. Then Jiang Feng lifted Zhang Lao up and slapped his palm to Zhang Lao's back. Seeing Jiang Feng doing so, Jiang Hongjun was shocked and was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Lu Zhentian. After Jiang Feng's palm fell, Zhang Lao spat out a mouthful of black blood with a pff sound, followed by a burst of violent coughing. Jiang Feng withdrew the golden needles from Zhang Lao's chest, helping Zhang Lao to start smoothing out his qi. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Lao suddenly shouted, suffocating old me. It's done. Lu Zhentian smiled broadly when he heard this. Old Zhang, can you open your eyes? Zhang Lao slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Lu Zhentian, he said in surprise, Old Lu, why are you here? What's wrong with me? You've been poisoned. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhang's intervention, it's estimated that you'd be drinking tea in Hades right now, Lu Zhentian said with a big smile. Jiang Hongjun came to Zhang Lao's side and hurriedly asked, Father, how do you feel? I almost didn't suffocate just now. I just felt like I couldn't get a breath out. I feel much better now, Zhang Lao slowly said. Divine doctor, a miracle doctor, everyone else in the ward would say in admiration. Chapter 75 Antidote Pills. Looking at his father's appearance, Jiang Hongjun hurriedly came to Jiang Feng's side and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, thank you for curing my father's illness. In the future, if there's anything I can use my Jiang Hongjun for, I'm obliged to do so. Mr. Jiang is overstating it, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Lu Zhentian walked over to Zhang Lao and laughed loudly. Ha ha, old Zhang, you wanted to go down to enjoy your happiness, but you didn't get it, did you? Alas, originally I thought I could take a break. Who knew I'd see you again as soon as I opened my eyes? Zhang Lao said with a feigned pity. Lu Zhentian smiled and laughed even more happily, trying to leave me behind. You're dreaming, ha ha ha. With Mr. Jiang around, it won't be that easy for you to die. Old Lu, are you cured? Zhang Lao, however, looked at Lu Zhentian and said in surprise. Lu Zhentian nodded and said, well, it was also cured by Mr. Jiang. Elder Jiang sat up directly from the hospital bed when he heard this and walked to Jiang Feng's side, carefully sizing Jiang Feng up for a moment. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so young. I'd like to thank Mr. Jiang for saving my life. Elder Jiang, Mr. Jiang has already thanked you, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Then thank you too, Elder Jiang said with a big smile. Seeing this, Jiang Feng guessed that it was assumed that people in the middle of the military had such a brash personality. However, Jiang Feng then looked at Elder Jiang and said, Elder Jiang, it's not because of your body this time, it's because someone poisoned you. Can you recall what you've eaten in the last few days? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lao's face was a bit heavy, but Lu Zhentian had an angry look on his face. While Jiang Hongjun was cruising over a group of doctors from the sanatorium, Zhang Lao shook his head and said thoughtfully, it's the same as the usual food. The sanatorium's personnel are too diverse. There's no way to investigate, Lu Zhentian said with a frown. Zhang Hongjun, however, looked at the group of doctors and gritted his teeth. Then arrest everyone and try them one by one. Hearing Zhang Hongjun's words, the doctors and nursing staff of the sanatorium were all looking at Zhang Hongjun with fear on their faces. Instead, Zhang Lao slapped Zhang Hongjun and said with a face full of anger, How many times have I told you? The power in your hands was given to you by the people. You think it's your own? Am I not in a hurry? Jiang Hongjun said with some aggravation. It's not okay to be in a hurry. Elder Jiang said once again, then said to the group of doctors, it's fine, everyone go back to their respective posts. Thank you Elder Jiang. Thank you Elder Jiang. After waiting for the crowd to leave, Zhang Lao turned around and gave Jiang Hongjun another kick, angrily saying, my Jiang family is full of loyalists. Your elder brother, your second brother, they are all in the military department. Only you have taken the career path. I have said to you many times, don't abuse the power in your hand. How come you don't know to change it? Father, don't be angry. Wasn't I angry just now? Jiang Hongjun saw the old man angry, hurriedly said with a smile, words determine actions. If you don't change your subconscious thinking, sooner or later one day the Jiang family will be defeated in your hands. Zhang Lao said with a cold snort, while Lu Zhentian, who was on the side, said with a smile, old Zhang, young people have their own thoughts. You shouldn't always look like an old scholar. The road is for them to walk on their own. Besides, this is not a thing. Alas, old Zhang sighed and said, bullying people is what I am most displeased with. As an official, you have to benefit a party. Jiang Feng on the side, after hearing Elder Zhang's words, his heart was in great admiration. The Chinese Empire was getting better and better precisely because of such old-timers. Elder Zhang, have you offended anyone recently? Jiang Feng was eager to know the source of the toxin and asked again. Before Elder Zhang could say anything, Lu Zhentian was laughing and said, old Zhang has offended quite a few people, but most of them are from abroad. Could it be the Sakura Club? Jiang Hongjun, however, said with a frown. Lu Zhentian said with a frown on his face, if it's the Sakura Club, it's going to be a problem. This group of hiding kung fu was very skillful, but at this stage only they have the greatest suspicion of making a move. Who made old Zhang always condemn them on the news? Another situation is that recently, the northern border is not peaceful, and I heard that those few small border countries are the ones that the Sun country is drumming up behind. Jiang Hongjun continued. Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, instead of speculating here, it's better to wait and see what happens. Lu Zhentian also nodded his head and said, indeed, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. It can only be this way. Jiang Feng was listening to the conversation of several people from the side. His brows were furrowed. If we say that next time the enemy used a more intense poison, what should we do? Then Jiang Feng said to Jiang Hongjun, Elder Zhang, can you help me prepare a pill furnace? Right now? Mr. Jiang Hongjun asked. Jiang Feng nodded and said, right now. Good. Jiang Hongjun answered and walked out of the ward to make arrangements. Then Jiang Feng picked up the pen and paper on the table, brushed down a prescription, handed it to Xiao Wei and said, Xiao Wei, go to the medical center to get the medicine quickly. Remember the medicine can't leave your sight. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Wei sniffed and answered before directly rushing out of the ward. Lu Zhentian looked at Jiang Feng doubtfully and said, Mr. Jiang, does old Jiang still need medicine? No, since we can't find out the person who poisoned him now, I think he will continue to look for opportunities to lay his hands on old Jiang in the future. Once if he uses a poison that is even stronger than this one, old Jiang most likely won't be able to wait for me to come. Jiang Feng said indifferently, that's why I wanted to refine some antidote pills to leave for Elder Jiang, because I'm worried that if I go back to refine them, this time will go wrong, so I can only refine them here. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang arched his hand at Jiang Feng and said, Mr. Jiang, thank you. When Xiao Wei and Jiang Hongjun came back, Jiang Feng started refining the antidote pill in front of a few people, and when the crowd saw a round pill distributed at the bottom of the pill furnace, they were all filled with shock. In the past, I only heard that there was such a thing as pills, but I didn't think that they really existed. And Mr. Jiang could actually refine them, Lu Zhentian said in wonder. Jiang Feng turned to Jiang Hongjun and said, split these pills into two parts, place one part on Elder Sang's body, and one part on you. Even if the poison is more intense, it will take time for it to kick in, and during this time, Elder Zhang can eat the antidote pill first. As long as you take the antidote pill, I guarantee that you will be able to last until I arrive. As long as I'm here, I can guarantee that Elder Zhang will be fine. Jiang Feng said indifferently, the pills placed here with Elder Zhang are for backup. When Elder Zhang heard this, he nodded and said, Mr. Jiang has a delicate mind. I'm impressed. Mr. Jiang, what is this elixir? Does it really work that well? Lu Zhentian asked curiously. Chapter 76 Sun Yalan Who Can't Speak. It's just my own concocted antidote pill. I don't dare to say that it can cure all the poisons, but even if it's the Tang sect's strange poison, it can still last until I arrive. Jiang Feng said confidently. Lu Zhentian heard that this was a good thing. Seeing that there were a dozen pills in the pill furnace, he then reached out and grabbed two of them inside and said, Old Zhang, you probably can't use that many. Give me two. Seeing this, Elder Jiang rolled his eyes and said, when will you be able to change your problem with this smooth thing? This is good stuff, Lu Zhentian said and put the antidote pill into his arms. Looking at the two old men, Jiang Feng smiled and said, Elder Lu, there's no need to be in a hurry. I'll just refine some more when the time comes. Good, we have a deal. Mr. Jiang, Lu Zhentian said hurriedly. Jiang Feng was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled bitterly. Mr. Jiang, this old guy normally I can't even avoid him, but you sent yourself to the door. Elder Jiang looked at Jiang Feng with an odd face and said, Jiang Feng, however, smiled and said, no harm done, it's not something that's a bother. A few people talked again. Jiang Feng got up to say goodbye. See Jiang Feng wanna go. Jiang Elder made a wink to Zhang Hongjun. Zhang Hongjun immediately got up and said, Mr. Jiang, I'll see you off. I guess there aren't many people in the entire central state who can make the city governor personally see them off. Jiang Feng said jokingly. Zhang Hongjun smiled at his words and said, it's all floating clouds. Humph. Elder Zhang snorted coldly at his words, and Zhang Hongjun hurriedly didn't dare to speak again, guiding Jiang Feng out. Just as soon as he was out of the hospital room, Zhang Hongjun said, alas, the old master has been preaching at me all day. My head is about to explode. He. Seeing Zhang Hongjun's appearance, Jiang Feng was also amused. I guess this Zhang Hongjun who usually has a stern face in front of everyone is his original face. In the car, Zhang Hongjun said to Jiang Feng, Mr. Jiang, you are so young and have such a high level of medical skills. Why haven't I heard of you before in Zhengzhou? After saying that, Zhang Hongjun seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, don't misunderstand. I'm asking this because I think you cured the old man and didn't treat you as an outsider. I know. Jiang Feng smiled. I've just dished up a medical center. So that's how it is. Has the medical center opened? Zhang Hongjun asked. Jiang Feng shook his head. Not yet. Then Mr. Jiang must inform me when it opens. Zhang Hongjun said. Jiang Feng nodded. A few moments later, they arrived at the medical center. Zhang Hongjun said to Jiang Feng, Mr. Jiang, I still have official business over at the municipal government, so when things come to an end here, I will definitely go to my home and sit down. After saying that, Zhang Hongjun left. Jiang Feng, who returned to the medical center, saw a funny scene. Sun Yalan was directing Nameless to clean the medical center. At this moment Nameless was standing on a ladder to clean the dust on the ceiling. Yalin, it seems like the cleaning job is yours, right? Jiang Feng said without a trace of humor. When Sun Yalan saw Jiang Feng come in, her face flushed and before she could say anything, Nameless was the one who said, Yalan has to take care of the medicine cabinet, so I'm not doing anything anyway, so I cleaned it. You just spoil her. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Che, you think brother Nameless is like you? Sun Yalan, however, skimmed her mouth and said. Jiang Feng smiled and was happy. You're even calling brother Wu Ming? You have to be careful. Yalin doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Beware of practicing on you. I'm so angry. Sun Yalan was furious and stomped her feet. Sun Lianshan looked at the two people who were fighting but laughed. Jiang Feng was kind and never had a frame but was very good to get along with. Jiang Feng came to the consultation table, waved at Sun Yalan and said, come here. What for? Sun Yalan reluctantly came to Jiang Feng's side. Jiang Feng pointed to the compendium of Materia Medica on the table and said, for a week, memorize the first 100 pages of herbs. And by memorize I don't mean the names of the herbs, but the pharmacology and properties of the herbs. So many? How can a week's time be enough? Sun Yalan sniffed and immediately shouted, if you can't memorize it in a week, I'll punish you for copying it once. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Sun Yalan sniffed and said, you're serious? Or else, you think I'm playing with you? Jiang Feng said without a trace of anger. Sun Yalan beamed and said, I can't memorize it. Must memorize it. Jiang Feng said in a stern tone. For Sun Yalan, Jiang Feng can see, smart and clever. To Chinese medicine is still some talent. Such a good seedling is not used. Some waste. Just a person is a little lazy. Otherwise it will not be followed by Sun Lianshan. Until now has not been out of the master. I will not carry. Sun Yalan said gamely. Seeing this, Sun Lianshan uttered a rebuke. Yalin, Grandpa, this is simply an impossible task. Sun Yalan pouted and said, I just won't carry it anyway. Are you sure? Jiang Feng looked at Sun Yalan with a smile on his face. These days this girl always didn't take herself as the boss. He was thinking of finding an opportunity to give this girl some bitterness to eat, but she sent herself to the door. Sun Yalan stared at Jiang Feng with a pair of big eyes, her chin tilted up. I just don't carry. What can you do to me? In the next second, Zhang Yalan saw Jiang Feng pull out a golden needle from the needle capsule. Just a flash. She couldn't speak herself. Then she hurriedly looked at Sun Lianshan. Her mouth made movements, but she couldn't even make an ah-ah sound. Sun Lianshan looked at Jiang Feng with a surprised face, just about to speak. But Jiang Feng said, when have you memorized all these 100 pages? When will I unlock them for you? Sun Yalan sniffed and stomped her foot, full of unhappiness. She grabbed the materia medica and was about to throw it on the ground. But Jiang Feng said indifferently, I can make it so that you can't speak, and I can also make it so that you can't hear anything. Upon hearing this, Sun Yalan obediently took the book, turned around and left. Nameless covered his mouth and snickered at the side. When Sun Yalan saw this, she waved her small fists at Nameless with a hateful expression and a threatening face. Seeing this, Sun Lianshan gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. His own granddaughter had been spoiled by him and had already said she wouldn't listen, but he didn't expect to be subdued by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at the sky outside the door and said, let's call it a day. Get off work. When Jiang Feng was ready to get up and go back to the inner room, Sun Yalan was coming to Jiang Feng's side, handing Jiang Feng a note, only to see a few small, elegant words on the note. I'll carry it. Can you let me talk first? It's too hard not to talk. No way. I happen to want to clear my head these days. Jiang Feng shook his head and said deliberately. Sun Yalan glared at Jiang Feng and stood there with her mouth agape. When Jiang Feng turned around to leave, she was the one who gestured her fists at Jiang Feng's back a few times. Still want to be deaf? Chapter 77 Surprisingly 1 million. When Nameless saw Zhang Yalan turn around and leave, he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Sun Yalan saw this and gestured at Nameless. Nameless, however, pretended not to understand and said, I don't understand formalities. Sun Yalan stomped her foot and directly left the medical center. After Sun Lianshan and Sun Yalan left, Jiang Feng took out a stack of cash and handed it to Nameless, saying, after the medical center closes, you can move around freely, and this will be taken as an advance on your salary. Good. Nameless nodded and took the cash. Looking at the empty medical center, Jiang Feng was born with a slightly lonely feeling. Thinking about what Enjechi said during the day, Jiang Feng unconsciously put up a smile on his face. At this time, Enjechi was lying on her own bed, and in her heart, she was also thinking about Jiang Feng. Thinking back to what she said to Jiang Feng, Enjechi's face was a little hot. Until she returned home, Enjechi realized that what she said today was the first time she had said anything in more than 20 years. When had she ever said such sensational words? However, Enjechi's heart was not regretful. Until the moment Jiang Feng really left the Yin family, she realized that she had long been accustomed to the days of Jiang Feng's existence. Downstairs, Kang Lijun sat on the sofa and looked at Jianghao, who was reading the newspaper, and said, I say you can't do anything else in a day except reading newspapers? Can't you care more about Jiechi? And Jianghao put down the newspaper in his hand and said, I don't care about Jiechi. Jiechi has been staying in her room since she came back, and I'm wondering if that punk gave her a hard time. Kang Lijun said with a frown, and Jianghao sniffed, but frowned and said, I say, why can't you see things? Can't you see that Jiechi has feelings for little Feng, and you're still calling him a piece of trash? What? Jiechi wouldn't really be in love with that punk, would she? He just left the Yin family. Jiechi can't like him. No, I have to introduce Jiechi to a boyfriend as soon as possible. Kang Lijun sniffed and said hurriedly, saying that she was about to pick up the phone. What are you doing? And Jianghao asked with an unhappy face. Kang Lijun glanced at Jianghao and said, I'm calling second sister. Some time ago second sister said that she would introduce Jiechi to a rich second generation. I said, what's wrong with you? Can't you understand when I speak? Jiechi and little Feng are not divorced, so you introduced Jiechi to a boyfriend. Besides, did you ask for Jiechi's permission? And why can't you see little Feng? How many times have I told you? The old man has always been a good judge of character. There must be something about little Feng that he values. Stop. Just stop. I'm still not angry if you don't talk about the old master. The old master was obviously delirious when he was dying, and as a result, you as a father followed suit and got confused. That's why Jiechi is in this situation. What's so good about that punk? There are still desirable places. You're so funny. With that, Kang Lijun dialed in Jiechi's second aunt's phone. Hello, second sister? I'm telling you, that loser left the Yin family. Yes, things are packed away. That rich second generation thing you told me about last time. Well, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Kang Lijun said with a face full of excitement, if Jiechi and the young master of the Wang family become a success, our family will be skyrocketing. Mom, I'll tell you once more, I won't divorce Jiang Feng. Kang Lijun's words had just finished, but Jiechi's unhappy voice came from upstairs. Kang Lijun looked up and realized that at this moment, Jiechi was standing on the stairs looking at herself. Hearing Jiechi's words, Kang Lijun immediately said with an unhappy face, who am I doing this for? To have the cheek to go and find you a boyfriend. It's not for your own good. I'm already married. I don't need you to find me a boyfriend. And Jiechi said loudly. Kang Lijun sniffed but was furious. It's because you're married that I need to go out with a thick skin. A good number one beauty in Central State, but married a loser. If it wasn't for him, The ones chasing after you would be able to line up from Central State to the capital. Mom, I'll say it again. No more calling Jiang Feng a waste in the future, or I'll move out too. Njiechi said angrily. Looking at Njiechi's appearance, Kong Lijun was stunned, then immediately exclaimed, "Hooray! You even dare to talk to me like that now? You even threatened me. Did that punk Jiang Feng say something to you? I'll tell you Njiechi, if you want me to stop calling him a punk, just live up to it. Alright, stop arguing." Seeing the two arguing, Jiang Hao stood up and said, "Since Njiechi doesn't have any opinion, why are you still following the gluttony? You're talking about me too? It's really bad luck for me to marry into the Yin family. Not only did I not enjoy the blessings, but I also had to follow you guys to suffer. And now you two are actually talking about me too. If he Jiang Feng had any ability, would I call him a punk?" Kong Lijun saw Njiechi and Jiang Hao like this. She was furious and stomped her feet. "Mom, Jiang Feng has now opened his own medical clinic. And the day before yesterday the Ding family even asked him to treat someone else." Njiechi's words had just finished, and Jiang Hao and Kong Lijun were both looking at Njiechi with surprised faces. Kong Lijun even said with an unbelievable face, "What do you mean that punk opened a medical center? Where did he get the money? Njiechi, are you telling the truth? Little Feng really knows medicine?" And Jiang Hao also asked. And Njiechi nodded and said, "Dad, Jiang Feng does no medical skills, and it seems like her medical skills are still very good. A few days ago she also gave me a $1 million check. It's the consultation fee for a patient's visit at the medical center. And it seems like he's still the son of a big family. 1 million check? Surprisingly, there is $1 million. Where is it?" Kong Lijun immediately asked when she heard the check. And Njiechi however frowned and looked at Kong Lijun and said, "Mom, this is Jiang Feng's money. Don't hit on this 1 million. Good wow. That punk eats the Yin family and drinks." Kong Lijun heard Njiechi not letting her hit the idea of the check and immediately fumed. But she was directly interrupted by Njiechi. "Mom, Jiang Feng has already given you 150,000. So from now on you don't need to say that Jiang Feng is freeloading in the Yin family anymore." "Humph, how is 150,000 for 3 years enough?" Kong Lijun said with some lack of energy. Seeing this, Njiechi shook her head with a helpless face and turned around to walk into the room. She knew her mother's nature. If Jiang Feng came back, she would probably ask for money again. While Kong Lijun saw Njiechi go back to her room, she was chattering. "This punk is now treating other people with such a high consultation fee. I really don't know how he fooled them. Lulled, you see which doctor can flicker $1 million? You target Little Feng for everything. Njiechi and Little Feng have gotten to this point because of you." And Jiang Hao said angrily, turning around and going to the second floor. Kong Lijun, however, snorted coldly and said, "Humph, I'll go find Jiang Feng tomorrow." Chapter 78 Rumors Can Kill. And Jiang Hao came to Njiechi's room and knocked on the door. Walking into Njiechi's room, and Jiang Hao sat on the edge of the bed, patted Njia's shoulder and said, "Njiechi, don't be angry. You know that person of your mom, after so many years, she can't change anymore." "I know, but Dad, Jiang Feng really isn't the Jiang Feng of the past anymore. If Mom keeps treating Jiang Feng like this, in case Jiang Feng really gets angry one day, I'm afraid Mom won't be able to take it." And Njiechi turned around and said, and Jiang Hao, however, smiled and said, "It won't happen. I understand Xiao Feng's nature. Dad, Jiang Feng has been in the Yin family for 3 years. You're the only one who hasn't spoken coldly to him. Did Grandpa say something to you?" And Njiechi asked suspiciously. And Jiang Hao shook his head and said, "Your grandfather left in a hurry at that time. He didn't explain anything, he only left a sentence to treat Jiang Feng well and left." "Dad, then why did you believe Jiang Feng?" And Njiechi asked again. And Jiang Hao looked at Njiechi with a doting smile and said, "Eyes, the way Jiang Feng looks at you is different. You have many suitors, but all of them look at you with greed in their eyes. Only Jiang Feng looks at you with love in his eyes. If only I had realized it earlier. I was the one who ignored him." And Njiechi murmured. And Jiang Hao shook his head and smiled. "It's not too late now. Do you know why I didn't rush to find Jiang Feng when he left the Yin family?" "Why?" And Njiechi asked suspiciously. "Because a proper separation is the only way to make each other realize how important the other is." And Jiang Hao said with a smile. And Njiechi instantly understood the meaning of her father's words and nodded. Nameless left the medical center after telling Jiang Feng that he had to go out. Jiang Feng was left alone in the large medical center. Jiang Feng was about to go out to eat when 2 young girls walked into the medical center. Jiang Feng looked at them and said in surprise, Duo, why did you come to the medical center? Brother-in-law, why are you here?" A young girl also asked with a surprised face. This girl was the youngest daughter of Njiechi's second aunt's family, Chen Duo, only 20 years old, still attending college, and the only one who treated Jiang Feng as her own family. Seeing Chen Duo come to the medical center, Jiang Feng hurriedly stood up and asked with concern, "Is it because you're not feeling well?" No, brother-in-law. I came with my classmate. She's a bit uncomfortable. Why are you here, brother-in-law? Are you here to see the doctor too? Chen Duo said. Jiang Feng heard that Chen Duo was fine and said with a faint smile, "This is my medical center." Your medical center? Brother-in-law, when did you become a doctor? Chen Duo was shocked when she heard that. She knew about Jiang Feng. She had been a member of the Yin family for 3 years, but she hadn't heard that he was a doctor? Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, "It's too complicated to say. What happened to your classmate?" Upon hearing this, Chen Duo pointed to another girl and said, "Xiao. Some discomfort, always throwing up these days, also dizzy." Jiang Feng looked towards the girl called Xiao. After careful observation, Jiang Feng's heart was sunken. For this brother-in-law of Chen Duo, Xiao had heard Chen Duo talk about it before. So once she saw that it was Jiang Feng here, she said with a face full of reluctance, Duo, why don't we change a medical center?" Jiang Feng knew that she was looking at herself as too young and didn't believe that she could practice medicine. Then he said, "How long has it been since you had your period?" "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the girl called Xiao immediately looked at Jiang Feng with a face full of shock. "How do you know?" "I'm a doctor," Jiang Feng said indifferently, then pointed to the chair in front of the consultation desk and said, "Sit, reach out." Xiaoxia came to the chair and sat down, stretching out her hands somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing this, Jiang Feng said indifferently, being shy, "I'm a doctor, what can't you tell me? Moreover, I basically already know your situation. Checking your pulse is just confirmation, you know?" Xiao once again looked at Jiang Feng in surprise. Jiang Feng nodded and said to Chen Duo, Duo, go help me close the gate." Close the door for what?" Chen Duo said nervously. Jiang Feng, however, said helplessly, "If I tell you to close it, you close it." "Oh." Chen Duo went to close the door with a curious face. Xiao looked at Jiang Feng and said gratefully, "Thank you, brother-in-law. You know to call your brother-in-law at this time?" Jiang Feng said with some teasing. Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Feng in embarrassment, and Jiang Feng said, "Put your hand here." Then Jiang Feng stretched out 3 fingers on Xiao's wrist, and after a moment, sighed and said, "Is that boy worth it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao was baring her eyes and shedding tears. Chen Duo, who had just closed the door and returned, saw Xiao crying and hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Why did you make Xiao cry?" Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and said without a good mood, "Which one of your eyes saw that I made her cry?" "No, Duo, it wasn't brother-in-law." Xiao also helped explain. Chen Duo spat out her tongue and said, "Brother-in-law, what kind of illness is Xiao having?" Jiang Feng glanced at Xiao and realized that she didn't reject it before saying, "She's pregnant. The vomiting is just a pregnancy reaction. The dizziness is due to malnutrition." "Ah, what did you say, sister-in-law? How could Xiao be pregnant?" Chen Duo said in disbelief. Jiang Feng didn't say anything and just looked at Xiao. Xiao lowered her head and said, Duo, the baby is Qianyang's." "Xiao, you really agreed to go out with him?" Chen Duo said in disbelief. Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. "What's the next plan?" Jiang Feng looked at Xiao and asked. Xiao said with a resolute face, "I want to give birth to the baby." "You're crazy, Xiao. Chen Duo said loudly. "Don't you know what kind of person Qianyang is?" "I know, but the child is innocent," Xiao said stubbornly. Jiang Feng nodded in his heart, but he was still afraid that she was just acting on impulse. So he asked, Xiao, do you know what you'll face if you give birth to this child? Being unmarried and pregnant, I may never find someone who loves me in the future. And the hardest part is having to raise the child alone in the future. Xiao said. Jiang Feng said indifferently, "You've also overlooked the most important issue." Xiaoxia raised her head and looked at Jiang Feng in puzzlement. "It's that you have to bear the rumors of others. Sometimes rumors can kill." Jiang Feng said indifferently, "Now do you still want to give birth to him?" Upon hearing this, Xiao lowered her head. Jiang Feng thought she was hesitating, but a moment later, Xiao raised her head again. The gaze in her eyes was firm. "I'm going to give birth to him. He's innocent." Jiang Feng nodded. In his heart, he had a trace of more appreciation for Xiao. This was a girl with commitment. "I'm going to find Qianyang," Chen Duo suddenly said angrily. Xiao hurriedly pulled Chen Duo and said, Duo, it's useless. I told him when I didn't have my period and he only gave me a card. This asshole. Chen Duo angrily cursed. Chapter 79, Can't I buy my own? Jiang Feng sighed in his heart. These rich kids love to cheat these little girls, and when they get their hands on them, they get tired of it and get rid of it. Xiaoxia, for the time being, there's no problem with you and the child in your belly. It's just that you're a bit malnourished because of your skinny body type. I'll prescribe you a pair of birth control pills. Jiang Feng said indifferently. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiao said gratefully. Jiang Feng waved his hand and went to the medicine cabinet, dispensing the medicine himself. When Jiang Feng finished boiling the medicine, he packed it and handed it to Chen Duo. Brother-in-law, how much is the medicine? Xiao Xiao took out her cell phone and asked. Jiang Feng, however, waved his hand and said, no money, come here for a checkup every 2 weeks, and when it's not suitable to stay at school, you can come and stay at the medical center. Brother-in-law, thank you, Xiao Xiao said gratefully. Jiang Feng said to Chen Duo, how did you guys get here? Took a taxi, Chen Duo said. Looking at the sky outside the door, Jiang Feng said, I'll send you guys back. Wouldn't that still be a taxi? Chen Duo asked doubtfully. Jiang Feng didn't say anything and led the two of them out of the medical center. Then after locking the gate, he went to the parking lot. Brother-in-law, why did you bring us to the parking lot? Chen Duo said as she looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Driving, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Chen Duo sniffed and froze then said, Sister Jechi bought you a car? I can't buy my own? Jiang Feng said without a trace of anger. Right, if you open a medical center in such a luxurious location on Huaqing Street, how can you still let Sister Jechi buy you a car, huh? After saying that, Chen Duo laughed to herself. Silly, Jiang Feng said helplessly. Waiting for a few people to come to the Aston Martin's car, Chen Duo pointed at a Caillou next to it and said, Brother-in-law, don't say, your eyes can see it, the Caillou is still quite good to drive. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, but opened the door of the Aston Martin and said to Chen Duo, get in. Ha! Chen Duo and Xiao Xiao sniffed were stunned. After seeing Jiang Feng directly open the door of the Aston Martin, Chen Duo hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, stop, how do you know the door is unlocked? Quickly close it, or else in a while the owner came back, and then you steal the car. Jiang Feng but helplessly took out the car key from his pocket and said, this car is induction lock, you think no key, I can open Seeing the car keys in Jiang Feng's hand, Chen Duo's mouth was open enough to stuff an egg into it, and exclaimed in shock, Brother-in-law, Aston Martin, are you two sitting or not? If not, I'm going back to the medical center. Jiang Feng said in a bad mood. Sit, the two said in unison. After a few people got into the car, Jiang Feng started the car and drove directly out of the parking lot towards the university town. In the car, Chen Duo was like a lark chirping and asking questions. Brother-in-law, how come you're so rich now? I can actually afford to buy an Aston Martin. Brother-in-law, when did you learn to be a doctor? Brother-in-law, does my sister know? Brother-in-law, being noisy by Chen Duo, Jiang Feng had to say, Duo, please be quiet, okay? Why are you acting like a mountain gun going into the city? Put. At those words, Xiaoxia, who hadn't said anything, was laughing out loud. Humph. Chen Duo pouted and hummed. Jiang Feng stuck his eyes in the rearview mirror and said, this car was given to me after I treated someone and the patient got better. In addition, your sister doesn't know about this. You have to keep it a secret, okay? You can't tell anyone, especially your mom. I know. Understand. Chen Duo gave Jiang Feng an I understand look. Brother-in-law, you're not being adopted by someone else, are you? My sister won't let you touch her, so you can't think twice about it. Speaking of which rich woman is this? Jiang Feng's forehead was instantly covered with black lines when he heard Chen Duo's words, and said with a stern face, why do you have such a rich imagination? Why don't you study hard if you have this kind of energy? Just kidding, look at your bear-like behavior, Chen Duo said indifferently. Chen Duo often came to Enjechi's house when she was in high school, so she was super familiar with Jiang Feng, so naturally she didn't have any scruples when she talked. Soon the car arrived at the gate of the Zhengzhou Jiaotong University. Don't talk nonsense when you go back, okay? Jiang Feng looked at Chen Duo and said. Chen Duo on the other hand said impatiently, got it, what a nag. At this time, the students coming and going in front of the university let out a gasp after seeing Jiang Feng's Aston Martin. Wow, it's an Aston Martin. This car costs at least $1 million, right? Sure, it's an Aston Martin. You two turds, look closely, that's not just any Aston Martin, that's an Aston Martin 1-77, a boy wearing glasses said. What's the difference? Aren't they all Aston Martins? The two asked suspiciously. The guy with glasses shook his head and said with a disdainful face, save my ass, there are only 77 of this car in the world, and there are only 5 in China. Conservatively estimated that this car is worth at least $20 million, or the kind that has a price without a market. So expensive. Who's the son of this family to come to Jiaotong University? This car is not something that can be bought with money. The person in the car must be either rich or noble. The man with glasses spoke again. At this time, Chen Duo and Xiao Xiao got out of the car after saying goodbye to Jiang Feng. When the two of them turned around, everyone's mouths were open as if they could stuff an egg in it. Chen Duo, Li Zixiao. Surprisingly, it's the two of them. No wonder so many people chased after Chinduo and she didn't even agree. So it turns out that she's even been adopted. Don't talk nonsense. How do you know that Chinduo is being adopted by someone else? A man said. Chinduo's family isn't very rich. If she wasn't being adopted, how could she have this kind of car? Li Zixia is even more impossible. Who doesn't know that he's young Qian's woman? Listening to the several boys' arguments, Chinduo's face flushed and she said loudly, "What are you guys babbling about? That's my brother-in-law's car. And what do you mean by Qian Xiao's woman?" A few men saw that Chinduo had heard them and hurriedly turned around and ran. They couldn't afford to be sent by this kind of car in case they were looking for trouble. Duo. Forget it, Li Zixia said indifferently. Chinduo, however, said with a face full of indignation, "These big mouths will definitely talk nonsense when the time comes. I didn't care a long time ago," Li Zixia said indifferently. "I only care about this little angel now," said Li Zixia as she stroked her stomach, her face filled with a maternal glow. Chinduo looked at Li Zixia's appearance, a little heartbroken. Xiao, I'll send you back to your dormitory. Chapter 80, Su family guests. Jiang Feng, however, didn't know what was happening here and drove back to the medical center. At this time, Nameless had already returned and was sitting in the hall drinking tea. Seeing Jiang Feng come back, he hurriedly got up. "Mr. Jiang, you went out? No need to be so outgoing. Just treat this place as your own home," Jiang Feng said with a smile. "Central State. Su family. Senior brother. Why are you here?" Su Jiaqiang said excitedly as he looked at the cold-faced man in front of him. The cold-faced man said indifferently, "Master told me to go down the mountain for training. I had nowhere to go, so I came to find you. Senior brother has already practiced the 6 styles of amazing heaven?" Su Jiaqiang's face was shocked at his words. This senior brother of his was a martial arts nerd. Recently he had been practicing the 6 styles of surprising heavens taught by his master. Seeing that his senior brother had come down the mountain, he must have already practiced them. The cold man nodded and said, "Sort of a minor accomplishment. Congratulations, senior brother," Su Jiaqiang said in a respectful voice. The cold man waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned, but the pride in the corners of his eyes implied that he was still very flattered by Su Jiaqiang's words. At this moment, a drunken man walked into the Su family villa, staggeringly kicking off his shoes. He headed straight for the living room and fell headfirst onto the sofa. "Jiawen, why are you drinking so much again?" Seeing that Su Jiaqiang was drunk again, Su Jiawen raised his voice to reprimand. Su Jiawen, however, struggled to open his eyes to look at Su Jiaqiang and the cold man and said, "What's the point of not drinking? Anyway, now I've become the laughingstock of everyone in Central State." "Laughingstock? Who dares to laugh at you?" Su Jiaqiang said with a frown. Su Jiawen sniffed but laughed coldly. "Who? Everyone. I took a beating at the banquet, but I didn't dare to fight back. Everywhere I go now, people are pointing at me. What happened?" Seeing Su Jiawen like this, the cold man asked suspiciously. Su Jiaqiang, however, let out a bitter smile and said, "Senior brother, it's hard to explain. Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Seeing the cold man speak, Su Jiawen was pointing at the cold man and asked unhappily. When Su Jiaqiang saw Su Jiawen like this, he hurriedly chided out, "Jiawen, shut up. This is my senior brother Lu Kaiyuan." "Senior brother? Is that as powerful as Jiang Feng?" Su Jiawen, however, squinted at the cold man. When Su Jiaqiang heard this, his nose went askew and he chided, "What nonsense! How can Jiang Feng be compared to senior brother?" "Humph." Su Jiawen snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Instead, the cold man looked at Su Jiaqiang and asked, "Who is Jiang Feng?" Seeing the cold man ask, Su Jiaqiang had no choice but to tell Lu Kaiyuan about what happened at the banquet. "If it wasn't for that Li Mangyao from the Li family stepping in, how could I have let him go?" Su Jiaqiang said with a cold snort. Lu Kaiyuan sniffed, but frowned and said, "That's the Li family that does foreign trade business?" "Yes, senior brother," Su Jiaqiang responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Kaiyuan let out a cold snort and said, "Humph, a mere Li family, what do you have to fear? The face of the sect has been disgraced by you. But senior brother, the Li family is more powerful than the Su family in the Central State after all," Su Jiaqiang said with a frown. Lu Kaiyuan looked at Su Jiaqiang with a smile and said, "Do you know why master asked me to leave the mountain? And why I came to Central State?" Su Jiaqiang saw the upward smile on Lu Kaiyuan's face. Then he snapped and said, "Could it be? Of the several senior brothers, master's favorite is you. But the Su family is also the least powerful of the many senior brothers' families. So here I am," Lu Kaiyuan said with a smile. When Su Jiaqiang heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Many thanks, master. Many thanks to senior brother. From now on, my Su family will definitely become the #1 family in Central State." Su Jiaqiang said with great vigor. Jiang Feng, who was in the medical center at this time, was unaware that trouble was approaching. The next morning, When Jiang Feng opened the door of the medical center, he saw Anjechi standing at the door with a smiling face, wearing a white body-shaping gym uniform. Why did you come over so early? Jiang Feng looked at Anjechi and said with a smile. Anjechi smiled and said, I happened to run here and came, thinking that you should be up. Let's have breakfast together. Okay. Jiang Feng thought about it and answered. At the breakfast store, Jiang Feng returned to the table with breakfast in hand and sat down. Anjechi looked at all the things she liked to eat in front of her. Suddenly a trace of touching arose in her heart and asked, Jiang Feng, how do you know what I like to eat? Aren't you asking knowingly? I've been in the Yin family for 3 years, which meal at home is not cooked by me. You'll eat a little more if you like to eat, and won't move a bite of what you don't like to eat. How can I not know what you like to eat for 3 years? Jiang Feng helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Anjechi, however, silenced her nose and said, you people don't understand a bit of sentimentality. After saying that, she snorted coldly and started to eat her breakfast with a big mouthful. Jiang Feng then realized, Anjechi already knew that he knew what he liked to eat. Probably wanted to let himself say a few words of love. This woman hate you when you say what he cannot hear go. Like you when you do not say she has to pamper you to say. Seeing Anjechi just focusing on eating breakfast, Jiang Feng tentatively asked, Jechi, you're not angry, are you? Jechi, are you really angry? Jechi, do you want another bowl of douhua? Jiang Feng knew that Anjechi liked to eat bean flowers, so he then asked slyly. Yes. Anjechi sniffed and opened her mouth, waiting until she finished speaking before realizing the problem. Anjechi raised her head and was seeing a smirk on Jiang Feng's face. She then blinked Jiang Feng and looked at him with a hateful face. You're just a log. Anjechi suddenly laughed and said, where she got angry so easily. She just wanted to tease Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng said helplessly, it can't be helped. If I knew how to coax a girl, I wouldn't have to stay alone for 3 years. Looking at Jiang Feng's weird look, Anjechi patted Jiang Feng, but in her heart, there was a trace of dissimilarity. This is what a couple should look like. After a few minutes, the two of them wiped out all the breakfast. Anjechi touched her small stomach and said, this morning's fat was lost for nothing. I guess I'll gain it back. A breakfast is not fat. Jiang Feng said with a smile, and dieting to lose weight is not good for the body. And in the future, it's not good for the fetus. So it's easy to be malnourished in the future when you give birth to a child. Who lets have kids? Anjechi blinked Jiang Feng and pouted. Jiang Feng, however, blinked and said, that would be troublesome. Can't I go and get a sterilization? You go to hell. Anjechi raised her hand to hit Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng dodged it and ran out of the breakfast store. Seeing that she couldn't hit Jiang Feng, Anjechi picked up her jacket and chased out. Chapter 81, finally can talk. The two chased after each other for a long distance. Anjechi could never catch up with Jiang Feng, and was so angry that she stomped her feet directly behind Jiang Feng. Suddenly Anjechi squatted directly on the ground, her hand covering her stomach. Seeing this, Jiang Feng shouted, what's wrong, Jechi? This is tired. My stomach hurts. It seems like a fork in the road. Anjechi said with a painful face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng hurriedly came to Anjechi's side. The two had just eaten a meal, and suddenly doing such a strenuous exercise, it was indeed very easy to switch off the gas. Jiang Feng squatted by Anjechi's side with a concerned face and said, I'll help you up first. Go back to the medical center and I'll smooth your chi. At this moment, Anjechi suddenly grabbed Jiang Feng's ear and said, let's see where you're going to run this time. Only then did Jiang Feng react. Anjechi was pretending to be sick, only wanting to lure him over. Only Jiang Feng's ear had already been grabbed by Anjechi. Ouch! 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 Jiang Feng shouted hurriedly. Anjechi, however, stood up proudly and said with Jiang Feng's ear, still running? No more running! No more running! Jiang Feng said as he begged for mercy. The way the two of them were fighting. When the crowd on the street saw it, they all smiled good-naturedly. What a pair of people! I'll let you off this time, Anjechi said as she let go of Jiang Feng's ear. Jiang Feng rubbed his ears and looked at Anjechi with a helpless face and said, you played a trick. Yes, Anjechi said rightfully. Sure enough, women are all born actors. Jiang Feng bared his teeth and said. Anjechi glanced at Jiang Feng and said with a surprised face, you didn't just realize it today, did you? Jiang Feng nodded, but in his heart, he thought, it seems that he should be careful with Anjechi in the future. Seeing that Jiang Feng was still rubbing his ears continuously, Anjechi suddenly realized if she had just pushed too hard. Hurriedly concerned, she said, Jiang Feng, did I hurt you? Of course, it's probably already red, said Jiang Feng as he showed his ear to Anjechi. Sure enough, Jiang Feng's whole ear now looked red. Anjechi said in embarrassment, Jiang Feng, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't pay attention just now. You people, how can you play around and then lay your hands on me? Jiang Feng said with an unhappy face. Looking at Jiang Feng's appearance, Anjechi's heart snapped. It seemed like it really hurt. otherwise Jiang Feng wouldn't have talked to himself like that. I'm wrong, I'll rub it for you, Enjechi said and was about to go forward. However, Jiang Feng said, no need. After saying that, he even walked ahead by himself. Enjechi saw that Jiang Feng was a bit angry and hurriedly followed him. After catching up with Jiang Feng, Enjechi took Jiang Feng's arm and said, did it really hurt you? Jiang Feng didn't say anything and walked forward. Seeing this, Enjechi's eyes moved and she said petulantly, Jiang Feng, I didn't mean to do it. Forgive me, okay? While saying this, she kept rubbing against Jiang Feng's arm. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Jiang Feng's corner of his eye surfaced a smirk, but he still deliberately kept a stern face. Seeing that Jiang Feng still didn't say anything, Enjechi continued to shake Jiang Feng's arm and said, what do you want me to do so that you don't get angry? At this time, Jiang Feng's heart has long been a huge wave. I did not expect to have been a strong woman and Enjechi will still be pampered, and it seems to be very professional. What Jiang Feng, the wooden head, didn't know was that pampering was a woman's innate skill. But Jiang Feng does not intend to give up such a good opportunity. Continue to face, but in Jiang Feng's mouth corner unconsciously upward, but was lifted up the head of Enjechi saw a positive. Looking at Jiang Feng's face of enjoyment, Enjechi realized that she was cheated. Jiang Feng was deliberately pretending to be angry. Forgive me, okay? Enjechi continued. Only the next sentence was saying, isn't this very comfortable? Aha! Jiang Feng said it almost without thinking, and after he finished, he hurriedly lowered his head to look at Enjechi. At this moment, Enjechi was looking at Jiang Feng with a smile on her face, but her mouth was gritting her teeth. Even Jiang Feng had heard the sound of Enjechi grinding her teeth. As soon as Jiang Feng saw that things were about to go wrong, he was about to run, but Enjechi had prepared for it and bit down on Jiang Feng's arm. Hiss! Jiang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Looking at the red mark bitten out by Enjechi, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Was this his own fault? What are you looking at? Just in time to give you a stuck poke, Enjechi said with a cold snort. With that, she walked towards the medical center. After the two of them returned to the medical center, Enjechi was about to leave. Jiang Feng turned around and asked with a smile, you don't have to go to work now either. Where are you going to go? I don't know. Enjechi shook her head and said, the truth was that she really didn't have anything to do. Smiling, Jiang Feng said, why don't you accompany me to sit in the medical center? That's fine, Enjechi said after some thought. When Sun Yalan arrived at the medical center, she found that Enjechi was even there and smiled as a greeting. Enjechi also nodded. After a while, Sun Yalan carried the brewed tea and placed it on the table in front of Enjechi, signaling her to drink the tea. Enjechi felt that today's Sun Yalan was a bit strange, and with a puzzled face, she looked at Sun Yalan and asked, little sister, why don't you say anything? Upon hearing this, Sun Yalan gestured at Enjechi for a while, during which she pointed at Jiang Feng and herself. Enjechi was confused by Sun Yalan's gesticulations and looked at Sun Yalan in confusion. What does this mean? Speak up. She can't talk because her throat is not feeling well these days. Jiang Feng, however, spoke faintly from the sidelines. Jiang Feng's words had just finished, but Nameless, who was cleaning, directly burst out laughing. Enjechi looked at Nameless' appearance, and Sun Yalan's anxious face, and tentatively asked, you can't speak. Did Jiang Feng do that? When Sun Yalan heard this, she immediately took a long breath and nodded heavily. Enjechi immediately looked back at Jiang Feng and asked with a smile, how come you still don't let people talk? Not listening, Jiang Feng said indifferently, then looked at Sun Yalan and said, you're tattling? At those words, Sun Yalan directly turned around and was about to go back to the medicine cabinet. Enjechi got up to stop Sun Yalan and said, Yalan, it's okay, you can talk. If Jiang Feng doesn't let me, I'll clean him up. Sun Yalan turned to Enjechi with a sad face, and gestured at her neck, the place where Jiang Feng dropped the needle yesterday. Enjechi couldn't understand what Sun Yalan was trying to say. She stomped her feet anxiously, turned around and said, Jiang Feng, just let her talk. It's disturbing for me to watch. Jiang Feng looked at Sun Yalan, then said faintly, will you listen to what I say in the future? Sun Yalan hurriedly nodded. Will you still be stubborn with me in the future? Sun Yalan hurriedly shook her head. Seeing this, Jiang Feng stood up with satisfaction, drew out a golden needle and stabbed Sun Yalan in the position of her chin. Sun Yalan tried to vocalize, and then the entire medical center heard Sun Yalan's shout, suffocating me, I can finally speak. Chapter 82, Money is not enough. I'll give you my life. Enjechi looked at the excited Sun Yalan with a face full of curiosity and asked, Yalan, Jiang Feng just gave a zap like that just now and you can talk? He was the one who stabbed me yesterday and I couldn't talk, Sun Yalan said with an aggrieved face. Upon hearing this, Enjechi guffawed and then asked, Jiang Feng, why don't you let Yalin speak? Disobedience to my management, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Sun Yalan was about to speak, but she saw that Jiang Feng was playing with the golden needle in his hand. Then her lips moved and she didn't dare to speak. Jiang Feng snorted coldly and said, "Go memorize your medical books." Sun Yalan, after Jiang Feng finished speaking, immediately returned to the medical center in a well-behaved manner and picked up that book of Materia Medica and read it. And Jechi cried and laughed as she looked at Sun Yalan, sat beside Jiang Feng and asked with a smile, "Is this how you punish your employees?" "Aha!" Jiang Feng nodded. "How did you do it?" "With just that one zap." Yalin couldn't speak? And Jechi asked curiously. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. And Jechi looked at Jiang Feng in surprise and said, "Is this also a medical skill?" "Yes," Jiang Feng said. "Medical arts can save lives as well as hurt people." The two were talking, but outside the door, a middle-aged man walked in was holding an old woman. "Seeing a doctor or grabbing medicine?" Sun Yalan said with a smile on her face immediately after seeing the focused Han. Putting aside the fact that she couldn't look at Jiang Feng, Sun Yalan actually treated her patients very well. "May I ask if this is John's medical center?" the middle-aged man asked. Before Sun Yalan could say anything, Jiang Feng stood up and said to the middle-aged man, "Come over here, you're really a doctor." The middle-aged man said with a surprised look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Don't I look like one?" "Not like that," the middle-aged man said with a serious face. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly as he said, "Then you still came?" "The hospital can't cure my old lady," the middle-aged man said with a darkened face. The old crone beside the middle-aged man, however, touched the middle-aged man's face and said, "Son, my mother is this old. What regrets do I have? Mister, if you help my old mother take a look, I can give you all the money from yesterday," the middle-aged man said with an excited face. Jiang Feng signaled the middle-aged man to let his old lady sit in front of the consultation table. "Old lady, please extend your right hand," Jiang Feng said with a smile. The old woman, however, hurriedly said, "Doctor, in my capacity, you must not call me old madam. I can't afford it." "Old lady, you are a farmer, right?" Jiang Feng, however, asked a question that was not answered. Before the old woman could speak, the middle-aged man said, "My mother has been farming in the countryside all her life. Is it because of this that she got sick from all the hard work? It's all my fault. I didn't fulfill my filial piety in the military department when I was young, letting my old mother suffer alone." Jiang Feng, however, shook his head and said to the old woman, "Old madam, in my opinion, farmers are the most dignified people in this world, because farmers rely on their hard-working hands to raise generations of people. Moreover, your son is also a soldier and is even more deserving of respect. So what's the point of calling you old madam?" And Jechi stood beside Jiang Feng looking at Jiang Feng's righteous face. Her heart was even more surprised. Was this still the Jiang Feng she knew? Jiang Feng put 3 fingers on the old lady's wrist and started to check the old woman's pulse. A moment later, Jiang Feng withdrew his hand and asked, "Old woman, the pain in the abdomen has lasted for 3 years. Doctor, you are truly divine. The pain in my abdomen has been going on for 3 years, and the hospital doctor said that I have a tumor. I can't be cured. I can only use money to hang on to my life." The old woman was shocked when she heard Jiang Feng's words, and then said, "How much does that cost? Ishan isn't married yet." Jiang Feng looked at the old woman in front of him. A little bit of sourness rose in his heart. This is a mother's love. Even if she is seriously ill, she still misses her own son in her heart. "Old lady, don't worry, I can cure you," Jiang Feng said with a smile. When the old woman heard this, she immediately asked, "Doctor, doesn't that cost a lot of money?" "No cure. We can't afford it." "Mother, it can be cured. My son has the money," the middle-aged man said hurriedly, turning his head to Jiang Feng and said, "No matter how much money it is, you have to cure my mother. If the money isn't enough, I'll give my life to you, and I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future." Don't. I won't be cured. I won't be cured. It doesn't hurt. The stomach doesn't hurt at all," the old woman said as she was about to struggle to get up and walk towards the outside of the medical center. And Jechi had never seen such a scene before, and stood there a little stunned. It was the first time she knew that there were people in this world who couldn't afford to see a doctor because they didn't have money. Jiang Feng stood up and came to the old woman's side and said, "Old madam, there's no money for healing at my place." "No money for treatment?" The old woman was stunned at the words, then said, "How can you not pay? Just pay for the medicine," Jiang Feng said with a smile. Then Jiang Feng returned to the table, brushed down a prescription and handed it to Sun Yalan, saying, "Yalan, settle the bill." Sun Yalan glanced at the herbs on the prescription and then said, $75. Both the middle-aged man and the old woman were stunned when they heard this. The big hospital said over $1 million and still might not be able to cure it. Here it only costs $75? Jiang Feng then helped the old woman to the consultation table and said, "Old lady, believe it now? You really only need $75? The old woman asked again. Jiang Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Old lady, please follow me to the inner room. I'll give you acupuncture first." Turning her head, she said to Sun Yalan again, "Yalan, prepare a square scarf for me. Follow me into the inner room." And Juchi also followed along into the inner room after hearing Jiang Feng's words. In the inner room, Jiang Feng blindfolded Sun Yalan's prepared square scarf and then said, "Yalan, expose the old lady's backside." Sun Yalan exposed the old woman's back waist according to Jiang Feng's words. Then Jiang Feng quickly took out 9 golden needles from the needle capsule and stabbed them into the old woman's back waist. After the golden needles fell down, the old woman was spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood. After the old woman spat out the bruised blood, Jiang Feng withdrew the golden needles from her back waist and said, "It's done." And Jiachi, who was watching the whole process, had long been filled with shock in his heart, and only at this moment did he truly believe that Jiang Feng was really a healer. After leaving the inner room, Jiang Feng said to the middle-aged man, "Drink the medicine every 3 days. After you finish drinking it, bring your mother back for a follow-up." After the old woman walked out of the inner room, the middle-aged man hurriedly came to the old woman's side and asked, "Mother, how do you feel? It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. What a divine doctor." The old woman said excitedly, over the past 3 years, she had been tortured by this abdominal pain, but the poor medical conditions in the countryside had made it impossible to find out what the disease was. Now she didn't expect to be cured in a medical center. Chapter 83, I'm his mother-in-law. At those words, the middle-aged man turned around and directly knelt down at Jiang Feng, banging his head. "Dr. Jiang, Suishan, kowtow to you." Jiang Feng hurriedly pulled Suishan up and said, "What are you doing? It's only natural for a doctor to treat the sick and save people." Then Jiang Feng continued, "Let the old lady sit outside for a while. I have something to tell you. You come with me." Suishan followed Jiang Feng into the inner room. After coming to the inner room, Jiang Feng looked at Suishan and said lightly, "Those things you sold yesterday were stolen from an ancient tomb, right?" "Dr. Jiang," said Suishan with a shock, then said with some apprehension. Jiang Feng, however, waved his hand and said, "I don't mean anything else. Is there a third person who knows about this?" "No, I did it myself," Suishan said. "In the future, only the two of us will know about this matter, and you can't even say anything about your old lady. Understand?" Jiang Feng explained. Suishan nodded and said, "Yes, Dr. Jiang." That day when Jiang Feng met Suishan on the street and heard that it only cost $1,430,000, and also heard the distribution of this money, Jiang Feng guessed that these things should not be able to see the light of day, and Suishan must be thinking of curing his old mother's illness, and if he himself was caught in jail, his old mother would have money to live on. After Jiang Feng and Suishan came out from the inner room, and Jechi's eyes began to change as she looked at Jiang Feng. She didn't expect Jiang Feng to cure a disease that couldn't even be cured by a major hospital with just a casual zap. A few moments later, the two mothers and children thanked her profusely and left. When they walked out of the clinic, the old woman still mumbled, "Dr. John's medical skills are so great, but he only charged $75. He really met a good man." At this time, a beautiful woman was passing by the two, heard the words, but was furious into the medical center. As soon as she entered the clinic, she shouted, "Jiang Feng, you give me death out. See a disease only $75. This is not a loss of death?" Jechi also said that you cure a disease for $1 million. I knew she was fooling me. Kan Lijun shouted and cursed as she walked into the medical center. Jiang Feng heard, then frowned and looked towards the door of the medical center, while Jechi's face changed and directly said loudly, "Mom, what are you shouting?" I shouted indiscriminately? I heard the two people who went out just now talking, saying that they only charged $75 for a cure. Didn't you say that punk wanted $1 million for a cure? Kan Lijun said loudly. "Mom, what does it matter to you how much Jiang Feng's cure costs?" And Jechi said angrily. Kan Lijun, however, looked at Jechi and said, "Jechi, why didn't you go to work? What are you doing here? Have you made enough of a scene?" Jiang Feng said in a cold voice, "Rubbish, how can you talk to me? Don't think you're a man of the world just because you've opened a medical center. You'll always be the family's punk son-in-law." Kan Lijun was furious when she heard Jiang Feng even talk to her like that and scolded sharply. Jiang Feng, however, frowned at Kan Lijun and said directly, "Leave my medical center." Sun Yalan on the side was seeing that this was the rumored snarky mother-in-law of Jiang Feng. Don't look at Sun Yalan who always fought with Jiang Feng on weekdays, but Kan Lijun was fooling around in the medical center. This was the time to be united and Jiang Feng was obviously not a person who would argue. Immediately, Sun Yalan came forward and asked, "Which one are you? Running into our medical center and yelling? And who are you?" Kan Lijun looked at Sun Yalan in front of her and asked with a frown. Sun Yalan said, "I'm the medicine boy of the medical center. What can I tell you?" "Medicine boy? Isn't that working for that loser? Get lost. I'm your boss's mother-in-law. I'm talking to him. Where do you get to talk? Kan Lijun said arrogantly once she heard that Sun Yalan was a medicine boy. Sun Yalan, however, sneered and said, mother-in-law? You're that unscrupulous mother-in-law of Jiang Feng's who wants to introduce her wife to blind dates every day? I say, are you a person with a sick brain? Introducing blind dates to your own daughter. Don't you know that the two of them are already married? I think they are quite good. Why do you think you have to get involved? Have you eaten too much food? Sun Yalan immediately burst into a barrage of questions, directly exasperating Kan Lijun to the point where her face turned white. Kan Lijun pointed at Sun Yalan with trembling fingers and said, good wow, you part-timer is actually so arrogant. Punk, hurry up and fire him for me. Fire me? Who are you? The owner of this medical center is Jiang Feng. Who are you to tell me what to do here? So you're here to snatch the fruits of your son-in-law's victory, now that he's made a name for himself? How can a man of dozens of years be so brazen? After speaking, Sun Yalan looked at Kan Lijun with a flat face. Sun Yalan's speaking speed was very fast. After Kan Lijun had only said one sentence, Sun Yalan had already said no less than a dozen sentences, and every single one of them was word for word, rubbing salt into Kan Lijun's wounds. This made Jiang Feng, who was watching from the side, full of shock. Sun Yalan even had such a side, and the big mom confronted up surprisingly did not lose the wind at all, and even between a complete victory. You are pissed off at me? I won't give you a lecture. You're not qualified to talk to me, Kan Liju said in a cold voice. Sun Yalan was thinking of continuing to speak, but Jiang Feng said, Yalan, go back. Seeing Jiang Feng give the word, Sun Yalan skimmed her lips and turned in the direction of the medicine cabinet. Only as she turned around, she said, how dare you run to the medical center to cause trouble at this level? At those words, Kan Lijun was speechless from Sun Yalan's anger. And Jechi is also the first time to see his mother ate defeat. Has always been as long as the quarrel. Kan Lijun take out the splashy posture too, at least in the neighborhood is to beat all the invincible. Today is to let Sun Yalan to dry defeat. In fact, at this time Jiang Feng's heart not to mention how happy. See Sun Yalan back to the medicine cabinet. Kan Lijun is directly to the hall and sat on the sofa and said, not bad even opened their own medical center, earned money also do not pay to the family. Have you forgotten who took you in? Jiang Feng said lightly, I've already given you $150,000. Besides, I've already left the in family. You said you're leaving? I'll tell you, if you want a divorce, you can. My daughter's 3 years of youth have been ruined by you. You have to compensate my daughter. $10 million. Must give $10 million. Otherwise you will never want a divorce. Hearing Kan Lijun's words, and Jiechi's face flushed red, she really couldn't believe that her own mother had said such shameless words in front of outsiders. At this moment, and Jiechi could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Enough. Chapter 84, Rebellion. Jiang Feng suddenly shouted, Jiechi, take your mom and go home. What are you? Dare to talk to Jiechi like that? Jiechi, divorce him. Must divorce him. Kan Lijun screamed and cursed. Mom, you've had enough. And Jiechi was however shouting at Kan Lijun, come home with me. Jiechi. You. Kan Lijun saw and Jiechi get angry. Her aura instantly lowered a few points. And Jiechi said with a cold face, Mom, are you still not ashamed enough? And Jiechi then pulled Kan Lijun and directly walked towards the door of the medical center. After Jiechi left, Jiang Feng's heart wasn't in the right place. There was such a troublemaker for no reason at all, or his own mother-in-law. On the way home, Kan Lijun chattered in the car. Jiechi, when did you get so scared of that punk? I'm not afraid of Jiang Feng, but you as a mother even said something so, like that, to say that Kan Lijun was shameless, and Jiechi really couldn't say it. Kan Lijun, however, said indifferently, what did I say? What I said is the truth. Jiechi, tell me the truth. Did you get him money to open this medical center? And Jiechi was laughing bitterly in her heart. Taking money from herself? When she gave Jiang Feng money that day, Jiang Feng didn't even ask for it. And Jiechi couldn't say that it was Li Nangyao who gave Jiang Feng the medical center. She knew her mother's appearance too well. Mom, this is Hua Cheng Street. A medical center costs at least a few million. Where do you think I got so much money? And Jiechi said without a trace of anger. Also, why did you come to the medical center today? This is the Yin family's medical center. Why can't I come? Kan Lijun said indignantly. And Jiechi looked at her mother with a shocked face and said, the Yin family's medical center? This is Jiang Feng's medical center. When did it become the Yin family's medical center? That punk eats from the Yin family, drinks from the Yin family. He's the Yin family's son-in-law. What's his should be the Yin family's? Kan Lijun said in a cold voice. And Jiechi couldn't believe that the person in front of her was her own mother. In her own impression, although her mother was a bit spirited, she wasn't shameless. But today, Her own mother's shameless words made Injechi finally realize that it wasn't actually Jiang Feng's fault. In these 3 years, Jiang Feng's title of waste son-in-law was entirely caused by his own mother. Injechi stopped talking because he didn't know what he should say to his own mother. After returning home, Jiang Hao sat on the sofa and looked at the newspaper. Seeing Injechi and Kong Lijun come back together, he then asked, "Why did you two come back together?" "Dad, Mom went to Jiang Feng's medical center," Injechi said coldly. When Jiang Hao heard this, he looked at Kong Lijun with an incredulous face and said angrily, "You really went to Jiang Feng's medical center? Is there a problem?" Kong Lijun glanced at Jiang Hao and said, "Are you trying to disgrace the Yin family?" Jiang Hao's hands shivered in anger. Seeing Jiang Hao like this, and Injechi also looking at herself with a grumbling face, Kong Lijun said in aggravation, "What are you all angry at me for? What did I do wrong?" "Mom, you disappoint me too much," Injechi said with disappointment as she looked at Kong Lijun. Jiang Hao also said with an angry face, "Kong Lijun, you can't look at Xiao Feng that much? I just can't see that punk, so what? I really don't understand why you guys are so nice to that punk." Kong Lijun said loudly, "A flowery daughter of mine, who was supposed to marry a rich and powerful man, married a loser instead. Look at how the son-in-laws of big sister, second sister's family treat their mothers-in-law, and look at me, I don't have any face when I go out with them. It's good that you guys are complaining about me instead. Why has our family been ostracized by the Yin family for the past 3 years, and it's not because of that loser? Have you all forgotten the taunts you received because of that loser?" Kong Lijun said hatefully. Jechi looked at her mother and said softly, "Mom, since Jiang Feng and I got married, we are a family. I admit that I had misunderstandings about Jiang Feng before and was not willing to do so, but he is my husband after all. From now on, I hope that you won't call Jiang Feng a punk, and also that Jiang Feng is my family just like you." Kong Lijun looked at Jechi with a face full of incredulity and said, "What did you say? Jiang Feng is your family. How dare you compare me to him?" "Mom, don't say any more. I've said what I need to say. If you're still stubborn, I can only move to the medical center and live with Jiang Feng," Jechi said indifferently, then went back to her room. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, snorted coldly and also went back to his room, not wanting to talk to Kong Lijun. Looking at her rebellious self, Kong Lijun was a bit puzzled. She obviously thought of everything for this family. How did she become rebellious? Even her favorite daughter has become estranged from herself. And she even gave an ultimatum? "You're all sick in the head. You're all sick. I've been treating you all so well all day long. Okay, you want to leave? I don't need you to leave. I'll leave." After Kong Lijun finished speaking, she directly slammed the door and left. An irritated Kong Lijun left the house and went straight outside the neighborhood. Jechi and Jiang Hao went out of the room at the same time. Looking at the empty living room, Jechi said, "Dad, Mom is really gone. Should we get her back?" "Don't worry about her. Crying and hanging herself is her usual behavior. She will come back by herself after a while." Jiang Hao said angrily. He had just made his own daughter understand yesterday, and in his heart, he was hoping that the relationship between Jechi and Jiang Feng would be eased. But what happened? Kong Lijun even found the medical center. He didn't need to think about it to know what Kong Lijun had gone to do. She must have gone to Jiang Feng to ask for money. Money! This woman only had money in her eyes. Jechi heard her father's words and nodded, thinking that her own mother hadn't gone out either, so she would probably be back in a while. Solely went back to the room. In the morning, I ran and went to Jiang Feng's medical center. The body is sticky. First take a shower. Out of the house of Kong Lijun is a person to run to the mall to wander, thinking that you must buy something for yourself, in order to make yourself angry. Passing by a mall selling jewelry counter, Kong Lijun eyes bright, saw a noblewoman is trying on the bracelet. A few steps on the past. "Miss, bring that bracelet over to me." Kong Lijun sat on the customer chair and said directly to the shopper. The shopper politely smiled and said, "Hello, this lady is trying it on, because there is only one jade bracelet for each piece in this store. So please wait a bit, I want to see it now," Kong Lijun said savagely. The shopper looked at Kong Lijun with some difficulty. At this time, the young noblewoman was turning back to Kong Lijun and said, "Can't you see that I'm trying it on? Do you know that you are being rude?"